by a stroke of fortune, he stumbled upon the celestial chessboard from the realm of the immortals, acquiring an array of astonishing rewards. Enveloped by captivating beauty a cool and aloof female CEO, a gentle and graceful teacher, and a commanding police officer, his life became a veritable whirlwind of excitement. He found himself kicking special forces operatives and vanquishing invincible assassins, leading a life brimming with adventure. In October, the evening air in Rome City carried a slight chill. A young man in his 20s sat cross-legged by the riverbank, the evening breeze tousling his long hair. He paid no mind to his disheveled locks, his hands firmly gripping a fishing rod, his gaze fixated on the bobber drifting upon the water, lost in thought. His name was Yun Jianxun, a recent university graduate currently interning at a company. Ever since he began dating Lin Liqian, his life had been anything but tranquil. The chasm between their backgrounds was glaring. Her mother held a managerial position at the company, while her father was a university professor. Despite cherishing their relationship, Lin Liqian's mother, fully aware of his financial situation, insisted he purchase a house and a car. As a fresh graduate, not hailing from wealth, how could he afford such luxuries? His protests only invited disdain, and recently, he had been unable to contact his girlfriend. In a fit of frustration, he sought solace in fishing, hoping to alleviate his troubled mind. Suddenly, his left hand felt a vigorous tug on the fishing rod. "I gotta bite this fish, is sizable," Yun Jianxun exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he yanked upwards with all his might. A dark object flew toward him, and he instinctively dodged it, landed with a thud on the ground. Curious, he approached to inspect the object, revealing a rectangular wooden box adorned with intricate designs. It appeared quite aged, seemingly untouched by decay despite its prolonged submersion in water, the fishing hook having snagged its lock ring. "What on earth is this?" he mused, frowning as he crouched down to free the hook. Despite exerting considerable effort, the box remained stubbornly shut. The box emanated a peculiar force, and with a final push, he managed to pry it open. To his astonishment, a complete chessboard lay inside, marked with a beginning and an endpoint. The board featured several vacant squares, each embellished with faint patterns that would easily go unnoticed without careful observation. Nestled within was a singular piece, positioned at the starting point, glimmering like Judea's sight to behold. "This is a windfall. If I sell this, it could fetch a handsome sum," he thought, elation coursing through him. As he reached for the translucent piece, intending to examine it closely, an overwhelming force emanated from it, pulling him as if to draw him in. The sensation was fleeting but left him utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. When he finally released his grip, the piece transformed into a miniature figure resembling a human head his own. "What?" Yun Jianxun gasped, astonished by the extraordinary transformation. Tentatively, he touched it, and a surge of information flooded his mind, unfamiliar yet comprehensible, detailing the essence of the chessboard. This was the celestial chessboard, a creation from the realm of the immortals. The celestial chessboard was akin to a challenge game. Only players with sufficient merit points could commence a game. With each move, the player could earn corresponding rewards. Merit points were a reflection of one's good deeds. More benevolent acts equated to more points. Yun Jianxun had performed numerous acts of kindness, earning him a total of 20 merit points. Skeptical yet intrigued, he nudged the piece to the first vacant square, and immediately, a system-like voice resonated in his mind. "Move successful, 5 merit points consumed, balance, 15 merit points." At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the first square, and a bag materialized on the chessboard. Excitedly, he opened the bag to discover 3 seeds alongside an instruction manual, inscribed in an unfamiliar yet understandable script. The manual indicated that these were celestial ginseng seeds, capable of growing simply with soil and water. In merely half a month, they would mature, not only possessing the benefits of ordinary ginseng, but also enhancing longevity. Gazing at the manual, Yun Jianxun felt a surge of exhilaration. His earlier doubts dissipated as a series of bizarre occurrences unfolded before him, compelling him to believe. In disbelief, he slapped himself across the face, feeling the sting affirm his reality. This was no mere fantasy. He had encountered the extraordinary adventures he had only read about in novels. As if to punctuate the moment, the manual disintegrated into glimmering motes of light. Panic surged within him, but upon checking the bag, he found the 3 celestial ginseng seeds intact. Containing his overwhelming excitement, Yun Jianxun scanned his surroundings, relieved to find the area deserted and dark, devoid of any onlookers. He carefully stowed the celestial chessboard and gathered his fishing gear, stuffing it all in his backpack, even discarding the water bottle containing the 2 small fish he had caught that night. His mind was solely focused on returning home to thoroughly investigate the celestial chessboard. Slinging the backpack over his shoulder, he glanced at his recently purchased smartphone, noting the time was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Without hesitation, he hurried off, soon arriving at the bus stop. After a brief wait, he boarded the bus that would take him home. He resided in a dilapidated neighborhood known for its shanty towns in Rome City. Once back in his rented room, he swiftly locked the door and drew the curtains closed. He retrieved the bag containing the celestial ginseng seeds, checking to ensure the seeds were still there. These seeds were extraordinary if cultivated successfully. Each plant could fetch several thousand yuan. Remembering that the landlord had potted plants in the yard, he hurried downstairs to gather some soil. Upon returning to his room, he poured the soil into a basin, took out 2 of the celestial ginseng seeds, buried them within the earth, and sprinkled some water over them. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 1 in the morning. He reluctantly stifled his urge to continue exploring the celestial chessboard and opted for sleep. The following morning, Yun Jianxun was jolted awake by the sound of his phone alarm. After silencing the irritating noise, he yawned and checked the time. It was already 7 o'clock. With work starting at 8, he realized he was running short on time. His eyes fell on a backpack by his bed, and a sudden thought of the celestial chessboard invigorated him. He quickly checked, relieved to find it still inside. This isn't a dream, he sighed with relief, rising to his feet and rushing to the balcony. To his astonishment, the celestial ginseng seeds he had buried were sprouting tiny green shoots. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the sprouts. Confirming he hadn't imagined it, his anticipation soared. If the ginseng proved as valuable as the manual suggested, it could far exceed his expectations, and his hopes for the celestial chessboard blossomed. Life is fleeting, and who wishes to live in mediocrity? Yun Jianxun harbored dreams and aspirations, and the celestial chessboard was the opportunity that could transform his existence. Noticing the time was already 7:30, realized taking the bus would cause him to be late and risk losing his perfect attendance. Without delay, he ordered a ride through a ride-hailing app, and soon, his phone displayed nearby vehicle options. With the company located several kilometers away, he opted for a white Corolla driven by a woman in her 40s. The fare was surprisingly economical, merely costing a little over 30 yuan. Yun Jianxun swiftly completed his morning routine and stepped out. Before long, he received a call from the designated driver. The voice was melodious and youthful, which took him by surprise. He promptly shared his location, and soon a white Corolla came into view. After confirming the license plate, he waved it down. As he approached, his gaze fell upon the driver's seat, and he was momentarily stunned. The female driver was not the person depicted in the app. She possessed stunning beauty, with a perfect oval face and exquisitely crafted features that captivated him. Her elegantly tied ponytail, adorned with a bow, added an air of sophistication to her demeanor. Her long, fair hands gripped the steering wheel, and her frosty gaze seemed to keep him at bay like an insurmountable iceberg. "Hey, are you getting in or what?" A sharp voice broke his reverie. He then noticed a pretty girl seated in the passenger seat, who appeared even younger than him, with large, captivating eyes and a figure that suggested a considerable allure. "Excuse me, did I mistakenly order the wrong car?" Yun Jianxun inquired, showing his phone in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao, noticing Yun Jianxun pick up a brick from the corner, rushed over and shouted, "Stop." However, Yun Jianxun paid him no heed and forcefully smashed it against the back windshield of a Lexus, resulting in a dull thud and a shattered glass. "Damn it, they'll call the police and make sure you pay for this," Jiang Tao threatened. "Go ahead, the cameras here are malfunctioning and your dash cam is off. Haven't you always dealt with me like this?" Yun Jianxun retorted with a cold smile. Jiang Tao's face turned a shade of red as he realized he was no match for Yun Jianxun. In a fit of rage, he warned, "If you dare to damage my car, you'll never work in this company again." "Idiot," Yun Jianxun scoffed before leaving the company and taking a bus home. After enjoying a bowl of hand-cut noodles near his rented room, he hurried upstairs. Upon entering the rental, he first checked on the 2 ginseng plants in the basin on the balcony. In just 11 hours, they had grown remarkably, with the stems standing upright about 7 centimeters above the soil. "They are growing quickly. The instructions for the ginseng seeds must be accurate," he murmured, filled with anticipation. With nearly 20 days until November 9th, he was sure they would mature by then. He planned to gift one of the ginseng plants to Lin Liqian's mother as a birthday present, hoping to ease their tense relationship. Back in his room, he retrieved the Starry Chess, with 15 merit points remaining. This time, he aimed to acquire a cultivation method, pushing his head-shaped piece forward once more. The familiar system voice echoed in his mind. Chess move successful, 14 merit points deducted, 1 merit point remaining. The second vacant spot on the board radiated a brilliant light, but after a few seconds, the glow faded, leaving nothing visible on the board. I spent 14 merit points, yet I see nothing? Yun Jianshan exclaimed incredulously. Previously, he had obtained ginseng seeds for just 5 merit points this time. He expected a reward of greater value. His hands continued to search the board, but yielded no results. Suddenly, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, and he looked up to find a massive bathtub, crafted from pale blue wood, adorned with intricate carvings. After a brief moment of astonishment, he was filled with exhilaration. He hurried over the bathtub, was large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 adults simultaneously. It contained a substantial amount of a white liquid, and as he grasped the tub, an influx of information flooded his mind. The liquid was a precious refining essence that could purify the body, expelling impurities and fortifying the bones. Without hesitation, Yun Jianshan shed his clothes and climbed into the tub, greedily inhaling the rich aroma. Suddenly, he felt the refining essence seep through his skin into his flesh, tightening his muscles in a wave of intense sensation. The magnetic properties of the liquid gripped his flesh, causing a pain akin to being shredded, and he could not suppress a wretched cry. Before long, his cries drew the ire of the other tenants. The landlord, Sister Yin, rushed up, banging on the door and demanding, "Yun Jianshan, what on earth are you doing?" Yun Jianshan quickly climbed out of the tub, panting slightly. Sister Yin, increasingly anxious, shouted, "Open the door, do you hear me?" "I'm fine, I won't disturb anyone anymore," he replied, his expression changing. He could not allow them to enter the bathtub's secret, must remain hidden. "Are you really okay?" "Really, I'm tired and need to sleep," he reassured her, locking the door again. Once they departed, he bit down on a towel and returned to the tub to continue refining his body. The pain intensified, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. But before long, he was jolted awake by excruciating agony as the refining essence began to work on his bones. The impurities within were gradually expelled, akin to bones being shattered and reformed, a torment he could barely endure. Even amidst the agony, Yun Jianshan gritted his teeth, recognizing this as an opportunity to transform his life. He would not surrender. Time passed, and the pain gradually diminished. The refining essence no longer inflicted sharp agony, but instead brought about a refreshing sensation. As this coolness intensified, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief coursing through him. He understood that he had completed the refining process, but chose to wait until the last remnants of the essence were absorbed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The once white refining liquid had turned an inky black, no longer the precious essence, but rather foul, impure residue. Yun Jianshan scrambled out of the tub, feeling an explosive surge of newfound strength. His hands instinctively grasped the tub, and to his astonishment, he lifted it effortlessly. Due to its size, he could not simply pour the dirty water down the toilet. So he donned some clothes and stepped out onto the balcony, intending to use a bucket to dispose of the filthy liquid. In that moment, he froze. The 2 ginseng plants in the basin had grown over 2 meters tall, their straight stems as thick as a thumb, each topped with 7 palm-shaped green leaves. The ginseng appeared to have matured, and Yun Jianshan dashed back inside to check the time. It was November 6th, 10 o'clock at night. 17 days had passed, and his phone was nearly overwhelmed with missed calls over 100, mainly from the company and some personal calls from his superior. Returning the call to his boss, he was met with a furious tirade. "Yun Jianshan, where the hell have you been these past 10 days? You're fired." Having endured his superior's repeated harassment, Yun Jianshan felt no remorse and fiercely retaliated. "Damn it, I hadn't even fired you yet, and you go ahead and quit." Listening to the frantic shouting on the other end, Yun Jianshan coldly hung up, muttering, "What an idiot! If you had fired me first, that would have been awkward for me." His regard for this job had diminished significantly. Losing it was no longer a concern. Since he smashed Jiang Tao's car, he had no intention of working at that company anymore. After disposing of the dirty water in the bathtub, he went to dig for the celestial ginseng. Noticing that the root and stem were flourishing, he anticipated a substantial find. However, upon unearthing the ginseng, he was left dumbfounded. The celestial ginseng was only as thick as his thumb and just a tad longer than his middle finger, measuring less than 10 centimeters. The smile on Yun Jianshan's face instantly froze, and he couldn't help but curse. What a scam! With such robust roots, how could it grow to this size? Is it stunted? Having planted two celestial ginseng seeds simultaneously, he hoped that perhaps the other had absorbed more nutrients. With great expectations, he unearthed the second ginseng, only to find it was nearly identical to the first, with scarcely any difference. Yun Jianshun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The ginseng bore a striking resemblance to a human form, aesthetically pleasing but diminutive, even smaller than ordinary ginseng, rendering its market value questionable. After rinsing it, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from the ginseng, refreshing Yun Jianshun's spirit. He realized he had been foolish even in ginseng. Size does not determine quality, and the celestial variety was no exception. He cut off her root hair to steep in water and took a sip, savoring the sweet and bitter flavors, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Lying on his bed, Yun Jianshun contemplated selling the celestial ginseng for an excellent price and immediately thought of Shangguan Qianxue. Her icy beauty was so striking that he could vividly recall her exquisite features. As the female CEO, her grandmother required wild mountain ginseng, and celestial ginseng would undoubtedly be a coveted item for her, ensuring a profitable sale. Flipping through his call log, Yun Jianshun found her number and dialed it, only to be met with a system message. "Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service." Bewildered, he soon reconciled with the situation. Someone of her stature would not easily leave behind any contact information. That phone number was likely a temporary one. The following morning, Yun Jianshun hurried to the Rejuvenation Pharmaceutical Company. The Rejuvenation chain pharmacy was the most renowned in Rome City, and its headquarters was overseen by a well-respected elderly pharmacist, also the vice president of the Rome City Medical Association. Known for his expertise in herbal identification information he had discovered online the previous night. Upon entering the company, Yun Jianshun approached the front desk staff and said, "I need to see Allure for an identification of wild mountain ginseng." "Sure, please wait a moment." The staff member acknowledged and made a phone call, then informed him, "Room 505 on the 5th floor, Allure is waiting for you." Allure was a man in his 60s with slightly graying hair and sharp, penetrating eyes. Upon seeing Yun Jianshun, he spoke with a neutral expression. "Young man, while mountain ginseng primarily grows in the Changbai mountain area, it is not just any ginseng that can be considered wild mountain ginseng. Eldaron, to be frank, my ginseng is even more precious than ordinary wild mountain ginseng. You will see for yourself once you examine it." Yun Jianshun replied with a smile. He was well aware of the value of wild mountain ginseng, which was precisely why he intended to market the celestial ginseng. As such, if it turned out to be of lesser quality, it would be a significant disappointment. As he produced the celestial ginseng, Eldarin glanced at it casually, and suddenly his expression changed, his eyes widening as he carefully took the ginseng and placed it on the table, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass while murmuring, "Horsetooth, swan neck, short and horizontal. Skin tight, smooth, legs short with 2 or 3 nodes, split at the base in a V shape, sparse roots with dense tubers. Wild mountain ginseng. It still carries a faint fragrance. This is the legendary top-grade wild mountain ginseng." Eldarin exclaimed, visibly excited, almost stumbling over his words. He then added, "However, what is it?" Yun Jianshun felt a rush of anxiety. The birthday banquet for his girlfriend's mother was approaching, and he hoped nothing would go awry. "One of the root hairs is broken otherwise. It would be perfect. What a pity," Eldarin lamented. Yun Jianshun sighed in relief and replied, "I consumed that root hair." "What?" Eldarin was incensed, glaring at him and exclaiming, "Do you realize that although this wild mountain ginseng is slightly small, had you not eaten that root hair, its perfect form would have held significant collectible value? If auctioned, it could fetch hundreds of thousands. What about now? Now its value is significantly diminished. Wild mountain ginseng increases in value with size. Yours is too small even with high quality. It won't fetch a high price. I know someone who might offer you a satisfactory price." Eldarin dialed a number and cheerfully stated, "Miss Shangguan, as you instructed last time, someone is looking to sell wild mountain ginseng today. Would you like to come over?" "All right. Ask him to wait for me." The cool, detached voice responded before hanging up. Although Yun Jianshun was several meters away from Eldarin, he heard every word clearly. After his body refinement, his senses had sharpened significantly. This woman's voice sounded oddly familiar, leaving Yun Jianshun both surprised and curious. After merely 20 minutes, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor outside. The sound was crisp, and the figure was impressive. Yun Jianshun speculated as he listened to the commotion outside. Prior to this, he had noticed women on the street. Those with taller figures tended to walk with a lighter step, while those of a heavier build had a heavier tread. This was also due to his enhanced hearing from the body refinement. At that moment, the door swung open. A tall woman in her 20s entered, clad in a sky-blue knitted dress, with a standard oval face and exquisitely defined features that were stunningly beautiful. Her smooth ponytail was tied with a lovely bow. Gazing upon her breathtaking yet chilling beauty, Yun Jianshun was momentarily stunned, then realized it was her, the female CEO, Elder Ren. Shangguan Qinxue approached him with a casual demeanor. Miss Shangguan, this young man is the one selling the wild mountain ginseng, Elder Ren introduced cheerfully. Shangguan Qinxue turned, her brow furrowed slightly, and coldly remarked, "What brings you here?" She remembered Yun Jianxun all too well during their first encounter. When she had needed a driver, he had been repeatedly flirtatious, which had infuriated her. Even after all this time, she could clearly recall his audacious suggestion that she become a second wife. Truly outrageous. Their reunion was not cordial for Yun Jianxun. Why shouldn't it be me? If the female CEO can hire a driver, why can't I sell wild mountain ginseng? He replied with a smile. Be quiet. Shangguan Qiangshu's expression grew even frostier, her cold gaze sweeping over the celestial ginseng on the table as she inquired, "What is your asking price?" Seeing her demeanor, Yun Jianshun felt a wave of irritation and said, "This wild mountain ginseng is not comparable to ordinary varieties. If it weren't for our acquaintance, I would not even consider selling it to you." How much? Shangguan Qinxue pressed coldly. 200,000. Yun Jianshun declared, setting a lofty price. Shangguan Qinxue shot him a frosty glance, delicately pinching the ginseng and weighing it on an electronic scale. It's not even 12 grams. The highest market price for wild mountain ginseng is merely 10,000 per gram. You dare to ask for 200,000? Have you lost your mind? Yun Jianshun felt somewhat embarrassed by her remark. This female was no pushover, and he couldn't easily hoodwink her. Aware that the value of his celestial ginseng far exceeded that of wild mountain ginseng, he couldn't reveal that fact and instead took a step back, asking, "Then what is your offer?" 100,000. Shangguan Qinxue stated coldly. Fine, it's a deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Jianshun acquiesced, albeit the sum exceeded his anticipated budget. Fearing any potential change of heart on her part, he quickly handed her his bank card. Shangguan Qinxue executed a transfer via her mobile banking, casting a cold glance in his direction before departing. Yun Jianshun, with a cheeky grin, inquired, "Beautiful lady, might I catch a ride with you?" With a resounding thud, the door was casually slammed shut. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Yun Jianshun chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a wad of loose change from his pocket, predominantly 1 yuan notes, with a few 10 yuan bills mixed in. He addressed Old Run. "Old Run, this is all I have on me. Regarding your remuneration." Old Ren's expression darkened slightly as he mentally berated the young man. He declined, saying, "No need for that. If you happen upon more wild ginseng in the future, ensure it remains intact. I shall assist in fetching a good price for you, and you can then offer me a token of appreciation." Very well. Yun Jianshun acquiesced, reflecting on the ginseng root he had carelessly severed for soaking, which had cost him dearly in potential earnings. Pondering further, he dialed his home phone from Old Ren's office, claiming he had unearthed wild ginseng worth 100,000 yuan. His parents, however, were incredulous, insisting that poverty should not lead to moral compromise, even in light of their substantial debts. Having anticipated this reaction, Yun Jianshun enlisted Old Ren's assistance, and with the latter's vivid narration, his parents finally conceded. After ending the call, Yun Jianshun promptly transferred the 100,000 yuan into his father's account. "Young man, may I inquire where you unearthed this wild ginseng?" Old Ren contemplated before asking. "Old Ren, that information must remain classified. I assure you, future opportunities for collaboration will arise." With an apologetic tone, Yun Jianshun turned to leave. Time flew, and soon it was November 9th. In the preceding days, a cold front swept southward, bringing with it the first hints of winter to the southern city of Rongqing, prompting others to don their coats. Following his transformation, Yun Jianshun's physique surpassed that of the average individual, allowing him to feel comfortable in merely a long-sleeved shirt despite the chill. This day marked his girlfriend's mother, Lu Ying's birthday, an occasion he had eagerly anticipated. In his room, he fiddled with the Starry Chess of virtue. As he possessed but a single merit point, he was unable to advance the pieces and thus decided to stow it away for the time being. Contemplating how to acquire additional merit points to facilitate future moves and potential rewards after Lu Ying's birthday banquet, he dialed Lin Liqian's number once more, only to be met with the irritating message indicating the line was busy. After several attempts with the same result, Yun Jianshun resigned himself to the situation. Departing his residence, he visited a gift shop to have the ginseng beautifully wrapped, paying a modest sum for the service. With the preparations complete, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon when Yun Jianshun boarded the bus to Ming Tai Grand Hotel. The journey was hindered by traffic, and by the time he arrived, it was already past 5 o'clock. As dusk settled, Yun Jianshun approached the Ming Tai Grand Hotel, which stood 100 meters away, a renowned establishment in Rongqing. The parking lot was filled to capacity with luxurious vehicles, predominantly Audis and Benzes. As he drew nearer, he spotted Lu Ying standing at the entrance, warmly greeting guests. Her height exceeded 6 feet in heels, and she wore a striking red qipao complemented by a tailored blazer, exuding elegance. Though she was in her 40s, she appeared remarkably well-preserved and dignified. Beside her stood a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding charm and courtesy, Lin Liqian's father, Lin Yongtao. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Jianshun approached, ginseng in hand. Lu Ying evidently noticed him, and her previously radiant demeanor swiftly turned frosty. Yun Jianshun, maintaining his composure, greeted, "Auntie, uncle, what brings you here?" Lu Ying inquired coldly. "Today is Auntie's birthday, and, as Liqian's boyfriend, it is only fitting that I come to extend my congratulations. Here is a small token of my appreciation." Suppressing his displeasure, he offered the elegantly wrapped ginseng. To his surprise, Lu Ying's icy demeanor thawed as she accepted the gift. Nodding, "Very well, you may enter." With a nod, Yun Jianshun stepped into the hotel. "What are you doing? You know they would never accept him. Why did you take his gift?" Lin Yongtao expressed his dissatisfaction. "I am well aware of my actions. Let us conclude this matter today," Lu Ying asserted firmly. Their conversation reached Yun Jianshun's ears, and though it stirred discomfort within him, he found no fault in their exchange. He was acutely aware of Lin Liqian's parents' stance towards him. Lu Ying employed every tactic at her disposal, while Lin Yongtao, a university professor, maintained a comparatively gentle demeanor. After searching for a while, Yun Jianshun could not locate Lin Liqian, so he took a seat in a corner as arranged by others. After all, it was her mother's birthday banquet. No matter how tightly Lu Ying controlled the situation, Lin Liqian was bound to appear. Yun Jianshun cast a glance at the guests at his table. Their skin was darker, their attire unremarkable, clearly indicative of the common folk. In contrast to the elegantly dressed individuals at the neighboring table, they were undeniably of a lower social standing. Most remained taciturn, causing a surge of indignation within Yun Jianshun. Lu Ying's snobbery was glaringly evident. It was a blatant display of elitism, relegating those of lesser means to a separate table. His placement at this table was evidently her directive. Before long, Lu Ying and her entourage arrived, accompanying an elderly gentleman, Old Run, who took his seat at the main table with an air of calm. Yun Jianshun considered it prudent to wait until the banquet concluded before approaching him. His gaze was fixed on the staircase, and at last, Lin Liqian appeared, clad in a form-fitting pink dress that accentuated her long, shapely legs encased in nude stockings, exuding an alluring charm. Yun Jianshun's heart leapt as he stood, only to suddenly notice the tall, handsome man following closely behind her. Dressed in a deep blue suit, he appeared strikingly handsome, carrying Lin Liqian's handbag and holding a pink jacket that undoubtedly belonged to her. Yun Jianshun's heart sank at that moment. Lin Liqian entwined her arm with the man's as they approached Lu Ying. His hands instinctively clenched, struggling to contain the rising tide of anger within. Yun Jianshun refused to believe Lin Liqian would betray him at her mother's birthday banquet. He was determined not to let his impulsive emotions lead to misunderstanding. He needed to ascertain the truth of the situation. Under his watchful gaze, Lu Ying received the man's gift with a beaming smile. Taking the microphone, she announced, "Today is my birthday banquet, and I am profoundly grateful for your presence. Seizing this wonderful occasion, I would like to share some news." Pausing for effect, Lu Ying continued, "Liqian has found a partner, and they shall be engaged next month. His name is Zhao Xuanye, my future son-in-law," she declared, pointing to the dashing man. Yun Jianshun's mind erupted in turmoil, the last vestiges of hope shattered, leaving him breathless with heartache as memories surged forth like a relentless tide. His gaze turned vacant. This diamond necklace, valued at 90,000 yuan, may not be overly extravagant, but Annie has a fondness for it, Lu Ying exclaimed, unveiling the shimmering necklace with a radiant smile. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the guests, as it was evident Zhao Xuanye hailed from a prestigious family. Savoring the astonished expressions of the attendees, Luing felt a sense of satisfaction swell within her. Then, she picked up the box containing the ginseng, her tone abruptly shifting as she coldly introduced, "This is a gift from Liqian's ex-boyfriend. Let's see what it is." Yun Jianshun snapped back to reality, his gaze locking onto her, icy resentment emanating from his eyes. How could he possibly be unaware of Lu Ying's intentions? This was a blatant attempt to humiliate him in front of everyone. He turned his gaze towards Lin Liqian, yet she exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Luing opened the box and extracted the ginseng, her expression one of disdain as she remarked, "This ginseng carries a faint fragrance. It must have been sprayed with perfume. I reckon it is worth merely a few dozen yuan per pound. Such deceit is what I detest most. One can strive for success without resorting to fraud or taking a misguided path. I absolutely refuse to accept this ginseng, otherwise others will perceive me as an easy target for deception." At that moment, Ren Lao, who sat at her table, stood up, visibly excited, and said, "Madam Lin, may I take a look?" "Ren Lao, you are a renowned herbalist in Rongqing and the vice president of the Rongqing Medical Association. Who better than you to comment on this?" Luing handed the ginseng to Ren Lao, her gaze shifting to Yun Jianshun, brimming with mockery. Chapter 3. Smash Your Car. As Yun Jianshun picked up a brick from the corner, Jiang Tao felt a surge of panic and rushed over, shouting, "Stop!" However, Yun Jianshun paid him no heed and forcefully struck the rear windshield of the Lexus, producing a dull thud as the glass shattered. "Damn it! I'm calling the police to ruin you," Jiang Tao threatened. "Call the police? The cameras here are broken, and your car's dash cam is off. Every time you mess with me, it's always like this," Yun Jianshun retorted coldly. Jiang Tao's face turned a ghastly shade, realizing he could not overpower Yun Jianshun. In anger, he declared, "If you dare to smash my car, don't think you can stay in the company." "Fool!" Yun Jianshun scoffed and left the company, taking the bus home. After enjoying a bowl of knife-cut noodles near his rented place, he eagerly ascended to his apartment. Upon entering, he first checked the basin on the balcony where he had planted the fairy ginseng. In just 11 hours, the two plants had grown remarkably, their stems standing upright and emerging about 7 centimeters from the soil. "They are growing quickly. The instruction for the ginseng seeds must not be misleading," Yun Jianshun murmured, feeling increasingly hopeful. With nearly 20 days until November 9th, he anticipated that the ginseng would surely mature by then. He planned to gift one of the fairy ginseng plants to Lin Liqian's mother as a birthday present, hoping it would ease the tension between them. Back in his room, he retrieved the Starry Chess and noted he still had 15 merit points. This time, he sought to acquire a cultivation technique, advancing his head-shaped piece on the board. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chess move successful, consuming 14 merit points. Balance. 1 merit point remaining. The second vacant space where the piece was placed suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Moments later, the brilliance faded, yet nothing appeared on the board. "I spent 14 merit points, and not even a single hair is visible?" Yun Jianshun exclaimed in disbelief. Previously, he had spent 5 merit points and received ginseng seeds. This time, he had invested significantly more, expecting a reward of greater value. His hands continued to probe the board, but nothing materialized. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him, and he looked up to behold a massive bathtub crafted from pale blue wood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yun Jianshun was overjoyed. He hurried over. The tub was large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 adults simultaneously, and it was filled with a substantial amount of white liquid. Clutching the tub, he felt a surge of information flood into his mind. Body-refining magnetic liquid, a precious elixir that purifies the flesh, expelling impurities and hardening the bones. After digesting this newfound knowledge, he eagerly disrobed and climbed into the tub. The aroma emanating from the liquid was intoxicating, and he inhaled deeply. Instantly, he felt the magnetic liquid seep through his skin and into his flesh, tightening his relaxed muscles. The magnetic essence within the liquid drew his flesh into chunks, a sensation akin to being torn apart, causing him unbearable pain, and he could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. Before long, his cries attracted the ire of other tenants. The landlord's sister Yin pounded on the door from the outside, shouting, "Yun Jianshun, what are you doing?" He hastily scrambled out of the tub, panting for breath. Sister Yin, increasingly anxious, demanded, "Open the door. Do you hear me?" "Sister Yin, I'm fine. I won't disturb anyone anymore," Yun Jianshun replied, his expression shifting slightly. He could not allow them to enter. Otherwise, the tub would be exposed. Really, are you okay? She pressed. I'm fine. I'm just tired and need to sleep. He insisted, locking the door again. Once they left, he bit down on a towel and climbed back into the tub to continue his body refinement. The pain intensified, causing him to faint multiple times. Eventually, he was jolted awake by excruciating agony as the magnetic liquid began to refine his bones. Impurities within his bones were gradually expelled, a process akin to shattering and reconstituting them repeatedly, the unbearable pain nearly overwhelming him. Yet, even in his darkest moments, Yun Jianshun gritted his teeth. Fully aware that this was an opportunity to transform his life, he would never give up. As time passed, the searing pain gradually lessened. The magnetic liquid ceased to bring torment, instead providing a refreshing sensation that enveloped his entire being. He realized he had completed the refinement, but chose not to interrupt the process until he absorbed the last remnants of the elixir's potency. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The once white magnetic liquid had turned as dark as ink. No longer was it the precious refining liquid, but a foul-smelling concoction of impurities. Yun Jianshun quickly emerged from the tub, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Gripping the tub, he effortlessly lifted it. Due to its size, he could not simply dump the dirty water into the bathroom. Instead, he donned his clothes, stepped out onto the balcony, and prepared to dispose of the water using a bucket. Abruptly, he froze. The two ginseng plants in the basin had astonishingly grown over 2 meters tall, with their straight stems as thick as a thumb, each topped with 7 palmate green leaves. The ginseng appeared to be mature, and Yun Jianshun dashed inside to check the time. It was November 6th, 10 p.m. 17 days had passed, and his phone was inundated with missed calls. Over 100 in total, mostly from the company, alongside several from his boss. Yun Jianshun returned his boss's call, only to be met with a furious tirade. Yun Jianshun, where the hell have you been for the past few days? You've been fired. Lacking any fondness for his tormentor, Yun Jianshun retorted forcefully, damn it. I hadn't even fired you yet, and you've let me go. Listening to his boss's frantic yelling, Yun Jianshun smirked and hung up, muttering, what a fool. If you had fired me first, it would have been embarrassing. His previous attachment to the job had dissipated. Losing it was no longer a concern. Since smashing Jiang Tao's car, he had ceased to consider working at that company. After disposing of the dirty water from the tub, he turned his attention to harvesting the ginseng. Given the impressive growth of the stems, he anticipated the ginseng would be substantial. However, once he unearthed it, he was left dumbfounded. The ginseng was merely as thick as a thumb and slightly longer than his middle finger, measuring less than 10 centimeters. The smile on Yun Jianshun's face instantly froze, and he cursed, what a scam. With such robust stems, how did it end up like this? Is it underdeveloped? He had planted 2 ginseng seeds simultaneously. Perhaps the nutrients had been monopolized by the other one. Filled with hope, he unearthed the other ginseng, only to find it was nearly identical, with little difference. Disappointment washed over him. Although the ginseng resembled a human form and looked appealing, it was far too small, even smaller than ordinary ginseng, diminishing its marketability. After washing it, a subtle fragrance emanated from the ginseng, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. He realized his earlier folly. Even if it was ginseng, size did not dictate quality, and fairy ginseng was even more exceptional. He sliced off a root, soaked it in water, and tasted it lightly, experiencing a blend of sweetness and bitterness that left him feeling utterly refreshed. Lying on his bed, Yun Jianshun contemplated selling the ginseng at a good price. And suddenly his thoughts turned to Shangguan Qinxue. Her striking beauty was so captivating that he could still vividly recall her exquisite features. As a female CEO, her grandmother required wild mountain ginseng, and fairy ginseng would undoubtedly be highly sought after by her. Selling it to her would surely yield a handsome profit. After reviewing the call records, Yun Jianshun managed to extract her phone number and dialed it, only to be met with an automated response. Hello. The number you have dialed is not in service. Bewildered, Yun Jianshun took a moment to come to terms with it. Individuals of such stature rarely leave any contact information. That phone card was likely obtained temporarily. The following morning, he hurried to the Rejuvenation Pharmaceutical Company. The Rejuvenation Chain Pharmacy is the most renowned in Rongqing, and its headquarters is home to a highly respected old pharmacist who also serves as the vice president of the Rongqing Pharmaceutical Association. He possesses considerable expertise in herbal identification, a fact Yun Jianshun had discovered through online research the previous night. Upon entering the company, he addressed the receptionist. "I wish to consult Elder Run for the identification of wild ginseng." "Sure, please hold on," the staff member replied, picking up the phone to relay his request. After hanging up, she informed him, "Fifth floor, room 505, Elder Run is waiting for you." Elder Run, a man in his 60s with graying hair and bright, piercing eyes, greeted Yun Jianshun with a stoic expression. "Young man, wild ginseng primarily grows in the Changbai Mountain area. It is not just any ginseng that can be casually dug up. Elder Run, to be honest, my ginseng is even more precious than ordinary wild ginseng. You will know once you examine it." Yun Jianshun replied with a smile, fully aware of the value of wild ginseng. It would be absurd if immortal ginseng were deemed inferior to wild ginseng. With that, he presented a specimen of. Eldarin glanced at it nonchalantly, but suddenly his expression shifted, and he reached out his hands to carefully place the on the table. He examined it with a magnifying glass, murmuring to himself, "Maya, Yinze, down to the jujube nucleus, short and broad body, tight skin, short legs, H-shaped split, sparse roots, and dense nodules. Wild ginseng. It still carries a faint fragrance. This is the legendary top-grade wild ginseng." Elder Run was visibly excited, almost incoherent. Then he shifted his tone. However what? Yun Jianshun felt a surge of anxiety. His girlfriend's mother's birthday banquet was imminent, and he hoped nothing would go awry. If only it hadn't lost a root. It would have been perfect. What a pity. Eldarin expressed his regret, and Yun Jianshun exhaled, "I consumed that root." "What?" Elder Ren's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. "Do you realize that although this wild ginseng is a bit small, had you not eaten that root, in perfect condition, it would possess significant collectible value, potentially fetching hundreds of thousands at auction? And now?" Yun Jianshun inquired. "Now its value has diminished considerably. The larger the wild ginseng, the greater its worth. Yours is too small, and despite its high quality, it won't command a high price. I know someone who might offer you a satisfactory price," Eldarin said, dialing a number with a hint of excitement. "Miss Shangwan, you had instructed me earlier. Today someone wishes to sell wild ginseng. Would you care to come?" "All right." Ask that person to wait. A cold voice responded before the call ended. Though Yun Jianshun was several meters away, he heard it clearly. After refining his body, his senses had sharpened considerably. That voice sounded vaguely familiar, which piqued his curiosity. Chapter 4. The birthday banquet. After a mere 20 minutes. The sound of clicking high heels echoed down the corridor. The sound was crisp and the figure was striking. Listening to the commotion outside, Yun Jianshun speculated. Prior to this, he had observed women on the street. Those who were tall tended to walk with a lighter step, while those with heavier builds had a more pronounced thud. This was also due to the heightened sensitivity of his hearing post-refinement. Just then, the door swung open. A tall woman in her 20s strode in, donned in a sky-blue knitted dress, her delicate features framed by a perfect oval face, exuding an enchanting beauty. Her hair was swept back into a smooth ponytail, tied with a lovely bow. Gazing upon her stunning yet frosty visage, Yun Jianshun was momentarily startled, then realized who she was. The female CEO, Elder Ren. Shangwan Qinxue approached him with an air of indifference. "Elder Run, this young man is the one selling the wild ginseng." Elder Ren smiled, making the introduction. Shangwan Qinxue turned, her brows furrowing slightly, and coldly remarked, "Why is it you?" She vividly recalled their first encounter when he had served as her driver and had the audacity to make lewd remarks, infuriating her. Even after all these days, she could still remember his words about her being a secondary wife. Unforgivable. Their reunion did not bode well for Yun Jianshun. Why couldn't it be me? Even a female CEO like you could be a driver. Why can't I sell wild ginseng? Yun Jianshun retorted with a grin. Enough. Shangwan Qianxue's expression turned even frostier as her gaze landed on the table. What is your asking price? Seeing her icy demeanor, Yun Jianshun felt a twinge of annoyance. This wild ginseng is not comparable to ordinary wild ginseng. Had it not been for our prior acquaintance, I wouldn't even consider selling it to you. How much? Shangwan Qianxue reiterated coldly. 200,000. Yun Jianshun declared, setting a steep price. Shangwan Qianxue shot him a piercing glance, delicately pinching and placing it on an electronic scale. It weighs less than 12 grams. The highest market price for wild ginseng is merely 10,000 per gram. You dare to ask for 200,000? Have you lost your mind? Yun Jianshun felt embarrassed by her words. This female CEO was no fool to be easily deceived. He understood this value far exceeded that of wild ginseng. Yet he couldn't disclose that and had to relent. What would you offer then? 100,000. Shangguan Qinxue stated coldly. All right, it's a deal. Without hesitation, Yun Jianshun accepted, knowing it exceeded his anticipated price. Fearing she might change her mind, he quickly handed her his bank card. Shangguan Qinxue transferred the funds via mobile banking, casting him one last cold glance before departing. Yun Jianshun chuckled awkwardly and called after her. Miss, could I hitch a ride with you? With a bang, the door slammed shut. Embarrassed, he fished out a wad of small bills from his pocket, mostly ones with a few tens, and addressed Elder Run. This is all I have on me, your fee. Elder Ren's expression darkened slightly, internally lamenting Yun Jianshun's naivety. No need. If you find more wild ginseng in the future, be sure to preserve it intact. I will help you sell it for a good price. And you can compensate me then. All right. Yun Jianshun acquiesced, feeling a pang of regret regarding the route he had cut off and soaked in water, realizing it had cost him a significant amount of money. Reflecting on this, he called home from Elder Ren's office, informing his parents that he had unearthed wild ginseng and sold it for 100,000. They were incredulous, insisting that one should not lower their aspirations due to poverty, even amidst their debts. Anticipating their disbelief, Yun Jianshun had enlisted Elder Run to corroborate his tale, which finally convinced his parents. After ending the call, he promptly transferred the 10,000 to his father's account. Young man, where did you find this wild ginseng, if I may ask? Elder Ren pondered, inquiring. That I cannot disclose, Elder Ren. There will be future opportunities for collaboration. Yun Jianshun replied with a hint of regret before turning to leave. Time flew, and before they knew it, November 9th had arrived. A cold front swept southward, and the southern city of Rongqing was beginning to show signs of winter, with everyone donning their coats. After undergoing a transformation, Yun Jianshun's physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to wear a long-sleeved shirt without feeling the chill. Today marked the birthday of his girlfriend's mother, Lu Ying, a day he had eagerly awaited for some time. He had been toying with the Starry Immortal Chess in his room, but with only a single merit point. He was unable to advance the pieces and ultimately had to put it away. He contemplated how to acquire more merit points after Lu Ying's birthday banquet, so he could move the pieces forward and obtain further rewards. Before leaving, he attempted to call Lin Liqian, but the line was busy. After several attempts yielded the same result, he resigned himself to the situation. Departing his residence, Yun Jianshun made his way to a gift shop, where he presented the ginseng to the staff for exquisite packaging, spending a few dozen yuan in the process. By the time he completed these arrangements, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon, prompting him to board a bus to the Ming Tai Grand Hotel. The journey was fraught with traffic, and by the time he arrived, it was already past 5. The sky was dim, and he carried the ginseng towards the Ming Tai Grand Hotel, a renowned establishment in Rongqing. Upon approaching, he noticed that the parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, predominantly Audis and Benzes. As he drew closer, he spotted Lu Ying standing at the entrance, greeting guests with a radiant smile. She stood over 6 meters tall, and in her high heels, she appeared even more statuesque. Clad in a red qipao complemented by a tailored jacket, she exuded an air of elegance. Despite being in her 40s, her impeccable maintenance rendered her dignified and beautiful. She was warmly welcoming guests when a well-dressed middle-aged man, Lin Yongtao, Lin Liqian's father, stood beside her. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Jianshun approached, ginseng in hand. Lu Ying's demeanor shifted from welcoming to icy upon noticing him. Yun Jianshun greeted them. Auntie, uncle. Lu Ying responded coldly. What are you doing here? Today is Auntie's birthday. As Liqian's boyfriend, it's only right for me to come and offer my congratulations. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. He suppressed his displeasure as he handed her the elegantly packaged ginseng. To his surprise, Lu Ying's demeanor softened as she accepted the gift, nodding. All right, you may enter. Yun Jianshun nodded in return and proceeded into the hotel. What are you doing? You know this is not possible. Why accept his gift? Lin Yongtao expressed his discontent. Lu Ying retorted firmly, I know what I am doing. Let us settle this today. Their conversation reached Yun Jianshun's ears, and though he felt discomfort, he found nothing amiss. He was well aware of Lin Liqian's parents' attitudes towards him. Lu Ying was forceful in her methods, while Lin Yongtao, a university professor, was comparatively gentle. Yun Jianshan searched for Lin Liqian, but found no sign of her. Following the arrangements, he took a seat in a corner. After all, it was her mother's birthday banquet. No matter how much Lu Ying tried to control her, Lin Liqian would undoubtedly make an appearance. He observed the other guests at his table, noticing their darker complexions and ordinary attire, indicative of their common backgrounds. Compared to the well-dressed guests at the neighboring table, they were undoubtedly of a lower caliber. Most were taciturn, igniting a spark of anger within Yun Jianshan. Lu Ying's snobbery was evident. It was blatant discrimination against those with less wealth, and his placement at this table was clearly her doing. Before long, Lu Ying and others escorted an elderly gentleman into the room. To Yun Jianshan's surprise, it was the esteemed Run Lao, who took a seat at the main table with an air of calm. Yun Jianshan considered waiting until the banquet concluded to greet him properly. His gaze fixated on the staircase, anticipation building until Lin Liqian finally appeared. She wore a form-fitting pink dress that accentuated her long, alluring legs clad in nude stockings. Yun Jianshan's heart leapt as he stood, only to notice the tall, handsome man following closely behind her, wearing a deep blue suit. He was carrying Lin Liqian's purse and held a pink jacket, clearly belonging to her. Yun Jianshan's heart sank as Lin Liqian linked her arm with the man and approached Lu Ying. He gripped his hands tightly, struggling to control the rising tide of anger within him. He could not believe Lin Liqian would betray him, especially on her mother's birthday. He wished to avoid misunderstandings born of impulsive reactions and sought to understand the situation fully. Under his watchful gaze, Lu Ying smiled as she accepted the man's gift. Taking the microphone, she announced, "Today is my birthday banquet, and I am profoundly grateful for your presence. On this joyous occasion, I have an announcement to make." Lu Ying paused before continuing. "Liqian has found a partner and will be getting engaged next month. This is Zhao Xuanya, my future son-in-law." Lu Ying beamed, gesturing towards the handsome man. At that moment, Yun Jianshan's heart shattered. The last flicker of hope extinguished, leaving him breathless with pain as memories flooded his mind. His gaze turned vacant as Lu Ying unveiled a diamond necklace valued at 90,000 yuan, exclaiming her delight at receiving such an extravagant gift. The guests gasped in awe, recognizing the opulence of Zhao Xuanya's family. Satisfied by their astonishment, Lu Ying shifted her focus to the ginseng box, coldly stating, "This is a gift from Liqian's ex-boyfriend. Let us see what it is." Yun Jianshan snapped back to reality, his eyes narrowing with a chill as he grasped Lu Ying's intentions to publicly humiliate him. He glanced at Lin Liqian, but she remained unresponsive. Lu Ying opened the box, revealing the ginseng, her expression dripping with disdain as she remarked, "This ginseng has a fragrant scent, likely sprayed with perfume, and must be worth no more than a few dozen yuan per pound. I detest such things. Poverty can be overcome, but deceit is unacceptable. I refuse to accept this ginseng. I will not allow others to think I am easily fooled." At that moment, Ren Lao, seated at her table, stood up, visibly excited. "Mrs. Lin, may I examine it?" "Ren Lao, you are a renowned herbalist in Rongqing and the vice president of the Rongqing Medical Association. Your opinion is invaluable," Lu Ying replied, handing the ginseng to him while casting a mocking glance at Yun Jianshan. Chapter 5. Release my friend. The most valuable ginseng is the wild mountain ginseng, with only a few dozen kilograms remaining nationwide. At the first world-class ginseng auction in China, a 325-year-old wild mountain ginseng weighing 66 grams fetched a staggering 10 million yuan, and prices have recently surged. Ren Lao carefully examined the ginseng, addressing the audience. The identification method for wild mountain ginseng primarily involves observing its 5 shapes and 6 characteristics. The 5 shapes include roots, stems, skins, patterns, and bodies. Observe this root. It is long and resilient, with a smooth and elongated appearance, adorned with pearl-like nodules. Zhen Lao entusiasti et lai. The large banquet hall fell silent, the 200 attendees captivated by his expertise. Many were unfamiliar with ginseng, and the opportunity to hear Ren Lao's professional insights was rare. At that moment, someone inquired, "Ren Lao, is this little ginseng wild mountain ginseng?" Ears perked up, for wild mountain ginseng is exceedingly rare. Lu Ying, however, scoffed, "It's definitely not. This ginseng is clearly of inferior quality." "Be quiet," Ren Lao snapped at her, declaring, "That diamond necklace you cherish holds less value than this ginseng root in my eyes." A single utterance stirred a tempest. causing a stir among the 200 attendees present at the banquet. At that moment, how could they not deduce that the ginseng, which Lu Ying had so disparagingly dismissed, was indeed the precious wild mountain ginseng? Old man, what are you saying? The diamond necklace I gifted Annie was purchased from Chow Tai Fook Jewelry, valued at 90,000. Zhao Xuanya felt his face burn with shame. Just as he had raised his voice in indignation, he was silenced by Lin Yongtao's reprimand. You must be quiet. Aldrin is not someone you can shout at. Zhao Xuanya, begrudgingly, took his seat again, his expression still one of disdain. Aldrin continued, after my appraisal. This ginseng is indeed wild mountain ginseng, and of the finest quality. To be candid, just 2 days ago, a young man brought a nearly identical wild mountain ginseng to my office. After my appraisal, I introduced a friend who purchased it for a transaction price of 100,000. 100,000? What's so impressive about that? Zhao Xuanya retorted dismissively. Aldrin glanced at him and replied calmly. I refer to that particular specimen, as it bore a flaw. The young man had consumed a rootlet, significantly diminishing its collectible value. This specimen, however, is different. If it were taken to auction, it would fetch at least several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand? Is that truly remarkable? Zhao Xuanya was increasingly unconvinced. This was a gift from Lin Liqian's ex-boyfriend, and he was loath to concede defeat in front of so many. Fool! Aldrin snapped. Some things cannot be measured by money. This exquisite wild mountain ginseng is one such item, for it has the potential to cure cancer. The revelation stunned everyone present. The ability to treat cancer was not something that could be equated with mere hundreds of thousands. Such a rare treasure was akin to a life. Who among the wealthy would not covet it? Who presented you with the wild mountain ginseng? Aldrin thundered at Lu Ying. Lu Ying, momentarily dazed, pointed toward the location of Yun Jianshun. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yun Jianshun, and those around him shifted their gaze as well. Yun Jianshun rose, his countenance as frigid as ancient ice, his eyes radiating a chilling intent. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced Lin Liqian. She appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend that Yun Jianshun had indeed gifted such a precious item. He approached her, his demeanor icy, suppressing the tempest of rage within, and rasped, Lin Liqian, I demand an explanation. Please don't make a scene. I have my reasons, and I will explain later. Lin Liqian replied, her expression stiffening. Where's your phone? Yun Jianshun demanded. Lin Liqian, glancing at the others, especially at Zhao Xuanya's stormy visage, figured that there was nothing scandalous on her phone, and reluctantly retrieved it from her bag. Yun Jianshun dialed her number. Her phone flashed briefly, but remained silent. He seized her phone, perusing the call logs, which were filled with numerous missed calls from him. His expression darkened further. The call log is filled with my missed calls. You have indeed blocked me. If you wish to embrace another, at the very least, inform me or send a message. I would have chosen to withdraw. Is it amusing to toy with me like a fool? When your mother publicly unwrapped my gift box in an attempt to humiliate me. If you had any remnants of past affection, you should have intervened. Yun Jianshun's gaze turned even more frigid, his voice rising as he admonished. But you did not. You wished to see me humiliated. Lin Liqian, how can you and your mother be so malicious? Enough. On what grounds do you accuse me? You are merely a penniless wretch. My initial acceptance of your pursuit was out of pity, Lin Liqian retorted, her face flushed, her facade stripped away, revealing a tone of scorn. Zhao Xuanya pushed him aside, sneering, a poor loser like you, daring to dream of swan-like beauty. Yun Jianshun stepped forward, seizing Zhao Xuanya's left shoulder with a firm grip. In full view of the gathering, he hoisted Zhao Xuanya effortlessly. What terrifying strength! Murmured the onlookers in awe. Zhao Xuanya struggled, his anger rising. Let me go, you poor bastard. A glint of fury flashed in Yun Jianshun's eyes as he tightened his hold. The pressure akin to a vice, eliciting cries of pain from Zhao Xuanya. Yun Jianshun, release him, Lin Liqian shouted, kicking at his knee with her high heel, her face betraying a vicious intent. Yun Jianshun's fury surged, and he coldly retorted, as the saying goes, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow. You and your mother are equally despicable. Yongtao, why are you still standing there? Call the police. Lu Ying shouted at Lin Yongtao. Old Ren interjected. Let's not escalate this birthday celebration into chaos. Old Run, today's events cannot be dismissed lightly. Lin Yongtao stated as he dialed a number. Team Leader Lin. This is Lin Yongtao, your son's mentor. At my wife's birthday banquet, someone is causing a disturbance. Could you come handle it? Seeing this, old Rin stepped aside, and Yun Jianshun silently committed the moment to memory. Although old Rin could not prevent Lin Yongtao from calling the police, his actions were enough to stir gratitude within Yun Jianshun. Meanwhile, several security personnel rushed in, even as Lu Ying vehemently accused him of causing trouble and attempted to use the guards to assault Yun Jianshun. However, the guards maintained their composure, stating, "Young man, this is a hotel. Please resolve your personal matters outside." Yun Jianshun nodded and released Zhao Xuanya. As the guards prepared to escort him away, Lu Ying intervened, declaring, "I have already called the police. Do not let him escape. This matter must be handled by the authorities." Lu Ying fumed, while Zhao Xuanya and his companions clamored to have him arrested and treated properly. Yun Jianshun regarded them with icy disdain. When he turned to Lin Liqian, she shot him a fierce glare and barked, "You brought this trouble upon yourself. Do not blame us for being ruthless." Before long, Team Leader Lin arrived with 2 officers. Lin Yongtao exchanged pleasantries, and Team Leader Lin smirked, "Rest assured, I know how to handle such trivial matters. I will teach him a lesson in the station. I just hope Lin teacher can spare some effort in guiding my son." "Of course," Lin Yongtao replied with a smile. Observing their brazen dealings, Yun Jianshun remarked coldly, "Birds of a feather flock together. Take him away." Team Leader Lin commanded, and his subordinates promptly cuffed Zhao Xuanya. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Yun Jianshun looked up to see Shangwan Qianxue descending. Dressed in a striking red gown paired with a purple blazer, her long hair styled into a smooth ponytail. She exuded elegance and immediately captured the attention of all. Who is she? Utterly stunning. Shangwan Qianxue, president of Ruixin Group. How did she end up here? Are you referring to the Ruixin Group, located on Jingtai Road? Indeed. Had it not been for the president bringing me to that business banquet, I would have been unaware of such an outstanding and breathtaking female president at Ruixin Group. Some recognized Shangwan Qianxue and spoke with pride. The other guests were left dumbfounded. Even Yun Jianshun was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Shangwan Qianxue's prestigious position, yet he had not anticipated her to be the illustrious president of Ruixin Group. No wonder he had once jested about her being the president, prompting Yin Pampan's reaction. Ruixin Group was involved in various industries, including real estate, hotels, and KTV, with Ruixin KTV being a chain giant in the KTV sector prevalent throughout the city. In the vibrant city of Rongqing, everyone is familiar with the illustrious Ruixin Group, yet few are aware that the president of the group is a remarkably young and beautiful woman. As everyone gazed in astonishment, Shangwan Qianxue gracefully approached, nodding at Elder Ren. It was then that Yun Jianshun comprehended that Elder Ren had just been on the phone with Shangwan Qianxue. "Miss Shangwan, are you here to attend Mrs. Lin's banquet as well?" Lin Dui inquired, recognizing her and bowing slightly. "I am unfamiliar with the Mrs. Lin you speak of," Shangwan Qianxue coldly interrupted, her voice firm as she demanded, "Release my friend." Lu Ying, who had been smiling and approaching Shangwan Qianxue to greet her, suddenly became paralyzed as if under a spell. The smile vanishing from her face, trembling uncontrollably. Although she did not know Shangwan Qianxue personally, she was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Ruixin Group. The fact that Yun Jianshun was acquainted with Shangwan Qianxue and appeared to share a close relationship with her was beyond her expectations. Had she known, she would never have interfered between them, nor subjected him to such humiliation. Filled with regret and an overwhelming sense of fear, Lu Ying realized that as a mere mid-level manager, she was at the mercy of Shangwan Qianxue's immense influence, which could easily ruin her life. Chapter 6. Emotional damages. Shangwan Qianxue, the president of Ruixin Group, one of the leading enterprises in Rongqing, commanded such respect that even her presence left her superiors breathless. The fact that she had come specifically for Yun Jianshun raised questions about his background. We may not know his origins, but the Lin family has certainly offended someone they should not have, and it appears they are doomed. Some guests whispered among themselves, distancing themselves from the Lin family. Yun Jianshun, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shangwan Qianxue was the renowned president of Ruixin Group. After a moment's reflection, he pieced it together. Shangwan Qianxue had healed her grandmother with a mystical ginseng and felt grateful to him, which explained her hurried arrival upon hearing the news. Lin Dui's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that the seemingly impoverished Yun Jianshun was, in fact, a friend of the illustrious female president. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Did you not hear me clearly? Shangwan Qianchue's voice grew colder, causing Lin Dui to shudder. He barked at his subordinates. Let him go. We cannot. Lin Yongtao interjected, his expression furious. Lin Dui cannot let him go. This poor boy has caused trouble and injured my daughter's fiancé. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Professor Lin, let this incident go, Lin Dui urged, desperation evident in his eyes. But we cannot simply let it go. If not, I fear I won't be able to manage my son's education amidst my busy work. Lin Yongtao insisted stubbornly. Enough, you fool. Lin Dui could no longer contain his anger and slapped Lin Yongtao across the face. If you continue to prattle on, I will have you taken away. Regret flooded Lin Dui. Having offended Shangwan Qianxue, he knew that a single word from her could lead to his dismissal from the job. In comparison, his son's education seemed trivial. Lin Yongtao was about to protest when Lu Ying pulled him back, her face pale and her voice trembling. Stop. We cannot afford to offend Shangwan Qianxue. Yun Jianchen regarded Lin Dui with indifference as he personally unlocked the handcuffs, apologizing, I acted rashly earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Yun Jianchen dismissed him and accepted the mystical ginseng from Elder Run, his icy gaze shifting to the pale-faced Lin Liqian and her companions. His heart burned with fury as he vowed, this matter is far from over. I will not rely on others. I shall personally settle the grievances between myself and the Lin family. With that, he turned and descended the staircase, leaving the hotel and entering the Ferrari driven by Shangwan Qianxue. The car's interior, adorned in striking black and red, dazzled the eyes, igniting a desire to drive. As Yin Jianchen's gaze lifted slightly, he caught sight of Shangwan Qianxue's stunningly cold features. She glanced at him briefly before starting the car. As they sped through the dazzling night, Yun Jianchen's heart felt like a block of ice. Memories of his time with Lin Liqian ignited a fierce flame within him, and the seeds of hatred had already been sown deep in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered, Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Shangwan Qianxue replied, her tone still frosty. Your wild ginseng possesses miraculous properties. Without it, my grandmother would have perished. Yun Jianshan fell silent, aware of the ginseng's extraordinary value, which far surpassed that of ordinary wild ginseng. This is my business card. I hope you will consider working with me, Shangwan Qianxue said, halting the car and retrieving a card from her bag. Yun Jianshan accepted the card, astonished to find it made of platinum, exquisitely crafted, bearing the title president of Ruixin Group along with her phone number. I will think it over and let you know, he replied, pocketing the card and stepping out of the car. Watching the sports car speed away, he felt a slight calm wash over him as he walked along the desolate street. The blaring horns of passing vehicles grew increasingly irritating, prompting him to break into a run. His speed escalated, overtaking a swiftly moving electric bike, and the astonished exclamations of the owner echoed in his ears. As he pushed his speed to the limit, he caught up with a taxi. Glancing at its speedometer, 50 kilometers per hour, his current maximum speed. Since undergoing the refinement with the body-enhancing magnetic liquid, his speed had reached a terrifying level. After a burst of frantic running, he felt a warmth in his body, his clothes dampened from exertion, prompting him to slow down. By the time he arrived at a rundown alley, it was already 7:30 in the evening. In a dimly lit corner, four rough-looking individuals loitered, smoking. Under the feeble light, Yun Jianshan discerned their faces. They appeared to be in their 20s, wielding long steel pipes. He glanced at them but paid them no mind, continuing on his way. However, they intercepted him, the bulliest of the group, glaring menacingly as he asked, Do you know Yun Jianshan? Damn it. I told you to look at the photo, not to watch adult films. The leader of the thugs, with bleached hair and a gaudy gold chain around his neck, admonished his subordinate. The thug nodded submissively, silenced by his superior's fury. What do you want with me? Yun Jianshan asked nonchalantly, his earlier anger now quelled, curious about their intentions. He also pondered whether dealing with these thugs might earn him some merit points. The bleached-haired thug took a deep drag from his cigarette, crushing the butt underfoot, and declared with a fierce expression, Enough talk. We take money for protection, so pay up for your safety. Yun Jianshan glanced down, noticing 2 discarded cigarette boxes and dozens of butts strewn on the ground. Clearly, these thugs had been waiting for a while, and since he had just returned from Mingtai Hotel, it was evident they were not hired by the Lin family. The only remaining adversary was Jiang Tao. With the steel pipe pointed at Yun Jinshan's chin, the leader arrogantly stated, "You'd better be sensible, or we'll ensure you spend a month in the hospital." "Brother, this kid looks so scared he probably can't even remember his own name," one thug chimed in. "True," the leader sneered, lightly tapping Yun Jinshan's cheek with the pipe. "If you can't cough up the cash today, you'll be left as a fool." Yun Jinshan restrained his urge to retaliate and inquired, "How much do you want?" "You're quite cooperative," the thug grinned, extending his index finger. "Not too much, just 10,000. "I have no money," Yun Jinshan replied firmly. "Then how much do you have?" The yellow-haired man was visibly displeased, his eyes bulging like copper bells, filled with an unmistakable threat. "So many," he exclaimed as Yun Jinshan pulled a coin from his pocket. This infuriated the yellow-haired man, who shouted angrily, "You must be tired of living, daring to play tricks on me," as a steel pipe swung towards his forehead. Yun Jinshan swiftly seized it. With a sudden tug, he snatched the pipe away and kicked the yellow-haired man squarely in the groin. The yellow-haired man clutched his groin, wailing in agony. "Dare to strike my brother. Cripple him." The other three thugs shouted as they lunged at Yun Jinshan, who quickly retaliated with the steel pipe. The resounding clangs echoed as the pipes they wielded were knocked from their hands. Thud! Thud! The pipes clattered to the ground. They grimaced in pain, their gazes towards Yun Jinshan filled with terror. The intense impact had left their arms aching and their fingers numb. "How is this possible?" The yellow-haired man was equally shaken, his face marked by astonishment. He knew the strength of his three underlings. They had fought alongside him multiple times without ever losing their weapons. Tonight, in a direct confrontation of 3 against 1, they had not only been thoroughly defeated but also severely injured. "Did Jiang Tao send you?" Yun Jinshan inquired coldly. "I don't know who you're talking about." "It was Brother Jing who instructed me," the yellow-haired man replied, still clutching his groin and trembling in pain. "Brother Jing, you say?" Yun Jinshan sneered, extending his hand towards the yellow-haired man and beckoning, "Hand over all your money." "What?" The yellow-haired man was taken aback. Yun Jinshan, dissatisfied, retorted, "You lot robbed me without offering any compensation for my mental anguish." Chapter 7. Drive them away. The yellow-haired man's face elongated, looking as miserable as a donkey's. After so long in this life, he had only ever robbed others. He had never been the target of such a heist. Looking at his 3 subordinates, their faces hung low, resembling defeated roosters. Clearly, it was unrealistic to expect them to overturn Yun Jinshan now. Still in pain, he could only plead, "Brother, we didn't recognize your greatness. Please spare us this time. Are you offering me some compensation for my mental distress? Or should I send you to the hospital for a month?" Yun Jinshan's expression turned even colder. The yellow-haired man, fearing Yun Jinshan's wrath, shouted to his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Hand over the money." Together, they barely amassed over 2,000 in cash. Yun Jinshan, displeased, remarked in the future, "Carry more money when you go out. You're clearly wealthy, yet you pretend to be a pauper. Brother, can we leave now?" The yellow-haired man seethed with resentment, but could only force a smile. Yun Jinshan pointed to the gold necklace around his neck and said, "That necklace is too small. It doesn't suit your status as a leader. Take it off." "Brother, I'm just a gopher. This necklace is all I have," the yellow-haired man lamented. "Stop whining. Do you want to return in one piece or not?" Yun Jinshan impatiently replied. Grudgingly, the yellow-haired man removed the gold necklace, handing it over with a scowl. "Let us go." As he called to his subordinates, he took a large step forward, only to feel a sharp pain in his groin, unable to stifle a cry. "Be careful not to hurt yourself. Don't blame me for the pain," Yun Jinshan cautioned, adding in yellow-haired man, "You're welcome to continue harassing me." "Damn it." The yellow-haired man couldn't help but curse, mentally berating Yun Jinshan countless times. "Brother, is this how it ends?" "Indeed, being robbed is too humiliating. Of course it can't end like this. I must reclaim my dignity. I want to be able to swallow my anger unless I teach him a severe lesson." The harsh shouts of the yellow-haired man and his companions echoed from the nearby alley. Despite their low volume, Yun Jinshan heard them clearly and smirked. "I fear that I've terrified you." After venting his frustrations, Yun Jinshan felt a release of the pent-up emotions from that night. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Uphold justice and eliminate evil, earning 0. For merit points, balance, 1. For merit points. Why only 0? For points? This is ridiculous." Yun Jinshan felt disgruntled. At this rate, it would take months to earn another opportunity to play the game again. Upon returning to his rented room, he noticed the intricately carved bathtub still in place. Habitually, he checked the celestial chessboard before lying down to play on his phone. Upon entering WeChat, he received a friend request from a user named Blue Sky and Dark Clouds. The profile picture was quite striking, and Yun Jianxin accepted the request. "Handsome, what are you up to?" Blue Sky and Dark Clouds was quite proactive, immediately sending a message. "Playing with my eggs, care to join?" Yun Jianxin replied mischievously. Within seconds, Blue Sky and Dark Clouds responded with an eye-roll emoji. "Can we have a pleasant chat?" "Sure, but I'll ask you a question. If you can answer, I'll chat with you." Yun Jianxin flashed a sly smile and sent a message. 2, 4, 8, 16, 1, 3, 5, 7. Blue Sky and Dark Clouds quickly replied, leaving Yun Jianxin momentarily stunned. She was also a fan of clever humor. With a sense of curiosity, he responded, "Shall we? Is this how you pick up girls?" She replied, adding a disdainful emoji. "Huh, isn't that what men wait for?" Yun Jianxin chuckled, prompting another eye roll from her. As their conversation deepened, Blue Sky and Dark Clouds proved far more flirtatious than he had anticipated, igniting a blaze of desire within him. Unable to bear it, Yun Jianxin made an excuse to log off. What a misfortune to have a flirty friend. Glancing at his tent-like situation, Yun Jianxin couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. He had intended to tease Blue Sky and Dark Clouds, but ended up inflamed with desire. Leaning against the headboard, he pondered how to proceed. As for the celestial ginseng, he had no intention of selling it. It was meant for his parents. He felt he wasn't strong enough yet and needed to remain low-key, especially avoiding handing the ginseng to his parents for fear of attracting trouble. As for the seed of celestial ginseng, he preferred to keep it for potential future use. Though the exquisite bathtub could fetch a handsome sum, it was also a source of potential trouble. He still needed to lie low, and with the valuables obtained from the yellow-haired thugs, his net worth stood at around 10,000, a far cry from his goals. His immediate objective was to dismantle the Lin family, leaving them with nothing. To achieve this, he must gain control over the city's power. He would never forget Lin Liqian's betrayal and the various humiliations inflicted by the Lin family. Tomorrow, he would visit Ruixin Group. Yun Jianxin mused quietly, also thinking of the female CEO, Shangguan Qinxue, and felt a surge of anticipation for their meeting the next day. The following morning, Yun Jianxin first visited the Rongqing branch of the Bank of China with his ID, depositing the celestial ginseng and its seed into a safe deposit box. The annual rent plus the deposit cost him nearly 1,000. The celestial ginseng was precious, and he felt secure storing it at the Bank of China. Afterward, he took a bus to Jingtai Road, gazing up at the towering Ruixin building in the distance, which boasted over 50 stories and was one of the city's iconic structures. Besides being the office of Ruixin Group, the building also housed a hotel. Upon entering, he was greeted by the elegantly designed front desk of the Ruixin Hotel. Several young and attractive staff members attended to guests with exceptional courtesy. Yun Jianxin nodded to himself, acknowledging the high standards of a reputable enterprise like Ruixin Group. Although it was his first time here, Yun Jianxin felt no hesitation. He took out his phone to call Shangguan Qinxue, only to be informed that his phone service had been suspended due to insufficient balance. Frustrated, he smacked his forehead, having forgotten to recharge his account. He approached the front desk, addressing the attractive attendant. "Excuse me, I need to speak with your president." "Sir, this is Ruixin Hotel. We only handle hotel check-ins or event bookings," the attendant replied, taken aback, thinking this man must be mistaken. Yet, she maintained a polite demeanor. "I know your president personally." "Yes, you," Yun Jianxin insisted. Others turned to look, their expressions tinged with mockery. The president of Ruixin held a prestigious status, and who would believe someone like Yun Jianxin, dressed in simple attire, could possibly know her? Even the attendant's face showed a hint of annoyance, as it was the first time she had encountered such a disturbance in her time working there. A portly man adorned with a thick gold chain approached, accompanied by a woman in a leopard print dress. He scrutinized Yun Jianxin disdainfully. "I frequent this place and have never seen the president. And look at you, dressed in rags and using a cheap phone, likely bought online. You ought to stop pretending to be someone you're not before you embarrass yourself." "Dear, why are you even acknowledging this lunatic?" The woman chimed in sweetly. "It's not that I have a problem with him. It's just that he is trying too hard." The man, irritated, continued, "Kid, Ruixin Hotel is a 5-star establishment. Not just anyone can waltz in here." Yun Jianxin cast a calm glance at him and resumed fiddling with his phone. The The man grew more aggressive, calling for security and pointing at Yun Jianchen, demanding he be thrown out. How could you allow someone like him in? It's a disgrace to our dignity. The woman beside him, clinging to his arm, added, My husband is right, like attracts like. People of our status shouldn't be mingling with someone like him. Yun Jianchen pulled a platinum business card from his pocket and placed it before the attendant. She gasped in surprise, recognizing that the president's cards were made of platinum. This man spoke with such conviction that she could not afford to be careless and quickly called the duty manager, stating, Manager Zheng, someone has presented the president's business card. Please come to the front desk for verification. The portly man examined the card, clicking his tongue. This card looks impressive, but wait until the duty manager arrives. It'll be a good show. Others around shared his anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama. Manager Zheng soon arrived, nodding at the portly man. Mr. Han, you're here. Knowing Zheng was a symbol of status, the man felt a surge of vanity as he pointed at Yun Jianchen, saying, Manager Zheng, you've come at the right time. This pauper has been causing a scene. Just kick him out. Zheng glanced at Yun Jianchen, his gaze laced with a warning. Meanwhile, the onlookers were keenly watching the impending confrontation. Zheng produced a verification device, shining a blue light on the bottom corner of the card. Instantly, the name Shangguan Qinxue appeared. Apart from Zheng, only Yun Jianchen noticed, his heart racing in astonishment. Such details in a mere business card showcased the prowess of a major corporation. Look at him. Dressed like that. What is there to check? Just throw him out. The portly man urged dismissively. Expel them. Zheng commanded the security personnel. As Zheng pointed at him, the man was taken aback, exclaiming, Manager Zheng, you got it wrong. I haven't made a mistake. You've insulted the president's friend repeatedly, which is a grave disrespect to Ruixin Group. Zheng stated coldly and decisively. I will report this to the group, and if all goes as expected, you and your friends will be barred from entering any of our properties. You'll find yourselves on the blacklist. The crowd was stunned, whispering among themselves, while the portly man's legs turned to jelly as security escorted him out, along with his girlfriend. Zheng returned the business card to Yun Jianchen, respectfully saying, Sir, please follow me. Yun Jianchen nodded and accompanied him. Chapter 8. Not to be provoked, the president's office was located on the top floor of the building. After exiting the elevator, it was only a short walk to reach the door. A tall and imposing bodyguard in a sharp suit stood outside, exuding a formidable presence. Zheng dared not offend him. Bowing respectfully, Mr. Yi, this is the president's friend. Could you please notify her? Yi Zhanxiao regarded Yun Jianchen with a cold stare, remaining unmoved. Yun Jianchen ignored him, observing the secretary's office through the glass door. The intricately carved wooden door inside clearly marked the president's office. Two beautiful secretaries were attending to their work outside, one of whom was Han, whom Yun Jianchen had encountered previously, deeply engrossed in signing documents. As Yun Jianchen took a few steps forward, Yi Zhanxiao blocked his path again. Step aside, Yun Jianchen said, slightly irritated. You cannot enter without the president's permission. Yi Zhanxiao warned, gripping Yun Jianchen's left shoulder with added pressure, a clear display of intimidation. Yun Jianchen furrowed his brow, coldly replying, remove your hand. Kid, don't get cocky. Even if you are the president's friend, you cannot treat me with such disrespect. Yi Zhanxiao retorted angrily, increasing his grip. To his surprise, this seemingly frail young man did not react as he had anticipated, remaining as steady as a rock, the coldness in his expression intensifying. Yi Zhanxiao's eyes darkened. He was determined to make this young man submit. As he exerted more force, Yun Jianchen remained unyielding. Are you done making a scene? Yun Jianchen snapped. Who are you? Yi Zhanxiao asked, astonished. How could someone so formidable be an unknown? In an instant, Yun Jianchen seized Yi Zhanxiao's right hand and, with a swift motion, tossed him behind him. Yi Zhanxiao shouted in anger and lunged forward. Yun Jianchen swiftly retreated, delivering a powerful kick that caught Yi Zhanxiao in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall. Manager Zheng stood in shock, aware of Yi Zhanxiao's background as a retired Special Forces soldier, recognized for his prowess and now serving as the president's bodyguard. Zheng silently rejoiced, grateful that Yun Jianchen had presented the president's card. Otherwise, a confrontation in the lobby could have led to serious injuries. Yun Jianchen approached Yi Zhanxiao, saying calmly, not everyone can provoke me. He glanced at the wall before turning to head towards the elevator. Sir, please wait. Zheng called after him. Yi Zhanxiao regained his composure and shouted, President, please enter. Have her come out herself. Yun Jinshan halted, his voice icy. Zheng was taken aback. Would the president actually come out? With the sound of clicking high heels. The president indeed emerged, accompanied by her close friend, In Panpan. President, you may return now. Shangwan Qinshua nodded to Zheng, who promptly exited. Was this performance entertaining? Yun Jinshan spoke coldly. Yi Zhanxiao is merely a bodyguard. How could he dare to provoke others without being instructed? Shangwan Qinshua felt somewhat embarrassed. Before Yun Jinshan's arrival, she had already received the news in the office. In Panpan, intrigued by Yun Jinshan's exploits from the previous night, had urged Yi Zhanxiao to test him. Unexpectedly, this ploy was seen through by Yun Jinshan. Handsome, we meet again. You truly are a master who conceals your prowess. In Panpan approached, eyeing him with curiosity. A talent like yours should not remain anonymous. Are you perhaps a retired king of soldiers living incognito in the city? You've read too many novels, Yun Jinshan replied, feeling a hint of fondness for her and letting his previously stern demeanor soften. Brother Yi is a retired special forces soldier, yet you handled him so decisively. Pray tell, how did that come to pass? In Panpan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Nothing to disclose, Yun Jinshan replied nonchalantly. All right, I understand that formidable experts often have their secrets. How about becoming my personal bodyguard? Monthly salary of 20,000. What do you say? In Panpan offered, her tone inviting. A monthly salary of 20,000 was beyond Yun Jinshan's wildest dreams. A month prior, he would have accepted such an offer without hesitation. However, circumstances had changed. He had other considerations now. After some contemplation, he declined. I'm afraid I'm not interested in being a bodyguard. 30,000, 40,000. Panpan, stop fooling around, Shangwan Qinshua interjected, her voice firm. In Panpan stuck out her tongue playfully and retreated into the office. Follow me, Shangwan Qinshua commanded with an icy expression. And Yun Jinshan followed her into the president's office. The office was spacious, adorned with classical decor, with exquisite carvings adorning every corner. A subtle fragrance filled the air, emanating from a wooden sculpture crafted from agarwood, which appeared to be worth at least several hundred thousand. In Panpan summoned Secretary Han to brew some tea, and upon seeing Yun Jinshan, Secretary Han displayed evident surprise, nodding in acknowledgement. As they sipped tea, Yun Jinshan straightforwardly stated, President, I seek a position that allows for greater freedom. Is that possible? How about Deputy Director of the Security Department? Shangwan Qinshua elegantly sipped her tea, her demeanor frosty. The monthly salary is 20,000, and you'll be on call at all times. A monthly salary of 20,000 was quite respectable in Rome City, with ample freedom in working hours. In such a large company, incidents were rare, making it more of a formality. After a moment of thought, Yun Jinshan agreed, all right, that works for me. Secretary Han, prepare a contract immediately, Shangwan Qinshua instructed. Within 10 minutes, the contract was completed and signed. Welcome to the Ruixin Group. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Yun Jinshan replied calmly. As he was about to exit, he added meaningfully, the wild ginseng you purchased should still have some left. It's not just any ginseng. It can treat cancer and has immediate effects on conditions like impotence. If your father is aging, you might benefit from it. Shangwan Qinshua's expression flickered momentarily, her beautiful eyes radiating a glacial intensity as she couldn't help but curse. Get lost. Hearing Yun Jinshan's laughter fade away, In Panpan clutched her stomach, nearly in stitches. President, should we remind him to remember the company rules? Secretary Han inquired. No need. He is no ordinary person. Bring in Yi Zhanxiao, she ordered. Understood. Secretary Han complied, and shortly after, Yi Zhanxiao entered. Did you give it your all, just now? Shangwan Qinshua's icy demeanor remained. Yi Zhanxiao appeared ashamed, nodding, President, I am no match for him. He is the strongest person I have ever encountered. Investigate his background discreetly. Without alerting him, she instructed. Understood. Yi Zhanxiao replied before leaving. In Panpan, puzzled, remarked, Qinshua, you're still so cautious. We only met him by chance. He can't possibly be sent by anyone else. Yun Jinshan, what manner of person are you? Shangwan Qinshua mused, tapping her fingers on the table, thoughts racing through her mind. She was aware that Yun Jinshan could not be affiliated with any other force. Her desire to investigate stemmed from the belief that he was far more complex than he appeared. Defeating a retired Special Forces soldier so effortlessly was enough reason for her to seek an alliance with him, which explained the generous terms she had offered. Meanwhile, having left the Ruixin building, Yun Jianshan contemplated the events of the day. After a brief reflection, he deduced Shangguan Qianqua's intentions. Clearly, his exceptional skills had caught her attention, and he resolved to maintain a lower profile moving forward. Just then, his phone rang. It was Jiang Tao. A smirk crept onto his face as he answered. Jiang Tao. Missing your father? Damn, you little brat. After smashing my car, you dare to act so arrogant? Even if you hide in a dog hole, I'll drag you out. Jiang Tao spat angrily. Less chatter. I'll be waiting for you at Jinyo Mountain. Yun Jianshan coldly retorted before hanging up. He vividly recalled how Jiang Tao had bullied him in the past, his fists clenching tightly. Hailing a cab, he made his way to Jinyo Mountain. Upon arriving at Jinyo Mountain Park, it was already 10:30 in the morning. It was not a weekend, and the park was sparsely populated, primarily by senior citizens who lived nearby, coming for morning exercises. Yun Jianshan sat on a stone bench near the entrance, engrossed in his phone. After waiting for about half an hour, the sound of roaring engines echoed in the distance. It wasn't the growl of sports cars, but the thunderous noise of high-displacement motorcycles. A dozen imposing motorcycles sped into view, each carrying 2 riders, halting near the entrance and dismounting over 20 individuals. The leader was a man with yellow hair, who spotted Yun Jianshan immediately. Over there, he shouted, leading his gang towards Yun Jianshan with a menacing aura. The nearby crowd quickly retreated, murmuring amongst themselves. Yun Jianshan looked up at the fierce-faced, yellow-haired man and couldn't help but chuckle upon noticing the thick gold chain around his neck. More than 20 underlings and a thicker gold chain. You certainly look more commanding than last night. Today, I'll make sure to finish you off. The yellow-haired man growled, his face turning a shade of green with rage. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Just take off that gold chain and have them compensate me for my mental distress, and I'll let you leave unscathed, Yun Jianshan advised, maintaining his calm demeanor. His words ignited fury among the thugs, who clamored to rush him. Brothers, we have plenty of time. Brother Jing is on his way. Wait for him to handle this, the yellow-haired man commanded, demonstrating his authority over the gang. Kid, no matter how strong you are, how many of us can you take on? He boasted confidently, with my 20-plus brothers. Each of us giving you a kick, we could send you to Afghanistan. Wow, that sounds incredibly impressive. Just what I need, an opportunity to travel to Afghanistan. Why not give me a ride, yellow hair? Yun Jianshan teased. Rest assured, I will indeed send you on your way. The yellow-haired man's smile vanished entirely, realizing Yun Jianshan was the most oblivious person he had ever encountered. In the past, even the most arrogant adversaries would have submitted in the face of such numbers. Yet Yun Jianshan showed no sign of understanding the gravity of his situation. Had it not been for Brother Jing's orders, he would have exploded with rage long ago. At that moment, a Lexus sedan slowly approached, and the yellow-haired man immediately led his subordinates to greet it. Yun Jianshan quickly spotted Jiang Tao in the driver's seat, a broader smile spreading across his face. Aside from Jiang Tao, there was a man and a woman. The man, with long hair similar to Yun Jianshan's, appeared rather handsome, making it difficult to associate him with a thug. Yet, the yellow-haired man treated him with utmost respect, clearly indicating that he was the so-called Brother Jing. The woman, wearing high heels, stood over 1.7 meters tall with an alluring figure, elegantly made up and undeniably beautiful. Brother Jing, it's Yun Jianshan. Let's go meet him. Brother Jing, accompanied by his entourage, approached Yun Jianshan. So, you are Yun Jianshan. You smashed Jiang Tao's car, injured my brothers, and robbed them clean. How do you intend to settle this score? Brother Jing spoke leisurely. Yun Jianshan remained seated on the stone chair, responding calmly. How do you propose we settle it? 30,000. Brother Jing raised 3 fingers, then shifted his tone, coldly stating, if you can produce 30,000, I will not make things difficult for you. Do I appear to be someone who possesses 30,000 RMB? Yun Jianshan replied with a smile. No, and that is why you won't leave here unscathed today. Brother Jing responded firmly, his tone growing colder. Do you think you are safe here, with so many people around? No, I believe you are the ones who are safer here. Yun Jianshan corrected him earnestly. The yellow-haired man, filled with anger, and the other thugs were furious. Jiang Tao sneered at Yun Jianshan. In turn, have you lost your mind? Everyone knows Brother Jing in this area. Yun Jianshan cast a nonchalant glance at him, stood up, and said to Brother Jing, lead the way. Without an audience, it would be embarrassing for you. Brother Jing was taken aback, and even his girlfriend widened her eyes in disbelief, angrily exclaiming, "Brother Jing, is this person insane? Even if he isn't, I will beat him into a state of madness." Brother Jing retorted angrily. After mingling in the underworld for so long, no one had ever dared to belittle him like this. They proceeded to a secluded area, where Brother Jing instructed a few of his subordinates to seal off the surroundings, preventing anyone from approaching. "Boy, even if you beg on your knees now, it won't help." Brother Jing snarled menacingly. "This guy is full of himself. Since there's no one around, let us cripple him, and I'll throw in extra 10,000. Jiang Tao added fuel to the fire, his gaze toward Yun Jianshan filled with malice. "Get him!" Brother Jing commanded sharply. Before he had finished speaking, Yun Jianshan sprang into action, charging at Jiang Tao. Several thugs rushed toward him first, but Yun Jianshan accelerated, like a moving fortress, sending them flying. In an instant, he grabbed Jiang Tao by the collar, coldly stating, "Jiang Tao, I was merely an intern before. When did I ever offend you? You think you can bully me?" Yun Jianshan, as if I were a soft persimmon? Jiang Tao, though slightly startled, glared back at him with venom. "Country bumpkin, I simply can't stand you." "So what?" "Very well," Yun Jianshan replied icily, tossing him aside and turning to face the attacking thugs. With swift movements, he dispatched one thug after another, sending them crashing to the ground, leaving Brother Jing in shock and disbelief. His subordinates surrounded Yun Jianshan, yet none could land a blow. Amidst agile dodges and counterattacks, Yun Jianshan struck down each thug with a resounding slap, and soon the ground was littered with bodies, all clutching their faces and wailing in agony. The yellow-haired man beside him was also terrified, trembling as he watched Yun Jianshan approach. "Yellow-haired, are you feeling all right?" Yun Jianshan asked coldly. The yellow-haired man quickly clasped his legs together, looking despondent as he said, "Big brother, please don't kick me again. I can't take it anymore." "That necklace looks splendid," Yun Jianshan remarked, eyeing the gold chain around his neck. The yellow-haired man promptly removed it and emptied his wallet. At this moment, he even disregarded Brother Jing. "Good, you understand." Yun Jianshan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Brother Jing, asking, "And you?" Brother Jing's face turned crimson. He had not anticipated Yun Jianshan's ferocity. Regret washed over him for crossing paths with such a formidable foe. "Brother Jing, just give him the money," the yellow-haired man suggested meekly. Brother Jing shot him a deadly glare, but reluctantly searched his pockets only to find he had no cash. However, his girlfriend, quick-witted, retrieved her wallet from her bag and handed a stack of red bills to Yun Jianshan, saying, "Please don't harm us. Take this money. Actually, we have no grievances between us. It's just Jiang Tao." Yun Jianshan began, but Brother Jing's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Bring Jiang Tao to me." The thugs, who had been lying on the ground, scrambled to their feet, causing Brother Jing to fume. "Damn it, pretending to be dead." Suddenly, he noticed one of his subordinates with half a swollen face, red and bruised, bearing clear fingerprints. Others looked the same, and he began to understand the gravity of the situation. This pain was all too real. "Brother Jing." Jiang Tao panicked, but before he could escape, he was captured. "Damn it, you're the reason for this." Some thug slapped Jiang Tao on the forehead and kicked him in the rear. "Hold him down. I want to break one of his arms." Brother Jing directed his rage at Jiang Tao. "Please, Brother Jing, how much do you want? I'll give it to you." Jiang Tao cried desperately. Brother Jing glanced at Yun Jianshan, seeing that he remained unmoved, and coldly said, "Jiang Tao, you choose. Left or right?" "No." "Brother Jing, can I not choose?" Jiang Tao pleaded, turning to Yun Jianshan and begging, "Yun Jianshan, I'm sorry. I won't dare again." "Right arm." Yun Jianshan replied expressionlessly. "No." "Ah." With Jiang Tao's agonizing scream, Brother Jing brutally crushed his right arm. "Let us go." "Wait, you Haven Tea compensated me for my mental distress," Yun Jianshan said, looking at the other thugs. They obediently handed over their cash, a thick wad that amounted to at least 30 or 40,000, igniting envy and outrage among them. Yun Jianshan leaned closer to Brother Jing and whispered, "Have your boss call me tonight, or tomorrow your corpse will float in the river." "You." Brother Jing seethed. Watching Yun Jianshan walk away, his fury igniting within him, he picked up his phone and dialed, respectfully saying, "Boss, where are you? I have something to report." Chapter 10. The revenge plan. Shortly after Yun Jianshan departed, the system's voice echoed in his mind, punishing evil and promoting good. Earned 2. 5 merit points. Balance 3. 9 merit points. The unexpected accumulation of merit points surprised him. He eagerly anticipated the phone call that night, as it pertained to his revenge plan against the Lin family. Yun Jianshun first visited the bank to deposit the over 30,000 RMB he had seized from the thugs, also recharging his phone. Upon returning to his rental apartment, he found Lin Liqian waiting for him at the door. Seeing her darken his mood, and he coldly asked, "What do you want here? We need to talk." Lin Liqian replied, looking at him, "I found out this morning at your company that you've been fired. We have nothing to discuss." Yun Jianshun firmly rejected her. Stepping into the courtyard, "Yun Jianshun, stop right there." Lin Liqian stormed in, her voice laced with anger. "I didn't come here to witness your arrogance. I acknowledge my wrongdoing and am willing to compensate you." "What will you use to compensate?" Yun Jianshun turned, a cold smile on his lips. "I'll give you 30,000 as a severance fee. That should suffice for a year of your earnings." A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Liqian's eyes as she replied, "You're unemployed now. I believe you could use this money." Yun Jianshun suppressed his emotions, responding icily, "Lin Liqian, even if you offered 300,000, reconciliation is out of the question. If your family weren't afraid of Shangwan Qinxue, would you come here seeking peace?" His tone grew colder. "What do you want?" Lin Liqian retorted, her anger palpable. Yun Jianshun's gaze turned frosty as he declared, "I have made it clear. I will personally settle our grievances." "Huh!" Lin Liqian scoffed derisively. "I am curious to see what you're capable of." Wild ginseng primarily grows in the Chongbai mountain region, having lived in the south all your life. How could you possibly acquire such precious wild ginseng? She scrutinized him, her scorn evident. "How did you manage to bribe old Ren? That old man is quite the actor and has deceived many, but such tricks cannot fool me. If you truly possessed such rare wild ginseng, would the Yun family be in debt? You should abandon thoughts of revenge. Our Lin family is not one to be trifled with." Lin Liqian's words were cold and cutting, each one piercing Yun Jianshun's heart like a dagger. At the banquet last night, he had been unable to breathe from the pain, and even after venting his frustrations, he found himself still affected by her mocking today. "Yun Jianshun, you are destitute and arrogant. Zhao Xuanya is far superior to you. If I were to choose you, I would likely spend my life in a place like this." As Lin Liqian prepared to leave, she delivered another blow to his heart. Yun Jianshun clutched his chest, anger surging within him like a tsunami, his hatred for the Lin family reaching its peak. This only solidified his resolve for revenge. His eyes alight with cold, murderous intent as he spoke darkly. "Brother Jing, if your boss doesn't call me, you must die." He had no doubt that they were anything but ordinary thugs. The man behind Brother Jing held significant influence in the underground world of Rongqing. He did not require immense power from that individual. He simply needed to understand the distribution of forces within the underground realm. Even if they were insignificant, he could lead this group to carve out a place for themselves in Rongqing's underworld. With such subordinates, he could execute his revenge plan. At present, his self-control was far beyond what most could comprehend. Otherwise, having just been humiliated by Lin Liqian, he would have been furious. Her ruthless taunts only fueled his determination, intensifying his desire for vengeance. Upon returning to his room, Yun Jianshun retrieved the Starry Immortal Chess. The moment his fingers brushed against the pieces, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Insufficient balance, 16. 1 merit points required." Yun Jianshun pondered. The merit points varied from person to person. Killing a truly heinous criminal would likely yield more points than dealing with ordinary wrongdoers. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Shangwan Qinxue inviting him to dinner that evening. Without hesitation, he accepted. He had more than just the Lin family as enemies now. Keeping the Starry Immortal Chess with him was no longer safe. After contemplating for a moment, he devised a plan. He retrieved a trench coat from a dilapidated wardrobe and stitched a large pocket inside to conceal the chess set. By the time he completed this, it was already 6 in the evening. After a bit of tidying up, he headed out. Wanjiale Commercial Plaza, a renowned shopping complex in Rongqing, was bustling with people. Upon arriving at their meeting place, he found Shangwan Qinxue already waiting. Just as they settled into a private booth, Yin Panpan voiced her discontent. "Handsome, why do you act like a girl? We've been waiting forever. There was traffic on the way. It was rush hour, and I barely squeezed onto the bus." Yun Jianshun shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Seriously? You're part of the high-income crowd, but can't even afford taxi? Come on, I'm broke. So broke I might as well consider becoming a prostitute. How about I offer myself to you?" He winked at Yin Panpan, who rolled her eyes. "I wouldn't want you. Who knows how many rich women have had you?" "That is definitely not the case." Yun Jianshun feigned innocence, turning to Shangwan Qinxue. She was observing him, lightly touching the table as she said blandly, Yun Jianshun, did you behave this way with your previous boss as well? Absolutely not. Yun Jianshun's expression turned serious as he continued. If I'm not mistaken, you have my entire dossier. This dinner is merely an interrogation. Feel free to ask anything. This caught Shangwan Qinxue off guard. Just as he suspected, Yi Zhanxiao had placed all of Yun Jianshun's information on her desk by 4 in the afternoon. She had reviewed it multiple times, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Yun Jianshun's background and experiences were similar to those of most rural individuals. Yet, he possessed extraordinary wild ginseng and remarkable skills, which was clearly abnormal. Thus, she had invited him to glean some information indirectly. She had anticipated that Yun Jianshun would play dumb, but his straightforwardness disrupted her plans, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. Qinxue, I told you not to overthink it. Just be direct. Let me handle it, Yin Panpan chimed in, asking, Yun Jianshun, who taught you those skills? I taught myself. And the wild ginseng? Where did that come from? From digging. Their exchange continued for several minutes, leading to Yin Panpan rolling her eyes in exasperation, her chest rising and falling enticingly. Miss Yin, don't let your temper get the best of you. Yun Jianshun smiled. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. Yin Panpan huffed, glaring at him. At that moment, Yun Jianshun received a phone call and excused himself to take it. Shangwan Qinxue remained cold, fully aware of the outcome. As she watched him return to the booth, she contemplated how to extract useful information from him. Suddenly, Yun Jianshun fixed her with an earnest gaze, stating, President, the way you keep looking at me makes me think you might have developed feelings for me. Uffed. Shangwan Qinxue couldn't help but spray her soup, some splattering into Yun Jianshun's bowl. He glanced at his bowl, frowning as he asked, President, do you have a chaotic personal life? If I drink this, will I contract syphilis or gonorrhea? Shangwan Qinshue's stunning visage froze, and she erupted, Get lost. I don't want to see you. Yin Panpan laughed heartily, huh? Don't laugh. Shangwan Qinxue was as cold as ice. Goodbye. Yun Jianshun seized the opportunity to leave. The call he had received was from Brother Jing's boss. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon bar, he found a group awaiting his arrival. Scanning the room, he noticed that many bore piercings or tattoos, clearly individuals entrenched in the underworld. He also spotted Brother Jing standing behind a bald man. This bald man was tall and muscular, with a face full of brutish features, clearly someone who exercised regularly. The others had malicious glints in their eyes, and some had already closed the bar's entrance. The bald man took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke nonchalantly, and said, You must be Yun Jianshun? Indeed, Yun Jianshun replied unflinchingly. The bar was filled with about 100 people, many of whom were formidable characters. Since his body underwent transformation, his speed and strength are far beyond that of an ordinary person. Even in the face of such a scene, Yun Jianshun felt no trace of fear. Instead, he was filled with an inexplicable exhilaration. The bald man extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and disdainfully remarked, Kid, my brothers can't stand arrogance. You've provoked us time and again, inciting their wrath. Although I told them to let it slide, they refused to listen and insist on settling this with you. As soon as he finished speaking, his henchmen sprang into action. Some drew machetes from beneath the sofa, while others retrieved steel pipes from the bar, revealing an array of lethal weapons. Yun Jianshun smiled calmly and walked towards the iron door at the bar. The thugs did not attack immediately, but surrounded him, each eager to engage, clearly awaiting their leader's command. The bald man shook his head dismissively and said, Xiao Jing, this kid isn't much. He has foolishly gone to the bar where there is hardly any space to showcase his skills. Boss, Yun Jianshun is no fool. He wouldn't dare come here alone without some backing, Brother Jing warned, his brow furrowed. With just a word from me, I could turn him into minced meat and toss him into the river for the fish, the bald man scoffed. Is that so? Yun Jianshun turned back, smiled, and grasped the iron door, exerting a sudden force to rip it off its hinges. The thugs surrounding him were left stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. They had heard rumors of his extraordinary strength, but never imagined it could be so terrifying. Yun Jianshun looked at the dazed bald man and said, Baldy, your iron door is of poor quality. It lacks any challenge. Get him. Take him down. The bald man's face turned ashen as he barked orders to his men. Yun Jianshun charged at them, swinging the iron door left and right, sending thugs flying. With loud thuds, several were knocked over. In a sudden burst of speed, He darted towards a group of thugs like a descending tiger. With a swift horizontal swing, two thugs were sent sprawling, and a nearby table shattered into pieces. As he wielded the iron door as if it were a mere toy, the bald man's heart surged with dread. The battle lasted only a few minutes. Over 100 of his men lay defeated, some even spitting blood. The chilling cries echoed throughout the bar. As Yun Jianchen approached, fear crept into the bald man's expression as he exclaimed, "What do you want? Submit to me or die," Yun Jianchen declared, gripping the iron door and pointing it at the bald man. The bald man's face paled, but Brother Jing beside him maintained a semblance of calm, advising boss. He not someone we can contend with. After weighing his options, the bald man reluctantly decided to surrender. "I want to talk to you privately," Yun Jianchen replied nonchalantly, prompting the bald man to arrange for his injured brothers to be taken to the hospital. Under the bald man's guidance, Yun Jianchen entered his office. "What enterprises do you own?" Yun Jianchen inquired directly. The bald man's expression fluctuated, his eyes glinting with something unspoken. Yun Jianchen's voice turned cold as he declared, "My goal is to unify the underground world of Rong City. Anyone who stands in my way must perish. To dominate the underground world of Rong City." Such a radical ambition was beyond the bald man's wildest dreams. He instinctively wished to mock, but recalling the recent events, the words died in his throat. This was not a man to be measured by ordinary standards. Perhaps he could indeed achieve such greatness. "If you're unwilling, I can find someone else." Yun Jianchen's piercing gaze cut through the bald man's resolve, who trembled in fear, losing the bravado he had just displayed. "I am willing," the bald man stammered. Retrieving several certificates from his desk, Yun Jianchen examined them, noting that the bald man, named Wu Hong, owned a bar and served as the legal representative of a trading company. "Wu Hong, do you have no other assets?" Yun Jianchen scrutinized him, aware that sustaining over 100 subordinates on just these ventures was unlikely. "There are 2 underground casinos, which bring in substantial profits each month," Wu Hong confessed, not daring to withhold information. Yun Jianchen nodded. "Shut down the casinos." "We can't close the casinos. If we do, how will my brothers survive?" Wu Hong protested vehemently. "Not just the casinos. All operations involving gambling, drugs, and vice are strictly prohibited." Yun Jianchen's expression was icy, his tone resolute. "This is a non-negotiable rule. And as for the income, I will handle it. Now, compile a list of 10 individuals who must die. Focus on those who have committed crimes, especially murderers within the underground world of Rong City." Yun Jianchen ordered further. Wu Hong felt a surge of discontent. The casinos were dear to him. Yet Yun Jianchen's determination left him no room to argue. Wu Hong retrieved a dossier from his drawer, detailing some notorious figures from the underground world, complete with photographs. This dossier had been created to guide his men in avoiding these dangerous individuals. Yun Jianchen scanned the list and pulled out the profiles of 10 people. After collecting the documents, he warned Wu Hong, "Remember, never engage in gambling, vice, or drugs. If I discover anyone under your command involved in such activities, you will be the first to pay the price." With that, Yun Jianchen departed the bar, the system's voice resonating in his mind. "Punish the wicked and promote virtue. Subdue the evildoers and gain 30 merit points. Current balance, 33. 9 merit points." Yun Jianchen was taken aback by the unexpected windfall of merit points, sufficient for him to activate the Starry chessboard again. Suppressing his excitement, he examined the death list. That night, he must eliminate these 10 individuals. Firstly, to eradicate evil. Secondly, to accrue merit points. And thirdly, to instill fear in Wu Hong. This move would serve multiple purposes. By eliminating these 10 villains, Wu Hong would think twice before harboring any treachery against him. However, unifying the underground world of Rong City remained his ultimate goal, and having a loyal cadre was crucial. Among the targets was Yin Haijun, a round-faced man with a scar across his cheek, known for his brutal nature and having taken multiple lives. He drove a Toyota Land Cruiser and frequented the Huamei nightclub every night. Checking the time, it was past 9 in the evening. The nightlife had just begun, and there was no rush. Reviewing the profiles of the others, he noted that they too were night owls, with one even working as a bouncer at a casino. After a brief stroll nearby, he took a bus to Huamei nightclub. Upon arrival, it was nearly 11 o'clock. And Yun Jianchen immediately spotted the Toyota Land Cruiser parked near the entrance, quietly waiting. Around 1 in the morning, Yin Haijun finally appeared, visibly intoxicated and red-faced, with an escort in his arms. He attempted to pull her into the car, but she vehemently refused. In a fit of rage, he kicked her, sending her tumbling to the ground in pain. As he lunged to attack, he was restrained by others. A woman resembling a madam intervened, saying, "Yengo, calm down. Xiaofan is new here and doesn't he understand? Allow me to guide her, and I assure you, tomorrow you will be satisfied. If she remains this ungrateful tomorrow, I won't hesitate to show my ruthless side." Yin Haijun coldly huffed before getting into the driver's seat and driving away. Yin Jianshun hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to overtake Yin Haijun. The latter's vehicle was not moving quickly, and soon, Yin Jianshun found himself a few hundred meters ahead. As he stepped out, he barely had taken a few strides when Yin Haijun's car approached. Yin Jianshun raised his hand to signal him to stop. Fuming, Yin Haijun leaped out of his car and shouted angrily, "You looking for death? I'm uncertain about how to perish. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for me." Yin Jianshun lazily replied. "Damn." Yin Haijun's eyes widened, and a murderous intent stirred within him. Yin Jianshun, disinterested, slid into the passenger seat, causing Yin Haijun to seethe with rage. The recent encounter with the barmaid had already infuriated him, and now he was faced with such a blind fool. Yin Haijun fell silent, returning to the vehicle and abruptly revving the engine. "If you wish to die, there's no need to rush," Yin Jianshun remarked nonchalantly. "Do you know what I feel like doing when I'm in a terrible mood?" Yin Haijun coldly asked as he drove. "No," Yin Jianshun replied indifferently. Yin Haijun, with a sinister grin, said, "You'll find out soon enough." It had been some time since Yin Haijun had taken a life. The thrill of wielding control over life and death brought him a perverse pleasure. Stealing glances at Yin Jianshun, he could sense his impatience growing. Before long, they were cruising along Riverside Avenue, the river breeze howling through the open window. "Do you have a dashcam?" Yin Jianshun inquired. "No," Yin Haijun replied. "That's for the best." Yin Jianshun smiled knowingly, while Yin Haijun scoffed. "Dashcams are just a hindrance. What's the use?" Indeed, it made the act of killing more convenient. Yin Jianshun stated casually. Suddenly, Yin Haijun slammed the brakes and exclaimed, "Who are you?" "Someone who will take your life," Yin Jianshun said, swiftly grasping his throat. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. This was murder, a grave crime. Yet, recalling the lives extinguished by Yin Haijun, Yin Jianshun's gaze sharpened, and he exerted sudden force, crushing Yin Haijun's throat with a sickening crunch. Yin Haijun's eyes bulged, and he slumped limply in the driver's seat, evidently lifeless. Yin Jianshun took a deep breath, surveyed the empty road, and exited the vehicle. With no other cars in sight, he grasped the vehicle and felt its weighty presence. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward the river and hurled the entire car into its depths. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind, eliminating evil. "You have gained 5 merit points. Current balance, 38. 9 merit points. Such righteousness." Killing Yin Haijun had granted him 5 merit points, a testament to the many heinous acts he had committed. Yin Jianshun couldn't help but curse under his breath. He swiftly departed the scene, heading toward his next target. The next individual, Li Hai, had orchestrated several gang rape incidents, targeting female college students. One victim had taken her own life out of despair, and due to Li Hai's connections in the city, these cases had gone unresolved. For such scum, Yin Jianshun would show no mercy. He would snap his neck without hesitation. Thus, one target after another fell to his hand. Upon slaying the 10th target, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more, eliminating evil. "You have gained 1 merit points. Current balance, 60 merit points." Glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, Yin Jianshun's expression remained cold. He quickly vacated the crime scene and returned to his rented room just before dawn. Today had been fruitful. His merit points had increased significantly. Eagerly, he retrieved the Starry chessboard from his coat. After advancing a piece, the system's voice chimed again. "Chess move successful, consuming 20 merit points. Current balance, 40 merit points." Simultaneously, a flash of light illuminated the board, revealing a white talisman and an instruction manual. Chapter 12, The Ability to See Sense. Observing the white talisman on the board, Yin Jianshun was filled with anticipation. Picking up the instruction manual, he discovered that this talisman was the 100 Flavors Eye talisman. Once fused with it, his eyes would perceive sense. By blinking 3 times in succession, the 100 Flavors Divine Eye would activate, usable 3 times a day for 30 seconds each time. It could reveal scents lingering for 24 hours, a truly extraordinary ability. Even with his vast knowledge, Yun Jianxin felt a momentary shock. The instruction manual vanished abruptly as he gently grasped the white talisman, which transformed into delicate white lights that flew into his eyes. Suddenly, he was struck with a piercing pain, as if countless objects were invading his eyeballs. Unable to contain himself, he covered his eyes and cried out in agony. Even more terrifying was the realization that he could see nothing. No! Yun Jianxin screamed in terror. Damn it! Can't anyone sleep in peace? A neighboring tenant, dissatisfied, pounded on the wall. Yun Jianxin was both startled and furious, ready to lash out, but the intense pain in his eyes vanished and his vision returned. He noticed a bottle of jasmine perfume on the table, from which white jasmine flowers and several other fragrances were emerging. Jasmine was the primary component of the perfume. Hence most of what Yun Jianxin observed was jasmine. He looked at other objects, noting their unique emanations. Suddenly, that peculiar sensation dissipated. Yun Jianxin couldn't help but marvel at this ability to perceive scents. It was indeed remarkable, albeit limited to 30 seconds per use. This skill was exceptionally suited for investigation. He mused that if he became a detective, he would likely be the greatest in history. Bang! Bang! The door was pounded on again. Collecting his thoughts, Yun Jianxin called out, "Who is it? What do you want? Open the door. Did you not hear? Last time we let it slide. But this time it must be resolved." Anger echoed from outside. There were clearly several tenants. Realizing he had stirred their wrath, Yun Jianxin concealed the starry chessboard and covered the intricately carved bathtub with a cloth, then opened the door. Most of the tenants stood there in pajamas, glaring at him with lingering fury. Yun Jianxin forced a smile, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I was bitten by a rat while I was sleeping, and it's so filthy here. I wonder if the rat carries any viruses. Could I be infected?" "Wait, I haven't finished." Upon hearing of his rat bite, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they all retreated hastily to their own rooms. "Don't forget to check in at the hospital today. Yes, don't let us catch anything from you." Observing their fearful reactions, Yun Jianxin couldn't help but chuckle. Rats are filthy creatures, and their saliva can carry viruses. It was no surprise they were so alarmed. He had said this to avoid trouble. Otherwise, they would bombard him with questions, and if anyone insisted on coming in to check, it would be a hassle. Closing the door, Yun Jianxin retrieved the starry chessboard again. With 40 merit points remaining, he believed he could activate it once more. However, upon touching a piece, he was notified that the balance was insufficient and that he needed 10 more merit points. This activation required 50 merit points. What could it be? Filled with hopeful anticipation, he stored the starry chessboard away and lay on his bed, playing on his phone. Connecting to mobile data, several WeChat messages flooded in. They were from Lantian Wuyun, sent around 10 the previous night, inquiring about his whereabouts and why he was unresponsive. He had been busy last night, leaving no time for WeChat. After a moment's thought, he replied, "There is something that eunuchs possess before entering the palace, but not after. Monks have it but cannot use it, and after women marry, they often need their husbands. Do you know what it is?" After sending the message, Yun Jianxin couldn't help but grin wickedly. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to sleep. In the midst of slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unknown number and promptly hung up. Not long after, the caller rang again. Reluctantly, Yun Jianxin answered, irritated, "Who is it? It's early morning. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Brother, it's Wu Hong. It's already noon. I didn't realize you were still asleep." Wu Hong explained in a disjointed manner, evidently frightened. "What happened?" Yun Jianxin asked, clearly displeased. "Elder brother, Yin Haijun and the others are dead, because of you." Wu Heng's voice was laden with fear. Yun Jianxin interrupted, "They died of unexpected causes. Do you understand?" "Understand." Wu Hong was well aware of his insinuation and respectfully began to express his loyalty. Yun Jianxin, growing impatient, ended the call, confident that Wu Hong would not harbor any treachery against him. After a brief rest, he arose, tidied himself, and made his way to the Ruixin building. Although the contract stipulated that he need not visit the office regularly, as the deputy head of security, it was prudent to greet his subordinates. Upon arriving, he headed straight for the president's office. Yi Zhanxiao, upon seeing him again, involuntarily displayed a hint of awkwardness and greeted him, "Mr. Yun, is the president in?" Yun Jianxin inquired, choosing not to hold a grudge. "Yes," Yi Zhanxiao responded. As Yun Jianxin entered, Secretary Han intercepted him and reported on Shangwan Qinxue before allowing him to proceed. Shangwan Qinxue sat at her desk, holding a carbon pen, casting a rather unfriendly glance at him. Yun Jianxin awkwardly smiled, fully aware that his actions from the previous night had incited her fury and that reconciliation would not come easily. Yin Panpan lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Yun Jianxin, a playful smile danced across her face as she remarked, "Handsome, you dare to come back? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by Qinxue? I am the deputy head of security. I'm here for work. Is there a problem?" Yun Jianxin replied, his attention drawn to the alluring fragrance wafting from Yin Panpan. Furrowing his brow, he added, "Miss Yin, your perfume seems a bit overwhelming." Shangwan Qinxue's icy demeanor flickered with interest, while Yin Panpan, her eyes wide, retorted, "Nonsense. I know the main components of your perfume, and you dare to pretend otherwise." Yun Jianxin coolly responded, "You should be careful. If you can't name the main ingredients of this perfume, you'll have to reveal your secrets." "Impossible." Yun Jianxin immediately rejected the idea. "Why not? You wouldn't be at a loss," Yin Panpan said, her displeasure evident. Yun Jianxin countered, "You have plenty of money. If I win, it's merely a meal for you, while I have more at stake. What do you want then?" she demanded angrily. "Simple, a light slap on your backside." Yun Jianxin smiled. "Go away." Yin Panpan fumed, grabbing a cushion from the sofa and hurling it at him. Yun Jianxin deftly caught it, chuckling, "If you can't handle losing, don't bet." "Fine, who's afraid?" Yin Panpan gritted her teeth, convinced that Yun Jianxin could not possibly guess the composition of her sophisticated perfume, crafted from rare ingredients. "Miss Yin, are you truly willing to wager?" Yun Jianxin asked with a smile, while Yin Panpan believed he was feigning ignorance. "Indeed, you will surely lose, Yun Jianxin. Qinxue, bear witness for us." "Certainly, Yun Jianxin. If you lose, you must not shy away from your promise," Shangwan Qinxue firmly declared, eager to uncover Yun Jianxin's hidden secrets. "All right." Yun Jianxin agreed with a grin. He blinked rapidly 3 times, activating his keen sense of smell, perceiving the nuances of the fragrances around him. He remarked, "Your perfume formula is quite intricate. I detect notes of citrus, tuberose, and cardamom, which are faint and nearly dissipated, while the scents of carnation, orris root, rose, and ylang ylang are more pronounced." Shangwan Qinxue listened with wide eyes, even dropping her pen in astonishment, while Yin Panpan appeared utterly shocked, as if witnessing a ghost. Yun Jianxin continued, "The stronger notes include orris, ambergris, sandalwood, patchouli, and musk. This is the base of the perfume, which lingers for quite some time, and, presently, the fragrance emanating from you largely consists of ambergris and a few other spices." He winked at Yin Panpan and smiled. "Miss Yin, am I correct?" "How did you know?" Yin Panpan gasped in disbelief. "Why ask so many questions? It's time to fulfill your promise," he asserted. "No, don't come near." Yin Panpan squealed, attempting to flee towards Shangwan Qinxue, but Yun Jianxin caught her and playfully slapped her alluring backside. Chapter 13. The Alliance of Justice. "Ah!" Yin Panpan shrieked, her body reacting as if a rabbit had been stepped on, leaping upward. Yun Jianxin marveled. Not only is she elastic, but her movements are also captivating. Yin Panpan turned, glaring at him. "You rogue. How dare you slap my backside?" "Miss Yin, a bet is a bet. Have you forgotten?" Yun Jianxin replied nonchalantly. Shangwan Qinxue interjected, slightly displeased. "While you are not wrong, Yin Panpan is a girl. Such a place should not be touched." "Fine. If you wish to evade your debt, I cannot force you. After all, you are my president." Yun Jianxin feigned a victim's expression. Shangwan Qinxue silently fumed, aware of the absurdity of his pretense. Yin Panpan, unable to tolerate it, angrily pointed at him. "You lecher. You bully people. How have I bullied you?" Yun Jianxin retorted, slightly annoyed. "With your behavior, how can I trust you in the future?" Shangwan Qinxue tapped her desk lightly, coldly stating, "Yun Jianxin, do not take advantage and then play innocent. The matter from earlier is forgotten. But you must keep your distance from us, no closer than a meter, or face a salary deduction." "What?" Yun Jianxin was displeased. "A meter is too close. It should be at least 3 meters. President, our contract has no such clause." Yun Jianxin patiently reminded. Shangwan Qinxue replied frostily, "If you disagree, you may resign." Gazing at Shangwan Qinxue's cold demeanor, an unnamed anger surged within Yun Jianxin, and he snapped, "You are abusing your power. I'm the president." Shangguan Qinshue coldly retorted. Fine. I agree. Yun Jianshun gritted through his teeth. This was his first formal contract and likely his last, for he knew his life trajectory had irrevocably changed. He could carve out a niche for himself through hard work, but entrepreneurship was too demanding at this moment. Leaving Ruexian Group in disgrace was not an option, and this job could shield him from numerous troubles. Words alone are not enough. Shangguan Qinshue summoned Secretary Han, adding 2 more clauses to the agreement. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Han returned with the completed document. First, one must maintain a distance of no less than 1 meter from them. Second, one must not utter vulgarities in their presence. Third, one's gaze must not linger on their sensitive areas for more than 3 seconds. 500 for each violation? That's excessive. My monthly salary is only 20,000. If I'm not cautious, I could end up with nothing. Yun Jianshan exclaimed, somewhat speechless. Not only will you be deducted, but if you exceed the limit, you will owe a fine. Shangguan Qinshue emphasized. Really? Yun Jianshan chuckled. President, that is rather unreasonable. Sign or leave. Shangguan Qinshue's demeanor was resolute, prompting Yun Jianshan to turn and leave in a huff. Qinshue, this is how it should be. We cannot allow such a scoundrel to linger around, Yin Pampan thought, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Throughout her life, no man had dared to treat her with such disrespect, and her anger towards Yun Jianshan was palpable. She wished for his swift departure. A smirk twitched at the corner of Yun Jianshan's mouth as he hastily signed the agreement and addressed Yin Pampan, saying, Miss Yin, I cannot bear to part with you. Yin Pampan's chest ached with rage. President, which floor is the security department on? She demanded, ignoring the murderous glare from Yin Pampan. Yun Jianshan turned to Shangguan Qinshue. The second floor, she replied. Watching Yun Jianshan walk away, Yin Pampan continued, still irate, Qinshue, he's gone too far. Aside from my family, no man has ever laid a hand on me. Pampan, don't be upset, Shangguan Qinshue said with a hint of exasperation, trying to comfort her. Fearlessness is his nature. You've seen his profile. Have you forgotten? True, but he has been much more restrained since meeting Lin Liqian. That's because he cares for her. Thus he had to conceal his true nature. With Lin Liqian's betrayal, he has returned to form. Shangguan Qinshue tapped her slender fingers on the desk, a stubborn glint in her beautiful eyes. I must find out when he acquired such extraordinary abilities. There are no gaps in his profile. Upon arriving at the security department on the second floor, Yun Jianshan revealed his identity, but the security personnel merely glanced at him before returning to their tasks. The control room boasted a massive screen divided into numerous surveillance feeds, allowing them to monitor every corner of the building. Yet the security staff showed little interest in him. He had no desire to engage with them, as he was merely there to collect his salary, uninterested in office politics. After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Jianshan took a brief look around before departing the security department to call Wu Heng. All brothers must gather at your place before 2 this afternoon. Those who fail to comply will be dismissed. Brother, are you coming? Wu Heng asked, excitement evident in his voice. Since learning of Yin Haijun and the others' demise, he had been unwaveringly loyal to Yun Jianshan. I need to reorganize, inform everyone. After hanging up, Yun Jianshan proceeded to the president's office. Upon seeing him, Yin Pampan shot him a glare, clearly unwelcoming. Yun Jianshan, oblivious to the hostility, requested the wireless network password from Shangguan Qinshue and settled on the sofa to play on his phone. Soon, a WeChat message arrived from Lan Tianwen, 1357-24816. Yun Jianshan stifled a smile and promptly replied, while Yin Pampan squinted at him, sneering, What are you playing? You look utterly smitten. Go away. Don't bother me, he retorted, shooting her an annoyed glance before returning his attention to his phone, pondering how to incite Lan Tianwen's enthusiasm. Wow, what are you up to? A code? Yin Pampan exclaimed from behind him. Empty-headed, he shot back, eliciting a sharp response from her. If you're so clever, explain this to me. Listen, let me enlighten you. 1, 3, 5, 7 is an arithmetic sequence, got it? I replied with 2, 4, 8, 16, which is a geometric sequence, understood? Yun Jianshan explained, pride evident on his face, adding, women go for the arithmetic, while men go for the geometric. Qinshue, he speaks foully. Yin Pampan suddenly pointed at him, excitement bubbling over. Great, I've been set up, Yun Jianshan thought, his smile instantly fading as he turned to face Shangguan Qinshue's icy demeanor, mentally cursing Yin Pampan. Foul language, a fine of 500. Shangguan Qinshue declared coldly. All right, I've noted it, he replied, as Een Pampan hurried over to start writing. Well done, Een Pampan, scheming against me. Yun Jianshan seethed, grinding his teeth. Een Pampan approached him, her smile fading into a serious tone. If Qinshue doesn't dismiss you, I will make your life a living hell. You're overthinking it. Yun Jianshan rolled his eyes. I don't care. You started this. She insisted defiantly. What a pity. I forgot to take off my pants before hitting you, he sighed, shaking his head in regret as he left the president's office under Een Pampan's furious gaze. After leaving the company, he dined at a nearby Chinese restaurant. The LCD TV on the wall displayed news from Rongqing TV, reporting on the murders that had occurred the previous night. The 10 homicides had alarmed the police, who had swiftly formed a task force. How brazen. We must be cautious when going out at night. This world is terrifying. Patrons at a nearby table exclaimed. Watching the news, Yun Jianshan, engrossed in his meal, mused that if they knew what those victims had done, they would likely applaud their demise. After finishing his meal, he took a bus to the bar where Wu Hong was. The bus also played news of the murders, and the police had offered a reward of 50,000 for informants or witnesses. Yun Jianshan was astonished, thinking that this matter had escalated significantly. It would be wise to discreetly deal with those scoundrels. Upon arriving at the bar, Yun Jianshan led Wu Hong to the office and asked, Is there a third party aware of the list? No, Wu Hong replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. Ever since he learned about Yin Haijun's murder, he had kept silent, feeling anxious about being silenced himself. Good, Yun Jianshan nodded with satisfaction. I need you to compile a detailed distribution of the underground forces in Rongqing. Understood? Yes, I can have it ready by tonight, Wu Hong quickly affirmed. Brother, the others are waiting outside for your address. Yun Jianshan nodded indifferently and stepped out first. At that moment, Jingge had organized a group of subordinates, all lined up neatly. Many had experienced the battle from the previous night and held a deep respect for Yun Jianshan, who had become their leader without question. Amidst the crowd, Huang Mao felt particularly conflicted. Just 2 nights prior, he had taken a few men to teach Yun Jianshan a lesson. In the blink of an eye, the person he had once belittled had ascended to the esteemed position of Brother Chun. Brother, from now on, you are our Brother Chun, Wu Hong proclaimed first. Bowing in respect, Brother Chun echoed over 200 voices, bowing in unison. Yun Jianshan's calm demeanor swelled with emotions, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, stirring turbulent waves within him. His blood surged with excitement. This was his power, and he finally had his own force. Even though they were still weak, Yun Jianshan felt exhilarated as he solemnly declared, Ruffians, to me, are merely those who squander their lives. Tell me loudly, do you wish to continue living aimlessly? No. The crowd roared in response, their hearts stirred by his words. Excellent. Yun Jianshan nodded with satisfaction, proclaiming, Rongqing is merely our starting point. My brothers are not ruffians. Remember this. I will not tolerate involvement in drugs, prostitution, or gambling. Anyone who dares to engage in such activities will be expelled from the Etian Alliance. From now on, our organization will be known as the Etian Alliance, and our home will be the Etian Alliance. Yun Jianshan thundered. Etian Alliance. Etian. The crowd responded with fervor, their excitement palpable. Yun Jianshan felt his own passion rise to new heights, invigorated by the fervor of those around him. After a while, Yun Jianshan's tumultuous emotion settled, and he gestured for silence. He proclaimed loudly, We are not mere ruffians drifting aimlessly through life. My ambitions are grand. I cannot guarantee success, but I hope you will accompany me in this battle. The crowd responded, We vow to follow Brother Chun. Today marks the founding of our Etian Alliance. I, Yun Jianshan, assure you that no talented individual will be overlooked. I will grant you a vast expanse to thrive. As he declared this, Yun Jianshan grasped a steel pole, which was meant for a pole dancing performance, and pulled it out with a force that garnered gasps of astonishment, particularly from those who had never seen him before. Noticing their shocked expressions, his demeanor turned cold as he warned, Those who betray me or the Etian Alliance will meet the same fate as this steel pole. With that, he snapped the pole in two, instilling fear in many. They echoed, We pledge to follow Brother Chun to the death. Chapter 14. Tracking the murderer, Yun Jianshan successfully established his authority in front of the crowd, confident that his image would be deeply etched in their minds. This was essential. Only then would they be wholly devoted to him. Having accomplished this, he did not hasten to leave the bar, but remained in the office of Wu Hong, the core figure of the alliance. Since the inception of the Etian alliance, he had rightfully assumed control of all operations. He convened a meeting with Wu Hong, brother Jing, and other key members, intent on swiftly gaining control of the underground world of Rongqing. The underground realm was dominated by three organizations: the Xingho Alliance, the Chasing Wind Alliance, and the Zhuxin Alliance. Among them, the Zhuxin Alliance was the most formidable, ruling over the Xiyang and Gufeng districts, while the Chasing Wind Alliance held sway over the Taijiang district, and the Xingho Alliance guarded the Jinan district. Wu Heng's territory was Taijiang, which fell under the Chasing Wind Alliance's influence, requiring an annual tribute of 2 million for protection. Listening to Wu Heng's account, Yun Jianchen maintained a composed expression and inquired, "How many members does the Chasing Wind Alliance have?" 400. Their most fearsome unit is the Guard Corps, composed of 20 retired soldiers. We, as their dependents, pose no threat to them. Wu Hong replied with a hint of resignation. Yun Jianchen understood the gravity of the situation. 20 retired soldiers possessed combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary ruffians, even if Wu Hong had previously commanded over 200 followers. Offending the Chasing Wind Alliance would result in their swift obliteration by the Guard Corps. Brother Chun, to eliminate the Chasing Wind Alliance, we must first eradicate the Guard Corps. Brother Jing interjected, his eyes flashing with animosity. Yun Jianchen responded dismissively, "Do not worry. They pose no threat to me." Wu Hong and the others remained skeptical, having witnessed Yun Jianchen's strength. However, retired soldiers were a different breed entirely, and the combat capabilities of 20 veterans were indeed formidable. While Yun Jianchen could handle them individually, the Guard Corps was the Chasing Wind Alliance's elite unit, rarely seen unless in force. Is it known whether they are armed? Yun Jianchen pondered aloud. Unclear. Wu Hong shook his head. This is highly confidential. Surely no one outside of their ranks would know. Understood. Yun Jianchen mused, then asked, "Are you familiar with Ehai Trading Company?" No. Wu Hong and his associates exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Brother Chen, what about this company? Investigate it and uncover its background, Yun Jianchen commanded. Ehai Trading Company was the company where Lu Ying worked. He aimed to dismantle it first, at the very least to ensure that its CEO dismissed Lu Ying. After addressing these matters, Yun Jianchen joined the banquet. Today marked the establishment of the Etian Alliance, and Wu Hong had reserved a nearby restaurant. As brothers approached him with toasts, he graciously accepted each one, astonishing Wu Hong and others with his remarkable drinking capacity. After downing dozens of bottles of beer, Yun Jianchen remained unfazed. His body had undergone enhancements, rendering even high-proof liquor akin to water for him, making it effortless to handle. At that moment, Huang Mao approached with a bottle of red wine and said, "Brother Chun, I apologize for my previous ignorance. What is your name?" Yun Jianchen inquired calmly. "Zhao Kaming." Huang Mao replied, trembling. "Zhao Kaming, a commendable name. Ensure you conduct yourself well and refrain from actions that tarnish the Etian Alliance's reputation," Yun Jianchen encouraged. "Absolutely. I will never disappoint you, Brother Chun," Zhao Kaming declared, visibly excited. Subsequently, those seated at the same table, including Brother Jing, raised their glasses in his honor. "Brother Jing, my name is Chun Jing." The other core members' names were also etched in Yun Jianchen's memory. The banquet continued for quite a while, with over 200 attendees, at least 100 of whom succumbed to intoxication. Yun Jianchen instructed Wu Hong and the others to ensure the well-being of their inebriated brothers. As he exited the restaurant, a cold wind swept through, and Yun Jianchen's gaze turned sharp. From this day forward, he would no longer fight alone. He intended to carve out a domain for his brothers in Rongqing. Thinking of Lin Liqian, a chill gripped his heart, and he murmured, "Lin Liqian, it won't be long before I come to collect my debt from your family." Just then, his phone rang, startling him. It was past 1 a.m. Who could it be? Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Shangguan Qianxue. Why would this frosty CEO call him at such a late hour? Was she under some sort of delusion? Filled with questions, he answered the call. "You scoundrel. Someone has invaded the villa. Qianxue is injured, and Brother Yi is barely holding on. Hurry." Yin Pan Pan's voice trembled with fear, and Yun Jianchen sensed the terror in her tone. He inquired about their location and immediately hailed a taxi. "Driver, hurry." "Young man, there are many traffic lights here. I can't go fast." The driver replied, looking troubled. "I'm with Ruixin Group. There's an urgent situation. If you run a red light and something goes wrong, I will take full responsibility," Yun Jianchen insisted, displaying his work badge. The driver hesitated but reluctantly agreed, saying, "I have no choice. Rules are rules, and no one is above them. Driver, my superior's life is at stake. If anything happens to her, Rueishin Group will ensure you pay dearly." Yun Jinshin's expression hardened as he threatened. The driver, startled, nearly lost control of the steering wheel. Rueishin Group was a commercial giant in Rongqing, and as a mere taxi driver, he understood the consequences of crossing them. "Just remember your words. If a traffic officer issues a ticket, you must help me resolve it," the driver said, steeling himself. Yun Jinshan nodded in agreement, and the driver immediately accelerated, running through red lights. They narrowly avoided colliding with an SUV due to the driver's adept skills. The car sped forward, and Yun Jinshan attempted to call Shangwan Qinshu again, but her phone was off. After several unsuccessful attempts, his anxiety mounted. 2 minutes later, the driver finally arrived at Shangwan Qinshu's villa. "Wait for me here." Yun Jinshan dashed toward the villa, finding the door wide open. "CEO, in Pampan," he shouted as he rushed inside, but no one answered. Ascending to the second floor, he stumbled upon Yi Zhanxiao's lifeless body, riddled with bullets, the fatal wound to his forehead. Yun Jinshan dashed downstairs, rapidly blinking 3 times, activating his enhanced senses. Instantly, he detected the lingering scents within the villa. The faint fragrance of In Ponpon's perfume was present inside, while it was stronger outside, indicating that they had been taken. Based on the lingering scent of the perfume, it could be discerned that they had not been abducted for long, likely only a few minutes. Yun Jinshan swiftly dashed out of the villa and hopped into a taxi, instructing the driver to pursue the trail left by In Ponpon's fragrance. "Faster! Hurry!" Yun Jinshan bellowed, and the driver, not daring to be negligent, increased the speed. 30 seconds passed quickly. Yun Jinshan refrained from activating the 100 Flavors Divine Eye again until he reached the fork in the road, where he engaged it once more. He observed a multitude of scents at the junction and easily identified the trail left by In Pampan, following it diligently. At last, he spotted a black Land Rover ahead, from which the scent of In Pampan emanated, perhaps due to the closed windows. The fragrance was faint and intermittent, yet sufficient for him to ascertain. "Keep up with that Land Rover. Do not let them notice us," Yun Jinshan commanded. "Understood." The driver sighed in relief as they finally caught up, though his heart raced with anxiety, having run at least 20 red lights. Fortunately, there were few vehicles on the road at night. Otherwise, even with his excellent driving skills, an accident would have been inevitable. After a while, the Land Rover veered onto a muddy path, slowing down. Realizing that following them would likely lead to detection, Yun Jinshan decisively exited the vehicle, saying, "Meet me at Rueishin Group tomorrow. I will assist you." With that, he dashed down the muddy path, swiftly disappearing into the night. Before long, he found the Land Rover halted in front of an abandoned factory. "No matter who you are, you must die today," Yun Jinshan declared coldly. Chapter 15. The fiery confrontation with the kidnappers taking advantage of the cover of darkness. Yun Jinshan stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the abandoned factory, quickly scaling the drainpipe. Before he reached the rooftop, he heard footsteps. Listening intently, he discerned that there were 2 individuals. After a moment of silence, they continued to move about, clearly serving as lookouts. Their meticulous demeanor indicated that they were a well-trained group of criminals. Regardless of his own prowess, Yun Jinshan felt a sense of trepidation in the face of armed adversaries. Suddenly, one of the individuals approached his position, their footsteps growing nearer. If the person were to look up, they would undoubtedly spot him. Yun Jinshan awaited the opportune moment, silently counting down 3, 2. He sprang into action, immediately confronting the nearby criminal, who was masked, revealing only his eyes. Terror filled the criminal's gaze as Yun Jinshan's right hand struck with all his might, sending the man's head flying. Blood erupted like a fountain, the severed head plummeting to the ground. Yun Jinshan landed on the rooftop and lunged toward another criminal 10 meters away. Upon hearing the commotion, this criminal turned, only to see a swift shadow rushing toward him. Before he could react, his throat was seized. "You are too slow," Yun Jinshan remarked coldly, crushing the man's throat. Gazing at the lifeless body, Yun Jinshan fell into contemplation. He was uncertain of the situation below. Although he had followed the Land Rover, it did not guarantee that only those inside were the kidnappers. After a moment's thought, he devised a plan. The deceased criminal was of similar height to him, and their masks facilitated his actions. Placing the body on the ground, he quickly stripped it of its clothing, which reeked of sweat. After a brief hesitation, He donned the attire, grasped the submachine gun, and descended the stairs. Cautiously adhering to the wall, Yun Jianshun made his way downstairs, soon hearing voices. Shangguan Qinxue, I advise you to cooperate. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Never. Who hired you? I will pay double. Despite the precarious situation, Shangguan Qinxue maintained her composure, attempting to entice her captors. Yet, the response was dismissive. Even if you offer 10 times the amount, there is no negotiation. In our line of work, as mercenaries, reputation is paramount. Even if you acquire this money, can you enjoy it? Shangguan Qinxue retorted coldly. I am aware of the Shangguan family's vast influence in Fujian province. But if I complete this job, I will escape abroad with my comrades. What can you do about it? The man replied nonchalantly. Listening to their exchange, Yun Jianxun pieced together the situation. It seemed that Shangguan Qinxue possessed something they desired, which explained their restraint. However, he remained concerned about Yin Panpan. Despite their earlier disagreement, he did not wish for her to come to harm. Shangguan Qinxue and her associates were confined on the second floor. After a few more steps, he would reach them. And Yun Jianxun's nerves tightened. Although he possessed extraordinary strength and speed, he was still fundamentally an ordinary person who had never handled a firearm, let alone a submachine gun. Summoning his courage, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he descended the staircase, entering the second floor. A large bulb hung in the center, illuminating Shangguan Qinxue and Yin Panpan, who were bound back to back, while a tall man interrogated them. This man was unmasked, clearly the leader of the gang, flanked by 2 armed thugs. A third thug stood several meters away, observing the outside. For criminals in total, 3 of whom were armed. The farthest thug, keeping watch at the window, posed the greatest challenge for Yun Jianxun. Several thoughts flashed through his mind when the leader suddenly turned, barking, "What are you doing down here?" At that moment, Yun Jianxun was still several meters away. The 2 armed thugs noticed him too, and he dared not respond, accelerating his pace. "You." The leader's irritation was evident as his eyes widened, roaring, "Who are you? This is not good." Yun Jianxun internally cursed as he surged forward. His incredible burst of speed manifested vividly as he swiftly closed the distance between himself and the armed thugs. In less than 2 seconds, he reached them, their reactions lagging just enough for him to deliver a series of kicks that sent them crashing against the wall, their fates uncertain. Simultaneously, a punch came hurtling toward him. Yun Jianxun twisted his body, grasping the leader's fist, coldly stating, "Not bad reflexes." The bound Shangguan Qinxue recognized that familiar voice, her exquisite features lighting up with joy. Yun Jianxun's peripheral vision caught sight of the thug several meters away, who was now raising his weapon. In a split second, Yun Jianxun yanked the leader toward him. Just as swiftly, he took a step forward. Gunfire erupted. Bullets struck the leader, now serving as a human shield. "Ah!" The leader screamed in agony, his body convulsing, eyes fixed on Yun Jianxun. With a sudden burst of energy, Yun Jianxun propelled the leader toward the thug at the window. Hesitation gripped the thug. But in that fleeting moment, Yun Jianxun was upon him. Faced with imminent danger, the thug disregarded his leader, firing again. The leader twitched violently, gasping for breath. Yun Jianxun swiftly dodged to the left, using the leader's lifeless body as a weapon against the thug. The thug instinctively fired several rounds at the approaching corpse, but the speed of the body took him by surprise, crashing him through the window. Yin Panpan witnessed the scene, left utterly stunned, muttering, "So fierce." Yun Jianxun approached the window to gaze below, where the thug lay amidst a pool of blood. Turning back to Yin Panpan, he scrutinized her from head to toe, feigning a raspy voice. "Not bad, little girl. With such a figure, how many hearts have you ensnared? Yun Jianxun, are you seeking death?" Yin Panpan was incensed by his teasing. "What?" Yun Jianxun, taken aback, rasped, "Who is Yun Jianxun? Stop pretending. I heard your voice just now. Release us at once." Yin Panpan's ire intensified, prompting Yun Jianxun to reluctantly remove his hood and untie them. He scrutinized Shangguan Qinxue and inquired, "President, are you injured?" "I am not hurt." Shangguan Qinxue replied, perplexed. Yun Jianxun's expression darkened as he glared at Yin Panpan, who flipped Shangguan Qinxue's right hand, revealing a scratch in her palm. "Is this not a wound?" "It's nothing, just a minor fall," Shangguan Qinxue replied calmly. Yun Jianxun's forehead creased with annoyance as he turned to Yin Panpan, growling, "You little brat, you had me worried sick. I could just kill you. Are they dead?" Shangguan Qinshu asked, glancing at the two thugs slumped against the wall. Yun Jinshan approached them, checked their vitals, and said, "They're still breathing. Qinshu, we should leave quickly. Let the police handle this," Yin Panpan urged, her voice trembling with fear. "We can't call the police," Shangguan Qinshu pondered. "It's futile. We must resolve this ourselves." Her gaze fell on Yun Jinshan, noticing the submachine gun in his left hand. "Why didn't you use your gun earlier?" "Indeed, you could have shot them while they were still off guard," Yin Panpan echoed, realizing Yun Jinshan's silence could arouse their suspicions. It was implausible for someone of his caliber to be inept with a firearm. Yun Jinshan contemplated for a moment, then abruptly kicked one of the thugs, declaring, "To end them with a single shot would be too merciful. They dare to kidnap my president. They deserve a thorough beating." Shangguan Qinshu observed him, no longer pressing for explanations. He revived the two thugs, who winced in pain. "Your spines are broken. If you wish to ease your suffering, I advise you to cooperate," Yun Jinshan said coldly. "Never. Even if you kill us, you will never extract any information from us," the thugs retorted defiantly, glaring at him without a hint of fear. Yun Jinshan shoved them against the wall once more, causing them to cry out in agony. "Who sent you?" he demanded sternly. Unable to support themselves due to their injuries, the thugs glared at Yun Jinshan, stubbornly withholding any information. Growing increasingly frustrated, he struck their wounds repeatedly until they writhed in pain. "Just kill them," Shangguan Qinshu suggested after observing for a while. At this, a flicker of hope appeared in the thug's eyes. Yun Jinshan sneered, "You wish to visit the afterlife, but the door remains closed to you. No one from the Tianlang group is a coward. Abandon your hopes. I do not know who you are, but I'm certain the leader will avenge us," they insisted, remaining steadfast in their defiance. Yun Jinshan warned, "For every one of you here, I shall bury your kin. If you provoke me, I will not only eliminate you, but also slaughter your families." A flicker of fear crossed their faces. Yun Jinshan's gaze was piercing as he mused inwardly. Clearly, these individuals have attachments they wish to protect. "President, please help me investigate their information. I require details," he requested of Shangguan Qinshu. "What are you planning?" The thugs finally grew alarmed. Understanding his intent, Shangguan Qinshu replied, "The Shangguan family can certainly investigate a few individuals thoroughly, ensuring we uncover their entire lineage. First, we should eliminate their parents. If they have gone astray, their parents share the blame," Yun Jinshan stated coldly. Chapter 16. The Tianlang mercenaries wait, we can talk. One thug pleaded, "Do not be fooled. They're trying to intimidate us." Before he could finish, Yun Jinshan delivered a swift kick to his solar plexus, causing him to tremble violently before collapsing lifelessly. The remaining thugs, now thoroughly panicked, divulged everything they knew under Yun Jinshan's fierce gaze. They belonged to the Tianlang mercenaries, led by Wen Changfeng. The Tianlang mercenaries numbered in the hundreds, with their headquarters in Myanmar. The ringleader overseeing this operation was Wen Changge, the leader's younger brother, who was quite proud and deemed the kidnapping of Shangguan Qinshu to be a trivial task. Thus, he brought 5 men to Rongqing, having selected this location as their temporary hideout 5 days ago. They had even dispatched individuals to secretly monitor Shangguan Qinshu's villa, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As anticipated, their operation proceeded smoothly until they encountered Yun Jinshan. Yun Jinshan slapped the thug's face and inquired about their employer. The thug shook his head. "Only the leader accepts the missions. We, the subordinates, cannot know anything about the employer." After further questioning yielded no valuable information, Yun Jinshan seized him by the throat, stating earnestly, "Had you acted a few days earlier, you might have succeeded." With a swift motion, the thug fell lifeless. At that moment, Yun Jinshan heard the system's notification in his mind. Eradicated evil, saved lives, earned 125. 6 merit points, balance, 165. 6 merit points. He paused, realizing that the mercenaries had committed numerous atrocities, and killing them had garnered such merit points filled him with elation. Regaining his composure, he departed with the 2 women, hailing a taxi to their villa. Along the way, they encountered several police cars racing past. "What major incident has occurred today to warrant such a police presence?" Shangguan Qinshu remarked, furrowing her brow. Even the taxi driver commented, "Something serious must have happened." "Stop here," Shangguan Qinshu instructed the driver. Upon arriving, she saw her villa was cordoned off with at least hundreds of officers, mostly in uniform. Nearby, a middle-aged man was on the phone, he was Wang Chuncheng, the city secretary of Rongqing, whose expression was grim. Incompetent fools. If anything happens to Shangwan Qianxue, you will all face consequences. Wang Chunqing bellowed in frustration. Several anxious individuals stood nearby, including senior executives from the Ruixin group, among them the deputy general manager. As Shangwan Qianxue emerged from the car, officers approached to intercept her. "She's our president." The deputy general manager, spotting her, rushed over and reprimanded the officer, who promptly stepped aside. Wang Chuncheng, hearing the commotion, ended his call and hurried over. "Withdraw everyone," Shangwan Qianxue commanded. "Qianxue, how did you return?" Wang Chunqing asked, his concern evident. "A friend rescued me. The kidnappers are dead. Handle it discreetly. I do not wish to see any news about me," Shangwan Qianxue replied frostily. "Understood. I will ensure it is managed properly," Wang Chunqing assured her, sensing her impatience and feeling a twinge of fear. Though he was the city secretary, a powerful figure, he was supported by the Shangwan family. Fully aware of their formidable influence, Wang Chuncheng approached the crowd of onlookers, most of whom were local villa owners. Some individuals have had prior interactions with Wang Chuncheng, while others, despite lacking a personal connection, are aware that he serves as the secretary of the Rongqing Municipal Committee. Therefore, when Wang Chuncheng requested their silence, ensuring that the information remained confidential and was not disseminated online, they all complied willingly. As the onlookers dispersed, Wang Chunqing also dismissed everyone present. Soon, the area was devoid of any presence. Yun Jianshan paid the fare and remarked to the driver, "Master, your job is not easy. Some matters should not be spoken of openly." I understand, the driver replied. After Shangwan Qianxue exited the vehicle, he keenly observed the reactions of the officials, which did not escape his notice. Listening to Yun Jianshan's words, he nodded repeatedly, much like a chick pecking at grains. Yun Jianshan responded before descending the vehicle alongside Yin Panpan, expressing a hint of melancholy. "Why must I bear the burden of the villains? If not you, then who?" Yin Panpan retorted with a sideways glare. Yun Jianshan, dissatisfied, countered, "If you continue to spar with me, your fate will be of no concern to me." "You? Who cares?" Yin Panpan shot back, clearly agitated. Upon entering the villa, Shangwan Qianxue stood at the top of the staircase, precisely where her bodyguard Yi Zhanxiao had met his demise. Previously, Yun Jianshan perceived her as cold and emotionless, believing she would remain unperturbed by her bodyguard's death. However, as he ascended the stairs and glimpsed the moisture in her eyes, he felt a pang of empathy. Although Yi Zhanxiao's body had been removed, Shangwan Qianxue's gaze remained fixed on the bloodstains on the floor. "He has been with me for 2 years, she murmured softly. Yun Jianshan fell silent, while Yin Panpan displayed a semblance of sorrow, albeit less profound. Panpan, given the gravity of the situation, Uncle Yin must have received word and is likely frantic. "Would you like to reassure them?" Shangwan Qianxue regained her composure and addressed Yin Panpan. "I certainly do not," Yin Panpan firmly rejected, retreating to her room. "There's a guest room on the first floor. You needn't return to your own," Shangwan Qianxue instructed Yun Jianshan before heading to her quarters. Yun Jianshan descended the stairs, surveying the villa. The grand living room was at its center, adorned with a massive LCD television mounted on the wall. The sofa was remarkably soft and comfortable, prompting him to recline and momentarily forget about rising. This must be the life of the wealthy. This sofa alone must cost a fortune. He wandered into the kitchen, marveling at the fully equipped space, encountering many items he had never seen before. There were 2 rooms on the first floor. One featured a photograph of Yi Zhanxiao in military attire hanging on the wall. Yun Jianshan, feeling a sense of melancholy, exited that room. The other room was meticulously tidy, leading Yun Jianshan to ponder why Shangwan Qianxue had not employed domestic help for her daily needs in such a spacious villa. After refreshing himself, he discovered a male nightgown in the wardrobe. Once clad in the nightwear, he lay down on the bed, which was exceedingly soft and elastic, ensuring a comfortable slumber. The following day, he was awakened by Shangwan Qianxue, and upon emerging from his room, he noticed the empty dining table and inquired, "Did you all have breakfast without me?" "Who ate?" Yin Panpan, seated on the sofa watching television with a packet of Lay's potato chips in hand, replied, popping another chip in her mouth. "You're still eating?" Yun Jianshan exclaimed, swiftly moving forward to snatch the chips away. "Yun Jianshan, give those back to me." Yin Panpan glared furiously. Yin Jianxin smiled. Miss Yin, Lay's chips are junk food. They hardly suit your stature. Only someone of my status indulges in such fare. He spoke earnestly, popping a chip into his mouth and savoring it, sweet and spicy, quite delightful. Yin Jianxin, Yin Pan hissed through clenched teeth. I'm leaving, don't miss me. I'm merely a legend, he chuckled, departing. Yin Pan, if you wish to torment me, I shall ensure you are vexed to the point of bloodshed. The thought of her furious expression brought him amusement, but the chips proved insubstantial, disappearing quickly. Just as he took a few steps, a police car approached. Curiously, he noticed that the driver was an exceptionally attractive female officer, exuding an air of confidence. The police vehicle halted before him, and as the beautiful officer stepped out and approached, Yin Jianxin smiled. Miss, are you here to discuss life with me? Indeed. I would like to invite you to the precinct. May I inquire if you are available? The officer's charming face bore a hint of irritation as she spoke coldly. Let us skip the police station. If it's a date, I might consider it, Yin Jianxin quipped, turning to leave. The officer followed, stating, Mr. Yun, I have some cases that require your cooperation. Not interested, Yin Jianxin replied, growing impatient. The officer produced her identification, declaring, I am Lu Siyuan, the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Taijiang District Public Security Bureau, responsible for the investigation of the Yan Haijun case. Please cooperate with my inquiries. Yin Jianxin stiffened. How had she found him? Was it possible that Wu Hong had betrayed him? Mr. Yin, please cooperate. Lu Siyuan reiterated. Had she not known of his connection to Shangwan Qianxue, she would have apprehended him outright. You have mistaken the person, Yin Jianxin replied icily. Lu Siyuan retorted sharply. Do you think I would seek you out without evidence? Her voice was firm. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I handcuff you and take you to the station? Yin Jianxin furrowed his brow. He could easily flee, but that would only escalate the situation. He retrieved his phone and dialed Shangwan Qianxue, stating, President, someone has invited me to the police station for tea. Have her answer the call, he instructed, handing the phone to Lu Siyuan. After a brief conversation, Lu Siyuan hung up, her stance resolute, insisting on taking Yin Jianxin with her. Reluctantly, he followed her, settling into the police vehicle. Riding in a police car is no different from taking a taxi, he remarked nonchalantly. Ah, but there is a significant difference. Some who enter may never leave, Lu Siyuan implied. You seem to harbor quite the prejudice against me, Mississippi. Did I abandon you in a past life? Yin Jianxin jested. Chapter 17, The Fiery Beauty. What? Lu Siyuan slammed on the brakes, causing Yin Jianxin, who had not buckled his seatbelt, to lurch forward. Quick to react, he grasped the front seat to steady himself, beaming, Your reaction is quite intense. It seems I truly must have erred. By the way, how do you recall our past lives? Pray, tell me about our days together. Yin Jianxin spoke with genuine interest. Lu Siyuan's previously confident demeanor transformed into an icy glare as she regarded him through the rearview mirror. His serious expression suggested they might indeed share a past. The more she listened, the angrier she became, ultimately yelling, Be quiet. Dear wife, do not be this way. Yin Jianxin feigned innocence. Wife. Lu Siyuan was nearly apoplectic. No one had dared to tease her in such a manner throughout her life. In her fury, she disregarded all decorum, desiring merely to strike Yin Jianxin. Exiting the driver's seat, she yanked open the rear door and shouted, Get out and leave this vehicle. Wife, your temper remains as fiery as ever, but I find it appealing. Yin Jianxin maintained his smile, even tapping his forehead. Ah, I remember now. We were married during the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty. Back then, be silent. Lu Siyuan could no longer maintain her composure, brandishing her weapon and coldly warning, Speak nonsense again, and I will shoot you. I do not believe you. Yin Jianxin replied calmly, For I am your husband. That would constitute the murder of one's own spouse. Lu Siyuan's eyes burned with fury as she gazed at Yin Jianxin's enigmatic smile. An impulse to lash out bubbling within her. Unable to restrain herself, she lifted her foot to kick him, only to have her ankles seized by Yin Jianxin. Before she could react, he pulled her into the car. Although she narrowly avoided hitting her head against the roof, she found herself seated on his lap. Lu Siyuan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events, especially as Yin Jianxin wrested her firearm from her grasp, tossing it to the front seat. Despite his long hair, Yin Jianxin's delicate features remained visible. Wife, this is how you looked at me in your past life, he said earnestly. Lu Siyuan's beautiful face flushed with anger as she glared at the vehicle. She rose slightly, only to unleash a powerful punch aimed at his forehead. But once again, Yin Jianchen caught her fists. Struggling fiercely, she felt the overwhelming strength of her captor. "Let go of me, you scoundrel," she shouted in fury. "Not a chance." Yin Jianchen replied stubbornly, prompting Lu Xiyuan to sit back down forcefully, her hips colliding with his legs, creating a jarring impact. Though he felt a twinge of pain, he smiled and remarked, "Wife, it seems you enjoy this position." Lu Xiyuan was on the brink of collapse, devoid of the strength to continue her tirade. She recognized her inability to contend with him and ceased her struggles. Regaining her composure, she reflected on the chaos of the day, attributing her loss of poise to Yin Jianshan's incessant use of the term wife. It was infuriating. Any woman subjected to such teasing would feel rage, and Lu Xiyuan was no exception. Having excelled academically throughout her life and distinguished herself at the police academy, she had rebuffed countless suitors from affluent families, seeking a partner who surpassed her own accomplishments. Those who dared insult her had been dealt with severely. Upon joining the police force, a thug had dared to provoke her, only to find himself questioning his existence after she retaliated. "What are you thinking about?" Yin Jianshan inquired. "Yin Jianshan, release me," Lu Xiyuan commanded coldly. His grip remained steadfast. With a calm demeanor, she added, "Assaulting a police officer is a serious offense, and your continued mockery could lead to dire consequences. Even if someone protects you, my subordinates will not let you off easily. I know we pose little threat to you, but can you endure being pursued daily?" Lu Xiyuan's tone softened as she noticed onlookers nearby. If they did not resolve their predicament soon, someone might capture the moment and upload it online, leading to scandalous headlines such as "Policewoman Caught in a Compromising Position." "Look, there are plenty of people watching," Lu Xiyuan pointed out, observing Yin Jianshan's shifting expression. He finally relented and released her. As she exited the vehicle, she shot him a glare, only to be seized once more. "Let go," she said firmly. "Wife, you're being mischievous again," Yin Jianshan replied with a smile before releasing her. After this lesson, Lu Xiyuan chose not to pursue further conflict. The silence lingered as they drove, Yin Jianshan's brow furrowed in contemplation. Lu Xiyuan was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite her anger, she had not completely lost her composure. He pondered whether it was Wu Hong who had betrayed him, or if he had inadvertently left traces behind. During his encounters with Yin Haijun and others, he had meticulously avoided detection, ensuring no witnesses remained. Could it be fingerprints? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Yes, it had to be fingerprints. Lu Xiyuan must have been staking out near Shangwan Qianchue's villa, which explained her timely capture of him. Her certainty about his involvement stemmed from the fingerprints left at the scene of the mercenaries' demise, as he had been the one to escort them away. These details likely had not escaped the scrutiny of any surveillance, and when combined with the circumstances, the evidence pointed squarely at him. Although Lu Xiyuan spoke with conviction, she could not be entirely certain he was the perpetrator of both incidents. This was precisely why she had approached him alone. Otherwise, she would have brought an entire criminal investigation team. Her intent to confirm his identity was clear. If he left fingerprints at the precinct, his guilt would be established. The thought sent a chill down Yin Jianshan's spine. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to escape becoming a fugitive. He needed a strategy to cope with this situation. "Wife, did you know I remained single for 24 years waiting for you?" Yin Jianshan stated. 24 years? You've forgotten that you are only 24 now. Did you know about your past life from the moment you were born? Lu Xiyuan retorted, suppressing her fury with biting sarcasm. "Indeed, but my memory has its gaps. I just happened to forget," he replied, continuing his playful banter. "Wife, could it be that my future mother-in-law is waiting for me at the precinct?" "Yin Jianshan, can you please refrain from calling me wife?" Lu Xiyuan cautioned, battling the urge to lose control again. "Not a chance. I waited 24 years for you," he continued, only to be interrupted by her cold inquiry about his relationship with Lin Liqian. "That was just a warm-up. Even sports require a warm-up, and so do relationships," he responded, attempting to maintain a carefree facade. Lu Xiyuan, however, was quick to notice the subtle change in his demeanor. As the head of the criminal investigation team, she was adept at reading people and had recently obtained information about Yin Jianshan. Although not exhaustive, it was sufficient to uncover his vulnerabilities. The incident at Lu Ying's birthday party was clearly documented, as was the peculiar wild ginseng. "I always thought those in uniforms were merely milking the system. But it seems you are quite skilled in investigation," Yun Jianshan retorted coldly, aware of her provocation. If police officers cannot investigate, what are they? Lucy Yuan shot back, her anger flaring. Just then, Yun Jianshan's phone rang. It was Shangwan Qinxue. Where are you? She asked. Still on the road, he replied. I'm waiting for you at the Taijiang District Police Station. The call ended, and Yun Jianshan exhaled in relief. The tension in his chest began to ease. Is Shangwan Qinxue calling you? Lucy Yuan asked, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Wife, are you jealous? He countered playfully. Jealous. Lucy Yuan wanted to curse, but held back, aware she could not win this battle. No matter what Yun Jianshan said, she decided to endure it, and the car sped up. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Taijiang District Police Station, where Shangwan Qinxue was already waiting. Lucy Yuan's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Shangwan Qinxue's evident concern for Yun Jianshan. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to press on, leading Yun Jianshan into the precinct. Shangwan Qinxue followed with a composed demeanor. Take him to the interrogation room. Lucy Yuan commanded one of her subordinates, who hesitated, stammering, Captain Liu, the director is waiting for you in his office. I will go once I handle this matter, she insisted, fully aware of the implications. She was determined to take Yun Jianshan to the interrogation room first. Upon entering, the director promptly arrived, exchanging pleasantries with Shangwan Qinxue before unleashing his frustrations on Lucy Yuan. Mr. Yun, I apologize for the inconvenience. You are free to go. I will ensure my subordinates are properly managed, the director assured Yun Jianshan. That's quite all right. Yun Jianshan responded. Yun Jianshan calmly stated, waving towards Lucy Yuan, Wife, I'm leaving now. Come visit me when you have time. The director was taken aback, and everyone present was equally bewildered. What was happening? Yun Jianshan, you're in serious trouble. Lucy Yuan exclaimed, her delicate face flushed with anger. Yun Jianshan chuckled triumphantly, while Shangwan Qinxue couldn't help but smile, commenting, You are becoming increasingly reckless. President, do you like it? Yun Jianshan inquired with a smile. Impudence will cost you 500. Shangwan Qinxue replied coldly. President, that rule is not in the agreement. I just added it. Chapter 18. The Invisibility Talisman. Upon exiting the police station, Yun Jianshan bid farewell to Shangwan Qinxue. As he walked along the road, he pondered his current predicament. He had aroused Lucy Yuan's suspicion, and with the threat of mercenaries from abroad looming, his situation was dire. He needed to enhance his strength and place his hopes on the Starry chessboard. If he could acquire a protective talisman or similar life-saving weapon from it, it would be most advantageous. Currently, he possessed 165 merit points, which should allow him to activate the Starry chessboard twice. Although he had it on him, he felt it would be more prudent to activate it back at his rented apartment, uncertain of what rewards the chessboard might yield. If it produced something as large as the last bathtub, it would be impossible to explain if discovered. Thus, he hurried back to his apartment, taking a taxi without concern for frugality. Time was more precious than money. Once home, Yun Jianshan securely closed the doors and windows, then drew the curtains on the balcony side. Eagerly, he retrieved the Starry chessboard from his trench coat, opened the board, and pushed a piece forward. Instantly, a system message sounded. Chess move successful, consuming 50 merit points. Remaining, 115. 6 merit points. Simultaneously, a talisman appeared on the board. This talisman was nearly transparent, and it was difficult to discern without close inspection. There were no instructions accompanying the talisman, which puzzled Yun Jianshan as he grasped it in his right hand. To his astonishment, the talisman integrated into his palm. He could see it clearly, and, simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Invisibility Talisman, effective for 30 minutes. Can only be activated once per day, limited to 30 uses. The talisman had fused with him. It could be activated at will with a mere thought. Yun Jianshan was elated. A talisman he had only read about in novels was now his. He refrained from using it hastily, understanding its significance. With only 30 uses available, he resolved to wait for a critical moment before employing it. With over 100 merit points remaining, he eagerly anticipated the next reward. As expected, the Starry chessboard advanced another step, costing him 100 merit points, leaving him with 15. 6 points. In return, he received a vest named Eternal Calamity Armor, crafted from extremely rare beast hides. The name alone piqued his curiosity, and he couldn't resist trying it out. Initially, he tested it with a silver needle, which did not penetrate, and with slight pressure, it broke. He then purchased a kitchen knife and a dagger, but even the knife left no mark, and the dagger shattered upon contact. Now, the only test left was a firearm. No matter how skilled one was, a knife could be a formidable threat. If the armor could not withstand a gun, its value would diminish significantly. Though he was eager to experiment, he had no suitable subjects to test it on. He knew no officials personally, and involving Shangwan Qinxue would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he quelled that thought and took a moment to rest before heading to the bar where Wu Hong worked, which had now been renamed Etienne Bar. Although he suspected Wu Hong would not betray him, he wanted to ascertain the situation. As he entered the bar, a young woman at the bar counter greeted him. Handsome. What would you like? She appeared to be around 20, exuding an air of innocence, likely a university student. It was Yun Jinshin's first encounter with her, and he smiled as he asked, "What is your name, and how long have you worked here? Is this how you flirt with girls?" She giggled. "Ding Shuexia. That is a lovely name. I want to pursue you. Will you agree?" Yun Jinshin replied with a grin, glancing at her name tag. "That depends on your sincerity." Ding Shuexia teased, internally deeming him somewhat eccentric. Just then, Zhao Kaming approached swiftly, bowing respectfully. Ding Shuexia was taken aback. Zhao Kaming had just begun working that day as the front desk manager, her superior. Yet, this seemingly carefree young man commanded such respect from him. "Brother Chun," Zhao Kaming addressed him. Ding Shuexia was puzzled. She had heard of Brother Chun from others in the bar, who were subordinates of the boss and treated him with reverence. Noticing that others in the bar were also paying attention to him, Yun Jianshun lost interest in lingering. As he departed, Ding Shuexia quietly asked Zhao Kaming, "Is he the Brother Chun you all speak of? If it's not him, who else could it be?" Zhao Kaming retorted, taking a deep drag from a cigarette, admiration evident in his voice. "Brother Chun is a godlike figure. Trust me, you wouldn't understand. Just remember to treat him well when you see him. Understood?" "Got it." Ding Shuexia's eyes sparkled. There was an innate allure in powerful men, especially someone as young and handsome as Yun Jianshin. Meanwhile, Yun Jianshin had spotted Wu Hong in the corridor, who bore no signs of panic, instead wearing a look of delight. Yun Jianshin's icy demeanor softened slightly as he inquired, "How is the surveillance on the wind-chasing alliance going?" "Brother Chun, gathering data on the Guard Corps is proving difficult. One of our brothers was discovered, but thankfully he was clever. Otherwise, it would have been more than just a trip to the hospital," Wu Hong replied, showing a hint of frustration. "I only need their daily patterns," Yun Jianshin stated calmly. "That is quite challenging. Their counter-surveillance abilities are strong. So far, we've only managed to capture 8 photographs," Wu Hong explained before leaving the office, which now belonged to Yun Jianshin. He returned shortly with the 8 photographs. Yun Jianshin examined the materials, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he instructed. "Gather all the brothers responsible for monitoring. Convey the message. No one must leak my presence in the Etienne Alliance. I want you to be my spokesperson out there." Yun Jianshin spoke earnestly, and Wu Hong's eyes gleamed with understanding of what this entailed. It meant that Brother Chun would not interfere with the Alliance's normal operations, and his authority would remain largely unchanged. "Brother Chun, I will surely manage the Etienne Alliance well," Wu Hong assured confidently. Yun Jianshan nodded indifferently and then asked, "Have you gathered information on Ehai Trading Company? The owner is a foreigner, merely a puppet. The true power lies with Gao Bing, the president of the Wind-Chasing Alliance." Wu Hong replied respectfully. "Interesting," Yun Jianshin chuckled lightly. The fact that Ehai Trading Company was a hidden asset of the Wind-Chasing Alliance was unexpected. In 3 days, the Wind-Chasing Alliance will face its downfall. Begin preparations. Before departing, Yun Jianshin articulated his aspirations, leaving Wu Hong momentarily in a daze before revealing an expression of excitement. Shortly after leaving the Etienne bar, an Audi suddenly sped towards him, halting approximately 3 meters away. Yun Jianshin's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the license plate, his expression turning colder. It was Liu Ying's car, and indeed, Liu Ying emerged from the vehicle. Ever since Lin Liqian approached him, Yun Jianshin had presumed they would cease their pursuit. After all, he was insignificant in Liu Ying's eyes. He could hardly fathom that she would be the one to confront him this time. "Yun Jianshin, even knowing Shangwan Qinxue will not alter your impoverished predicament." Liu Ying assessed him with disdain, reminiscent of their initial encounters. "My intentions are unequivocal. Are the Lin family members truly this oblivious?" Yun Jianshin retorted coldly. "Do not overestimate yourself. As an intern, you would need at least 20 years to ascend to my level. Lu Ying scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Young people should not act impulsively. You and Li Qian inhabit entirely different worlds. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Society is that harsh. Society may indeed be harsh, but only individuals like you from the Lin family would stoop to such levels of humiliation. Yun Jianshen suppressed the surge of anger rising within him, responding with a fierce retort. That is your own doing. Lu Ying replied nonchalantly, her voice icy. People like you, who are oblivious to their own limitations, are destined to remain mere workers for life. The sight of Lu Ying's arrogant demeanor incited a fury within Yun Jianshen, a desire to strike her down. Yun Jianshen, I have connections in the underworld. If you know what is good for you, let this matter rest. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will happen next. Lu Ying threatened, noticing his indifference. Yun Jianshen regarded her coldly as she cast him a dismissive glance before driving away. Lu Ying, I hope you will still stand before me in 3 days, issuing commands. Yun Jianshen sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the ensuing 2 days, Yun Jianshen maintained his routine of working at the company during the day and tracking members of the Chasing Wind Alliance at night. These individuals often frequented a nightclub under the guise of the Chasing Wind name, yet their movements remained elusive as they always occupied private rooms. Their counter-surveillance capabilities were formidable, making it rare for anyone to discern their whereabouts. On one occasion, even Yun Jianshen nearly revealed a flaw in his disguise. On the 3rd day, the Etienne bar closed early, with members of the Etienne Alliance gathering there. Yun Jianshen, Wu Hong, and Chun Jing convened in Yun Jianshen's office. Upon learning of the plan to dismantle the Chasing Wind Alliance, Wu Hong and Chun Jing collaborated to devise several operational strategies based on sound recommendations. Execute Plan A. Yun Jianshen commanded after glancing over the plans. Plan A aimed to capture the leader. The target was Tiana Bar, the heart of the Chasing Wind Alliance. Under normal circumstances, dozens of individuals would be stationed there. Galv being operated from this location, and based on Yun Jianshen's assessment, 5 members of the Guardian team were stationed at Tiana Bar. Initially, Wu Hong and the others contemplated attacking weaker territories to gradually erode their strength. But Yun Jianshen outright rejected this notion. He understood that, given the strength of the Chasing Wind Alliance, allowing them time to regroup would lead to a fierce counterattack, which they would struggle to withstand. The only feasible approach was to storm Tiana Bar with the force of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves and capture Gaobing. The members of the Etienne Alliance, adhering to the plan, split into dozens of small groups and infiltrated Tiana Bar. Only when everyone had entered did Yun Jianshen emerge from the shadows of the night. Observing Tiana Bar in the distance, his expression was cold as ice. This marked the first battle he led for the Etienne Alliance. Not only did they need to win, but they needed to secure a resounding victory. As Yun Jianshen advanced a few steps, he noticed an Audi approaching from the parking lot. Its license plate unmistakable. It was Lu Ying's vehicle. She emerged from the car, clad in a striking red qipao, the neckline daringly open and exuding sensuality. Over it, she wore a white trench coat, having put considerable effort into her appearance, with bold makeup and crimson lips that enhanced her allure. Even from over 20 meters away, enveloped in the night, Yun Jianshen's extraordinary vision allowed him to see her clearly. What brings her here? He wondered, perplexed. Lu Ying, stepping in her high heels, entered Tiana Bar, prompting Yun Jianshen to hasten his pace and thoughtfully enter the bar himself. As he moved forward, he spotted Chun Jing and others, who had discreetly disguised themselves to avoid recognition. The remaining members of the Etienne Alliance lurked in various corners, executing the plan as intended. Yun Jianshen, however, was solely focused on Lu Ying. He followed her through the throng of dancers until they neared the restricted area of the bar, the core zone of the Chasing Wind Alliance. Lu Ying was halted by security at the corridor entrance. I have an appointment with General Gao. Please notify him, she smiled. Hidden nearby, Yun Jianshen listened intently, realizing the situation was more complex than it seemed. He quickly retreated to a nearby restroom, mentally invoking invisibility charm. Activate. To his astonishment, his body transformed into an ethereal presence, an extraordinary sensation enveloping him. As he moved, not a sound was made. This invisibility charm was remarkable. By now, Lu Ying was almost out of sight at the corridor's end. He hastened to follow, as anticipated, passing the security personnel unnoticed, like a mere whisper in the air. Now at ease, he quickened his pace. Lu Ying stood at the door of a room, flanked by two formidable individuals whose posture radiated authority. They were evidently members of the Chasing Wind Guardian team, tasked with protecting their leader, Gao Bing. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lu Ying entered. The invisibility-cloaked Yun Jinshan followed closely behind, the door closing behind them. Gao Bing, seated in an executive chair with a cigar in hand, regarded her coolly. Lu Ying closed the door, her demeanor slightly restrained as she spoke. General Gao, my boss says you can assist me. In this territory of Taijiang, there is nothing I cannot accomplish, Gao Bing replied, a proud expression crossing his face. Then please assist me. As for compensation, that can be negotiated, Lu Ying responded, her demeanor relaxing slightly. What do you require of me? Gao Bing inquired. To eliminate someone. His name is Yun Jianshun, she revealed, a sinister glint in her eyes. Gao Bing remained silent, merely observing her with an impassive gaze. He has no background, merely a pauper who clings to my daughter, despite her engagement to another. I do not wish for him to disrupt their relationship, hence my request for your help. Fearing Gao Bing might refuse, Lu Ying hastily articulated her rationale. Standing invisibly beside her, Yun Jianshun seethed with fury. The audacity of Lu Ying to seek his demise was infuriating, especially given that he and Lin Liqian had long since severed ties. Lu Ying's willingness to distort the truth before Gao Bing for the sake of murder was beyond enraging. Taking a life is trivial for me, Gao Bing replied casually, his gaze shifting meaningfully towards Lu Ying's figure. As long as you satisfy me, I can ensure Yun Jianshun vanishes from existence, and no one will ever find him. How much do you desire? Mrs. Lin, do I strike you as someone in need of money? Gao Bing chuckled coldly, then pivoted the conversation. You should be aware of my standing. I trust you will not incite my ire. Lu Ying, having heard her boss mention Gao Bing several times, understood that he wielded considerable influence in the Taijiang region, even commanding respect from the district committee secretary. Moreover, he reigned as the sovereign of the underground world in Taijiang. Before Lu Ying arrived, she had already mentally prepared herself. She certainly understood Gao Bing's intentions. After a moment's contemplation, she approached him. If you serve me well, and I am pleased, I shall promote you to vice president. Gao Bing was quite satisfied with her attitude. Lu Ying gazed at him, her heart brimming with joy. Not only would she be able to persuade him to eliminate Yun Jianshun, but she would also receive a promotion, a dream come true. That foreigner is merely someone I brought in to manage the company. I am the true authority of Yihai Trading Company, Limited. Gao Bing relished the admiration in her eyes and divulged a secret about Yihai, his gaze suddenly turning cold as he stated, this secret is known to very few. You should comprehend my meaning. Understood. Lu Ying will ensure your satisfaction. A slight tremor coursed through Lu Ying as she knelt before Gao Bing, attending to him with utmost care. Meanwhile, Gao Bing recorded a provocative video on his phone. As he watched the tantalizing scene unfold, Yun Jianshun's heart sank in icy despair. What a wretched creature, willing to forsake all dignity for profit. In no time, Lu Ying and Gao Bing were entwined, oblivious to the fact that the very person they wished to eliminate was witnessing their debauchery right beneath their noses. Gao, there's an urgent matter. Someone from Wu Heng's team requests to see you. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Yun Jianshun's heart raced, revealing a murderous intent in his gaze. Yet Gao Bing continued to indulge himself, reclining in his office chair while Lu Ying served him beneath. Come in, he commanded. A shifty-eyed fellow entered, casting a knowing smile at Lu Ying, who lay disrobed on the floor. Yun Jianshun recognized him as Wu Yong, a subordinate of Chun Jing. Wu Yong looked at Gao Bing and exclaimed, Gao, you truly know how to enjoy yourself. If there's nothing pressing, you might as well wait to feed the fish. Gao Bing, irritated by his lewd grin, replied coldly, if you continue to indulge, I assure you, your position will soon be usurped. Wu Yong, no longer concealing his intentions, declared, Gao, let's be straightforward, I want 1 million. This sum is trivial compared to your enterprise. Very well, if you can provide valuable information, I might consider it. Gao Bing, losing interest and pleasure, pushed Lu Ying aside and rose, his voice icy. If you dare deceive me, I shall ensure not only you, but your family will join you in feeding the fish. Wu Hong and his men have infiltrated your Tiana bar. They commenced operations at 1 o'clock. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Wu Yong added, Gao, I know you possess a firearm. I advise you to bring it out, lest no one can withstand Brother Chun. At the mention of Brother Chun, fear flickered in his eyes. He had witnessed Yun Jianshun's terrifying combat prowess. Though the situation seemed absurd, Gao Bing was not a fool. He suspected Wu Yong was unlikely to risk such a deception, and he ordered his subordinates, "Go check outside." The two men assigned to protect him were veterans, adept at handling emergencies. As they hurried away, Gao Bing felt reassured. Unbeknownst to him, in mere moments, the hidden Yun Jianchen had already pursued them. "Brother Chun, who is it?" Gao Bing inquired of Wu Yong. "Me." A booming voice suddenly resounded. Gao Bing immediately observed his two subordinates returning, albeit being dragged back. They stood motionless, clearly in dire straits. Yun Jianchen tossed one lifeless body to the ground, his fierce gaze fixed on Wu Yong. Upon seeing Yun Jianchen, Wu Yong collapsed, pleading for mercy. "Brother Chun, I was coerced." "Traitor!" Yun Jianchen kicked him away, sending Wu Yong crashing into the desk. Lu Ying, hiding within, screamed and dashed out, stunned at the sight of Yun Jianchen, realizing why the voice sounded so familiar. "Yun Jianchen," she stuttered. "Lu Ying, your service is commendable, and your movements quite fluid. It would be a pity for you not to pursue a more questionable profession." Yun Jianchen remarked coldly, his disgust palpable. "What the hell? How did you get in here?" Gao Bing roared. In response, Yun Jianchen hurled a corpse at him, catching Gao Bing off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground with a cry. Yun Jianchen would not disclose that he had just witnessed their immoral liaison. That was his secret, one no one must uncover. Lu Ying, donning a coat, pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Jianchen, exclaiming, "You dare strike Gao. You are doomed." "Lu Ying, do you not grasp the situation? You are mere ants to me. I could crush you at any moment." As Yun Jianchen listened to her hysterical rage, he sneered, "To eliminate me, you have indeed exerted considerable effort, even selling your flesh. Such acts must not be unfamiliar to you." As he approached her, Lu Ying recoiled in fear. "Do not come any closer," she screamed, her phone snatched away by Yun Jianchen. He dialed Lin Yongtao's number, stating, "Do you wish to witness a spectacle? Come to Tiana Bar, and do remember to bring your daughter." "Who are you? Why do you have my wife's phone?" Lin Yongtao, still oblivious to his identity, was met with Yun Jianchen's reply, "Your wife is entangled with another. Do you not know this as her husband?" Before Lin Yongtao could erupt in fury, Yun Jianchen ended the call. Lu Ying, in a frenzy, lunged at him, gripping him tightly and yelling, "You bastard! How dare you summon him?" Yun Jianchen raised his hand, striking Lu Ying, causing her to shriek in pain. Time was running out, and soon he would allow them to witness the chaos. He glanced at the clock. It was nearing 1 o'clock. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony erupted outside, screams and the sounds of destruction. Gao Bing shoved the corpse off him, glaring at Yun Jianchen before sprinting toward the nearby desk. Without hesitation, Yun Jianchen kicked him away, the impact sufficient to leave Gao Bing dazed and reeling. Moments later, Wu Hong and 2 others burst in, greeting Yun Jianchen respectfully, "Brother Chun, there are 5 members of the Wind Chaser Guard outside, and they present quite a challenge. Keep an eye on them," Yun Jianchen instructed, casting a glance at Lu Ying, who turned pale with fear. Wu Hong nodded, suddenly spotting the cowering Wu Yong in the corner. He shouted, "Coward, get up and help. He is a traitor." Yun Jianchen's eyes glinted with coldness. Wu Hong paused, then with a furious shout, charged toward Wu Yong, kicking him in the head, eliciting pained cries. Just then, Gao Bing's phone rang. Yun Jianchen answered to find it was the deputy director of the Taijiang District Police Bureau. "Answer it, and if you attempt any tricks, I assure you, you will pay dearly," Yun Jianchen warned, handing the phone to Gao Bing. As Gao Bing answered, the deputy director's voice came through. "Old Gao, several people have reported. What is happening at Yutiana Bar? Keep the noise down, or I will have a hard time." "Deputy, rest assured, I have already sent the unrelated individuals away. I will ensure you have no trouble." Gao Bing hesitated, but ultimately complied with Yun Jianchen's directive, exchanging pleasantries with the deputy before ending the call. "Consider yourself fortunate. Do not trouble him. Without my command, not a single one of you is to be released," Yun Jianchen emphasized before swiftly departing. The bar had descended into chaos, the patrons having mostly dispersed. Numerous members of the Wind Chaser Alliance lay slain upon ground, blood pooling around them. Yun Jianchen had not taken many steps when he spotted Chen Jing, surrounded by dozens of his subordinates, assaulting 5 individuals. These 5 stood resolutely, providing mutual support, managing to withstand the onslaught from Chen Jing and his men. The remaining members of the Wind Chaser Alliance were thoroughly subdued, leaving little doubt as to the outcome. However, The situation for Chun Jing's group was dire. Another individual was sent flying, prompting Yun Jianshun to bellow, "Step back." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing and his men displayed expressions of surprise, visibly relieved as they exhaled in unison, addressing Yun Jianshun with respect. "Brother Chun." As Yun Jianshun approached, his gaze was icy, scrutinizing them. Each of these men bore alarming wounds, their bodies exuding an undeniable aura of lethal intent, a testament to their brutal encounters in battle. "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish," Yun Jianshun declared coldly. "How dare a mere child speak so arrogantly?" Chun Jing began. But before he could finish, a swift figure appeared, moving with such rapidity that he could not react in time. With a resounding impact, Yun Jianshun struck, causing Chun Jing's head to explode. In that fleeting moment, Yun Jianshun unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending the other 4 men crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from their mouths as they struggled to prop themselves up, their eyes reflecting sheer horror. They had never witnessed such an overwhelming display of power, a terrifying prowess that surpassed anything they had encountered in the military. "Subdue them," Yun Jianshun commanded fiercely. Chun Jing and his men swiftly complied, restraining the remaining 4. As Yun Jianshun's forceful intervention left all present in stunned silence. Those members of the Wind Chaser Alliance who were still resisting surrendered, disarming themselves. This sudden and decisive strike resulted in no deaths among the Etian Alliance, with only a handful sustaining minor injuries. When Gao Bing was pulled out, he was met with a gruesome scene of bloodshed and his subordinates, battered and subdued. Overcome with disbelief, he realized that his hard-earned dominion had been so easily usurped. Shortly thereafter, Gao Bing's remaining men arrived from other territories. With Gao Bing's life in Yun Jianshun's grasp, they dared not attack, leading to a standoff. The bar was crowded with nearly 1,000 patrons, as the sudden raid on the Tiana bar had prompted leaders from other locales to call upon their subordinates. To their astonishment, upon their arrival, they found the bar had fallen, and their leader's life was now at the mercy of another. "Release the president. If you harm my brothers again, I, Jiang Yuanqing, will ensure you meet a bloody end." Jiang Yuanqing stood at the foot of the stage, his expression cold as ice. As the head of the guard unit and the second-in-command of the Wind Chaser Alliance, he was flanked by the remaining 12 members of his team, some still showing signs of intoxication. "Brother Jiang, cease this conflict. We are no match for him," one of them urged. "What did you say?" Jiang Yuanqing seethed with fury. These men, having served in the military, were not cowards. Upon returning to civilian life, they were even less so. Brotherhood is one thing, but if you persist in your folly, death is your only reward. Yun Jianshun retorted coldly. "Liang Ying, mother." Lin Yangtao's father-daughter duo had finally arrived. Rushing toward the stage upon seeing Liang Ying kneeling, clad only in a trench coat, Lin Yangtao was consumed with rage, charging at Yun Jianshun, shouting, "Beast! You dare defile her? I will fight you." Wu Heng intervened, kicking Lin Yangtao down. "Fool! How could Brother Chen be interested in such an old woman? Your wife is entangled with Gao Bing." Wu Heng exclaimed angrily. Lin Yangtao, stunned, shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. Liang Ying would never commit such a disgraceful act." "Take a good look," Wu Heng said, tossing Gao Bing's phone at him, where a video displayed Liang Ying and Gao Bing in an intimate embrace. Lin Yangtao's eyes flared with madness as he lunged at Gao Bing. Bound and restrained, Gao Bing stood no chance against the assault. Lin Yangtao landed several punches before the arrival of Lin Liqian rendered her utterly speechless, witnessing her once proud mother engaged in such shameful conduct. The former boyfriend she dismissed had now become the revered Brother Chun. "Touch him again, and I will end your entire family," Jiang Yuanqing roared. The members of the Wind Chaser Alliance echoed his anger, outraged that their leader, even in captivity, was being so ruthlessly assaulted. Lin Yangtao, taken aback by this turn of events, approached Liang Ying, delivering several sharp slaps. Fuming, "You wretched woman! How could you bring such disgrace upon our family?" "Yangtao." Liang Ying's face fell in despair. "Father, please don't be angry. We can discuss this later." Lin Liqian was in turmoil, yearning to escape, but Wu Heng coldly stated, "No one leaves without Brother Chen's permission." "Yun Jianshun, we once shared love," she began. "Love?" Yun Jianshun scoffed. "Liqian, that was never love. It was merely my unrequited feelings. Otherwise, how could I have been so foolish as to let you toy with my emotions? How dare you toy with Brother Chen's feelings?" Wu Heng seethed, delivering a slap to her face. Lin Liqian covered her cheek, glaring at him. At that moment, Gao Bing chose to submit, addressing Yun Jianchun, Brother Chun. There will be no more Wind Chaser Alliance in the Taijiang district. Please release my brothers. And as for me, do as you wish. President, no. We have not yet lost. The crowd erupted in shock. To them, their numbers gave them hope for victory. Gao Bing's surrender surprised Yun Jianchun. After years of struggle, Gao Bing had built the Wind Chaser Alliance to its current stature. Making such a decision in such a short time was no small feat. Yun Jianchun regarded him with newfound respect, stating, as long as they choose to obey, I will not pursue further. Brother Jiang. Gao Bing looked to Jiang Yuanqing, who hesitated before discarding his weapon. The others followed suit, discarding their weapons, the bar resonating with the clatter of discarded arms as Chun Jing and his men collected them. Witnessing this, hope faded from Liang Ying's face, her voice barely audible. It's over, it's all over. Release Gao Bing, Yun Jianchun commanded. As Gao Bing regained his freedom, he charged at Lin Yangtao, who, being merely a university professor, stood no chance against him. In a matter of moments, Lin Yangtao was brought to the ground, clutching his head in agony. How dare you strike me? Gao Bing exclaimed, delivering vicious kicks to Lin Yangtao's head, intent on inflicting fatal harm. Don't hit my father, Lin Liqian pleaded, but was shoved to the ground. Lin Yangtao's head was soon bloodied, and as blood flowed profusely, Lin Liqian crawled toward Yun Jianchun, begging, please, spare my father. Yun Jianchun remained unmoved, his expression impassive. I implore you, we are at fault. We should never have insulted you, nor should I have toyed with your feelings, Lin Liqian sobbed. You could have risen above others, yet you chose to demean yourself. Yun Jianchun stated, his face devoid of emotion. Lin Liqian trembled, her mind racing. The current Yun Jianchun had become the ruler of the underground world in Taijiang. Had she not been so arrogant, had she been willing to invest even a modicum of affection towards him, she would now command respect, rather than groveling in humiliation. The realization of having discarded such a remarkable man left her heartbroken. Gao Bing, if you continue, he will die, Yun Jianchun remarked coldly, observing Lin Yangtao, who was now violently coughing up blood. Gao Bing, understanding, ceased his assault, spitting at Lin Yangtao, a menacing sneer on his face. If I see you again, I will kill your entire family. Father, how are you? Lin Liqian helped Lin Yangtao to his feet, and Lu Ying also stood up, following them outside. When she glanced back at Yun Jianchun, she caught sight of his icy gaze, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Such a rare and promising son-in-law had been pushed away by her in every possible way. Meanwhile, the person she endeavored to please, a figure of high status, appeared to Yun Jianchun as nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed at will. The stark contrast filled her with an indescribable sense of despair. This night, Yun Jianchun not only shattered her, but also left her family in ruins. She harbored no resentment, only the realization that she had brought this upon herself. Chapter 21. My dear wife, your resilience has improved. Bring the traitor out. The murderous intent surged in Yun Jianchun's eyes, and soon, Wu Yong was dragged out, bloodied. He was once a member of the Etian Alliance, but had betrayed them for his own selfish gain. Yun Jianchun looked at Wu Yong, whose face was ashen, with a chilling expression. Kill him. The crowd from the Etian Alliance roared in anger, while those from the Chasing Wind faction remained relatively quiet. Yun Jianchun observed them calmly, aware that the newcomers lacked a sense of belonging to the Etian Alliance. There were quite a few of them, and Yun Jianchun did not want to deal with further disruptions after just having subdued them. Thus, he needed to establish his authority. Wu Yong, now terrified and pale, crawled towards Yun Jianchun, bowing his head in desperation. Brother Chun, I beg you for a quick end. Do you remember that steel pipe? Yun Jianchun replied indifferently. The memory of that day flooded Wu Yong's mind. Brother Chun had warned that anyone who dared to betray him would meet the same fate as the broken steel pipe. Was Brother Chun really going to break him alive? Thinking of Brother Chen's terrifying strength, Wu Yong panicked, pleading, Brother Chun, just let Brother Jing and the others handle it. This traitor would only dirty your hands. I personally deal with traitors. Yun Jianchun's face darkened with murderous intent as Wu Yong, filled with dread, scrambled backward, leaving a trail of blood. Yun Jianchun quickly approached, seizing him by the arm with one hand and by the leg with the other, lifting him effortlessly. The others, unsure of Yun Jianchun's intentions, exchanged glances. Brother Chun, don't. Wu Yong cried out in terror. Yun Jianshan bent Wu Yong's body like compressing a spring, and a series of sickening crackling sounds echoed as bone shattered. Wu Yong emitted a heart-wrenching scream, and with a thud, his body was grotesquely broken. Witnessing Wu Yong's brutal demise, Jiang Yuanqing's face turned pale. He finally understood why Gao Bing and the others would submit. This was beyond their capacity to resist. All who betray Etienne and betray me shall meet this fate. Yun Jianshan's gaze was icy, his voice grave. I do not wish to hear any news about me outside. Out there, Wu Heng is your leader, understood? Yes, Brother Chun, Gao Bing, and the others responded. The three ironclad rules against drugs, gambling, and illicit activities must not be violated. Anyone daring to do so will be expelled from the Etienne Alliance. Yun Jianshan's eyes glinted with intensity as he reiterated. Moreover, we must not behave immorally outside. Should such behavior be discovered, severe punishment will follow. Gao Bing and the others appeared taken aback, many displaying skepticism. They were delinquents. After all, operating within the underworld. How could they not engage in such activities? Sensing their expressions, Yun Jianshan knew he had to clarify matters today, or future repercussions would be even more cumbersome. He declared loudly, I know many of you may be cursing me as a fool. I assent to the underworld about being impressive. Intimidating others is not impressive. It's foolishness. We are not insignificant thugs. None of you wish to have others whispering behind your backs. We aim to thrive, but we must do so with dignity, not by bullying and committing misdeeds. Yun Jianshan continued, and those from the Chasing Wind faction began to reflect. Many of them had experienced the humiliation of being undermined, which was not what they desired. Thus, under Yun Jianshan's rallying call, they chose to comply. Wu Heng, I'll leave the subsequent matters to you, Yun Jianshan stated before departing, confident that Wu Heng would effectively integrate the Chasing Wind faction members. As he exited the bar, Yun Jianshan's mind echoed with the system's voice. Eradicating evil and transforming wrongdoers has earned you 305 merit points. Your balance is now 320. 6 merit points. This was a major operation, and he was not surprised to receive such a bounty of merit points. Not long after, a police car approached, and to his astonishment, it was Lu Siyuan. This time, she was accompanied by her subordinates, prompting Yun Jianshan to quickly avert his gaze. However, Lu Siyuan clearly spotted him. The car halted in front of him, and with no means to evade, he approached her, smiling. Darling, it's so late. Why aren't you at home sleeping? Stirring up trouble out here? Hey, watch your words. Do you know who you're addressing? Chun Zengtong, seated in the passenger seat, snapped angrily. Lu Siyuan was renowned for her beauty and figure, regarded as a goddess in the department, and was the object of his affections. I'm speaking to my wife. Irrelevant parties should step aside. Yun Jianshan retorted coldly. Damn! Chun Zengtong exploded, furiously exiting the car. Chun Zengtong, why stoop to the level of a thug? Lu Siyuan felt irritated, yet she knew Chun Zengtong could not match Yun Jianshan. Her reprimand, however, did not deter him. In fact, it only fueled his fury as he mistakenly believed Lu Siyuan was defending Yun Jianshan. Kid, who did you just tell to get lost? Chun Zengtong threatened, poking a finger into Yun Jianshan's shoulder. Apologize. Yun Jianshan frowned, clearly displeased, while Chun Zengtong coldly laughed. Kid, I'm a criminal investigator. Do you understand? In the past, anyone who acted tough before him would quickly turn submissive once he revealed his badge. Everyone knows that crossing them could lead to dire consequences, as they have countless methods to deal with offenders. Darling, your subordinate seems quite arrogant, Yun Jianshan remarked to Lu Siyuan. Lu Siyuan, unable to contain herself, shouted, Shut up. If you speak out of turn again, I'll cut out your tongue. I don't believe it, Yun Jianshan replied, provoking Chun Zengtong's wrath further, despite revealing his identity. The other man remained unyielding. Chun Zengtong jabbed at his shoulder again, furious. Are you an idiot? Didn't you understand what I said? Suddenly, Yun Jianshan seized his wrist and twisted it slightly, dislocating it. Chun Zengtong screamed, his right arm hanging limp and immobile. Damn! Chun Zengtong swore, attempting to kick Yun Jianshan. However, Yun Jianshan was quicker, sending him flying several meters away. Lu Siyuan quickly exited the vehicle, shouting at Yun Jianshan, What are you doing? Darling, I was merely defending myself. This guy has attacked me repeatedly. How could I not retaliate? Yun Jianshan replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Chun Zengtong, now on the ground, struggled to rise, exclaiming to Lu Siyuan, Captain Lu, he assaulted an officer. Arrest him. Lucy Yuan's face flushed with anger. She wished nothing more than to apprehend Yun Jinshin right then and there. However, she could not act without justification, as Chun Zengtong had brought this upon himself. Time and again poking at Yun Jinshin, any other person would have reacted similarly. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Zengtong had long harbored feelings for her, and in confronting Yun Jinshin, he sought to impress her, but instead found himself humiliated, further destabilizing his mindset. Captain Liu, take action, Chun Zengtong urged, to which Lu Siyuan retorted angrily. Be quiet. Do you not think the situation is chaotic enough? Liu, it was he who first spoke disrespectfully to you, Chun Zengtong retorted, his expression darkening further. All right, return to the car. I will handle this, Lu Siyuan said, her impatience growing. Chun Zengtong cast a fierce glare at Yun Jinshin, reluctantly slipping into the passenger seat. His right hand accidentally brushed against something, pain shooting through him, nearly bringing him to tears. The agony intensified his resentment towards Yun Jinshin. Darling, how could you be with this fool? Yun Jinshin remarked, pointing at Chun Zengtong with visible displeasure. Lu Siyuan's lips twitched, struggling to suppress her urge to explode. Her gaze drifted towards the distant, vaguely discernible Tianhe bar, and she inquired, What are you doing here at this hour? Playing, Yun Jinshin replied, fully aware that he had aroused her suspicion, adding, Darling, are you bored at home? So you came out to find me? Go to hell. Lu Siyuan could no longer contain herself and let out a curse. Don't say that. If I were to die, wouldn't you be a widow? Yun Jinshin's words almost drove her to the brink of collapse. Lu Siyuan felt she could no longer engage in conversation with him. Each time, he left her seething with rage, her chest aching from the stress of dealing with such a rogue. I'm trying to discuss serious matters. Stop interrupting. Lu Siyuan restrained her fury, her frustration causing her ample bosom to rise and fall with exquisite curves. I'm being serious too, darling. Your bosom is quite large. Perhaps larger than in my previous life? Yun Jinshin commented. Rogue. Lu Siyuan could no longer tolerate his antics and kicked out at him. Yun Jinshin reached out and, with a slight exertion, pulled her close, embracing her. Feeling the astonishing elasticity from her chest, he remarked, Darling, your elasticity is even better than before. Chapter 22. President, I have arrived. Witnessing his goddess being forcefully embraced, Chun Zengtong was filled with urgency and fury. His hatred for Yun Jinshin surged to its peak. Wishing he could draw his gun and eliminate him immediately. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled out of the car, drew his gun with one hand, aimed it at Yun Jinshin, and bellowed, You bastard, let Lu go. Is your bullet chambered? Is the safety off? Yun Jinshin responded with a scornful expression. Is this how you all operate? Bully someone and then draw a gun? Chun Zengtong, put the gun away. Lu Siyuan commanded. Chun Zengtong's eyes burned with fury. Though he was tempted to shoot Yun Jinshin, he lacked the courage to do so. The gun was merely a threat. Seeing that Yun Jinshin was unfazed, he begrudgingly holstered it. Just then, Yun Jinshin released Lu, only to be unexpectedly stomped on her foot. Lu Siyuan had put all her strength into that stomp, and it truly hurt, causing him to yelp, Darling, how could you be so ruthless? Stop pretending. A rogue like you, with a face thicker than a city wall. Afraid of pain? Lu Siyuan felt a sense of relief. Despite her words, she was well aware of how much force she had exerted. If it were an ordinary person, they would be in pain for days. Truly, she is my wife. She understands this well. Yun Jinshin, far from appearing heart-wrenchingly pained, instead wore a broad smile as he gazed at her. Lu Siyuan, exasperated, gritted her teeth and said, Your skin is so tough. One day, I will peel it off. Darling, if you're going to peel skin, how about stripping clothes instead? Go ahead. Yun Jinshin provocatively opened his coat. Lu Siyuan, with a fierce glare, commanded, Let us go, ignore this rogue. She had no desire to pursue the matter further. Any additional questions would only lead to frustration and fury. As they watched the police car head towards Tianhe Bar, Yun Jinshin pulled out his phone and called Wu Hong, saying, Captain Lu Siyuan from the Taijiang District Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Team will soon arrive at Tianhe Bar. Immediately close the doors and handle the situation discreetly. At this moment, Lu Siyuan gazed at the nearby Tianhe Bar, her expression turning icy. Initially resting at home, she had been notified of a significant armed brawl at the bar. Upon hearing the news, she promptly got up and called the on-duty officer. However, the officer claimed there was no incident. Lu Siyuan, having been with the Bureau for some time, knew full well that Tiana Bar was under the control of the notorious gang leader Gao Bing of the Taijiang district, and realized that someone was attempting to hush up this major case. Being fiercely opposed to evil, how could she allow this to slide? Thus, she responded to the call and summoned Chen Zhengtong. However, just as they neared Tiana Bar, she unexpectedly spotted Yun Jianchen, already suspicious of him. She halted the car to question him, but was met with no valuable intel, only further aggravation. Consumed with a burning rage, she was determined to uncover evidence of Yun Jianchen's involvement in the armed brawl at Tiana Bar. Yet, before she could exit the vehicle, several individuals hurriedly approached, preparing to close the main gate. "Stop! I'm a police officer," Lu Siyuan shouted, but they paid her no mind and slammed the door shut. Damn it! Chen Zhengtong, also seething with anger, thought of how chaotic the night had turned and his wrists still throbbed in pain. "Open the door. Do you hear me?" Lu Siyuan furiously exited the car, kicking the door several times while shouting. The people inside ignored her, and after a while, she could only return, filled with resentment. It was evident that the bar would not close at any other time, but chose this moment, which was clearly no coincidence. Both she and Chen Zhengtong realized that it was likely that someone had tipped them off. "Let us go back." Lu Siyuan turned around, speeding away, but she no longer saw Yun Jianchen. After dropping Chen Zhengtong off at a nearby hospital for treatment, Lu Siyuan, watching him get a cast, declared in frustration, "Yun Jianchen, one day I will catch you." After calling Wu Hong, Yun Jianchen chose not to take a taxi back, but instead opted to run through secluded areas. Although he had successfully avenged the Lin family, it lacked the exhilarating satisfaction he had anticipated. As he reached his peak speed, akin to the wind, he felt a release of the suppressed emotions within him, leaving him unusually calm. He sensed that his speed had improved somewhat. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Yun Jianshan paused to check the caller ID. It was surprisingly a call from Shangwan Qinxue. He answered, "President, Qinxue is too shy to call you herself, so she asked me to do it. She misses you." In Ponpon's voice came through the line. Yun Jianshan was skeptical of her words and chuckled. "Miss In? It's you who misses me, isn't it? Just say it. I'll humor you." "Yun Jianshan, what do you mean by that? Are you itching for a fight?" In Panpan replied, somewhat irked. Yun Jianshan said, "Cut the nonsense. What do you want from me? If there is nothing, I'll hang up. There is something good waiting for you. What scheme do you have in mind this time?" Yun Jianshan asked bluntly. "If you don't believe me, then fine. If you don't want the chance to be close to Qinxue, that is up to you." As In Panpan spoke, she prepared to hang up. Yun Jianshan said, "Wait, tell me about this good thing." Qinxue said if you can arrive at the villa unnoticed, she will give you a kiss. As In Panpan said this, Yun Jianshan's face was filled with skepticism. "You're bluffing. There is no way it's that simple, unless you let the president herself come to the phone." "Qinxue," In Panpan called out, and Shangwan Qinxue took the phone, saying, "What Panpan said is true. If you can come to the villa without anyone noticing, I will kiss you. If you lose, you must reveal all your secrets." Yun Jianshan pondered. With Shangwan Qinxue's icy and proud personality, she would never take the initiative to embrace him. She must have complete confidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't team make such a proposition. Shangwan Qinxue was indeed putting in considerable effort to uncover his secrets. "What is wrong? Are you scared?" On the other end of the phone, Shangwan Qinxue provocatively taunted, to which Yun Jianshan replied with a smile, "President, I'm afraid you might back out if you lose." "Oomph." Shangwan Qinxue coldly retorted, "If you manage to win, and I back out, I shall let you kiss me forcefully, without any complaint. Fine, just wait for me." Yun Jianshan was curious to see what trick she was up to. Shangwan Qinxue declared, "You have 1 hour. Exceed that, and you lose." With that, she hung up before Yun Jianshan could respond, and he hailed a taxi to rush to her villa. Inside the villa, In Panpan blinked her large eyes and said softly, "Qinxue, I've told you, that rogue is interested in you. Even if I sacrifice my looks, he won't notice me. Oh please, next time I'll strip you bare and see if he takes an interest." Shangwan Qinxue rolled her eyes, reflecting on the harrowing incident when they were kidnapped. She was astonished that Yun Jianshan had managed to find them in such a remote place. Moreover, his displayed combat prowess only piqued her interest further. They were also deliberating on how to extract his secrets from him. When In Panpan noticed a team of police officers discreetly protecting them, she thought of a plan. Initially, Shangwan Qinxue adamantly refused, but upon seeing the high-tech biological detection equipment outside, she reluctantly agreed. She had little faith that anyone could evade such advanced technology. Nevertheless, She instructed Pampan, go and summon Captain Wen. All right, Pampan responded cheerfully. Before long, Wen Quanming accompanied Pampan into the villa. As a member of the city's special police force, he had been assigned to protect Shangwan Qinshue and brought 20 men with him, along with high-tech biological detection devices. These devices would alert them if any living being approached within 100 meters of the villa. Captain 1, your biological detection device 1T malfunction, will it? Shangwan Qinshue inquired. Miss Shangwan, this is the military's most advanced biological detector. I assure you, no one can approach the villa unnoticed. Wen Quanming confidently replied. Good. Also deploy your men around the villa. No one is permitted to enter. Shangwan Qinshue felt reassured, adding a reminder, someone will arrive shortly. Remember, no firearms. Understood. Wen Quanming acknowledged and went to position his men. The team members who were supposed to be on rotation were called back into action. Except for 2 tasked with monitoring the biological detection device. Everyone else was stationed around the villa. Pampan, how long has it been? Shangwan Qinshue stepped onto the second-floor balcony, observing the vigilant officers below, feeling completely at ease. With such an arrangement, Yun Jianshun was bound to fail. Pampan stood beside her, shivering slightly from the cold wind. Commenting, Qinshue, it's too cold outside. There's nothing to see. We should just wait for Yun Jianshun to walk into our trap. I want to see him flustered. Shangwan Qinshue said, a playful glimmer in her eyes, eager to witness Yun Jianshun truly lose his composure for the first time. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Jianshun had already arrived, lurking in a dark corner, observing the scene. He hadn't anticipated that Shangwan Qinshue would stage such a performance, even from a distance of over 100 meters. Thanks to the early hour and his extraordinary hearing, he could discern the police officers protecting her, who had also deployed the biological detection device as a trump card. Yun Jianshun had heard of the Special Police Force's role in safeguarding Shangwan Qinshue, but was astonished by the lavishness of the setup and the inclusion of high-tech equipment. After some contemplation, he realized that it would be a fool's errand to attempt a stealthy entry into the villa under normal circumstances. The only option left was to utilize an invisibility talisman, though even that might not guarantee evasion of the biological detection device. The allure of Shangwan Qinshue's kiss was irresistible to him. The thought of the cold goddess's kiss stirred excitement within him, prompting him to activate the invisibility talisman. Invisibility talisman. Activate. He chanted inwardly, and his form became ethereal. He swiftly made his way toward the vehicle housing the biological detection equipment. The door was ajar, and he peeked inside. 2 officers were intently focused on the device, utterly unaware of his presence. President, you have a biological detector, and I have an invisibility talisman. Hee. Yun Jianshun grinned with confidence as he strolled towards Wen Quanming, who was still communicating with his subordinates via a wireless Bluetooth device. 001. Any movement? Captain, none. They replied to each other. Qinshue, he must have realized and is too afraid to come, Pampan remarked. Shangwan Qinshue countered. He may have already arrived, but is contemplating his strategy. It's not in his character to flee cowardly. Let us wait and see. Looking up at the 2 women on the balcony, Yun Jianshun mused, the president truly understands me. President, I have come to claim my kiss, he declared, filled with anticipation as he entered the villa. Chapter 23. The kiss of the female president, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Shangwan Qinshue's ponytail to dance behind her. Her exquisitely cold and beautiful face bore a smile, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming atop an icy peak, stunningly enchanting. Though Pampan was not as tall as Shangwan Qinshue, her figure was voluptuous and alluring. The 2 presented a stark contrast in style, irresistibly captivating the officers below, especially with Shangwan Qinshue's subtle smile, which could melt their hearts, igniting their fighting spirit. They simply could not afford to disappoint the icy goddess. Each officer craned their necks, missing not a single detail. Wen Quanming, too, remained vigilant, continuing to communicate with his team. 015, is there still no activity from the biological detector? Captain, nothing, not even a hair. Good, we cannot afford to slacken our vigilance, understood? Wen Quanming had heard whispers of Shangwan Qinshue's kidnapping and the involvement of a mysterious expert who had rescued her. Although he had been trained in the scientific and cultural disciplines of the special police, he understood that certain individuals possessed unimaginable abilities. Hence, he was particularly cautious, leaving no room for complacency. Qinshue, it's been over 50 minutes, and that rogue has yet to appear. He must have lost, Pan observed, glancing at the alert officers below, a smile creeping on her lips. Shangguan Qinshue nodded. Yes, our arrangement is so flawless that unless he is a deity, it is impossible for him to enter the villa unnoticed. If he were a god, I would simply marry him, Pan quipped, her expression radiating confidence. When will you learn to temper your forthright nature? Shangguan Qinshue chuckled, and after another 5 minutes, she turned to Wen Quanming, saying, Captain Wen, please inform your men to hold on for another 5 minutes. I'll treat you all to supper. The prospect of a meal from the icy goddess sent the officers into a frenzy of excitement, their hearts racing. Wen Quanming wore a broad smile, but maintained a serious demeanor, cautioning, do not let your guard down. There's still 5 minutes. Stay alert. Captain, I'm watching closely. Even if a mosquito breaches the biological detector, I will inform you immediately. Laughter echoed among the officers, who felt confident that no one could infiltrate the villa. As 2 more minutes passed, Pan grew even more animated, bouncing inside to fetch some champagne from the first floor. Upon seeing the champagne, Shangguan Qinshue smiled sweetly, her beauty still radiant. Today marks the happiest day of her life, a moment of unparalleled exhilaration. The mere thought of unveiling the enigmatic facade of Yun Jianchen sends waves of excitement coursing through her. Pan, let us begin, exclaimed Shangguan Qinshue. Absolutely. It's a rare occasion to see you so joyful. We must celebrate. Pan responded with a radiant smile, harboring a tinge of resentment for always falling short against Yun Jianchen. They filled their glasses, glancing at the time on their phones. In just 1 minute, victory would be theirs. Qinshue, here's to our triumph over the scoundrels. Pan exclaimed, eager to commence their celebration, while Shangguan Qinshue smiled quietly. With a clink, their glasses met, and they shared a knowing smile. President, Miss Yin, are you not waiting for me to join the celebration? Is this fair? Suddenly, Yun Jianchen's voice echoed, causing their smiles to falter as they checked their phones. 10 seconds remained. It must be an illusion. The setup was impeccable, and the special police downstairs had shown no signs of intrusion. Yet, Yun Jianchen emerged from the room, wearing a serene smile. Shangguan Qinshue was utterly stunned, her glass slipping from her grasp and shattering on the floor. Yun Jianchen, how did you get in? Pan shrieked, her expression one of disbelief. Because I am a god, Yun Jianchen replied coolly. Captain, we have movement. Someone has breached the villa. Wen Quanming and his team rushed in, their expressions shifting to incredulity as they beheld Yun Jianchen standing nonchalantly in front of Shangguan Qinshue. Shock, horror, disbelief. They could hardly comprehend how Yun Jianchen had infiltrated the villa so stealthily. What was going on? Didn't we ensure absolute security? Pan fumed, hurling her glass at them. The team promptly retreated, and when Quanming stormed into the vehicle, slapping a subordinate and bellowing, what the hell happened? Captain, I truly don't know. Ask him. The special police officer covered his face, pointing at Officer 015, who replied, Captain, we weren't slacking off. And with so many of you surrounding the villa, how could he have entered? Officer 015's words calmed Wen Quanming, who realized they hadn't noticed anything unusual. He glanced at the biological detection device and instructed his subordinate, 015, run out of the coverage area and come back. I want to see if this device is malfunctioning. Officer 015 complied, stepping out of the device's range. Under Wen Quanming's command, he strolled back in, only to be met with an incessant beeping as he crossed the threshold again. After several tests, the device functioned correctly, even when they brought in a cat to test it. Baffled, they exchanged glances, questioning how Yun Jianchen could be so extraordinary. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Shangguan Qinshue regained her composure, clutching the hem of her nightgown, gazing at Yun Jianchen with a mix of confusion and agitation. In her lifetime, she had never felt so flustered. Deep within, a flicker of excitement lingered, leaving her emotions tangled. Meanwhile, Pan continued her tirade against the special police, loudly criticizing their incompetence, rendering them utterly embarrassed. Yun Jianchen smiled at Shangguan Qinshue, having stood beside her in stealth for quite some time. Unbeknownst to them, their confident demeanor and ecstatic expressions brought a smile to his lips from the shadows. Witnessing the usually frosty Shangguan Qinshue radiate such warmth was intoxicating for Yun Jianchen. When Shangguan Qinshue noticed his unwavering gaze, she understood his anticipation, and her exquisite face flushed crimson a sight to behold. She rushed over, and before he could react, she embraced his head and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, then dashed away. Feeling the cool sensation linger on his cheek, Yun Jianshan felt as though he might melt. She had kissed him. Scoundrel, you got lucky. Yin Pampan kicked him in frustration, never expecting to be outdone by Yun Jianshan once again that night. Little girl, dare you kick me again? Are you not afraid I'll spank you? Yun Jianshan teased, his handsome visage still adorned with a faint smile despite the playful threat. You wait, I will conquer you one day, Yin Pampan retorted, shaking her fist at him. Yun Jianshan chuckled. You will indeed, and when that time comes, I shall yield to you in bed. Go to hell. Yin Pampan fumed, her temper flaring. Yun Jianshan, maintaining his serious tone, queried, Do you remember what you said when we first met? Yin Pampan paused, recalling their earlier conversation where she had vowed to support Yun Jianshan in pursuing Shangwan Qianxue, even if it meant becoming his third wife. The thought of Yun Jianshan being so carefree with others ignited her fury. Dream on. You will have to wait 100 years before you can win over Qianxue. We shall see, Yun Jianshan replied assertively, eager to converse with Shangwan Qianxue. However, she had locked herself in her room, denying him entry, even turning away Yin Pampan. President, everything has a first time. You'll get used to it, Yun Jianshan consoled from outside. Inside, Shangwan Qianxue seethed, throwing her pillow to the floor and stomping on it, exclaiming, Yun Jianshan, I'll crush you. Clearly, she was venting her frustration on the pillow, which symbolized a kiss she had guarded for 23 years. Though not a kiss in the traditional sense, the sentiment was not far removed. Despite her murmurs, Yun Jianshan outside could hear her clearly. President, don't be angry. If need be, I could sacrifice myself. We could roll in the sheets, and I would be at your mercy. After all, you are the president and should cherish the queenly treatment. Yun Jianshan's words only served to further infuriate Shangwan Qianxue, who, clutching the pillow she had stomped on countless times, stormed out in a fit of rage. President, you have finally opened the door. Yun Jianshan grinned widely. Shangwan Qianxue, still fuming, hurled the pillow at him, declaring, Keep your distance. I don't wish to see you. President, you are so considerate. Knowing I need a pillow, Yun Jianshan quipped, catching the flying pillow and inhaling its scent with a look of bliss. Before Shangwan Qianxue could unleash another outburst, Yun Jianshan dashed downstairs, narrowly avoiding another projectile. He took refuge in a guest room, reveling in his triumph as he held the pillow, feeling a sense of elation. He even touched the spot where Shangwan Qianxue had kissed him, his heart racing with exhilaration, an unprecedented sensation. In his previous relationship with Lin Liqian, he had never experienced such a thrill. Hearing a cacophony of commotion outside, he knew Shangwan Qianxue was in a fit of rage. After a while, the noise subsided, and Yun Jianshan emerged from the room, only to find Wen Quanming stationed at the door, his face smeared with dirt and his clothes disheveled. What on earth happened here? Yun Jianshan questioned, surprised. Wasn't it your doing? Wen Quanming shot back with a look of reproach. Observing the chaotic state of the villa, Yun Jianshan realized it was Shangwan Qianxue's handiwork and silently thanked his quick escape. He glanced at the other special police officers, who remained bewildered, still grappling with the mystery of Yun Jianshan's silent entry into the villa. Observing their dispirited demeanor, Yun Jianshan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He touched his nose and patted Wen Quanming's right shoulder, offering solace. In truth, you have already performed admirably. Continue on this path and do not betray the trust that the organization and the nation have placed in you. Wen Quanming's face immediately flushed crimson. If he were not aware that Yun Jianshan was a close friend of Shangwan Qianxue and quite possibly that mysterious expert, such words would be akin to pouring salt into his wounds. Given his temperament as the captain of the special police team, how could he possibly endure such indignation? Unbeknownst to him, Yun Jianshan was speaking from the heart, with no intention of mocking Wen Quanming. Under the circumstances, had Yun Jianshan not possessed an invisibility talisman, defeat would have been inevitable. Wen Quanming suppressed his emotions, glancing at his subordinates, who were all visibly irked, clearly incensed by Yun Jianshan's earlier remarks. He shot them a glare, signaling them to remain composed. Containing his frustration, Wen Quanming addressed Yun Jianshan. Mr. Yun, you have emerged victorious. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to enter? I cannot, Yun Jianshan replied without hesitation, unwilling to toy with them. However, to Wen Quanming, this response seemed an act of arrogance, causing his expression to darken further. Yun Jianshun leisurely remarked, "Consider for yourselves what you may have overlooked." When Quanming furrowed his brow in contemplation, they had sealed off the ground, and it was impossible for anyone to fly overhead, as this was a standalone villa, and they had not heard the sound of a helicopter circling. With the ground and air ruled out, it could only be through underground means. Captain, could he have dug his way in? At that moment, a special police officer had this thought, and disbelief flashed across the faces of the others. Impossible. If he had dug a tunnel, how could he have arrived in just an hour? Someone raised a question, while another suggested, "Who said he dug it recently? What if the tunnel has existed long before?" This statement awakened a realization in Wen Quanming. After all, with Shangguan Qianxue's esteemed status, constructing an underground passage was indeed plausible. However, Shangguan Qianxue had never mentioned anything about secret tunnels, and given her current mood, Wen Quanming was reluctant to broach the subject. Still, he felt discontent. Unable to ascertain the truth, he found it hard to swallow his indignation. He immediately ordered his subordinates, search the first floor thoroughly, and ensure every item is returned to its original position. "Understood, Captain." The team members shot a scathing look at Yun Jianshun, with someone even asserting, "We'll soon discover from where you emerged." Clearly, they had already accepted the possibility of a tunnel, as there was truly no other explanation. Watching them rush into the villa with fervor, Yun Jianshun considered warning them but hesitated, not wishing to dampen their spirits. He contemplated leaving, but Wen Quanming would not permit it. "Mr. Yun, please wait here. My men will have answers shortly." Wen Quanming regained a measure of confidence, scrutinizing Yun Jianshun, yet saw no hint of unusual emotion on his face. After more than 20 minutes of searching the first floor nearly 3 times, the special police officers still could not locate any exit to a secret passage. The commotion had drawn Shangguan Qianxue's attention, and she had descended the stairs. Her expression won a surprise. "Captain Wen, what are you doing?" "Miss Shangguan, I suspect Mr. Yun entered through a tunnel, so I instructed my brothers to search for it." Wen Quanming admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, given that this was Shangguan Qianxue's villa. "Who told you my house had a tunnel?" Shangguan Qianxue responded, a bit bewildered, sensing that Wen Quanming and his team were being rather unreliable. First, Yun Jianshun had silently infiltrated the villa under their noses, and now they were claiming her villa had a tunnel. No tunnel? Wen Xuanming's expression stiffened as Shangguan Qianxue shot him a glare and then turned to Yun Jianshun. "Did you deceive them?" "President, that was their conjecture. Please do not wrongfully accuse me." Yun Jianshun replied innocently, but Shangguan Qianxue regarded him with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Wen Quanming felt a burning shame. He had been thoroughly embarrassed and turned to Shangguan Qianxue, insisting, "It was not Mr. Yun who suggested it. It was our own speculation." Though Yun Jianshun had not explicitly stated it, his implication was abundantly clear. Access from above was impossible, and thus the only remaining option was an underground passage. Wen Quanming seethed internally, reflecting on the numerous crises he had navigated and the high-profile individuals he had protected, yet never had he felt so humiliated as today. "Qianxue, it is truly not Captain Wen's fault," Yun Jianshun interjected kindly, but Wen Quanming ground his teeth in silent resentment. He waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates. And once they had departed, Shangguan Qianxue's expression turned icy as she demanded, "You ought to explain what is happening." "That's a secret." Yun Jianshun sheepishly touched his nose in response. "You've already taken advantage. What more do you want? Should I let you know exactly how we lost?" Shangguan Qianxue retorted, her irritation evident. "All right, I shall be honest. I entered through the front door." "Go to hell." Shangguan Qianxue could not possibly believe him, for she had been watching the very spot in front of the villa. If Yun Jianshun had truly entered through the front door, then many, including herself, must have been blind. "I knew that if I spoke the truth, no one would believe me." Yun Jianshun sighed, helplessly as Shangguan Qianxue glared at him, her anger radiating a unique charm. Observing her furious demeanor, he leaned in closer, but she instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you trying to be lewd?" "President, you wanted to know, and this secret must remain between us," Yun Jianshun stated earnestly. "If you dare deceive me, you will find yourself in grave peril." Shangguan Qianxue warned him, approaching closer. Yun Jianshun leaned towards her left ear, feeling the warmth of his breath brush against her skin, sending a shiver down her spine, a sensation unlike any she had ever experienced. "President, you must promise to keep my secret." Yun Jianshun spoke earnestly, lowering his tone, In truth, I possess the ability to become invisible. Upon hearing his explanation, Shangguan Qinxue was momentarily stunned before realizing she had been duped, her rage igniting immediately. Meanwhile, Yun Jianxin had already retreated several meters away. "President, do not be angry. You'll understand in due time." With that, he made a hasty exit, leaving Shangguan Qinxue fuming, shouting, "Yun Jianxin, you will surely meet your demise at my hands." Outside the villa, when Quan Ming and the others observed this spectacle, shaking their heads in disbelief, they found solace in the fact that Yun Jianxin had even toyed with Shangguan Qinxue, let alone them. At that moment, Yun Jianxin, having sprinted 100 meters away, was left feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. He realized, somewhat unexpectedly, that he had developed feelings for Shangguan Qinxue, particularly after that kiss, which had rekindled a warmth in his heart that he thought long extinguished. Thus, he had chosen to reveal the truth to her, fully anticipating her intense reaction. Before acquiring the Starry Celestial Chess, if someone had told Yun Jianxin that he could become invisible, he would have dismissed them as insane or deliberately mocking him. Shangguan Qinxue's reaction had been akin to the latter, feeling tricked by Yun Jianxin. The invisibility talisman remained one of his secrets, one he absolutely could not reveal to anyone or showcase before others. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Yun Jianxin retrieved the Starry Celestial Chess. Now possessing over 300 merit points, he was fully equipped to activate it, especially since the last activation had only required 100 merit points. However, as he pressed his finger upon the chess piece, a reminder flashed. Insufficient balance, 79. 4 merit points were still required for a successful move. Currently, Yun Jianxin possessed 326 merit points, yet activating the Starry Immortal Chess demanded a staggering 400 merit points. Thus far, he had only activated the Starry Immortal Chess 5 times, and the required merit points had already escalated to 400. Glancing at the empty spaces on the chessboard, the merit points needed for subsequent moves appeared even more daunting, particularly since he had opted for the path of dominating the underground world. This choice had enabled him to make 5 moves on the board in such a short span. To push this piece to the end would necessitate unifying the underground world of China. Feeling a tinge of frustration, Yun Jianxin stowed away the Starry Immortal Chess and resorted to playing WeChat instead. It had been a while since he last conversed with Blue Sky and White Clouds, and upon entering WeChat, he found dozens of messages from her. She seemed intrigued by his identity, eager to learn about his past endeavors, particularly those of significance. A faint smile graced Yun Jianxin's face as he read through her messages. This girl was likely feeling a bit flirtatious. He replied with a teasing message. "Is your sewer blocked? Do you need my assistance in clearing it?" To his surprise, Blue Sky and White Clouds replied immediately, "Yes. It depends on whether you are sincere, brother. What do you want me to do?" Yun Jianxin responded again, unaware that at that moment, in Su Guanjing's room, Ying Panpan was lying on her bed, engrossed in WeChat. She was indeed Blue Sky and White Clouds. Su Guanjing stood beside her, observing the flirtatious messages from Yun Jianxin, gritting her teeth in irritation, and huffed. "This rogue is too fickle. Qinxue, look at how clever I am. I kept a trump card up my sleeve." Ying Panpan chuckled triumphantly. At Lu Ying's birthday banquet, when Su Guanjing learned of Yun Jianxin's whereabouts, she had informed Ying Panpan. Recognizing Yun Jianxin's exceptional nature, she added him on WeChat, hoping to glean more about him indirectly. Unbeknownst to Yun Jianxin, who thought she was merely a lonely housewife reaching out, it was actually Ying Panpan. Chapter 25. Ying Panpan's scheme. Although Ying Panpan hailed from a prestigious background, she exhibited none of the reserved demeanor typically associated with refined ladies. She was forthright and had a penchant for clever humor. This is precisely why she found common ground with Yun Jianxin. During their WeChat exchanges, she often felt provoked by his flirtatious remarks. However, she could not reveal her identity, as she was still piecing together Yun Jianxin's secrets. Su Guanjing, observing the content of their conversation, felt her cheeks flush. She was well aware of Ying Panpan's personality. Yet, the nature of their exchanges was rather scandalous. For some reason, tonight, witnessing Ying Panpan smiling coyly while chatting with Yun Jianxin stirred discomfort within her. That shameless rogue is up to his old tricks again. Ying Panpan couldn't help but mutter, while Su Guanjing furrowed her brow and said, "Don't waste your time on trivial chatter. See if you can extract any information from him that we don't already know." "Understood," Ying Panpan replied, yet when she inquired about Yun Jianxin's profession, he refused to respond. She attempted various angles, but still failed to acquire any useful information. Growing increasingly frustrated, she exclaimed, "This rogue is only interested in WeChat for his own amusement. Delete him already. It's clear we won't learn anything further." Su Guanjing suggested. "No, I can't delete him." In Pampan suddenly sprang up, her expression grave. "This is my secret weapon to keep him on edge, unable to find relief. Hee. What if he can't hold back and seek solace elsewhere?" Su Guanjing's expression turned icy. In Pampan laughed heartily. "That would be even better. If he contracts a disease like syphilis, wouldn't that be delightful?" Su Guanjing pinched her temples in frustration, exasperated. "Pampan, can't you tone down the malice a bit?" "Huh?" In Pampan exclaimed in surprise. "Chinchua, why are you suddenly concerned about that rogue? Who is concerned about him? Whether he lives or dies is none of my business." Su Guanjing's heart raced, yet she feigned indifference. "That's not ideal. We're in the same camp. If you fall for him, I'll become his mistress." In Pampan sighed. Su Guanjing shot her a glare. "What are you talking about? Speak seriously. That rogue claims he wants to pursue you and make me his mistress. It infuriates me." In Pampan huffed, while Su Guanjing's expression also turned cold. "Then you should deal with him properly, making sure he suffers greatly." With a bang, Su Guanjing stormed out. In Pampan frowned, muttering, "Something feels off today." Meanwhile, Yun Jianshun, after engaging in conversation with blue sky and white clouds, felt a surge of desire and promptly left. The following day, he slept in until past 1 in the afternoon, when Wu Heng finally called, informing him of an evening banquet that required his presence as the leader. Yun Jianshun declined, exchanging a few words with Wu Heng before hanging up. Initially, the establishment of the Etian alliance was fueled by a desire for revenge against the Lin family, and he intended to lead the alliance onward. But not in the current manner. He only had a few tens of thousands of yuan at his disposal. He contemplated earning a few more thousand before returning home. Although he was the head of the Etian alliance, even utilizing millions or tens of millions of yuan would be perfectly justified. However, he preferred to rely on his own earnings, as they felt more substantial. It had been a while since he last called home, so he decided to ring his father. "Dad, how have you been lately?" "Not bad. Just take care of yourself," his father replied curtly before hanging up. Yin Jianshun scratched his head, puzzled. Previously, their conversations would last several minutes, but today felt unusually brief. Perhaps his father was preoccupied. Pondering this, he strolled about before heading to Ruixing Group. Upon entering the CEO's office again, he sensed an unusual intensity in Su Guanjing's gaze, which felt chilling to him. "CEO, if you look at me like that, I might think you've fallen for me," Yin Jianshun jested. "Do you say that to everyone?" Su Guanjing replied frostily. "Not at all. I only say it to you." "Shut up." Su Guanjing snapped, exasperative. This man, ever so fickle, remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in her subconscious. In the past, she wouldn't have cared if Yin Jianshun were naturally flirtatious. Choosing not to dwell on this, Yin Jianshun picked up a newspaper from the desk and began to read. The Rongqing International Marathon is about to take place again. He frowned, muttering, "These participants run slower than snails. What is the point?" "Look who is talking." In Pampan, seated on the sofa playing with her phone, shot him a sidelong glance. "Of course, if I were to compete, I would undoubtedly win the championship. Blow as much as you want." In Pampan rolled her eyes. A smirk danced across Yun Jinshin's face as he replied, "Miss Een, how about we make a wager?" Instantly, In Pampan became wary. She was typically the one pranking others. However, ever since meeting Yun Jinshin, luck had not been on her side. Moreover, she was acutely aware of his cunning nature. He was surely plotting something against her. "What do you have in mind?" In Pampan questioned, eyeing him cautiously. "Don't worry, I have no interest in you." Yun Jinshin's remark nearly choked her. Her neck flushed with anger. Glancing at the newspaper in his hands, she struggled to suppress her anger and thoughtfully inquired, "Yun Jinshin, do you intend to participate in the marathon?" "I'd only go if I were bored out of my mind." Yun Jinshin replied bluntly. In Pampan provocatively retorted, "If you lack the ability, don't boast about it. You're certain to win the championship. Don't play that reverse psychology on me." "I'm not going," Yun Jinshin replied without a second thought, and In Pampan coldly stated, "How about this? If you win a marathon, I shall reward you." Yun Jinshin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. His mention of the marathon was a deliberate trap for In Pampan. With his current physical condition, winning a marathon should be a piece of cake. Although In Pampan had fallen into his trap, She was not foolish. She added thoughtfully, "You are not like an ordinary person. If you run the marathon alongside others, that would be unfair. You must at least give them a chance." The girl was not entirely naive. Yin Jinshin mused, and he did not oppose her statement, simply agreeing, "All right. You will have to run half the distance before I can start from the starting line." A smile danced on Yin Pampan's lips as she realized the crux of the matter. Marathon champions, particularly those international marathon athletes, could maintain a speed of about 5 to 6 meters per second and complete the entire course in roughly 130 minutes. To outpace them, Yin Jinshan would need to maintain a speed of at least 10 meters per second, and she doubted he could achieve that. "What do you think?" Yin Pampan asked, a hint of provocation in her gaze. Yin Jinshan shook his head in disbelief, replying, "You are setting me up for failure. How can I win if I have to give them half the distance?" "Then why boast?" Yin Pampan mocked. "Pampan, don't be like that. If he can't do it, why force him?" Shangguan Qinxue seized the opportunity to chime in, and Yun Jinshin felt a bit embarrassed. The greatest taboo for a man is to be deemed incapable by a woman. He retorted, "President, what if I win?" "If you win," Shangguan Qinxue fell silent, caught off guard, unable to think of a response. She had not anticipated Yun Jinshan's audacity. This rogue always managed to astonish. The memory of last night made her cheeks flush. "President," Yun Jinshin called again. Yin Pampan interjected, "If you win, Qinxue will promote and raise your salary." "I don't want that," Yun Jinshin quickly rejected, and Yin Pampan, exasperated, exclaimed, "We offer you such favorable treatment, and you still want more?" "I want to go on a date with the president," Yun Jinshin declared with bravado. "Get lost." Shangguan Qinxue threw a tissue at him, which he caught deftly, stating, "President, I'm serious." "Indeed. You say that to every woman," Shangguan Qinxue replied icily, leaving Yun Jinshan puzzled by her seemingly targeted attitude. "Qinxue, I understand marathons well. No matter how capable he is, giving half the distance means he cannot possibly win against those professional athletes." Yin Pampan whispered to Shangguan Qinxue, "Are you sure?" Shangguan Qinxue shot a wary glance at Yun Jinshin and whispered back, "Absolutely, unless he's a super freak." Yin Pampan asserted confidently. After some contemplation, Shangguan Qinxue believed that Yin Pampan had no reason to deceive her and agreed. To prevent Yun Jinshan from reneging on the deal, Yin Pampan even crafted a special contract. If Yun Jinshan lost, he would have to disclose his secrets. If they lost, Shangguan Qinxue would have to go on a date with him. Yun Jinshan suppressed a smile and signed the contract first. At that moment, Shangguan Qinxue felt a twinge of anxiety and asked Yin Pampan, "Is it really all right?" "Qinxue, don't worry about him. To sign," Yin Pampan encouraged nonchalantly. Shangguan Qinxue bit her pristine white teeth and finally signed. "I want to be at work these next few days. I need to train properly," Yin Jinshan stated as he took his leave. Yin Pampan chuckled. "Qinxue, he's nervous. He definitely doesn't understand marathons. This rogue is formidable. Even under normal circumstances, he might not be able to outpace those marathon athletes. And to give them half the distance?" Yin Pampan chuckled at her successful scheme, while Shangguan Qinxue pressed her temples, saying, "We've gone to great lengths to uncover his hidden secrets. This time, we must make him write them down obediently." Yin Pampan declared triumphantly, "Qinxue, even Usain Bolt's world record for the 100 meters is only 9:58 seconds. How could Yin Jinshin possibly run that fast? To win the marathon's full distance of 195 kilometers, he must maintain that speed throughout. Do you think he can win?" Chapter 26. I am here to win the championship. Contrary to Yin Pampan's expectations, Yun Jinshan was indeed not well versed in marathon running. He didn't even know the full distance of a marathon. After browsing online for a while, a thick line of sweat formed on his forehead. Top marathon athletes could maintain a speed of 5 to 6 meters per second, while he would need to exceed 10 meters per second to win, sustaining that pace throughout. Given his current physique, this would be easily achievable, but this was the Rongqing International Marathon. Not only would there be domestic professional athletes, but also renowned marathon runners from abroad, and the prize money was substantial. If he finished in under 2 hours and 11 minutes, the champion's prize was 30,000. This amount would be sufficient to pay off his debts and leave him with a surplus. Thus, he set his sights on this goal. The Rongqing International Marathon would be televised by CCTV, focusing primarily on the leading group. He could exert himself in the early stages, reaching speeds of over 10 meters per second and others would merely think he was exceptionally fast. After all, without instruments to measure his speed, his astonishing pace would easily deceive the public eye. For now, he needed to concentrate on maintaining his speed in the latter half of the race. He was aware of the 100 meters world record, 9:58 seconds. As long as he sustained that pace, it wouldn't be too shocking. However, maintaining that speed was no simple feat with 3 days remaining until the marathon. Yun Jianshun ventured to a secluded area where there were no surveillance cameras and few vehicles. He also summoned Chen Jing, instructing him to procure a speed measuring device. Chen Jing arrived with 3 subordinates, and upon learning that Yun Jianshun intended to participate in the marathon, they were all astonished. They knew of Yun Jianshun's prowess, but had not anticipated him entering a marathon. After all, running a marathon is an activity that demands extraordinary stamina and endurance. Without rigorous and prolonged training, success is nearly impossible. Hurry up, Chen Jing urged impatiently, directing his subordinates to mark the 100-meter line. Brother Chen, are you really going to participate in the marathon? One subordinate asked skeptically. Yun Jianshun maintained a serious expression, stating, "Do I look like I'm joking? Brother Chen, don't let that fool Dogan bother you. He just loves to ask questions. Sometimes, I really want to give him a good smack," Chen Jing remarked, seeing Yun Jianshun's displeasure, and promptly tapped Dog Dan on the forehead, admonishing him to focus on the task at hand. Observing the 100-meter line already marked and the preparations complete, Yun Jianshun inquired, "Are we ready? On your marks, go." As Chen Jing's voice faded, Yun Jianshun launched himself forward like a sleek panther, his speed measured to avoid being too astonishing. He crossed the 100-meter line in under 5 seconds. At that moment, Chen Jing and his 3 subordinates stared wide-eyed, their hearts racing. Had they not been somewhat prepared, they might have fainted from shock. Usain Bolt, the Jamaican sprinting legend, was a figure regarded as godlike in the athletics world. The world record of 9:58 seconds for the 100 meters was held by him. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, here was their brother Chen, completing the distance in just 5 seconds. If he were to compete in a track event, wouldn't he effortlessly trounce Bolt and others? Chen Jing felt his heart racing uncontrollably, far exceeding the limits of human capability. He had personally supervised the marking of the lines. Otherwise, he would have certainly thought his subordinates were playing tricks. That speed was already slow. How many seconds? Yun Jianshun's casual remark sent chills down their spines. His words implied that he could have run even faster. Brother Chen, is that not your maximum speed? Dog Dan stared in astonishment as he spoke. They were members of the ETN Alliance, and also his subordinates, well aware of his extraordinary abilities. Thus, Yun Jianshun did not conceal anything, saying, "Of course, bringing you here for testing is to control the speed. I certainly do not wish to startle others. Brother Chen, you won't just startle others. You'll frighten everyone to death," Chen Jing said with a bitter smile, placing a hand on his heart. "Your recent speed was 4:98 seconds. If you were to run at that pace in a competition, wouldn't the National Sports Administration take you back to treat like a treasure? Is it still too fast? Then let me try again." Yun Jianshun frowned and tested again, this time achieving 7:56 seconds. Chen Jing, now somewhat blind to the situation, had a subordinate eager to try as well, who recorded a time of 12:53 seconds. They no longer had any doubts. Their brother Chen was indeed extraordinary, truly defying the heavens. After repeated testing, Yun Jianshun finally managed to control his speed to around 9:58 seconds. Even at this pace, it was enough to instill fear. After 2 days of intensive training, Yun Jianshun had gained a clearer grasp of his speed and no longer startled people as he used to. This matter was known only to a few in the ETN Alliance, including Wu Heng, Gao Bing, and Jiang Yuanqing. This was also permitted by Yun Jianshun, as he preferred to keep it from too many people, allowing them to gain a deeper understanding of his capabilities, thereby better intimidating those underworld leaders. Today marked the day of the Rongqing International Marathon. Following recent promotions, the event attracted tens of thousands of citizens to participate. Simultaneously, hundreds of professional athletes joined, including world-class marathoner Atolan. Atolan, an Ethiopian marathon runner, had claimed victory in 36 international marathon competitions, a figure that elevated him to a near-divine status in the world of marathon sports. Alongside Atolan was the renowned marathon champion Banyef, who had won 20 international marathons and was regarded as the only one capable of challenging Atolan. In addition to them, there was a substantial number of athletes from Africa, Europe, and Asia. The organizing committee, under the leadership of Rongqing's municipal secretary Wang Chuncheng, had put in considerable effort for this event, even attending the opening ceremony personally. In a formal tone, Wang Chuncheng announced, "This Rongqing International Marathon has received tremendous support from the Credit Suisse Group, raising the champion's prize to 100,000. If one can finish within 2 hours and 11 minutes, the prize will soar to 200,000. Upon hearing his words, professional athletes displayed expressions of disbelief, particularly Aetolin, whose eyes gleamed with competitive spirit. Vonyov also shone with determination, glancing meaningfully at Aetolin, both aware that they were each other's fiercest rivals. With the sound of a gunshot, the professional athletes, led by Aetolin, surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Behind them, tens of thousands of spectators flooded onto the track. While at the back of the crowd, Yin Jianchen, wearing a white baseball cap and white anti sportswear, concealed his face with a mask. This attire had cost him several hundred yuan, marking the largest expenditure he had ever made on clothing. Looking up at Wang Chuncheng on the distant stage, he mused, "President, your considerations are quite meticulous. To be able to invite legendary marathon athletes like Aetolin and set the stakes so high undoubtedly aim to heighten their motivation. More importantly, the prospect of a 200,000 prize for finishing within 2 hours and 11 minutes would compel Aetolin and others to give their all, naturally increasing the pressure on him." At that moment, Shangwan Qinxue called to inquire about his whereabouts. After Yun Jianchen informed her of his position, he slowly walked to the starting point to wait. Several security personnel from Credit Suisse were monitoring the area, leaving Yun Jianchen both amused and exasperated. They were concerned he might cheat. He was so thoroughly disguised that the security personnel had no idea they were watching their deputy minister. The waiting time was rather dull, so Yun Jianchen took out his phone to play a game. Nearby, Wu Heng and others exchanged glances, having risen early to witness their brother Chen showcase his prowess in the marathon. However, he was merely at the starting point playing games. Yin Jianchen had not mentioned his wager with Shangwan Qinxue, causing them to appear perplexed as they noticed there were no other marathon participants nearby. A staff member observed him playing a mobile game and approached, asking, "Handsome, aren't you tired of standing there?" "Not at all," Yin Jianchen replied succinctly. "Tell me when the first group of runners reaches the halfway point." The staff member looked surprised and said, "If you want to watch the race, you could just go back and watch the live broadcast on TV. CCTV 5 has full coverage. I'm here to participate in the marathon." Yun Jianchen corrected him. "Then why aren't you running?" The staff member was even more puzzled. Yun Jianchen stated earnestly, "I'll run after they reach the halfway mark. Otherwise, it will be rather dull. Isn't that just being a bystander? What is the point of being so conflicted?" The staff member remarked dismissively. Yun Jianchen looked at him pointedly, emphasizing, "I am not here to be a bystander. I am here to win the championship." "Huh?" The staff member laughed, and even the nearby volunteers chuckled lightly. "Handsome, are you here just to tease us with that outfit?" A volunteer girl giggled. Yun Jianchen, uninterested in further banter, sent a message to Chun Jing, instructing him to keep an eye on the first group of marathon runners and to call him at the halfway point. Chun Jing paused for a moment before understanding. Brother Chun was planning to let those professional athletes run to the halfway mark first, and he immediately became excited, calling a few subordinates to drive along an alternate route to catch up. He also ordered someone to watch the live broadcast on TV, ensuring a dual approach without fail. After a while, Yun Jianchen heard the sound of a helicopter hovering overhead and looked up to see a helicopter circling in the sky. He recognized it from watching marathons before, understanding it was for live broadcasting. After checking the situation at the starting point, the helicopter eventually departed. Meanwhile, at Shangwan Qinxue's villa, two stunning beauties were seated in the hall, Shangwan Qinxue and Yin Pampan. Yin Pampan was munching on Lay's potato chips while watching the live broadcast of the Rongqing International Marathon on TV. Chewing the chips confidently, she remarked this time, "With Aetolin and other top athletes invited and the prize set so high, that rogue Yin Jianchen is bound to lose." Chapter 27. Shocking the world Pampan. "Why do I feel like there is something amiss? Don't you think Yin Jianchen seems overly calm?" Shangwan Qinxue suddenly felt a wave of concern. The thought of losing meant she would have to date that rogue, which gave her a headache. She was uncertain about her feelings for Yun Jianchen, but one thing was clear: his flirtatious nature irritated her. "Qinxue, The one wearing a baseball cap and white sportswear must be that rogue. At that moment, the live broadcast cut to the starting point with a commentator explaining the situation there. In Pampan immediately spotted Yun Jianchen, engrossed in his game. The broadcast lingered on him for a moment, and Shangwan Qinshua also noticed, nodding, "Indeed, that's him." The race continued, and the broadcast shifted to the professional marathon runners, where Aitolin and Bonyef were nearly neck and neck at the front. Aitolin, a 36-time international marathon champion, and Bonyef, a 20-time champion, were kings of the marathon track. A true match of equals. The commentator enthusiastically introduced the identity of the first group of runners. Watching Aitolin sprinting swiftly on the screen, Ian Pampan chuckled. "I haven't seen Aitolin run with such dedication in a long time. The prize money has been raised so significantly. Can you blame the excitement?" Shangwan Qinshue rolled her eyes. Although this competition is sponsored by the Credit Suisse Group, a substantial portion of the prize fund is contributed by Ian Pampan, who is determined to defeat Yun Jianchen. It was also her idea to invite top athletes like Aitolin. Coupled with the formidable influence of the Credit Suisse Group, they managed to summon Aitolin and others from as far away as Africa in just 3 days. "I cannot swallow my indignation without defeating this rogue." Ian Pampan clenched her delicate fists and exclaimed, "Aitolin, run faster. Isn't everything under your control? What are you so excited about?" Observing her fervor, Shangwan Qinshua couldn't help but smile, while Wen Quanming, standing guard at the door, recalled the formidable Yun Jianchen, who left them feeling abashed. He quietly entered the villa and stood behind the sofa, watching the live broadcast of the Rongqing International Marathon on CCTV Channel 5. After scanning through the professional athletes, he found no sign of Yun Jianchen. A wave of confusion washed over him. Wasn't it said that Yun Jianchen would participate? How could he be missing? They had only covered about 10 kilometers, and when Quanming found it hard to believe that such a remarkable person would falter so soon. "Captain Wen, your timing is impeccable. You will find relief soon." Ian Pampan turned and smiled at Wen Quanming, who had just spotted him behind the sofa. "Miss Ian, what do you mean?" Wen Quanming asked. His interest piqued. "We made a bet with that rogue Yun Jianchen, asking him to let the professional athletes run half the distance. Then he is bound to lose." Wen Quanming replied, quickly losing interest in the race. That Yun Jianchen was far too pretentious. Winning an international marathon is no easy feat. Winners are those who have trained rigorously from a young age, cultivating incredible endurance and strength. For an average person, running a few kilometers is commendable. Even if Yun Jianchen is exceptionally talented, he could only manage about 20 kilometers at most. Moreover, allowing them to run half the distance makes it evident that Yun Jianchen's defeat is inevitable. After a few minutes, Shangwan Qinshua picked up her phone and called Yun Jianchen, saying, "You can start running now. You've reached the 21-kilometer mark." "Understood." At the starting line of the marathon, Yun Jianchen slowly pocketed his phone. At that moment, a staff member learned that the athletes had reached the halfway point. Remembering Yun Jianchen's earlier words, he looked up at him. Yun Jianchen took off like an arrow from a bow, his speed astonishing. The staff members gasped, exclaiming, "What an incredible burst of speed! Look at that! Is he sprinting?" Others exclaimed in awe, while those standing nearby, including Wu Hong, looked on in astonishment, marveling, "Brother Chun is indeed extraordinary." If people knew his explosive speed, the sports authorities would be begging him to compete for the nation. The security personnel from Credit Suisse, monitoring Yun Jianchen, quickly reported back to Shangwan Qinshua, "President, he has started running, and his speed is terrifying." "Yes, I am aware," Shangwan Qinshua replied, not sensing anything unusual in the report. If Yun Jianchen were to run at a speed comparable to an ordinary person, that would indeed be troubling. After running a few hundred meters, Yun Jianchen felt his speed was indeed alarming. He slowed his pace, but not long after, he noticed the scattered crowd ahead, many of whom were struggling to keep going. Some were taking photos, while others persevered, including several elderly participants. Yun Jianchen maintained a speed of 9.59 seconds per 100 meters, a pace he had practiced repeatedly. He did not wish to appear too ostentatious, lest he attract unnecessary attention. Even so, those he overtook gasped in astonishment. While they had seen fast sprinters before, they had never witnessed someone maintain such a pace. Some were inspired to run as well, but after just a few meters, they found themselves falling further behind, puzzled by the anomaly of this extraordinary individual. As Yun Jianchen surpassed amateur runners, the crowd ahead became less dense. These were regular exercisers, Yet they too were quickly outpaced by him. Occasionally, he would unleash a burst of speed, covering several meters in a second, only to swiftly regain control. This was part of his strategy. Adolin's numerous segment victories were no coincidence, and Yun Jianchen could not afford to be careless. Thus, he would accelerate only when the crowd was sparse and no one was particularly watching, even if this alarmed some onlookers. The television commentator continued to provide an energetic narration of the race, focusing on the lead group. Pleased with Adolin's rapid pace within the lead pack, Yin Pampan felt the allure of the high prize money. At that moment, she wanted to catch a glimpse of Yun Jianchen, and just then, the broadcast switched. The screen displayed a figure, as swift as the wind, running in white. Due to Yun Jianchen's astonishing speed, he stood out distinctly among the surrounding amateur competitors. The commentator marveled, this amateur athlete possesses remarkable explosive power. After such a long run, he can still maintain such velocity. Shortly thereafter, the broadcast shifted back to the lead group, only to switch again a few minutes later. This time, it was a request from the helicopter's cameraman, who had spotted the white figure racing over 1,000 meters without losing speed. Upon measuring, he reported a pace of 9.59 seconds per 100 meters, and he was astounded by the athlete's terrifying consistency. The photographer promptly relayed this information to the Beijing television studio, which quickly adjusted its focus to highlight Yun Jianchen. Thus, what was initially a competition between Adolin and Banyov transformed into a showcase for Yun Jianchen. The camera angles switched frequently, eager to reveal the identity of this speedster with unparalleled endurance. Despite numerous attempts to capture his image, all that was visible to the audience was a mysterious figure clad in a white baseball cap, a mask, and Intas sportswear. Dear viewers, I must inform you that this mysterious individual has been clocked at a speed of 9.59 seconds per 100 meters, merely a fraction slower than Bolt's world record of 9.58 seconds, the commentator exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Who says our great nation lacks outstanding track and field athletes? They simply have yet to be discovered. Watching the commentators barely contained enthusiasm, Yin Pampan froze with a chip suspended in midair, fully aware of the implications. If Yun Jianchen could maintain this frightening speed throughout the marathon, he would surely claim victory. Shangguan Qinxue, unable to sip her tea, furrowed her brow and remarked, how can one person possess such terrifying consistency? How is he accomplishing this? Qinxue, this rogue, is indeed frightening, but over the entire 195 kilometers, he surely cannot sustain it. Yin Pampan insisted, her belief unwavering. Their commotion peaked when Xuanming's interest. Could it be that the Yun Jianchen he had previously deemed certain to lose might still pull off an upset? As he stepped closer, he caught sight of the rapidly moving white figure on the enormous LCD screen. As the special police captain, he could discern a subtle difference, exclaiming, it seems he is controlling his speed, maintaining an incredibly steady pace, as if he were a machine. Are you suggesting he is still holding back? Shangguan Qinxue inquired. Indeed, Wen Quanming replied with a wry smile, causing Shangguan Qinxue's heart to race. At this moment, the broadcaster wore a wry smile and remarked, after a series of tests, this enigmatic and formidable man is running at a constant speed, akin to maintaining a steady driving mode while behind the wheel. Across the nation, countless viewers tuned into the live broadcast on CCTV5, their excitement palpable. Athletics has historically been a weak point for our country, and many have longed for a godlike figure akin to Bolt to emerge. Now, this individual has appeared, even garnering the attention of Yang Huaqing, the director of the National Sports Administration. He had been leisurely sipping tea when one of his subordinates rushed into his office with the news. Yang Huaqing, bewildered, quickly switched on the television to CCTV5. Gazing at the white figure sprinting with remarkable speed, he was utterly astonished and inquired, how long has he maintained this pace? Director, at least 20 minutes, came the reply. Immediately arrange for a plane. I must go to Rongqing. Yang Huaqing commanded. Chapter 28. President, shall we date? In a residential complex in Beijing, a boy named Haoming, a basketball enthusiast, switched on the television as usual. Around 9 in the morning, the NBA games were underway. However, upon tuning into CCTV5, he was met with a live broadcast of the Rongqing International Marathon. Annoyed, he wondered what was so captivating about marathon. Yet, as he observed the broadcaster's palpable excitement and seemingly incoherent commentary, He thought to himself that perhaps the broadcaster had taken something unusual today. It was merely a marathon. After all, what warranted such fervor? His gaze sharpened as he witnessed the white figure dashing past the other marathon runners. Although he was not fond of marathons, he understood some basics. The greatest taboo in marathon running is such rapid surges. Doing so would quickly deplete one's stamina. Yet, the person on television showed no signs of slowing down, clad in athletic wear, a definite faux pas for long-distance runners. Moreover, the way he was dressed, completely covered, suggested he was not a professional athlete. Viewers, have you seen this? It has already been over 30 minutes, and he maintains a terrifying speed equivalent to a 9:59-second 100-meter record. I can assure you, he is destined to become a rising superstar in the world of athletics. The broadcaster's voice was beginning to waver. Hao Ming, too, became exhilarated, exclaiming, "Wow, this guy is phenomenal." His enthusiasm startled his mother, who disapprovingly remarked, "All you do is watch NBA. What's so fascinating about a bunch of foreigners playing basketball? Mom, come here." Hao Ming beckoned. His mother, puzzled, approached, wondering why her son was acting so differently. Upon seeing the white figure sprinting across the screen, she pouted and said, "What's so interesting? Just a weirdo. Marathons don't look like that. Mom, he's been going for over 30 minutes and is maintaining a 9:59-second pace, just a mere 0.01 seconds slower than Bolt's world record. This performance could easily surpass everyone else. Remember, even Bolt only ran a 9:58 once, and this guy is sustaining his speed." Hao Ming exclaimed, his excitement evident. Simultaneously, in the University District of Nanjing, students crowded around a computer, watching the CCTV5 broadcast, where the person sprinting was none other than Yun Jianxin. Someone exclaimed, "Who is this incredible person? Why is he wearing a mask, hiding his face?" In cities like Hefei, Taiyuan, and Shijiazhuang, the populace was set ablaze with excitement. The staff in the CCTV5 broadcast studio were left in shock as the viewership ratings surged at an explosive rate. "Director, the ratings have soared to 33% and continue to climb." A staff member exclaimed, their face alight with joy. The director, equally thrilled, responded, "Excellent, very well done. This is a nationwide television rating, meaning 1 in 3 people are watching CCTV5 and the numbers are skyrocketing." The marathon phenomenon swiftly swept across the country. Schools, factories, and offices, anywhere with a television or computer connected to the internet, were filled with viewers watching the CCTV5 broadcast. News about the Rongqing International Marathon exploded online, with many sharing photos and videos. Unable to see the mysterious man's face clearly, they dubbed him the Masked Emperor. Initially referred to as Masked Brother, this label was quickly deemed disrespectful. Only Masked Emperor could encapsulate his stature. In Tokyo, Japan, Shinfu Ono was playing on his computer in his dorm when he received a call from a friend studying in China. "Ono, something big has happened. You need to check out CCTV5. There's an incredible person running a marathon, and the whole of China is buzzing." "No way, let me see," Shinfu replied. Upon viewing, he was utterly astounded by the runner's breathtaking speed. This marathon phenomenon soon captivated Japan as well, with citizens lamenting that a godlike figure had emerged in China, destined to create a tremendous upheaval in the realm of athletics. Before long, the entire world was stirred, and Masked Emperor became the hottest search term online. Numerous athletic dignitaries from various countries scrambled to board hastily arranged flights, undertaking the mission assigned by their nations to secure the Masked Emperor at all costs. Meanwhile, in her villa, Shangguan Qinshue's phone was inundated with calls. Within moments of Yun Jianxin being featured in the CCTV5 broadcast, inquiries about the marathon flooded in. Her social circle erupted with messages, and overwhelmed, she eventually turned off her phone to escape the incessant questioning. These were influential individuals who had previously shown little interest in sports, suddenly transformed as if they had taken a potent stimulant. She feared that she might inadvertently reveal Yun Jianxin's identity. In Pampan, too, followed suit and switched off her phone, besieged by similar queries. With a wry smile, she remarked, "Qinshu, this rogue has truly gone viral." "Not just viral. We're in for quite a bit of trouble," Shangguan Qinshu replied, rubbing her temples as she watched Yun Jianxin sprinting on the television, inwardly lamenting her defeat. Nonetheless, she needed to make arrangements for him. She dialed the number of Wang Chuncheng, the city committee secretary, and said, "Regarding the Masked Emperor, do not intervene. Miss, The masked emperor is already under scrutiny from above, and I must ensure we retain him. Director Yang from the sports administration wishes to dine with him. Wang Chunxing responded. Very well, Shangwan Qinxue replied helplessly, hanging up the phone and casting a frosty glance at Wen Quanming, who nodded in understanding and feigned ignorance, asking, "Who is the masked emperor? I will certainly find him." Indeed, no one knows who the masked emperor is, Shangwan Qinxue affirmed, satisfied with his response, before sinking back into the sofa, exclaiming, "Pan Pan. This time we've stirred quite the storm." Pan Pan stuck out her tongue, equally at a loss. Oblivious to the fact that he had become an international sensation within just over half an hour, Yun Jianshun continued to run, unaware of the helicopters circling above him. Its enormous rotor blades whirring ominously in his ears. "Just wait. If you fly lower, I might just bring you down." Yun Jianshun felt a surge of frustration. He did not wish to be the center of attention for the spectators. After several minutes of maintaining a steady pace, he surpassed several professional athletes, including a few from diverse backgrounds. In the distance, he could see Atolin and others accelerating about 100 meters ahead, while the finish line was roughly 200 meters away. His irritation grew. Had it not been for the helicopter's gaze, he would have already overtaken Atolin and the rest. Now, if he wished to claim victory, he had no choice but to accelerate. Unbeknownst to Atolin, a formidable opponent was closing in behind him. His focus was entirely on Banyef, as the others had fallen behind by several meters, posing no threat. Banyef, too, was preoccupied with Atolin. Without further ado, Yun Jianshun gritted his teeth, pushed off with his toes, and surged forward, his speed suddenly increasing. The commentator from CCTV5 exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, he's accelerated. He has overtaken 3 competitors, leaving only Atolin and Banyef in his path." Atolin and Banyef were legendary figures in the marathon world, yet today they faced a superhuman adversary. The commentator expressed hopeful anticipation. In a nearby villa, Shangwan Qinxue wore a look of astonishment. She could hardly believe that after such an extended sprint, Yun Jianshun still had the energy to accelerate. Under her gaze, he was rapidly closing the distance to Atolin. At this moment, viewers across the nation and even around the globe held their breath, aware that the masked emperor was a person of extraordinary caliber. They yearned to see if he could surpass Atolin and Banyef, scaling the heights of greatness. As the finish line loomed just 50 meters ahead, Atolin glanced back and noted that Banyef was now a couple of meters behind him, diminishing any threat. However, behind Banyef emerged a man clad in a white baseball cap, wearing a mask and athletic attire. This individual moved with remarkable speed, swiftly matching Banyef's pace. "Damn it," Atolin gasped, cursing under his breath as he summoned every ounce of strength he had. Calculating the distance between them and the finish line, Yun Jianshun decided against further acceleration. Yet, even so, the commentator couldn't contain his excitement. This mysterious figure, upon accelerating, reached a staggering speed of 13 meters per second. Simply terrifying. Incredible. We have a true athletics prodigy emerging from China, with him who dares to compete for future championships. The audience watching the race erupted in exhilaration, and, at that moment, Yun Jianshun crossed the finish line ahead of Atolin. Media representatives, eagerly awaiting at the finish, raised their cameras, clamoring for an interview with Yun Jianshun. They saw first-hand accounts, and under countless media lenses, he unzipped his windbreaker, revealing a t-shirt underneath. The white fabric bore the words, "President, let's go on a date." In the eyes of the public, the message on his shirt grew increasingly prominent, its bold black characters striking all viewers. Across the nation, countless individuals saw these characters and exhaled in disbelief. Given that Yun Jianshun had concealed his face, many speculated about his identity, pondering whether he might be from another country. However, those words suggested that the enigmatic figure known as the masked emperor was most likely one of their own, a genuine Chinese. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qinxue stood frozen in place. The phrase "president, let's go on a date" struck her as remarkably affectionate, stirring emotions deep within her heart. The boldness it took for Yun Jianshun to confess his feelings before the cameras was immense, signifying his regard for her. "Goodness, even I am moved by this rogue's theatrics," Pan Pan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, while Wen Quanming observed the scene and remarked, "He is truly brave to remain so composed under the media scrutiny. Even when his face is obscured, requires tremendous courage." At that moment, Yun Jianshun sensed the unusual intensity of the situation. The abundance of media personnel and the sudden deployment of special police indicated that they were not merely there for security. Without a second thought, he sprinted away, pursued by countless reporters shouting, "Masked Emperor, wait up, get lost." Yun Jianshun retorted. As anticipated, the special police were hot on his heels. With no choice but to accelerate, he dashed towards more populated areas. Along the way, he noticed numerous individuals snapping photos, exclaiming, "It's the masked emperor. Hurry, capture this and upload it. What the hell? Have I become famous?" Yun Jianshun couldn't help but curse, pushing his speed to its limits, leaving the pursuing officers far behind. The sound of sirens rang out. Even police cars were deployed. Alarmed, he continued to evade capture, darting towards less crowded areas and frequently changing direction to shake off his pursuers. Just as he ducked into a narrow alley, contemplating removing his disguise, he overheard someone outside say, "Officer, the masked emperor is in there. We must catch him. China's athletics future depends on him." "Damn it," Yun Jianshun muttered, not stopping for a moment as he sped away, vaulting over a wall. He quickly called Chun Jing, asking, "Where the hell are you?" "I'm being chased by the police." "Brother Chun, they are not chasing you. They're trying to invite you." "Who told you to run?" Chun Jing teased, enjoying the situation. Yun Jianshun retorted angrily, "Give me a route to escape, or I'll fire you." Remarkably, this threat worked. Chun Jing immediately asked for his location. After providing it, Yun Jianshun received instructions to meet at Xingye Road, a place where no one was searching. Chun Jing quickly devised a plan, and Yun Jianshun hurriedly made his way to the designated meeting point. From a distance, he spotted Chun Jing waiting for him, who rushed over with his team. While still in the alley, Chun Jing commanded his subordinates, "You all check the surroundings. Don't let anyone approach." "Yes, Brother Jing," they responded, promptly executing their orders. Chun Jing returned to the car, retrieving a suit and saying, "Brother Chun, change quickly. The roads nearby are all blocked. If you're dressed like this, you'll definitely be recognized." "All right," Yun Jianshun agreed, noting the exquisite feel of the black suit, likely quite expensive. As he changed clothes, nearby, city officials, including Wang Chuncheng, were gathered near the marathon finish line. The police chief, Chun Jianhua, was beside himself with frustration. The masked emperor had eluded them right under their noses, and he had no idea how to report this to his superiors. All officers were mobilized, blocking every road, reviewing all surveillance footage, insisting on identifying the masked emperor. Chun Jianhua issued his orders, which swiftly cascaded down to every precinct, activating the entire Rongqing police force. Observing his frantic demeanor, Wang Chunqing's irritation lessened slightly. Recalling Shangwan Qinshue's earlier phone call, he surmised that she likely knew the masked emperor's identity. Yet, he lacked the courage to inquire about it directly. He suppressed the thought in his heart, reasoning that the police would take care of the matter. So there was no need for him to burden himself with unnecessary worries. Dressed in a fresh outfit, Yun Jianshun initially intended to take the discarded clothes with him, but upon Chun Jing's reminder, he decided to leave them behind in a secluded spot. Afterward, he boarded Chun Jing's car and departed without anyone witnessing the scene. Remember, no matter who inquires about masked emperor, you all must claim ignorance about his whereabouts. We are also searching for him, understood? Chun Jing instructed his subordinates with a hint of concern. The group, quick-witted, promptly acknowledged his command. However, the vehicle had not traveled far when they were halted by the police. "Have you seen masked emperor?" the officer inquired. "We've heard he escaped, and we're equally anxious. It's rare for China to produce an athletics champion. We cannot allow him to slip away." Chun Jing, with a flourish, extolled the prowess of masked emperor. Seated in the back, Yun Jianshun felt his face flush, while his companions beside him struggled to suppress their amusement. The police, growing impatient, said, "Get out of the car. I demand a routine inspection." "Very well," Chun Jing replied, and everyone exited the vehicle. The police meticulously searched the car and even the trunk before allowing them to leave. After enduring several rounds of inquiries, Yun Jianshun decided to disembark, instructing Chun Jing to drive off alone. After all, no one knew he was masked emperor, and he was wary of encountering someone he knew, particularly Lu Siyuan. If she were to see him with Chun Jing and the others, it could lead to damaging assumptions about his identity, as if fate were conspiring against him. He soon spotted Lu Siyuan from a distance, prompting a bittersweet smile to cross his face. He approached her, smiling, "Wife, what brings you here?" "How annoying," Lu Siyuan retorted. Dismissing him, Yun Jianshun, feeling carefree, briskly walked past her. "Wait," Lucy Yuan called out, her voice sharp. "How come I always see you? 10 years of shared boat rides. 100 years of shared pillows." Yun Jianshun quipped, emphasizing, "Wife, this is our destined connection. You can't escape me now. Go away." Lucy Yuan shouted vehemently. "Ha! I'll be waiting for you at home, dear," Yun Jianshun replied nonchalantly. Lucy Yuan's subordinates stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed someone daring enough to tease their captain in such a manner. "What are you staring at? Keep your eyes peeled. If Masked Emperor gets away, I'll hold you accountable." Lucy Yuan fumed, oblivious to the fact that Masked Emperor was swaggering away right under her nose. After passing through several more checks, Yun Jianshan finally extricated himself from the police's encirclement and picked up his phone to call Shangwan Qinxue. To his dismay, the phone was turned off, causing his lips to twitch. "President, after losing, you're not trying to play tricks, are you? I ran this marathon, and not only did I not win the prize, but I was also chased by the police," he thought, simmering with anger, and immediately hailed a cab toward Shangwan Qinxue's villa. Half an hour later, he arrived. The special police officers on duty regarded him with a mix of awe and respect, although when Quan Ming had not informed them. They were close enough to the villa to overhear the conversation between Shangwan Qinxue and Yin Panpan, and thus they recognized Yun Jianshan as the globally renowned Masked Emperor. They understood that their leader was searching for him, and they would rather face their superior's ire than jeopardize their futures. Yun Jianshan strode into the villa, where Shangwan Qinxue and her companions were watching television. The news report featured him, and with a furrowed brow, Yun Jianshan remarked, "President, this has escalated rather dramatically. Can we not suppress it?" "If it could be suppressed, I would have done so already," Shangwan Qinxue replied, exasperated, gesturing to her phone. "I can hardly dare to turn on. My friends have been bombarding me with calls. My phone is nearly overwhelmed." "I see," Yun Jianshan thought, relieved. "If it can't be helped, so be it. They don't know who I am after all. By the way, President, have you decided where we will go for our date?" Shangwan Qinxue's heart raced unexpectedly, but she composed herself and said, "Let me think." "All right," Yun Jianshan nodded, aware that such matters could not be rushed, especially if it was her first time. "Qinxue, a date is merely dining and chatting. What is there to ponder?" Yin Panpan chimed in with a playful wink, suggesting, "Let us go to Ruixin Hotel. We shouldn't allow others to profit from our wealth." "Be quiet. That's our date, and you, as the third wheel, cannot join," Yun Jianshan declared coolly, not wishing for an extra presence during their outing. "Can you not bully me like this?" Yin Panpan retorted, fuming. She was determined not to allow Yun Jianshan to have a private date with Shangwan Qinxue. Fully aware of her own vow, if Qinxue succumbed to Yun Jianshan's charms, she would become his mistress. Such a scenario was intolerable, and she was resolute in her opposition. "This matter is non-negotiable," Yun Jianshan asserted firmly. "Panpan is my close friend. She should come," Shangwan Qinxue declared with conviction. "Seize the day. Let us choose today," Shangwan Qinxue added. Noticing Yun Jianshan's formal attire for the first time, she was taken aback by the brand, Armani. It was surprising for someone of his disposition to don such an expensive suit. "We've never been to Beihai Park. Let us go explore," Yin Panpan suggested with a sly smile. Shangwan Qinxue, catching her drift, immediately agreed. "Then it's settled. We will go to Beihai Park." Beihai Park, the largest in Rome City, is renowned for its comprehensive entertainment facilities. It boasts roller coasters, Ferris wheels, bumper cars, and an underwater world with a variety of aquatic creatures, making it the premier destination for locals. By the time Yun Jianshan and his companions reached Beihai Park, it was already 3 in the afternoon, the park bustling with visitors. Couples strolled hand in hand, groups of friends laughed together, and parents accompanied their children, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon their arrival, they immediately drew the attention of those around them. Yun Jianshan, tall and handsome, alongside Shangwan Qinxue, who possessed an elegant and striking figure, and Yin Panpan, while not as tall, was stunningly attractive with her alluring figure, formed a captivating trio that became the focal point of the park. "Look at that man. His suit is Armani, and those 2 stunning ladies are clearly from affluent families," someone whispered, their voice barely above a murmur. Despite their hushed tones, Yun Jianshan heard every word, a wry smile creeping onto his face. This suit had been purchased for him by Chun Jing. He had heard of Armani, but had never seen its true form. Shangguan Qinxue felt the weight of the gazes upon her, a touch of discomfort settling in. This was her first time in such a crowded park, and the sense of being scrutinized was unsettling. Qinxue, let us ride the roller coaster, Yin Panpan exclaimed, pulling Shangguan Qinxue along enthusiastically. Yun Jianshun followed closely, internally amused at how, rather than being the leading man on a date, he had become a mere bodyguard. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead as a man donned in a white baseball cap, masked and clad in a white anti-tracksuit, sprinted toward them. A throng of people behind him shouted, "Masked Emperor!" In the distance, a friend exclaimed, urging others to halt the masked man. Among them was a police officer, whose speed was notably swift, at least on par with an average person. Shangguan Qinxue observed the approaching figure and glanced back at Yun Jianshin, who wore a wry smile and remarked, "A counterfeit." A chuckle escaped Shangguan Qinshue's lips. She had not anticipated that someone would impersonate Yun Jianshin so quickly. A glint of mischief flickered in Yin Ponpon's eyes as she suddenly called out to the masked figure, "Hurry up, masked man." The counterfeit was startled, his pace slowing involuntarily, particularly with two stunning beauties ahead. He had never encountered such alluring women. As he beheld Shangguan Qinxue and her companion, an idea surged within him. Given the current prestige of the masked man, if he could mimic him convincingly, perhaps these two enchanting ladies would be drawn to him. With this thought, the counterfeit altered his course, initially approaching Shangguan Qinxue, only to find her too aloof for his liking. Instead, he turned his attention to Yin Panpan, saying, "Beautiful lady, were you just speaking to me? Are you truly the masked man?" With a hint of a smile, Yin Ponpon's demeanor only delighted the counterfeit further. Meanwhile, those pursuing him encircled the area to prevent his escape. As the masked man was not a criminal, the authorities had no intention of arresting him. The police officer excitedly dialed his superior. "Captain Liu, I've spotted the masked man at Beihai Park. He has surrounded. Hurry over." This individual was indeed under Lu Siyuan's command, having spotted the masked man while searching the vicinity. At this moment, the counterfeit was fixated solely on Yin Panpan, confidently asserting, "Of course, who else would dare impersonate me? Is this how you engage with beautiful women? Is the masked man truly such a philanderer?" Yin Panpan cast a sidelong glance at Yun Jianshun, who understood her veiled insult. His lips twitched slightly, wishing to send this impostor flying for tarnishing his reputation. "I am not a philanderer." The counterfeit protested. "Masked man, can you sing?" Yin Panpan inquired. "I can," he replied. "Then sing me a song. If it's pleasant, I might consider dating you." She smiled, further inflating his ego. He cleared his throat and began to sing, "You are the love of my life." His voice resembled a duck's quack, utterly unpleasant, prompting visible disdain from the onlookers. The counterfeit's reputation plummeted in their eyes, and Yun Jianshin scowled, bellowing, "Stop singing. It sounds like a duck. Who are you?" The counterfeit retorted angrily, glaring at Yun Jianshin. "Get lost and stop embarrassing yourself here." Yun Jianshin could no longer tolerate the charade, recognizing that this fool's impersonation was sullying his own name. He discerned Yin Ponpon's intentions, to discredit him and paint the masked man as a lecher. Fuming, the counterfeit snapped back, "Do you think you can fool the officials? Once they test your speed, they'll know you're a fake." "What are you saying?" The counterfeit glared at him, malevolence flashing in his eyes. "The masked man can run 100 meters in 59 seconds. Why don't you try and see? If you can match that speed, all my possessions are yours." Yun Jianshin coldly challenged. "I've run enough this morning. I'm tired." The counterfeit retorted, attempting to flee but was blocked by others, with more spectators growing suspicious. The police, their expressions stern, demanded, "Confess if you're the masked man. If you lie, you will regret being born." "I truly am," the counterfeit stammered, his resolve wavering. He knew that admitting the truth would lead to a beating. Desperate to escape, he attempted to push through the crowd, which only thickened. The park's visitors, upon hearing about the masked man, flocked to the scene. "Masked man, why aren't you leaving?" Yin Panpan shouted at him, aware that if this fool were caught, her plan to tarnish Yun Jianshin's image would backfire, elevating his status in the public eye. The counterfeit was in a frenzy, unable to devise a strategy, when suddenly, Lu Siyuan arrived with several subordinates. She assessed the counterfeit and commanded, "Disturbing the peace, arrest him. You have no authority to detain me. I am the masked man." He protested. Lu Siyuan, known for her fiery temperament, swiftly kicked him in the stomach, coldly stating, "I just received word that the real masked man has slipped away. The clothes he shed are in my subordinate's vehicle. You, pathetic imposter, should know your place. Rendered speechless, the counterfeit had his hat and mask removed, and someone in the crowd recognized him, exclaiming, "Isn't this the security guard from Huiquan Garden? I saw him in the garden just after 9, while the real masked man was racing on the track. I'm going to beat him up." His singing sounded like a banshee. How dare he impersonate the masked man to flirt with girls? Several burly young men advanced towards him, prompting Lu Siyuan to signal her subordinates to step aside. The young men surrounded the counterfeit, launching a furious assault upon him. In mere moments, many others joined in to unleash their wrath. The crowd cheered, and Yin Pan, feeling disinterested, pulled Shangguan Qinxue away. Yun Jianshun hurried to follow, eager to avoid entanglement with Lu Siyuan. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Siyuan had noticed their presence upon arrival, intrigued by their evident distinction. "Stop right there, you scoundrel," she shouted at Yun Jianshun. "Captain Lu, what brings you here?" He began to jest, but then recalled Shangguan Qinxue. Even though she understood the nature of his relationship with Lu Siyuan, hearing it would still irk her. Yun Jianshun's emotional intelligence was not so diminished as to require a recharge. Thus he quickly adjusted his tone, which left Lu Siyuan somewhat perplexed. Spotting Shangguan Qinxue a few meters away, Lu Siyuan recognized her stature and questioned why she would be at Beihai Park, especially with Yun Jianshun. Connecting the dots, she surmised that Yun Jianshun was indeed pursuing Shangguan Qinxue. "Captain Lu, let us chat later," Yun Jianshun said, hurrying toward Shangguan Qinxue. Suddenly, Lu Siyuan dashed forward, linking her arm with his and leaning closely against him. His arm brushed against her ample figure, and she sweetly stated, "Darling, there's no one else here. You don't need to call me Captain Lu." Yun Jianshun stiffened, overwhelmed by her closeness. He glanced down to see Lu Siyuan's radiant smile, then up at Shangguan Qinxue's icy demeanor, causing his heart to race. He instinctively pulled away, but Lu Siyuan clung to him tightly. In a hushed voice, he urged, "Stop it, let go." "Oh my, Yun Jianshun, have you charmed a police flower?" Yin Pan exclaimed. Her voice was anything but subtle, instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Yun Jianshun wished to catch up with Guan Qinxue, but it was futile. Chapter 31. More wrong than Do-E. "Come have a look. This one is quite the flirt," Yin Pan exclaimed loudly. Yun Jianshun shot her a fierce glare, retorting angrily, "You little girl, if you keep causing trouble, you'll regret it." "Ah, threatening me now? Qinxue, you saw it. You cannot agree to this flirt's advances." Yin Pan continued, dragging Guan Qinxue away under the pretense of going on a roller coaster, while suggesting he engage in some romantic entanglement with the police officer. At that moment, many shifted their gazes from the makeshift masked man to Yun Jianshun. Though the makeshift masked man was detestable, he had received a thorough beating, barely able to fend for himself. Portrayed as a flirt by Yin Pan, Yun Jianshun naturally became the target of women's ire, and under their verbal onslaught, the men were stirred to action. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called womanizer they were denouncing was the very masked man they sought. Lu Siyuan was quite pleased with the audience's reaction, lowering her voice with a sense of triumph. "Yun Jianshun, after teasing me time and again, your date is doomed now." As she withdrew her hand, Yun Jianshun, simmering with anger, suddenly turned and embraced her, declaring, "Wife, how could I ever abandon you?" Before Lu Siyuan could regain her composure, he swiftly leaned down and kissed her. The sensation was electric, leaving her momentarily stunned, and he released her just as quickly, disappearing before she could react. Within 2 seconds, Lu Siyuan erupted in fury. "Yun Jianshun, come back here. I swear I'll kill you." Lu Siyuan was absolutely livid. After all, it was her first kiss, and he had stolen it so brazenly. "Captain," her subordinates all exhibited expressions of fear. They were well aware of the severe consequences of inciting Lu Siyuan's wrath. "Why aren't you chasing him down? You must bring him back." Lu Siyuan barked, observing the astonished faces around her, and added, "Forget it. Let us go back. Bring that guy with us." Before leaving, she made sure to instruct her subordinates to retrieve the makeshift masked man. At that moment, Yun Jianshun felt a rush of satisfaction after retaliating against Lu Siyuan and hurried to catch up with Guan Qinxue, explaining, "President, you know about the conflict between her and me." "Stop right there," Yin Pan interrupted, stating, "No need for explanations. If she was just a proper young lady, why would she be so publicly affectionate with you? Remember, she is a police officer." Yin Pan emphasized this point, causing Yun Jianxun to flush red in protest. That was her revenge. Indeed, revenge for your abandonment. Yin Ponpon's remark left Yun Jianxun momentarily speechless. He shot her a fierce glare, retorting, if you don't speak, nobody will take you for a mute. Pampan, let him do as he pleases. It's none of my concern, Guan Qianxue responded coldly. Yin Pampan displayed a victorious smile, gesturing a mock execution towards Yun Jianxun, clearly indicating that he had been eliminated. Little girl. Yun Jianxun gritted his teeth, knowing that Guan Qianxue's reaction was significantly influenced by Yin Pampan's interference. You let her just give up, she declared. I have a terrible flaw. Once I make up my mind, it is unchangeable. Yun Jianxun looked at her with disdain, saying, just wait to be my little wife. Guan Qianxue's lips twitched. This rogue dared to say such things in front of her. Yin Pampan immediately chimed in. Qianxue, you heard that. He is planning to take us both. Yun Jianxun shot her a glare, contemplating how to punish her. Qianxue, let us go on the roller coaster. Maybe we should skip the roller coaster. Guan Qianxue hesitated, having never engaged in such thrilling activities. It's fine. We're here for the experience. The roller coaster is incredibly fun, Yin Pampan insisted, rushing to buy tickets. Unable to withstand her enthusiasm, Guan Qianxue reluctantly joined her. They sat in the front row, with Yun Jianxun seated behind them. Soon, dozens of others filled the seats, and before long, the roller coaster began its ascent. Just as they approached the peak, it suddenly plummeted. Ah, wow, so thrilling. Yun Jianxun heard Yin Pampan's shrieks and the gasps of others. Yet, he did not hear Guan Qianxue's voice. Suddenly, he lunged forward, nearly colliding with his legs. A tremendous force bore down on him, impacting his body, even affecting his heart. Thanks to his enhanced physique, he felt little discomfort. But this force could be overwhelming for an average person, making the ride unsuitable for those with heart or neck ailments. As the roller coaster spun rapidly, Yun Jianxun's car unexpectedly detached from the one behind it. Panic surged within him. He wasted no time activating his invisibility charm. At that moment, the roller coaster was in a freefall, so those behind him remained unaware of his sudden disappearance. With his car still suspended in the air, no one witnessed the vanishing act. The car has detached. Stop it. Hurry. Someone outside yelled in alarm. In his invisible state, Yun Jianxun unfastened his safety belt and leapt to the rear car, pushing forward with all his strength. He nearly lost his footing, but quickly regained his balance. With all his might, he propelled the car, which had begun to slow down, back into action. In a mere 7 to 8 seconds, Yun Jianxun's desperate push allowed them to catch up with the front car, merging them tightly together. They continued at a swift pace, eventually colliding, though not violently. The roller coaster finally came to a gradual halt, leaving Yun Jianxun feeling utterly drained. He needed to leave immediately, and being invisible, any sudden appearance could incite panic, revealing his secret to everyone, which would likely draw the attention of governmental authorities. Casting a glance at the relieved Guan Qianxue, he slipped away. The staff, who had been waiting, rushed toward the roller coaster to inspect it. They found a connection point between the front and rear cars severely damaged. Relieved, one of them exclaimed, "Thank goodness, it was a false alarm." "What happened?" Someone from their car inquired. "Didn't you notice? Your car detached." The staff member questioned, surprised. The person's face paled as they rushed to inspect the collision site, which was clearly dented. "When did this happen?" "I felt nothing." "Wow, we were almost in grave danger." Several passengers trembled, recounting their experience. "I felt the speed suddenly decrease. Then it accelerated again, as if someone was pushing us forward." "I felt that too." A woman chimed in, one of those who had sat behind Yun Jianxun. As Guan Qianxue unfastened her safety belt and stood up, she glanced back but found Yun Jianxun missing. "Where's that rogue?" Yin Pampan asked, surprised. "Hey, there's a handsome guy sitting here. He couldn't have fallen off, could he?" The woman pointed to Yun Jianxun's empty seat, gasping in shock. "No one has ever fallen off the roller coaster, nor has anyone left this place," the staff confidently stated. "But how did he disappear?" "Nonsense, you must have seen it wrong," the staff replied earnestly. At that moment, Shangguan Qianxue felt a tumultuous wave rise within her. Reflecting on the earlier events, it was clear that someone had intervened to save them. And perhaps only Yun Jianxun possessed the capability to act so decisively in such a perilous situation. This was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, absolutely surpassing everyone's understanding. Yet Yun Jianxun had astonished her time and again, first effortlessly defeating her personal bodyguard, then rescuing them from the clutches of the Tianlang mercenaries with bare hands. and later entering their villa unnoticed. This morning, he had participated in a marathon, displaying a terrifying speed that had left the world in shock, and now he had vanished. While one instance could be deemed coincidental, the convergence of all these events was certainly not mere happenstance. "Let us go," Shangwan Qinxue urged Yin Panpan, who was still marveling at the staff as exclamations of divine blessings. "Qinxue, where did the rogue go?" Yin Panpan inquired with curiosity. Shangwan Qinxue took out her phone to call Yun Jinshin, but there was no answer. "What's wrong?" Seeing Shangwan Qinxue anxiously dialing Yun Jinshin's number repeatedly, Yin Panpan couldn't help but ask, "President, were you looking for me?" Yun Jinshin emerged from the crowd, wearing a broad smile. Shangwan Qinxue questioned, "Where have you been?" "I exited before the roller coaster had come to a complete stop," Yun Jinshin explained. Shangwan Qinxue scoffed, "But the doors hadn't opened yet. How could you leave?" "Do you think such doors could stop me?" he replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Shangwan Qinxue stepped forward and embraced him. Yin Panpan was left dumbfounded, as was Yun Jinshin. As she felt Yun Jinshin's back drenched in sweat, her heart raced with realization. He was the one who had saved them. Yun Jinshin's expression stiffened. He understood her reasoning. After running for so long while pushing the roller coaster, he had indeed perspired profusely. Before coming, he had tidied himself up in the park restroom, hoping to conceal it, but he hadn't anticipated her keen observation. It was even more surprising that she would embrace him so boldly in public. Unaware observers might have assumed they were a couple. As Shangwan Qinxue withdrew her arms, she remarked meaningfully, "You must be tired." Chapter 32. A taste for thieves. Shangwan Qinshue's double entendre left Yun Jinshin with a clear understanding. She had deduced that he was their savior. Yin Panpan, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, "Qinxue, why are you so concerned about the rogue? I hope he tires himself out. Then no one will annoy us." "Panpan, mind your words," Shangwan Qinxue chided, furrowing her brows. The harrowing events they had just experienced still haunted her. Without Yun Jinshin's covert intervention, the two carriages would have undoubtedly collided violently, resulting in injuries that could have been severe. She dared not contemplate what could have transpired. "Qinxue, what's wrong?" Yin Panpan, still bewildered, watched as Shangwan Qinshue's thoughts drifted back to Yun Jinshin's earlier words. At that time, no one had known how he had silently entered the villa. Under her persistent questioning, he had claimed he could become invisible. Initially, she had dismissed it as a jest, which had infuriated her. But in light of today's events, it was evident that Yun Jinshin possessed abilities far beyond ordinary comprehension. Could he truly be capable of invisibility? After this ordeal, Shangwan Qinxue felt a bit dazed. She needed to return and sort through her thoughts. The notion of invisibility was utterly preposterous. Yin Panpan, unbothered, insisted on continuing their day, and Shangwan Qinxue, unable to refuse, accompanied her. Yun Jinshin trailed behind them. The voice's mind echoing once more. "Saving lives earns you 70 merit points. Balance, 390. 6 merit points." He needed nearly 10 more merit points to activate the celestial chessboard again. As they walked, Yin Panpan suddenly turned to him and asked, "Was it you who was pushing our carriage earlier?" Taken aback by her question, Yun Jinshin found himself momentarily speechless. Shangwan Qinxue shot Yin Panpan an exasperated glance. "Panpan, how could you be so naive? If he had been pushing us, wouldn't someone have noticed? It must have been an illusion. We were simply fated to survive." To his surprise, Yun Jinshin found Shangwan Qinxue defending him, while Yin Panpan eyed both of them, deep in thought. Yun Jinshin recognized that Yin Panpan was astute. He had indeed left a significant flaw, and the only thing that could perplex her was the notion of invisibility. As she was unaware of his capability to become invisible, she could not conclude definitively. Not wishing to delve further into this topic, he feigned a mischievous grin and said, "President, your words have led to a misunderstanding. I would love to have pushed you from behind." "Rogue." Yin Panpan glared at him, indignant. Shangwan Qinxue merely shot him side-eye, devoid of reproach. Her enchanting demeanor rendering Yun Jinshin completely captivated. This was the first time he had witnessed the icy CEO display such enchanting charm, causing his heart to race. Subsequently, Yin Panpan insisted on riding the Ferris wheel, and Yun Jinshin accompanied them, enjoying the splendid views of Beihai Park from above. They even tried bumper cars, but Shangwan Qinxue adamantly refused, claiming it would be too embarrassing. Yin Panpan had to go alone, attempting to drag Yun Jinshin along, but he firmly declined. Eventually, They arrived at the underwater world, home to numerous rare creatures like the devil ray, panda fish, and stonefish, as well as ferocious species such as nurse sharks and South African sand tiger sharks. At 4:30 p.m., an announcement echoed through the park. Dolphin show starting soon. At that moment, Ian Pampan exclaimed with excitement, "Chinchua, let us go watch the dolphin show." Yin Jianshun, somewhat speechless, asked, "Is this your first time at the park?" "Yes, is that a problem?" Ian Pampan replied. Yin Jianshun fell silent. Despite their privileged backgrounds, their lives lacked certain joys. Upon reaching the dolphin show venue, they found a throng of spectators already seated, and their entrance captured everyone's attention. Shangwan Chinchua and Ian Pampan were strikingly beautiful, especially Shangwan Chinchua, who appeared cold and stunning like a snow lotus. Ian Pampan, warmer in demeanor and with a captivating figure, naturally drew many gazes. Following closely behind them, Yin Jianxin was equally striking, tall, and handsome, garnering the attention of many women. Only the front row had vacant seats, so Shangwan Chinchua chose one nearby, with Ian Pampan sitting close beside her. Yin Jianxin intended to sit next to Shangwan Chinchua, but was stopped by Ian Pampan. "Rogue, are you trying to take advantage of Chinchua?" Yin Jianxin chuckled. "Little girl, if you don't let me sit anywhere, do you want my company instead?" "Who wants your company?" Ian Pampan retorted, increasingly displeased. Yin Jianxin smiled, disregarding her objections, and boldly sat beside Shangwan Chinchua. "Chinchua, how could you allow him to sit next to you?" Ian Pampan protested, visibly unhappy. "Pampan, there's no other seat. Should I let him stand?" Shangwan Chinchua replied calmly, while Ian Pampan glanced around, realizing all other seats were taken. Soon, the dolphin show commenced. The dolphins showcased various tricks, standing on their tails, jumping through hoops, leaping out of the water, shaking hands, singing, and dancing, which brought forth thunderous applause. Everyone was engrossed in the performance when suddenly a voice cried out, "Where's my wallet? Has anyone seen my wallet?" Lin Xian asked anxiously. In her wallet, there was not only 4,000 yuan, but also important documents, such as her ID card and bank cards. At this moment, those around Lin Xian also began to assist in the search. "How can my wallet, which I clearly placed in my bag, have vanished?" The thought of her missing wallet made Lin Xian nearly burst into tears. Yin Jianshun, noticing her distress, spoke up. "A wallet cannot sprout wings and fly away. I know who took it. Just hand it over honestly and spare everyone the anxiety." In a corner sat a middle-aged woman named Zhonghong Yu, a pickpocket known to operate around Beihai Park. Observing Yin Jianshun, she sneered inwardly, thinking, "Show off? We've been in this business for years without being caught. Even if you're in the front row, you couldn't possibly see our actions." It was her accomplice who had deftly lifted Lin Xian's wallet while she was engrossed in the performance, passing along to her. Sitting the farthest away, no one would suspect her. This tactic had proven successful time and again, and she had no reason to heed Yin Jinshin's words. Her accomplices shared her disdain, smirking quietly. The audience at the dolphin show was similarly unconvinced by Yin Jinshin's claims, dismissing him as merely trying to intimidate the thief. As expected, the thief disregarded his warning and attempted to leave. Realizing he had to take action, Yin Jinshan sighed internally. He had already given others a chance to change. No one is allowed to leave until the lady finds her wallet. "Everyone here is a suspect," he declared, pointing at Lin Xian. "What do you mean? Do you think I am a thief?" A man in his 50s with a balding head and fierce eyes retorted. "I never said you were a thief. If you insist on leaving, then you become a suspect," Yin Jianshan replied coldly. "Call the police," he suggested to Shangwan Qinxue, prompting considerable protest from the crowd. "If we wait for the police, it will take at least half an hour. Checking everyone one by one could waste several hours. No one wants to waste time for a stranger," some voices echoed, and under the encouragement of a few malicious individuals, discontent towards Yun Jianshin grew. Some people outright ignored him, determined to leave. Yun Jianshin swiftly stepped in front of the exit, stating, "Give me 2 minutes. I can identify the thief." Zhong Hongyu, sensing his confidence, mocked, "2 minutes? Who do you think you're fooling? Are you trying to take advantage of us women under the guise of catching a thief?" Her words struck a nerve, inciting anger among the women present, who retorted, "You won't search us, not even if you're a woman." "I never said I would search anyone," Yin Jianshan replied coldly. Zhong Hongyu's reaction made him wary. He gestured to Lin Xian, saying, "Don't worry, beautiful. I will help you find your wallet. Please come here." With his handsome appearance and tasteful attire, Yun Jianshun exuded a certain charm. Lin Xian hesitated, but eventually approached him, albeit with doubt. At that moment, In Ponpon's eyes suddenly lit up, whispering, Qinshua, could he be using his sense of smell to identify the thief? It's possible, Shangwan Qinshua replied, now filled with anticipation as she scrutinized Yun Jianshun for any detail. Suddenly, Yun Jianshun blinked 3 times, activating his sensory ability. He detected the scents of strawberry, citrus, and jasmine emanating from Lin Xian, fragrances from the perfume she wore. Observing her hands, which were fair and slender without nail polish, he noted a hint of perfume there as well. Reassured, he scanned the crowd, seeking the unique scent belonging to Lin Xian. 30 seconds swiftly passed. Yun Jianshan pointed at the individuals he had examined and proclaimed, "It's not you. You are free to go." Those initially suspected remained, intrigued to see how he would identify the thief. What a charade! Who would believe this? I have important matters to attend to, Zhong Hongyu muttered, feeling uneasy, and began to leave. Seeing her unusual behavior, Yun Jianshan could not let her go. He blinked 3 times again, deploying his sensory ability. Strawberry, citrus, jasmine. These distinctive scents were emanating from her red shoulder bag. She is the thief. Do not let her escape, he commanded. A few righteous young men, noticing Zhong Hongyu's panicked demeanor, quickly blocked her exit. You think I could steal her wallet while sitting in the corner? She shouted defiantly. Because you have accomplices. Yin Jianshan replied coldly, pointing at her bag. You had the wallet in there, thinking I wouldn't notice? Zhong Hongyu's face turned pale, and she stumbled backward, exclaiming, "You're talking nonsense. I didn't steal anyone's wallet." Her frantic reaction raised further suspicion among the crowd, who were now curious about how Yun Jianshan deduced her guilt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, hiding in the crowd, felt a mix of anger and fear. Their well-practiced methods had been uncovered. He hoped the crowd would shield him from Yun Jianshan's gaze. However, Yun Jianshan's attention shifted from Zhong Hongyu, scanning the crowd once more until he pointed at Lin Feng. You are involved. Step forward. Who do you think you are, accusing a good person? Lin Feng's fury intensified as he stepped forward, feigning innocence. Yun Jianshan quickly glanced at others, identifying 3 more individuals who had been seated in the back row. Some of the crowd began to murmur. I remember them. They were in the last row. Could they really be thieves? Shut up. Don't slander me. I don't even know her. Lin Feng growled, his eyes blazing with anger, showing no sign of fear as if he had endured immense humiliation. Yun Jianshan scrutinized him, detecting a faint trace of Lin Xian's scent, evidence he had handled her wallet. Moreover, he discerned a 3rd scent, unmistakably from Zhong Hongyu, indicating a close connection between them. After contemplating, Yun Jianshan declared, You claim not to know her, yet you have an intimate relationship with her? Watch your mouth. Lin Feng spat angrily, suppressing his inner turmoil. You reek of her scent, and it's quite potent. If I'm not mistaken, you 2 have been together today. Lin Feng's expression morphed into one of panic, while Zhong Hongyu wore a face of shock. How could this man know about their morning rendezvous? Could he truly detect their scents? After all, he was several meters away. Even a dog wouldn't have such a keen sense. At your age, I would have expected you to be more conservative. Who knew you were so audacious? Yun Jianshan spoke to himself, and at that moment, the audience in the Dolphin Performance Hall began to trust him even more. They were not fools from this young man. They only saw calmness and composure. Without certainty, how could one so boldly accuse another of being a thief? What do you mean by that? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Yun Jianshan suddenly pointed at the frail man he had identified, saying, He carries the scent of that woman, though faint. It must have been from last night. The frail man trembled at Lin Feng's fierce gaze and immediately exclaimed, Brother Feng, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I didn't touch your sister-in-law. Think about it. The timing was between 11 and 12 last night. Yun Jianshan added, his voice low. A glimmer of murderous intent crossed Lin Feng's eyes. He had indeed gone out around 11 and returned just before midnight, baffled at how this young man knew. Yet he realized the truth in the words, for one could not speak with such detail without knowledge. With a sudden rush, Lin Feng lunged forward, landing a punch on the frail man, furiously shouting, Damn it, you dare to touch my sister-in-law. Brother Feng, she seduced me. The frail man cried out. Wretched scoundrel. Lin Feng knocked the frail man to the ground and approached Zhong Hongyu, who looked terrified. Darling, don't listen to this kid. He is sowing discord. Men detest being cuckolded above all else, and in a swift motion, Lin Feng charged, delivering a harsh slap to Zhong Hongyu. He kicked her repeatedly, hurling insults like slut and whore. At that moment, the onlookers realized that this group was indeed a band of thieves. Lin Xian attempted to retrieve her wallet, but Yun Jianshun stopped her, assuring her, "Don't worry, your wallet is safe. Let us watch the show unfold first." Reluctantly, Lin Xian nodded. As a delicate woman, she knew she could not contend with a group of thieves. After a bout of venting, along with some coaxing from his subordinates, Lin Feng regained his composure and pulled out a dagger, coldly warning, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle, or you'll learn why flowers bloom red." "I don't believe it." In Pan defended Yun Jianshun. "Beautiful lady, if you're feeling lonely, I can satisfy you, but if you act ungratefully, don't blame me for being ruthless," Lin Feng retorted, his face reddening from embarrassment. "Did you ask for my permission before flirting with her?" Yun Jianshun stepped forward, displeasure etched on his face. "Who are you to her?" Lin Feng barked angrily. "She is my little wife. What do you think I am to her?" His declaration stirred a commotion among the crowd. A stunning beauty with a fiery figure was merely his little wife. Who then was his big wife? Many turned their gaze toward Shangguan Qianxue, the goddess with an icy demeanor, likely his primary partner. "Shameless rogue, what nonsense are you spouting?" In Pan stomped her foot in anger, while Shangguan Qianxue could not help but scoff indecent. Their reactions resembled playful banter between lovers, evoking envy in the hearts of many. To embrace both sides, a dream for countless men, and possessing two beautiful wives was a fortune beyond imagination. "You have quite the skill, kid," Lin Feng remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity. "How's she in bed?" "Damn, how shameless," someone muttered, incredulous that Lin Feng would think such a thing about his own wife, who resembled a pancake and was an older woman. The crowd scoffed at his audacity, while Yun Jianshun frowned, coldly stating, "You can keep your worn-out shoes for you and your brothers to enjoy. For insulting my wife, I'll slap you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward. They were merely 4 or 5 meters apart, and in the blink of an eye, Yun Jianshun stood before Lin Feng. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as Lin Feng spat out blood, 2 front teeth included. "Dare to insult my wife." Another slap, with a cold voice. Yun Jianshun raised his hand again, causing Lin Feng to lose another tooth. His face swelled painfully as he screamed in agony. Observing this, Shangguan Qianxue felt a sense of vindication. Yun Jianshun's words, "Insult my wife, slap," stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. Indeed, a woman relies on a man's powerful arm. Yun Jianshun perfectly matched her requirements. If not for his notorious flirtations, she would seriously consider their relationship. In Pan gazed at Yun Jianshun, who stood up for them, suddenly feeling he wasn't as detestable as she had imagined. Meanwhile, Lin Xian watched with sparkling eyes. The crowd, astounded by Yun Jianshun's incredible speed, murmured in awe, "Wow, he is so fast." Indeed, I couldn't even see how he struck. The excitement among the onlookers grew, and Lin Feng roared, raising his dagger and charging again, his eyes filled with fury. If it weren't for Yun Jianshun, he would have succeeded today. Lin Feng harbored intense hatred for Yun Jianshun, as did the frail man, who drew a dagger to stab at Yun Jianshun's waist. If it hadn't been for Yun Jianshun's revelation, he and his sister-in-law would have had an exhilarating time together. "Get lost," Yun Jianshun bellowed, delivering a kick that sent them flying several meters away, not pausing as he knocked down the other thieves. Before long, the police arrived. Yun Jianshun turned his gaze towards Zhong Hongyu, commanding, "Hand over the wallet." With a venomous glare, Zhong Hongyu glared at him, but, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, reluctantly retrieved the wallet. Lin Xian took it, checking to find everything intact. She wished to get to know him better, but her companions were too stunning. Although she considered herself a beauty and had once been confident, she felt dwarfed by Shangguan Qianxue. Hesitant to directly ask for his phone number, she devised a plan and mustered the courage to ask Yun Jianshun, "Handsome, what's your number?" Seeing Yun Jianshun's handsome face made Lin Xian's heart race. She felt an unprecedented nervousness. This was her first time asking a man for his number, and she feared rejection. "You want my phone?" Yun Jianshun asked, puzzled. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed as she nodded. "Yes, my phone is out of credit. I need to call my friend to accompany me to the police station for a statement. She's nearby, and I wouldn't." Noticing her nervous demeanor, Yun Jianshun thought no further and pulled out his phone. Those who assumed he was a wealthy second generation were taken aback by the modest domestic phone. Even Lin Xian was momentarily dumbfounded, having expected someone with such charisma to possess a premium phone. What? No, I'll call now. Lin Xian took his phone and dialed her number. A woman's voice answered. Hello. Who is this? I'm Xian. I was just targeted by a thief. Thankfully, a handsome guy helped me. Can you come to accompany me to the police station for a statement? Lin Xian quickly explained the situation and returned the phone, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. What should I call you? Yun Jianshun, he replied without hesitation. Shameless rogue. Hurry up and leave. Yin Pampan urged. Just as Yun Jianshun intended to respond, a system-like voice resonated in his mind. Upholding justice and helping others, you have gained 7 merit points with a balance of 397. 6 merit points. Why can't I gain more merit points? Yun Jianshun expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting that he was merely 2. For merit points, short of reactivating the Starry Immortal Chess game. What did you say? Shangguan Qinxue inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. She was still reflecting on the details that Yun Jianshun had showcased earlier, particularly noting that he had blinked 3 times while searching for the pickpockets. This was evidently impossible. Could be a mechanism for activation? The confidence that Yun Jianshun exhibited stemmed from the presence of advanced technology within his grasp, endowing him with such extraordinary capabilities. Recalling his previous actions only deepened Shangguan Qinshue's conviction. The advanced technology that Yun Jianshun possessed was undoubtedly an extraordinary product unknown to the world, capable of rendering him invisible in discerning sense. Unbeknownst to him, every movement he made had been meticulously observed by Shangguan Qinshu, whose thoughts were racing. After a brief pause, Yun Jianshun replied, "It's nothing." As they walked, upon reaching the intersection of Beihai Park, Shangguan Qinshu remarked, "It's already past 5, and the sky has darkened. We should head back. It's still early. Let us have dinner first, and I'll drive you back," Yun Jianshun suggested. "No need. We've wandered for too long today. I wish to return and rest," Shangguan Qinshu said, revealing a hint of fatigue as she politely declined his offer. Watching her drive away, Yun Jianshun sighed internally, contemplating how today could have been perfect if not for Lu Siyuan's interference. Lu Siyuan. The thought of her brought a smile to his face as he recollected their kiss. He feared that Lu Siyuan might still be upset with him. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Yun Jianshun changed out of his expensive Armani suit, reluctant to wear it. As he opened the UC browser, he was greeted by photos of himself running a marathon, with the striking headline, "Mask Emperor, where are you?" Scrolling through Sina's portal, he saw an abundance of news centered around the Mask Emperor, overshadowing significant political and sports news. He couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sight. He had no intention of attracting public attention, yet the allure of the Champion's Prize was irresistible, compounded by the prospect of a date with Shangguan Qinshu. The thought of the 200,000 prize made his heart ache. Browsing through articles about the prize, he realized that since he had fled, the winnings had not been released. Atorin, as the runner-up, received 50,000, while Benufii claimed the 30,000 for third place. At that moment, a bank notification alerted him to an incoming transfer of nearly 1.4 million. Soon after, Shangguan Qinshu called, stating, "I just transfer the money to you. It is the prize money for your victory." "Thank you, President." Yun Jianshun replied sincerely, his heart swelling with joy at receiving the largest reward of his life. Shangguan Qinshu hung up without further ado, prompting Yun Jianshun to shake his head and mutter, "President, still so cold and aloof." Little did he know at that very moment, Shangguan Qinshu was in her study, having sent her assistant, Yin Pampan, out. After calling Yun Jianshun, she quickly dialed another number, saying, "Please investigate whether there are any advanced stealth technologies in the current tech world." "Understood. I'll get back to you in 3 days." The person replied before hastily ending the call. Shangguan Qinshu set her phone down, her long fingers tapping the desk as her mind wandered back to the harrowing roller coaster experience of the day and the detail of Yun Jianshun blinking 3 times while confronting the pickpocket. She recalled their time together. He had never exhibited such a habit of blinking. "Yun Jianshun, what kind of person are you?" Her curiosity about him grew, drawn by his exceptional qualities that captivated her heart. However, their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and Yun Jianshun's flirtatious nature compelled her to tread cautiously. Back in his apartment, Yun Jianshun retrieved the Starry Immortal Chess, still 2, for merit points away from moving his pieces. Lying in bed, he continued to peruse the news, most of which revolved around him. To his amusement, he learned that numerous impersonators had arisen across the country, facing public outrage and suffering physical confrontations. Many of these imposters ended up bloodied and bruised, their plight strikingly tragic. Yun Jianshun felt no sympathy for them, while they sought fame. They not only impersonated him, but also engaged in illegal activities. Closing the news, he decided to call his father, saying, "Dad, don't work as a laborer anymore. It's too exhausting and doesn't pay well." "Jianshun, you just graduated and your salary isn't high either. The family still owes several thousand," his father replied. "Dad, don't worry about money. I'm working in the Credit Suisse group, and the boss appreciates me greatly, granting me a 100,000 bonus." Listening to his father's concerns made Yun Jianshun's heart ache. His father had toiled for him and his sister. "Son, don't deceive me," his father said. "Dad, how could I dare? I've never stolen or robbed. Do you not trust me?" Yun Jianshun suppressed his emotions and exchanged a few more words before hanging up. He also thought of his sister, Yun Xinyu, who had just been accepted into Fudan University in Shanghai at the age of 20. She was well-behaved and had never caused him worry. As he thought of her, a tender affection filled his heart. She was the one he most wanted to protect besides their parents. Since his graduation, they had only spoken twice, each time ending the conversation quickly to save on phone bills. Knowing he now possessed over $1 million in cash and controlled the Etienne alliance, he resolved that she should no longer suffer. He contemplated visiting Shanghai soon to enlighten her about their family's situation. Otherwise, if he transferred several thousand or even tens of thousands to her, it would surely shock her. While pondering how to judiciously manage his newfound wealth, he received a call from Wu Hong, discussing the future development of the Etienne alliance and the changes in the underground world of Rongqing due to its rise. This matter required his utmost attention. After a brief rest, Yun Jianshun headed to the Etienne bar. It was only 7 in the evening, and the bar was not overly crowded. Today, the receptionist was still Ding Xuexia. "Hello, beautiful. It seems we're destined to meet again. I increasingly feel that we share a spousal resemblance," Yun Jianshun remarked, feeling lighter in spirit upon seeing the innocent college student. A stark contrast to his interactions with Shangwan Qianxue. "Brother Chun, please don't tease me," Ding Xuexia responded, feeling a bit restrained now that she was aware of his identity. "You are part of Etienne, and this bar is also part of Etienne. Don't regard yourself as an outsider. If you face any grievances, do let me know," Yun Jianshun said with a furrowed brow, his displeasure evident. "I dislike seeing you timid before me. That's not you." "Brother Chun," Ding Xuexia trembled slightly, releasing her inhibitions and striving to maintain composure with a smile. "What would you like to drink? Do you have milk?" Yun Jianshun replied with a teasing smile, emphasizing it should be warm. "You rogue." Ding Xuexia shot him a few exasperated glances. "Brother Chun, you must behave appropriately. Our perception of you is quite heroic. Don't lower your image. Is that so?" Yun Jianshun asked, taken aback. Before acquiring the Starry Immortal Chess, he was merely seen as a poor loser. He had never cared about others' opinions. Thus, Ding Xuexia's words left him astonished. When he glanced at the other Etienne members, he noticed their expressions filled with deep reverence. Yun Jianshun suddenly realized that he had not completely transformed his mindset. He was no longer an ordinary university graduate, but a powerful underworld figure capable of determining life and death. His every move, now, the focal point of others' attention. "If you need anything, feel free to reach out," he said to Ding Xuexia before striding toward his office. "Brother Chun, I will catch up with you," Ding Xuexia, who had previously held a hint of awe towards him, found her resolve further solidified upon witnessing his approachable demeanor. Upon entering his office, he found Wu Hong, Chun Jing, Gao Bing, Jiang Yuanqing, and others present. "Brother Chun," they all bowed in unison. Yun Jianshun's gaze lingered on Gao Bing, who, unsure of his intentions, felt a surge of trepidation. Noticing the fear lurking within Gao Bing, Yun Jianshun nodded indifferently and said, "Let us discuss the situation." Chapter 35. Lu Siyuan's speculation recently. The Starfire Alliance, the dominant force in the Jinan district, had been quite active. However, due to our lethal orders, they failed to gather any useful information, and no one dared to leak news about you. Wu Hong reported, "After all, I was once under the wing of Chasing Wind, and now that we have displaced them, with Gao as our ally, they naturally perceive interference from an external force. Besides the Starfire Alliance, the Heart-Piercing Alliance has also been restless, frequently reaching out, and I fear they may pose a threat to us." "Brother Chun," Wu's words hold merit. We must be prepared, Gao Bing added. Gao Bing, your previous relations with the Starfire Alliance should have been decent, correct? Yun Jianshun inquired softly. Brother Chun, our underground factions have always been at odds. No one ever dreams of unification, Gao Bing replied, pausing before continuing. Although the heart-piercing alliance is formidable, the higher-ups do not desire a unified underworld. Moreover, any conflicts must remain within controllable limits, or severe repercussions will ensue. This is why the underground world of Rongqing has maintained peace for so many years, until your arrival. Gao Bing revealed a hidden truth about Rongqing, and Yun Jianshun pondered his words. He understood that the leaders of each city had a degree of control over the underground world. If he rashly instigated a war, it could provoke a strong crackdown from the authorities. While large-scale clashes across districts were prohibited, minor skirmishes were inevitable. With Chasing Wind recently dethroned, he worried they might covet his former territories. Stay vigilant and refrain from provoking them for now. If they dare to strike, retaliate fiercely, even if the sky falls. I will bear the brunt for you, Yun Jianshun asserted firmly. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to conquer the entire underground realm of Rongqing. It was evident that the greatest obstacle before him was the government, which he needed to pacify. He thought of Wang Chunsheng, the city's party secretary, and considered the necessity of a private conversation with him. Subsequently, Yun Jianshun inquired about the developments of the Etian Alliance, and Wu Hong provided a detailed report. After consolidating the assets of the Chasing Wind Alliance, Wu Hong had shut down all industries related to vice and instead heavily invested in Ehai Trading Company. Ehai? Yun Jianshun mused, recalling Lu Ying, who had once been a mid-level leader at Ehai Trading Company and had treated him with disdain. Yet now, he stood as the power behind Ehai Trading Company. Is Lu Ying still with the company? He asked. Yes, without your orders, I dare not act against her. Wu Hong replied. Previously, Gao Bing had covertly controlled Ehai Trading Company, but since the Etian Alliance took over, he had continued managing those enterprises. She was now anxious at the company, her husband having proposed divorce multiple times, and her daughter's marriage prospects had also fallen through. Noting Yun Jianshun's silence, Wu Hong cautiously added, I have yet to decide how to handle them. We shall address this matter later. Yun Jianshun furrowed his brow, for he too was a man of flesh and blood, unable to adopt a stance of cold indifference. Simultaneously, in the office of the chief of the Rongqing Public Security Bureau sat a prominent figure from the capital, Yang Huaqing, the director of the National Sports Administration. He was repeatedly watching a marathon race, specifically the personal showcase of the masked emperor. Chun Jianhua, the city's police chief, stood anxiously beside him. Still no news on the masked emperor? Yang Huaqing inquired once more, having learned of the masked emperor's escape moments after landing in Rongqing. He was infuriated and had rushed straight to the police bureau. He intended to wait here for updates, refusing to believe that the entire police force of Rongqing could not locate the masked emperor. To his knowledge, many countries had dispatched agents to capture him, and he had to establish contact with the masked emperor before representatives from other nations did. Director, perhaps you should return to the guest house to rest. I will notify you immediately should there be any news, Chun Jianhua suggested. Yang Huaqing remained seated in his office, while Chun Jianhua grew increasingly anxious as his subordinates delayed reporting any progress. Very well, Yang Huaqing finally decided, standing to leave, but not before instructing Chun Jianhua to ensure that the matter was handled properly. Chun Jianhua, steeling himself, repeatedly assured him, and once Yang Huaqing departed, he seized the phone and unleashed a tirade upon each district chief. The district chiefs, feeling the brunt of their superior's wrath, could only endure in silence. They in turn vented their frustrations on their subordinates. Lu Siyuan received a call from her superior, ordering her to achieve a breakthrough, even if it was merely to find a single hair left behind by the masked emperor. Lu Siyuan retrieved the discarded clothing of Yun Jianshun, meticulously examining it with a magnifying glass. She scrutinized every pocket and eventually discovered a minuscule hair. Had she not used the magnifying glass, it would have gone unnoticed. Sometimes, when a person is in a hurry, they may inadvertently leave behind a strand of hair, which can possess a certain stickiness. In colder weather, one tends to keep their hands in their pockets, just as Yun Jianshun had done. Finding this tiny hair filled Lu Siyuan with elation, and she immediately ordered DNA testing. She fervently hoped that the masked emperor's DNA was in the database. Otherwise, the hair would be of no use. As time ticked away, the clock inched past 8 in the evening, and Lucy Yuen's brows furrowed in concern. The hair might prove futile. Just then, a subordinate burst into her office, exclaiming excitedly, "Captain, we found a masked emperor in the DNA database." "Who is he?" Lucy Yuen asked with delight. "Finally, we have found you, masked emperor. Let us see where you can hide," she thought triumphantly. However, her subordinate's expression suddenly turned grim as he replied, "Captain, the DNA match was recently entered into the database. It belongs to a suspect collected during the investigation of the murders of Yin Haijun and others. Although the match was successful, they had no idea who the actual perpetrator was." "Leave now," Lucy Yuen commanded, her eyes filled with astonishment. As the office door closed behind her subordinate, her thoughts began to crystallize. She recalled the 10 victims of the murders, all of whom held considerable influence in the underground world of Rongqing, each burdened with multiple debts of blood. Their deaths elicited a secret satisfaction within her. Yet, as a criminal investigator and the captain of the investigative team, her duty was to uncover the truth and identify the murderer. The prime suspect behind the demise of these ruthless individuals was likely Yuan Jianxin. She recalled their numerous encounters and realized that she had crossed paths with him again that morning while blocking off the road, just as he was exiting the restricted area. At this moment, Lucy Yuen was almost certain that the masked figure was Yuan Jianxin. Upon careful reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend that the masked emperor was indeed Yuan Jianxin. "You rogue, just you wait. I will bring you back," Lucy Yuen declared fiercely, recalling the overwhelming kiss she had endured that afternoon, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. She promptly exited her office, armed with detailed information about Yuan Jianxin, including his address. Arriving at the dilapidated housing area, she parked her car and proceeded to the residence where Yuan Jianxin was staying. The landlord, Sister Yin, happened to be home, and upon learning that Lucy Yuen was the captain of the criminal investigation team, she was taken aback. "Captain Liu, there hasn't been a murder here. It's nothing serious. I'm merely here to visit a friend, Yuan Jianxin," Lucy Yuen replied, nonchalantly, inquiring, "Is Yuan Jianxin home?" "Not yet," Sister Yin responded. "Could you please unlock the door for me?" "I'll wait for him inside," Lucy Yuen requested. Despite her many doubts, Sister Yin agreed and led her upstairs to open the door. "Please go downstairs and don't let anyone know I'm here," Lucy Yuen instructed as she shut the door. A couple of steps in, she noticed a large tattered cloth covering something. Curiosity piqued, she approached and pulled the cloth away, revealing an enormous bathtub capable of accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. Crafted from light blue wood, the bathtub was adorned with exquisite carvings, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted from it. Lucy Yuen crouched down and inhaled deeply, the fragrance intensifying and startling her. This wood exuded an intoxicating scent. Was it sandalwood or agarwood? Regardless, both were highly valuable, and given the bathtub's size and intricate craftsmanship, it was undoubtedly a priceless collector's item. Yuan Jianxin came from a modest family and had only recently graduated from college. He could not possibly possess such a treasure. Could it be stolen? Doubt crept into Lucy Yuen's mind as she took out her phone to photograph the bathtub, intending to investigate further within the police system to uncover who had lost such a valuable item. Just then, she heard the sound of a door unlocking. Lucy Yuen quickly stowed her phone away as the door opened, revealing Yuan Jianxin. Chapter 36. The intent to kill Yuan Jianxin was utterly astonished to find an unexpected guest in his room. Moments earlier, he had encountered Sister Yin, with no inkling that she had not informed him about Lucy Yuen's arrival. His gaze fell coldly upon Lucy Yuen and the bathtub beside her, a chilling intent to kill rising within him. He shut the door and spoke icily. "Lucy Yuen, you shouldn't have come here." Just as Lucy Yuen was about to retort, her voice faltered as Yuan Jianxin seized her throat, lifting her effortlessly. Filled with murderous intent, Yuan Jianxin was alarmed by her sudden presence and the discovery of the bathtub, a secret he had kept hidden. Without a second thought, he considered silencing her. Lucy Yuen's eyes widened in shock as she clawed at his hand and kicked him in desperation, but her efforts proved futile against his strength. Regret washed over her. She knew she could not contend with him. Despite their previous encounters, where he had never harmed her, the current situation painted a starkly different picture. Yuan Jianxin was no longer the playful figure who affectionately called her wife, but a calm, cold-blooded killer. As Lucy Yuen felt her strength wane, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Yuan Jianxin's gaze. If he could hold on for just 10 more seconds, she would be gone. Lu Xiyuan was a dedicated police officer, not a heinous criminal, and he found himself reluctant to extinguish her life. Her eyes held no malice, a purity that stirred something within him. Could he truly kill her to protect his secret? With a heavy heart, he sighed silently and released her. Lu Xiyuan collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, her body weak from the near brush with death. After a moment, she regained some composure. "Why are you here?" Yun Jianchen asked calmly. Although she had just faced death, Lu Xiyuan understood that if she provoked him further, her life could truly be at stake. The recent events had utterly shattered her previous perception of him. He was no longer the harmless Yun Jianchen, but a dangerous killer. "You are the masked emperor," she stated, gazing into his cold eyes. Yun Jianchen was momentarily taken aback. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he admitted, "You are correct. The marathon was merely a bet between me and the president. I never anticipated it would garner such fame." The bet. Lu Xiyuan chuckled bitterly, recognizing that this seemingly trivial wager had captured the world's attention. "How did you discover my identity?" "I found a hair in the clothes you left behind. After a DNA comparison, it matched the DNA of the killer who murdered Yin Haijun and the others." Lu Xiyuan recounted without hesitation. Yun Jianshan fell silent, acknowledging his oversight. He was not a special forces soldier and had left behind traces he should have avoided. Lu Xiyuan had long suspected him of being the murderer, which was precisely why she had come here. "If you intended to kill me, I would have had a chance to resist. I know you harbor murderous intent because I've uncovered your secret. I never expected to leave here alive. I merely sought confirmation from you. Did you kill Yin Haijun and the others?" Lu Xiyuan spoke slowly. Having already admitted to being the masked emperor, Yun Jianshan had indirectly confessed to being the murderer. Yet, she yearned for a direct acknowledgement from him. Yun Jianshan furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "Yes, they were scum, and I feel no remorse for their deaths. They deserve to die, but you're not much better." Lu Xiyuan's tone turned icy, pointing to the bathtub. "Don't tell me that this priceless bathtub isn't stolen property. Do you think someone like me lacks money?" Yun Jianshan retorted, his expression impassive. Lu Xiyuan considered his words. With his capabilities, he could easily amass wealth without resorting to theft. As an athlete, he could outperform Bolt, and his earning potential was staggering. His endorsement deals alone would amount to billions. He could have been a resounding success, yet he chose a different path. Would someone like him stoop to stealing? "I cannot fathom your motive for theft," Lu Xiyuan admitted. "Exactly, because it belongs to me," Yun Jianshan replied, his tone softening slightly as he regarded Lu Xiyuan, who was armed with a gun. "Lu Xiyuan, you have crossed my boundaries. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished already. How should I deal with you?" Lu Xiyuan felt a wave of anxiety. She knew her life hung by a thread. Suddenly, Yun Jianshan lay back on the bed, engrossed in his phone, seemingly unconcerned about her potential to draw her weapon. Lu Xiyuan couldn't help but wonder if he truly feared her. It is evident that she has now firmly concluded that Yun Jianshan is the murderer. Even if she were to shoot him dead, Shangwan Qinxue would not be able to hold her accountable. Furthermore, given her significant contributions, a promotion seems inevitable. Yet, Yun Jianshan's calm demeanor only serves to heighten her anxiety. He is engrossed in humorous content, occasionally breaking into fits of laughter. At this moment, he has his back turned to her, while Lu Xiyuan stands frozen in place, like a statue, filled with indignation. It is a blatant act of bullying. She harbors a desire to draw her gun and shoot him, but he is not a remorseless villain. If she were to draw her weapon, it would only result in her having to kill Yun Jianshan. This predicament leaves her in a state of turmoil if she refrains from shooting him. Her life is precariously in his hands, and who knows what he might do next. After a moment, Yun Jianshan turned over, descended from the bed, and approached her, saying, "Earlier, I provided you with a choice, and you made the right one. For the time being, you have earned my trust. Upon your return, forget everything you have seen here. I do not wish to be disappointed by you." His words sent a chill down Lu Xiyuan's spine. Had she chosen to shoot him, the lifeless body on the ground would undoubtedly have been hers. A sigh of relief escaped her as she realized Yun Jianshan had decided to spare her life. Lu Xiyuan composed herself and softly remarked, "Do you know? Director Yang from the National Sports Administration has arrived in Rongqing, and he is looking for you. I will not meet with him. Soon, the fervor surrounding Masked Emperor will wane, and you need not squander your thoughts on this matter," Yun Jianshan replied nonchalantly. Lu Xiyuan shook her head and countered, "It is not that simple. Director Yang will likely not give up easily. Leave quickly. I'm tired. Yun Jinshin commanded. At this moment, he still grappled with his own inner conflict. Killing Lu Siyuan would eliminate future troubles, but letting her go would pose considerable risks. If things went awry, he might be forced to flee. Fearing that he might lose control and kill Lu Siyuan, he urged her to leave. Lu Siyuan dared not linger any longer. She cast one last, lingering glance at him before exiting through the door, which slammed shut behind her. Could I have made the wrong choice? Yun Jinshin murmured. He pondered various possibilities, his heart racing. He bore the weight of supporting his parents and caring for his sister. He could not afford to become a fugitive, nor could he live a life on the run. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he hastened to the balcony, silently reciting, "Invisibility talisman, activate." He became invisible once more and slid down the drainage pipe from the third floor. At that moment, Lu Siyuan emerged from the stairwell, holding her phone. She glanced back briefly before continuing on her way, and Yun Jinshan followed closely behind her. The streets were now sparsely populated. Lu Siyuan lowered her voice, muttering to herself. What should I do? Expose him or help him conceal his identity? Hidden in the shadows, Yun Jinshan listened intently, relieved to hear that Lu Siyuan had yet to make a decision. Lu Siyuan walked briskly, pressing the button on her car key to unlock the door. However, Yun Jinshan hesitated to approach. Doing so might frighten her. Just as she entered the driver's seat, he stealthily opened the rear door and slipped inside. However, before he could close the door, Lu Siyuan suddenly glanced in the rearview mirror. The door was halfway shut, leaving him in a frozen position. Lu Siyuan peered back at the rear seat, and upon seeing Yun Jinshan sitting there, she exhaled sharply, saying, "This door is strange. It opened by itself. I thought it was that rogue Yun Jinshan following me." She had indeed been startled a moment ago, momentarily believing that he was tailing her. Fear lingered in her heart. He was a terrifying man who could take her life at any moment. She exited the car to close the door, then returned to the driver's seat and drove away. The traffic was relatively smooth, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the residential complex where Lu Siyuan lived. As soon as she parked, Yun Jinshan opened the door and slipped out. Lu Siyuan glanced back at the rear seat, exited the car, and glanced around, furrowing her brow as she muttered, "What's going on today? It feels off." She shut the rear door, tugging it lightly, but it remained securely closed. After several attempts, she concluded that everything was normal and returned to her apartment. As she opened the door, Yun Jinshan slipped inside unnoticed. The apartment was a modest 20-square-meter studio, with a living room and bedroom connected. Lu Siyuan's undergarments were scattered about, and from their size, one could imagine her exquisite figure, a sight that dazzled Yun Jinshan's eyes. "Yun Jinshan, you scoundrel, you will eventually meet your end in my hands," Lu Siyuan declared as she removed her coat and tossed it onto the small sofa, causing Yun Jinshan's heart to race. At this moment, he was acutely aware of his surroundings, missing not a single detail. Lu Siyuan swiftly drew the curtains and locked the door. A heaviness settled in Yun Jinshan's heart. Was she about to contact her superiors to report on him? He braced himself. Should Lu Siyuan call her superiors to divulge his identity, he would have no choice but to eliminate her. Lu Siyuan entered the bathroom with her phone, and without a second thought, Yun Jinshan followed her inside. He could not afford to let his guard down. Any lapse could lead to a perilous situation, especially if Lu Siyuan were to leak his identity through a message while in the bathroom. Chapter 37. I truly did not mean to do it due to the compact nature of the studio. The bathroom was exceedingly narrow, featuring only a small sink and a cramped toilet. A showerhead hung on the wall beside the sink, accompanied by a shelf for toiletries. Yun Jinshan stood before the toilet. Watching her, Lu Siyuan unlocked her phone, and his heart raced. Thankfully, she was not sending a message, but playing music instead. You say you love someone you should not have? Your heart is filled with scars. You say you made mistakes you should not have. Your heart is full of regret. It was the classic song Dream Awakening by Chen Shuhua, a piece that Yun Jinshan also enjoyed. He remained vigilant, observing Lu Siyuan's every move. At that moment, she began to undress. Her figure was stunning, nearly causing Yun Jinshan to lose his composure. He was not so shameless as to spy on a girl bathing. His sole focus was on escaping. He had been mistaken. He initially thought Lu Siyuan had brought her phone into the bathroom to expose him, but it was merely to play music, a crushing disappointment. Yun Jinshan cautiously approached, attempting to sidestep her while pressing against the wall, but she retreated, blocking his path. Anxiety surged within him. He had been invisible long enough to see the time displayed on Lu Siyuan's phone. In 2 minutes, half an hour would pass, and the invisibility talisman would expire. He could not fathom what might transpire then. Seizing the opportune moment, Yun Jianshun prepared to slip past her. The space was just enough for him to maneuver through. However, just then, Lu Siyuan removed her bra and took a step toward the sink. The suddenness of the situation left him with no room to maneuver, and Lu Siyuan's chest collided with Yun Jianshun. The impact was too startling. He dared not revel in the sensation. To avoid raising her suspicions, he remained perfectly still. Lu Siyuan, equally bewildered, felt as though something was pressing against her chest despite seeing nothing there. Even while invisible, Yun Jianshun retained a physical presence. It was impossible for him to be entirely insubstantial. The invisibility talisman could render him unseen, but could not make him intangible. Lu Siyuan extended her hands to squeeze, and to her astonishment, she felt a tangible form. Confusion washed over her, and she instinctively swung her fist, striking Yun Jianshun squarely in the face. Lu Siyuan felt a sharp pain in her fist, her gaze filled with astonishment, as if she were striking against a wall rather than mere air. Having received an inexplicable punch moments ago, Yun Jianshun could no longer maintain his composure. He forcefully shoved Lu Siyuan aside, and she reacted swiftly, lifting her leg to kick him. Caught off guard by her sudden move, Yun Jianshun was struck squarely, causing him to crash into the nearby bathroom door. Lu Siyuan, furious and alarmed, contemplated a chilling possibility. The entity she had just struck was certainly not an illusion. Someone was using an invisibility spell. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Could it be an invisibility spell?" With the bathroom door locked, Yun Jianshun, in a moment of panic, found himself unable to open it. Lu Siyuan approached quickly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. At that instant, the invisibility charm's effect wore off, and he became visible before her. Yun Jianshun. Lu Siyuan's fury intensified. Her earlier suspicions were confirmed. After all, she had just been forcibly kissed by him earlier that afternoon and had narrowly escaped serious harm in his rented apartment. Now, he had seen her completely unclothed, igniting a desire for revenge within her. "Misunderstanding. I truly did not mean it," Yun Jianshun said with a wry smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Lu Siyuan's alluring figure. In her wrath, Lu Siyuan disregarded his formidable prowess, launching another assault on him. Yun Jianshun shielded his head with his arms, silently enduring her fury. Suddenly, Lu Siyuan delivered a powerful kick aimed at his groin, and Yun Jianshun could no longer tolerate it. He grasped her ankle, but the bathroom floor was slippery, causing her to lose her balance and fall towards the ground. If her head struck the floor, the consequences could range from a concussion to a fatal injury. Yun Jianshun swiftly moved forward, leaning down to catch her before she hit the ground, wrapping his right arm around her neck. Their eyes locked, mere centimeters apart. As he gazed into her startled eyes, he leaned in and kissed her. The warmth of his lips against hers was undeniable, and Lu Siyuan struggled fiercely against him. Yun Jianshun's kiss was assertive, leaving no room for her to refuse. Only when she was on the verge of losing her breath did he relent, leaving her face flushed and her mind in a haze. She had been forcibly kissed once more, and this time she had been fully exposed. "Wife, your figure has improved since before," Yun Jianshun remarked gently, assisting her to her feet. Lu Siyuan paused, then retaliated with a swift kick. "Fuming, perverted rogue, get out." Yun Jianshun chuckled awkwardly, stepping out and slamming the bathroom door behind him. Fuming, Lu Siyuan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, filled with indignation and resentment, tears welling up at her eyes. Spotting her phone on the sink, she grabbed it in a fit of anger. "Wife, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but you must not lose your temper. If you seek revenge, you may confront me, and I will not retaliate. However, should you choose to disclose my secrets to others, I assure you that everyone who knows my truth will perish." Yun Jianshun warned coldly, anticipating the worst. Lu Siyuan's fingers stiffened as she recalled Yun Jianshun's terrifying abilities and his alarming invisibility skill. She was uncertain of what other dreadful capabilities he might possess. The fear of his ominous power subdued her. She did not wish for innocent lives to be lost due to her momentary rage. Suppressing her fury, she abandoned her plans for a bath and dressed before emerging. "Why were you following me?" "No wonder the car door opened automatically. It was you who entered my vehicle." Lu Siyuan, now the captain of the criminal investigation team, began to piece together the strange occurrences from earlier. Because I was worried about you, Yun Jianshun replied earnestly. And what are you peeping while I bathe? How do you justify that? Lu Xiyun glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if her glare could slay him. You brought your phone into the bathroom. I feared you might disclose my identity. When I saw you undressing, I realized I had misjudged you, and I attempted to leave. Who would have thought you would step forward? Yun Jianshun admitted candidly. Lu Xiyun fell silent. If he had truly wished to spy on her, he could have simply remained invisible. There would have been no need to flee. As she reflected on this, her anger began to dissipate. Just now, I discovered you possess invisibility. Were you planning to eliminate me to keep your secrets? Lu Xiyun's gaze turned icy. No, Yun Jianshun shook his head. You are my wife. How could I harm my own? Who is your wife? Lu Xiyun retorted angrily. I have seen you completely. I must take responsibility, Yun Jianshun replied, cautioning her wife. Do not act foolishly. I would never harm you, but anyone who poses a threat to me must be dealt with. Does Shangguan Qinxue know about your secrets? Lu Xiyun suddenly inquired. I haven't told her, but she likely suspects, Yun Jianshun answered honestly. Perhaps sensing her confusion, he continued. She is the one I regard as my primary partner, so she is safe. Go to hell. Lu Xiyun could no longer contain her frustration and hurled her slipper at him. Yun Jianshun laughed heartily as he closed the door behind him. Lu Xiyun sank onto the sofa, reflecting on the night's bizarre events, each moment dripping with an eerie essence, as though she were caught in a dream. Returning to the bathroom, she unleashed her frustrations upon the spot where Yun Jianshun had been invisible, striking at nothing but air. Gradually, her heart calmed, and she shook her head in disbelief. Invisibility. This world truly possesses such magic. Upon returning to his residence, Yun Jianshun did not immediately retire for the night. As time passed, a satisfied smile crept across his face. The absence of any disturbances indicated that Lu Xiyun had likely been persuaded not to reveal his identity. Chapter 38. The stolen immortal ginseng. Around 8 in the morning, he received a call from Shangguan Qinxue, requesting his company on a visit to the China Bank's Rongqing branch. Several days had passed since the Tianlang mercenary kidnapping incident, and her departure from the company had raised her safety concerns. Yet, she felt an inexplicable sense of security with Yun Jianshun by her side. Upon arriving at the bank, it had just opened, and numerous patrons were attending to their affairs. Shangguan Qinxue conducted her business in the VIP lounge, while Yun Jianshun occupied himself outside, playing a mobile game. Fruit Ninja, a game that nearly everyone had played at some point, yet now deemed outdated. His old phone barely supported such a simple game. Uncle, did you just return from Mars? What era are you in, still playing Fruit Ninja? A boy of about 10 looked disdainfully at his screen. Call me brother. Yun Jianshun shot back, slightly annoyed. After all, he was only 24. The boy arrogantly declared, If you beat me, I'll call you brother. Fine, let us see how many you can slice, Yun Jianshun replied, intrigued. The boy took the phone, tested it out, and complained, What kind of broken phone is this? The touch screen is malfunctioning. Yun Jianshun felt his patience waning. He held back his frustration, considering the boy's age. The boy began playing Fruit Ninja and surprisingly demonstrated remarkable skill, swiftly slicing through the fruit and racking up a score of over 700, while the falling fruit speed increased significantly. However, he accidentally hit a bomb and immediately lost the game. Damn, this broken phone. I used to score over 1,200 points, the boy complained, visibly irritated. Try it. With your skills, you might barely break 500. I doubt you can even manage that, he added, a smirk of superiority on his face. He had just witnessed Yun Jianshun's lackluster performance of over 100 points, and he took pride in the fact that he held the record for the highest score in Fruit Ninja. Clearly, he thought this older gentleman was hopelessly inept at gaming. Little brat, I advise you to remain humble, Yun Jianshun remarked, unable to tolerate the boy's arrogance. The boy retorted coldly, Why bother talking? If you can beat me, I'll acknowledge you and call you brother. If you can surpass me in gaming. Yun Jianshun sighed. I feel anxious for you, as your inflated ego will only lead to greater arrogance. If you claim you can score 1,200, I'll show you a score of 10,000. Keep dreaming. If you can manage that, I'll introduce you to my sister, the boy shouted defiantly, attracting the attention of several onlookers in the bank. Many of the younger crowd had played Fruit Ninja, and while a few managed to score in the hundreds, reaching over 1,000 was rare and required extraordinary luck. A score of 10,000 was unfathomable, leading many to believe Yun Jianshun was merely boasting. Ignoring the derisive gazes, Yun Jianshun began slicing fruits, his index finger gliding swiftly across the screen. His score began to rise steadily, but the boy remained unimpressed. At 300 points, he scoffed, knowing the difficulty would soon increase. However, in a short while, the score reached 600, surprising the boy. How could this older man suddenly be so skilled? Unbeknownst to him, Yun Jianxin had merely been playing casually before. 700. Soon, he surpassed his previous record. Impossible. The boy could hardly believe his eyes. The sounds of fruit being sliced started to draw the attention of those who had initially been indifferent. Suddenly, a dragon fruit flew across the screen. And with a swift tap, Yun Jianxin earned an additional 50 points. Wow, this guy is fast, exclaimed another onlooker. He may be boasting, but he has some skill. As others marveled at the unfolding scene, the score continued to skyrocket, rapidly surpassing 2,000. 2,000, going for 3,000. At that moment, the boy's defiant gaze was replaced with shock. He never expected this seemingly incompetent older man to be a hidden gaming master. 6,000, 7,000. Even the bank security was drawn in by the spectacle. With another dragon fruit slice, the score soared to 8,000. Amidst the frantic pace of falling fruits, Yun Jianxin remained composed, his calm demeanor earning him profound respect. Among the crowd was Shangguan Qianxue, who had just completed her business and noticed the gathering crowd. She could hear murmurs of admiration, referring to Yun Jianxin as a gaming genius. Intrigued, she pondered whether this so-called gaming prodigy was indeed Yun Jianxin. "Excuse me, may I pass?" she quietly requested, as the throng blocked her view. Her stunning appearance prompted the crowd to part for her. As she approached Yun Jianxin, engrossed in the game, she couldn't help but notice the soaring score. 8,000. How's he doing this? Years ago, when smartphones first gained popularity and Fruit Ninja was at its peak, she had played and managed to score just over 500 points after countless attempts. The fruits fell too rapidly for her reactions back then. Yet now, Yun Jianxin handled the barrage of fruits with the poise of seasoned player. "Who are you? Yun Jianxin?" She wondered, increasingly baffled by his enigmatic persona. Just as he approached 9,000 points, chaos erupted as armed robbers stormed in, shouting robbery. Everyone on the ground. "Don't move." At first, the crowd thought it was a joke, but upon seeing the masked, armed intruders, they quickly complied, dropping to the floor. The bank security, faced with weapons aimed at them, exchanged glances and surrendered. Only Shangguan Qianxue remained standing, while Yun Jianxin continued playing his game, unfazed. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" One robber approached Shangguan Qianxue, brandishing a submachine gun. She felt a flicker of anxiety, but upon seeing Yun Jianxin's calm demeanor, she steadied herself. She believed he was fully aware of the situation, simply choosing to disregard the robbers. "Back off, don't disturb my game," Yun Jianxin replied coolly, without lifting his gaze. The robber, taken aback, found the audacity of this man amusing. "Focus on the task. Don't waste time with this fool," the leader of the robbers ordered. Fearing his men would act rashly. "We have only 5 minutes. Get moving." "Yes, boss." The other robbers complied, dividing their tasks efficiently. While 2 kept watch over the hostages, the others directed their attention to the counter, which was protected by bulletproof glass. However, their advanced weaponry made short work of it, shattering the glass effortlessly. The robbers climbed over the counter, taking the staff hostage. The leader demanded, "Where's the vault? Robbing a bank so openly, you'll never escape. I advise you to reconsider before it's too late," the duty manager pleaded. Unexpectedly, he was struck on the head with a gun, blood flowing freely. The leader pressed the gun against his temple, coldly insisting, "Lead the way, or I'll blow your brains out." The manager, feeling the warm blood trickling down, dared not resist further and led the robbers to the vault room. Meanwhile, Yun Jianxin grew increasingly alert. Despite the robbers collecting cash from the counter, their leader was heading straight for the vault. In the 2 minutes since the heist began, it became apparent their target was not merely cash. They were after something specific in the vault. Yun Jianxin suspected it might be the ginseng he had stored there. A minute later, the leader emerged, a bag in hand, while the others carried several money sacks. Yun Jianxin blinked 3 times, activating his extraordinary vision to glimpse inside the bag. Ginseng roots were spilling out, the unmistakable aroma wafting through the air. "They're really after my ginseng," he thought, simmering with anger. He never imagined that someone would dare to rob a bank for it. The cash was merely a cover. The ginseng was their true objective. Understanding the miraculous effects of the celestial ginseng, few could muster such a formidable presence. Yun Jianxin couldn't help but raise his gaze to the nearby, Shangguan Qianxue. She was aware of his capabilities. If she was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, it would not add up. Who else could it be? Furrowing his brow, Yun Jianshan was deep in thought when Shangguan Qianxue lowered her voice and inquired, "What should we do?" "Wait," Yun Jianshan whispered in response. "Silence. If you two dare to whisper again, I'll send you both to the heavens," barked a thug named Xiao Wu, who had long harbored a disdain for Yun Jianshan. Seeing them huddled in conversation, he shouted at them, "Move!" The ringleader called out to Xiao Wu, and the group of thugs departed in an orderly fashion. Strangely, they did not take a single hostage. Yun Jianshan hastened to the door, watching as they boarded two unmarked, brand-new vans in groups, quickly speeding away. Damn it. After so long, not a single police officer in sight. This is uncanny. The inefficiency only fueled Yun Jianshan's anger. A robbery at the Bank of China, and not a single officer had arrived at the scene within minutes. Something was amiss. I will find out who has stolen my celestial ginseng, he thought, letting out a cold snort. He turned to Shangguan Qianxue and said, "President, you should return first. I need to handle this." With that, he dashed outside, where a mountain bike rode up at a swift pace. The bicycle appeared to be quite impressive, and the rider was fully equipped, looking rather stylish. Yun Jianshan quickly stepped in front of the bike, seizing the rider and tossing him to the ground. The rider, furious, yelled, "Hey, robbery! Someone's stealing my bike. Enough of your noise. How much is that bike worth?" Shangguan Qianxue asked, feeling somewhat helpless as she stepped forward. The rider, Zhou Honghong, an amateur cycling enthusiast, owned a Merida Challenger 300 worth over 3,000. Thus, when Yun Jianshan took his bike, he was immediately agitated. Staring at Shangguan Qianxue's exquisite features, he was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, someone had stolen his bike, and now this stunning woman was inquiring about its value. What was happening? Did they know each other? Zhou Honghong's mind was racing, completely unaware that Yun Jianshan had taken his bicycle to pursue the bank robbers. "That was my friend. He urgently needed your bike. I'm willing to buy it from you and can offer you some compensation. Just tell me how much, and I'll transfer you the money," Shangguan Qianxue said. Her brows slightly furrowed, her tone growing colder. Realizing the situation, Zhou Honghong's heart began to race as he beheld Shangguan Qianxue's breathtaking beauty. This was the first time he had encountered such a stunning woman. If he could win her affection, it would be exhilarating. Even though that man was her boyfriend and had stolen his bike, Zhou Honghong dismissed him as a loser. She didn't appear to be wealthy either. If he could manipulate the situation, at the very least, he could experience her charm. With his thoughts solidifying in his mind, Zhou Honghong boasted, "My bike is a specialized lightning model, used in the Tour de France, worth 120,000. Can you afford it, beauty? 120,000? Shangguan Qianxue's brows arched like a crescent moon. Zhou Honghong's heart secretly reveled. Besides those who were truly knowledgeable, who could discern the actual price of his mountain bike? He had intentionally claimed it was a Tour de France bike to lend credibility to his inflated value. Seeing her frown only fueled his confidence, confirming his belief that she was indeed impoverished and that he could easily win her over. "What is your name?" Shangguan Qianxue inquired. "Zhou Honghong." Zhou, as in Zhou and Lei, and Hong, as in the grandeur of Huang Fei Hong, he replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Beauty, my bike is not something an ordinary person can afford. If you report it stolen, it is a significant amount. I could face several years in prison. What do you want?" Shangguan Qianxue's expression hardened as she sensed his underlying implications. "That depends on how you wish to respond. If you're willing to accompany me, I might consider not going to the police and even disregard the bike," Zhou Honghong said, his eyes narrowing. Shangguan Qianxue's stunning visage turned frosty as onlookers began to gather nearby. The sound of police sirens echoed in the distance, intensifying Zhou Honghong's satisfaction. "Fortune smiles upon me," he thought, watching the police vehicles approach. "Your time is running out, beauty. My demands aren't excessive, but if you find this troubling, I regret to say there will be consequences." Seething with anger, Shangguan Qianxue realized he was threatening her, intending to force her compliance. Initially, she had no desire to engage with him, but his audacity ignited her fury. She retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed Wang Chunsheng, stating, "Please look into Zhou Honghong. I need details about the mountain bike registered in his name, its brand and price." With only a few contacts stored, Wang Chunsheng was one of them, and she typically called him for assistance. As the secretary of the Rongqing Municipal Committee, Wang Chunsheng found himself in a bit of a bind. He felt it unnecessary to handle such trivial matters personally. However, Aware that only he had her number, he instructed his subordinates to investigate. Zhou Honghong, observing her, felt a twinge of concern. Did this icy goddess have connections within the police? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, her friend could not possibly be a poor loser who would steal his bike. Convinced she was merely bluffing, his expression chilled. This is futile. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have no choice but to inform the police. I doubt I need to elaborate on the consequences. By now, several police cars had arrived. Seeing the robbers escape, only one police vehicle remained at the scene, while the others pursued the fleeing criminals. At that moment, Shangwan Qinxue received a text from Wang Chunchun. Zhou Honghong male, 27 years old, registered as the owner of a Merida Challenger 300, market price $30.98. Have you made up your mind? Zhou Honghong inquired coldly. Go ahead and report it. Shangwan Qinxue replied frostily. Zhou Honghong's gaze flickered with suspicion. He had seen her receive a text and wondered if someone had indeed uncovered his information. It had been less than 2 minutes since her call. Even with connections, such speed seemed improbable. He remained oblivious to the fact that she had contacted the secretary of the municipal committee. Fine, you're pushing me. Zhou Honghong hardened his resolve and rushed toward the police, declaring, Officer, someone just stole my bicycle. Get in line. Can't you see I'm busy? The officer retorted, irritated, as he was inspecting the bank robbery scene. A bicycle was worth a mere few hundred. He had no time for such trivialities. My bicycle is quite valuable, Zhou Honghong complained, to which Shangwan Qinxue approached the officer, stating, My friend urgently needed to use his bike to pursue the bank robbers. He is falsely claiming it to be worth 120,000. This constitutes extortion. Doesn't he it? Zhou Honghong was momentarily stunned. How did she know the price of his bike? Was she speaking the truth? Just then, the director of the city's Public Security Bureau, Chen Jianhua, arrived with a contingent of officers. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, he immediately approached Shangwan Qinxue, respectfully addressing her, Miss Shangwan. Director Chen, your arrival is quite timely. Just moments ago, while I was at the bank attending to some matters with a friend, a thief made off with money. In a fit of desperation, my friend pursued him and commandeered a car. Is this a grave offense? Shangwan Qinxue spoke softly. That is not robbery. It is an act of exigent necessity, a commendable display of bravery, Chen Jianhua replied. We were negotiating a resolution, intending to purchase his vehicle. Yet he absurdly claimed that a Merida Challenger 300 mountain bike was a special racing bike for the Tour de France, inflating its price from over 3,000 yuan to 120,000. Pray tell, Director, how should we characterize this crime? Shangwan Qinshue's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Chen Jianhua, seasoned in the political arena, could discern her mounting fury, though her esteemed status compelled her to restrain it. Bring him in. This individual is suspected of extortion and obstructing public duty, Chen Jianhua commanded. Preposterous. That man is no police officer. How can this be deemed commandeering? Zhou Honghong exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. Chen Jianhua retorted coldly. You, a mere insignificant wretch, should realize not everyone can be trifled with. Prepare to serve a lengthy sentence. Zhou Honghong, terrified, knelt before Shangwan Qinxue, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again. Just 6 months, please. Shangwan Qinxue replied icily, leaving behind a sum of money as she turned to depart. Simultaneously, Yun Jianshun pedaled swiftly on his mountain bike, racing ahead. Suddenly, he was taken aback to see dozens of brand-new vans idling at a traffic light. These were indeed the vehicles used by the robbers. Yun Jianshun finally comprehended why the criminals had exuded such confidence upon leaving the bank. Even without a hostage, someone was there to assist them. If these numerous unlicensed vans split into several directions, they would undoubtedly divert a significant portion of the police force. Immediately activating his mystical vision, he scanned the vehicles and finally identified the ones the robbers were using. As he had surmised, when the green light illuminated, all the vans surged forth in multiple directions, forming an imposing convoy. Yun Jianshun tailed the 2 vans occupied by the robbers, which turned into a residential area after a few minutes. Upon entering the parking lot, they parked in a corner, and Yun Jianshun observed from a distance, noting that the surveillance cameras in the lot were conspicuously off. Clearly, this was part of the criminals' plan. At that moment, the robbers emerged one by one, empty-handed, except for a tall, burly middle-aged man carrying a black plastic bag, precisely the ringleader he had seen earlier. The gang split into several groups, boarding nearby vehicles, including Audis and BMWs, indicating their substantial connections. The ringleader approached a red Porsche sports car, and Yun Jianchen, watching from behind the vehicles, felt a sinking feeling in his gut. They were preparing to execute a clean getaway, abandoning even the stolen cash. Activating his mystical vision once more, he discerned that the precious ginseng was contained within the black plastic bag the ringleader carried. As the ringleader pressed the car key, the Porsche responded with a beep. Yun Jianchen immediately relinquished his bike, activating his invisibility charm. Swift as a flash, he darted towards the Porsche, slipping into the passenger seat just as the ringleader opened the door. The ringleader, oblivious to his presence, ignited the engine, and the sports car shot forward like an arrow. The vehicle quickly exited the city center, merging onto the highway heading towards the provincial capital, speeding over 200 kilometers per hour, overtaking car after car. Yun Jianchen glanced back. The other criminals had not followed. It was evident that the ringleader intended to deliver the ginseng to his unseen master. He pondered the distance they must be traveling on the highway, aware that his invisibility charm had a mere 30-minute duration, and he might not sustain it for long. Noticing an absence of vehicles ahead and that they were crossing a bridge with a scenic view of the river below, he decided to deactivate the charm. The ringleader, engrossed in driving, suddenly caught a glimpse of someone in the passenger seat. How is this possible? He thought. There cannot be anyone in the passenger seat. Turning to investigate, he was met with the sight of a young man smiling at him. The ringleader's eyes widened in terror, his hands trembling on the steering wheel, causing the Porsche to spiral out of control, crashing through the bridge's guardrail and plummeting below. The airbags deployed, and Yun Jianchen couldn't help but curse. Damn. This is a serious mess. Turning to the ringleader, he found him unresponsive, a sinking feeling deepening in his chest. With a sudden splash, the car plunged into the river, rapidly descending. Yun Jianchen checked the ringleader, discovering he had succumbed to shock. For a ringleader, he lacked the fortitude to handle such pressure. What a coward, he muttered. Opening the black plastic bag, he found an exquisite box containing the ginseng and its seeds. After securing the box, he smashed the car door open with a punch and swam to the surface. Soaked and shivering, he felt quite uncomfortable. His robust constitution had spared him from the worst effects of the cold. Pulling out his phone, he discovered it had been ruined by water. Infuriated, he lamented the loss of his chance to track the ringleader to the mastermind behind the operation, realizing he had overestimated the ringleader's emotional resilience. Once again, a system-like voice echoed in his mind. You frightened an evildoer to death, earning 2 virtue points. Current balance, 399. 6 virtue points. Yun Jianchen's lips twitched. He was so close to reaching 400 virtue points, yet he remained 0. 4 points short of activating the Starry Immortal Chess. As he approached a wooded area, he noticed a crowd gathering on the bridge, with numerous vehicles parked nearby, indicating the accident had drawn attention. He decided to distance himself from the scene and soon arrived at a village. Fortunately, he had some cash on him and managed to hire a vehicle to return to Roncheng. By the time he reached his residence, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After taking a shower and donning an Armani suit, he purchased 99 purple roses and entered the Taijiang District Public Security Bureau. Many people paused to observe. While buying flowers for someone is common, doing so in the solemn precincts of a police station is rare, and few dare to bring flowers in pursuit of romance. The officers, wide-eyed, recognized Yun Jianchen, exclaiming, "That S. Yun Jianchen, who has repeatedly flirted with Captain Liu. What? P.S. bringing flowers here to confess to Captain Liu? Indeed, it must be so. We cannot allow him to succeed." Many officers were both astonished and enraged. Liu Xiyuan was undeniably a goddess-like figure in the bureau, the dream of countless male colleagues. They could not abide anyone else claiming their goddess. Shen Gongtan, an admirer of Liu Xiyuan, positioned himself before Yun Jianchen, declaring, "You're not welcome here. Please leave." In response to his provocation, Yun Jianchen merely smiled and inquired, "Where is my wife's office?" "Shut your mouth. If you dare to flirt with Captain Liu again, we'll arrest you." "Brothers, don't be impulsive. I've heard this guy has connections. Last time he was brought in by Captain Liu, the director came to his defense and even scolded Captain Liu. I don't care." Shen Gongtan and his companions formed a barrier, refusing to let Yun Jianchen pass. Unperturbed, Yun Jianchen smiled and said, "If you don't let me in, don't blame me if your captain gets furious. Go to hell. Who do you think you are? The captain won team meet with you." Shen Gongtan and his companions disparaged Yun Jianshun, rendering him utterly worthless. Yun Jianshun shook his head and turned to leave, prompting them to boast even more. Shen Gongtan remarked, "So what if he has connections? As long as we unite, we can drive him away." Upon exiting the building, Yun Jianshun stood at the entrance and proclaimed loudly, "My dear wife, I've come to find you." His voice resonated through the entire office building like a trumpet, leaving Shen Gongtan and his associates dumbfounded. They could never have anticipated this tactic from Yun Jianshun. Initially, his gesture of delivering flowers to Lu Siyuan would have created a stir, but nothing compared to the explosive impact of his current declaration. They finally grasped the implications of Yun Jianshun's earlier words. Once Lu Siyuan discovered that his bold confession stemmed from their actions, she would undoubtedly be furious, and they would be implicated. At that moment, Lu Siyuan was preoccupied with thoughts of the morning's bank robbery, where the stolen cash had been fully recovered, yet the perpetrators had seemingly vanished into thin air. As she pondered the criminal's true intentions, she was suddenly startled by Yun Jianshun's voice from outside. Could it be that she had misheard? Why would that rogue come looking for her? "My dear wife, I've come to find you." His voice rang out once more, and Lu Siyuan rose to approach the window. Upon peering down, she saw a throng of spectators gathered below. Standing at the entrance was a tall young man in a suit, none other than Yun Jianshun, the very person she loathed. What was he playing at? A mix of shock and fury surged within her as she swiftly drew her gun and exited the office. The crowd parted at the sight of her weapon, some gazing at her with eager anticipation. Shen Gongtan and his associates hoped to witness Lu Siyuan deliver a severe reprimand to Yun Jianshun. Upon seeing her emerge, Yun Jianshun greeted her with a smile, saying, "My dear wife, I intended to come to your office, but these people wouldn't let me through." His words caused Shen Gongtan and his companions to turn pale, realizing he was deftly shifting the blame. As they had anticipated, Lu Siyuan turned her fierce gaze upon them. Commanding, "Shen Gongtan, you all get out." Under her piercing stare, they fled in disarray, and Yun Jianshun, satisfied, remarked, "My dear wife, you truly possess an impressive aura. What brings you here?" Lu Siyuan asked, struggling to suppress her simmering anger, her grip on the gun trembling slightly. How she wished to shoot this insufferable rogue. He was infuriating. "I brought you flowers," Yun Jianshun replied earnestly, extending a bouquet toward her. The flames of fury ignited further in Lu Siyuan's eyes. Observing from the shadows, Shen Gongtan and his companions whispered, "Don't accept them, Lu, don't." To their dismay, Lu Siyuan took the 99 blue roses, abruptly flinging them to the ground and stomping on them with rage. "Are you satisfied now? You can leave." Witnessing this, Yun Jianshun felt his own anger rise as he noticed tears shimmering in Lu Siyuan's eyes, causing his heart to clench. "Yun Jianshun, I know you are formidable, but you cannot toy with me, nor humiliate me." Lu Siyuan's voice trembled as she bit her lip. Yun Jianshun fell silent, contemplating before responding, "I am serious. I will not give up." With that, he turned to leave, stirring a flicker of emotion within Lu Siyuan. Today's Yun Jianshun was not the man she knew. Was her reaction perhaps a bit excessive? Had it truly offended him to the point of silence? "Captain, you handled that well. Lu, you should have slapped him down hard." Shen Gongtan and his colleagues, seeing the scene unfold, rushed out in jubilant celebration, nearly dancing with glee. However, Yun Jianshun halted abruptly and turned back toward them, approaching without acknowledging their taunts. Lu Siyuan's heart raced. She was uncertain of his intentions. When their eyes met, a chill ran down her spine. His gaze was icy, reminiscent of the moment he had threatened her life the previous night. Had her subordinate's reckless words incited his wrath? Lu Siyuan was acutely aware of the severe consequences of provoking Yun Jianshun. As she had feared, his eyes, now filled with murderous intent, shifted toward the bystanders. Lu Siyuan felt a surge of alarm and quickly approached him. "Do not take your anger out on them," she urged softly, her tone pleading. Yun Jianshun merely nodded indifferently before pointing at the gleeful officers, stating, "You weaklings, as long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on my wife. Anyone who dares to harm her will find their legs broken. Who do you think you are?" They scoffed, astonished by his brazen audacity. Yun Jianshun's declaration drew a barrage of ridicule. "I will grant you a chance. If you can outmatch me in any athletic endeavor, I will concede defeat, never to return here or appear before Lu Siyuan again." He spoke with unwavering conviction. The onlookers were rendered speechless. How audacious he was! Even Lu Xiyuan was momentarily taken aback. It was implausible for one person to master every sport. Let us compete in 3 events: table tennis, basketball, and soccer. If you win, we promise to leave Lu alone and refer to you as Brother Chen. If you lose, you must get lost and never flaunt your arrogance before us again. Shen Gongtan and his colleagues agreed with fervor. Agreed, Yun Jianshan replied. As it was still working hours, they reported the situation to their superiors, citing Yun Jianshan as disruptive influence on the precinct. To prevent further incidents and protect their beloved officer, they felt compelled to respond resolutely to his provocations. The chief, upon learning that Yun Jianshan was involved, readily agreed. This decision stirred the entire police department. They even relocated the ping-pong table to the basketball court, where ample space allowed nearly everyone in the precinct to gather in anticipation of the thrilling showdown, a fierce battle to protect their goddess. Chapter 41. You are pathetically weak. The match would be conducted in a best-of-3 format. Facing Yun Jianshan in table tennis was a notably tall officer named Wang Wei, whose sharp gaze belied his average appearance. A passionate table tennis player since childhood, he had never encountered a worthy opponent, even after joining the Tianjin District Police Bureau. Upon seeing Yun Jianshan, a hint of disdain crossed his features. Battling him in table tennis was akin to seeking punishment. The match commenced swiftly. Wang Wei served the ball, and although Yun Jianshan had never played table tennis before, he felt no trepidation. Enhanced by the magnetic fluid transformation, his reflexes and vision were extraordinarily sharp. How could he fear his opponent? Wang Wei's serve was rapid, curving as it hit the ground, but to Yun Jianshan, it appeared as if time had slowed. He nudged the paddle forward, making contact with the ball, yet struck the net and failed to cross over. Wang Wei 1 point. At that moment, the police officer acting as the referee with a smile on his face called out, "Haha, just a rookie." Wang Wei had yet to unleash his ultimate move. Many of the officers displayed relaxed smiles. Earlier, they had felt somewhat anxious seeing Yun Jianshan's confident demeanor. However, upon witnessing Yun Jianshan's somewhat clumsy performance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Xiyuan also showed a radiant smile. Aside from receiving the ball, Yun Jianshan began to attempt a countershot. Yet, he applied too much force, causing the ping-pong balls to fly off the table without exception. As Yun Jianshan adjusted to the speed and impact of the ping-pong balls, he lost 10 consecutive points. And Wang Wei swiftly defeated him in the first round with a score of 11-0. To onlookers, he appeared to be a frustrated novice, swinging his paddle aimlessly, though he was acutely aware of his control over the ping-pong's force. Ignoring the jeers of others, he immersed himself in his own understanding. You have the audacity to act tough before us with such skills. You truly are oblivious, Wang Wei mocked. Yun Jianshan remained unperturbed. Although he had never played ping-pong before, he keenly observed Wang Wei's every attack. However, he had yet to master his strength, and in the second round, he again lost several points. The score quickly escalated to 7-0. If Wang Wei won just 4 more points, he would secure the match with an overall score of 2-0, resulting in Yun Jianshan's prompt departure, which they all eagerly anticipated. You only have 4 chances left. Don't let me sweep you away again. I intended to go easy, but my brothers won't allow it, Wang Wei said, his face brimming with confidence. Yun Jianshan coldly replied, You won. Score another point. Ha! Fool! So close to defeat, yet still stubbornly defiant. I've never seen such foolishness, Wang Wei laughed, joined by others in their raucous amusement. However, the ensuing match took an unexpected turn. Not only did Yun Jianshan manage to receive the ball effectively, but he also mounted a counterattack. Wang Wei, still bearing an air of disdain, suddenly struck with a powerful horizontal shot. The ball sped towards Yun Jianshan like a phantom. In an unexpected move, Yun Jianshan chose not to defend. Instead, he launched a beautiful countershot that landed in Wang Wei's area. Wang Wei's expression morphed into one of shock, disbelief filling his eyes. 7-1, the referee announced. After that, Wang Wei lost 6 consecutive points, bringing the score to 7-7. Yun Jianshan's display prowess was far beyond that of a novice. Wang Wei, now exasperated, continued to lose 4 more points, allowing Yun Jianshan to take the lead. The overall score became 1-1, leaving Lu Xiyuan in a state of bewilderment. Wang Wei, keep your composure, don't panic. You can definitely defeat him. Shen Gongtan encouraged Wang Wei, who managed to steady himself and engaged Yun Jianshan in a fierce battle. Horizontal shots, counterhits, and returns unfolded before Lu Siyuan's eyes in a manner reminiscent of televised competitions. Though Wang Wei was formidable, Yun Jianxun exhibited fluidity in both offense and defense, decisively clinching the final round with an 11-0 victory. What the hell? Wang Wei exclaimed in frustration, violently tossing his paddle to the ground, shattering it instantly. Shen Gongtan and the others now regarded Yun Jianxun with increasing hostility, with Shen Gongtan angrily shouting, "You bastard! You're clearly a ping-pong expert, yet deliberately let him score so many points. Is it amusing to toy with us? If you can't handle losing, don't play." Yun Jianxun coldly responded, "Ping-pong may be your forte, but I prefer to compare basketball with you." Shen Gongtan's anger flared as he commanded for the ping-pong table to be removed. He was a basketball expert, particularly skilled in shooting, with a three-point shooting accuracy exceeding 60% from the arc. "How shall we compete?" Yun Jianxun inquired. "We'll shoot three-pointers. Each of us will take 50 shots. Whoever scores the most wins," Shen Gongtan replied coldly. "No problem," Yun Jianxun responded nonchalantly, allowing Shen Gongtan to shoot first. Shen Gongtan began by testing his rhythm before taking shots, each one smoothly swishing through the net. Yun Jianxun, however, paid no attention to his shots, instead retrieving a basketball and running to the opposite half of the court to practice his own shooting. He knew that if he only took a few shots against Wang Wei, he would undoubtedly lose. His eventual comeback was due to his increasingly precise control over the force of the ping-pong balls, which had left no room for Wang Wei to retaliate. The same principle applied to shooting. He needed to adapt to the distance of the three-point line and the force required for his shots, both of which required mastery. Shen Gongtan, known as the three-point sharpshooter in his circle, successfully made 20 shots, missing only 5. In contrast, Yun Jianxun's shots were wildly inaccurate, at times crashing against the backboard, provoking uproarious laughter. Observing Yun Jianxun's clumsy display, Shen Gongtan relaxed even further, growing more accurate with each shot. He ultimately made 22 out of 25 shots in his last attempts. Overall, he had only missed 8 shots out of 50, a remarkable feat among amateur players. At that moment, Yun Jianxun finally made a basket, and Wang Wei, who had been watching closely, approached Shen Gongtan, saying, "You're sure to win. That guy only made 1 out of 50 shots. He just got lucky with that one," Shen Gongtan replied. "Brothers, tonight dinner is on me." He was elated, having performed exceptionally well, with no uncertainty remaining in the match. Others in the group felt that Yun Jianxun was bound to lose, especially given his prior performance compared to Shen Gongtan's, which was a stark contrast. Yun Jianxun calmly approached the three-point line and announced to the referee, "Let us begin." He took his first shot, and it swished perfectly through the net. Shen Gongtan's face twitched slightly, and he laughed, "No worries. Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse now and then. What's the big deal if he makes 1 or 2? With each subsequent shot, Yun Jianxun continued to score, hitting the net perfectly again and again. By the 10th shot, he had made all of them successfully. Shen Gongtan's heart began to race. He knew that making 10 consecutive baskets was no stroke of luck, but a testament to undeniable skill. Lu Siyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling how Yun Jianxun had initially appeared as a weakling against Wang Wei, only to transform into a powerhouse when the match was on the line. She had initially thought Yun Jianxun was merely pretending to be weak, allowing Wang Wei to score so many points before turning the tables. Now, however, as she observed Yun Jianxun's repeated success, she realized he had been practicing shooting while Shen Gongtan took his shots. Yun Jianxun's earlier attempts had been so poor they were almost painful to watch, yet his last practice shot had gone in, and now he was on a flawless streak. Lu Siyuan recalled the information she had about Yun Jianxun. He had no particular athletic specialty. Could it be that through this brief period of practice, he had elevated his shooting skills to such an extraordinary level? She was deeply impressed. Shen Gongtan was left utterly dumbfounded as Yun Jianxun continued to score, having made 20 consecutive shots without a single miss, each one sinking cleanly through the net. This feat was something even NBA stars would find challenging. Before long, Yun Jianxun had scored another 10 baskets. At this point, Shen Gongtan and the others could no longer maintain their composure, erupting in exclamations of disbelief. "Damn it, Yun Jianxun. You're a fraud." Regardless of their relentless taunts and verbal assaults, Yun Jianxun remained unflappable, executing his shooting motions with textbook precision. Lu Siyuan noted his unwavering stance. He appeared almost machine-like, repeating the shooting motion time after time. Each basketball he launched swished through the net, clearly demonstrating his astonishing control over force, seemingly immune to fatigue. As each shot maintained identical power, he was on the verge of scoring his 40th basket, nearly surpassing Shun Gongtan. We absolutely cannot allow him to succeed. With so many of us shouting together, we should be able to disrupt him. Everyone, shout 1, 2, 3, I curse, someone suggested, and it was quickly agreed upon. At that moment, Yun Jianchen had already made his 40th shot. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would easily defeat Shin Gongtan. As they saw Yun Jianchen pick up the basketball once more, they unitedly shouted 1, 2, 3, I curse. However, Yun Jianchen dismissed their cries completely, and the ball swished through the net. What can we do now? They were exasperated. Damn it, this guy is an absolute monster. His shooting accuracy is uncanny. They complained, unaware that others in the gym were casting disdainful glances at them. Not only did they resort to a war of attrition, but they also employed underhanded tactics. With a swift motion, Yun Jianchen scored his 43rd basket. Shin Gongtan turned pale. He had lost, and to someone who appeared to be a novice, no less. What was even more despairing, and ironic, was that his opponent had a perfect shooting record of 50 baskets without a single miss, while he had previously boasted so confidently. Chapter 42. Are you even human? 50 baskets, 100% accuracy. This guy is incredible, truly a sharpshooter. Not a single miss. Lu Xiyuan's gaze slightly narrowed. It's all right, we still have soccer. I refuse to believe he can win again. Soon, Shin Gongtan and the others regained their confidence. The Public Security Bureau lacked a soccer field, so they had to venture to a nearby, 5-side soccer pitch. This time, they would take penalty shots, with Chen Yuqing as their representative and last hope. Chen Yuqing was tall and slender, somewhat taciturn. Yun Jianchen rarely heard him utter a word, as if he were entirely detached from the situation. Each player would take 5 penalty shots, and the one with the most successful shots would win. To ensure fairness, they would alternate between goalkeeper and shooter, with Yun Jianchen starting as the keeper and Chen Yuqing taking the first shot. Shin Gongtan expressed confidence, saying, Yuqing has excellent footwork. He will surely prevail. I'm not so sure about him. When I was in goal before, his shots didn't even graze me before going in. His angles are tricky, and the speed is formidable, making it tough to save. The others were also firm in their belief in Chen Yuqing's abilities. However, Lu Xiyuan shook her head helplessly, stating, You're going to lose. Perhaps in other competitions there might be hope, but against this guy, it's a contest of speed and reflexes. Captain, don't bolster other spirits while extinguishing your own. Shin Gongtan retorted, somewhat displeased. Just then, Chen Yuqing took his penalty shot, sending the ball hurtling towards the bottom left corner with great speed. Yun Jianchen smiled calmly, shifted slightly, and caught the soccer ball. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen goalkeepers dive to save penalty shots, but no one had ever directly caught a speeding soccer ball. The ball was moving so fast, and it was sizable. Even basketball stars couldn't simply reach out and grasp a rapidly approaching soccer ball. Chen Yuqing was equally astonished. He had never witnessed anything like this before. For his second attempt, he abandoned precision for power, yet the ball was still caught by Yun Jianchen. All 5 of his penalty shots ended up in Yun Jianchen's hands. Unbelievable. Is he even human? Shin Gongtan and the others were utterly at a loss for words. When they saw Yun Jianchen prepare to take his penalty shot, hope rekindled in Chen Yuqing, who called out, Yuqing, block his shot. Understood. Chen Yuqing finally spoke, nodding resolutely. Honestly, I suggest you step aside. Yun Jianchen kindly warned him. Not a chance. You won't intimidate me. Chen Yuqing replied, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. Watch closely. Yun Jianchen reiterated his warning, and without a run-up, he simply positioned his leg. This act drew laughter and scorn from Shin Gongtan and others, who jeered. What a show-off. Do you think you're Ronaldinho? It takes tremendous power to shoot from standstill. Years ago, Ronaldinho's astonishing goal against Chelsea in the Champions League had left the world in awe. Few soccer enthusiasts were unaware of it. Shin Gongtan, though proficient in basketball, also had a fondness for soccer. Chen Yuqing was even more incensed, recognizing the challenge of shooting from standstill. To him, Yun Jianchen's action felt like a direct insult. With a resounding thud, Yun Jianchen launched the soccer ball towards Chen Yuqing, the speed astonishing. Chen Yuqing barely had time to react before a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Looking down, he found the soccer ball had collided with him. The sheer force propelled him into the goal, crashing against the net. leaving Shun Gongtan and the others utterly stunned. To overpower the goalkeeper and send the ball with such force into the net was a scene reminiscent of the Japanese anime, Captain Tsubasa. Such a startling sight unfolded before their eyes. "Darling, no one will stop us from dating anymore," Yun Jianshun remarked nonchalantly as he walked towards Lu Siyuan, who was still in shock. He pulled her away, and only after they left did Chun Yuqing manage to crawl out from the net. Shun Gongtan, his face rigid, confronted Chun Yuqing, asking, "Yuqing, how could you betray us?" "What?" Chun Yuqing responded angrily. "Don't tell me you actually let Yun Jianshun score against you. If not for your cooperation. Damn it, show me what you mean." Chun Yuqing fumed, immediately lifting his shirt, even through his down jacket. The soccer ball had left a vivid red mark on his abdomen. Shun Gongtan's eyes widened, and some even attempted to touch it to see if it was painted on. Chun Yuqing cried out in pain, raising his hand to strike, exclaiming, "You'd better not provoke him. He is not someone to mess with. If he hadn't shot from standstill, I might have ended up in the hospital." He truly held back. "It's best to steer clear of him in the future," Wang Wei added, and others nodded in agreement. After today's 3 matches, Yun Jianshun had left an indelible impression on them. Meanwhile, Lu Siyuan was being led away from the soccer field by Yun Jianshun. "Have you really never played ping pong, basketball, or soccer before?" Lu Siyuan asked, attempting to calm her racing heart. "Who hasn't dabbled in basketball or soccer these days?" "It's just that none of those are my specialties," Yun Jianshun replied nonchalantly. Lu Siyuan was taken aback. "With your shooting skills today, you could easily pursue a career in basketball. You might even become a superstar after Yao Ming." "Ha!" Yun Jianshun chuckled lightly. "If I chose to pursue basketball, no one could stand in my way." His body, enhanced beyond comparison to those of professional athletes, boasted speed, strength, and jumping ability that surpassed all others. Such confrontations posed no challenge for him, which is why he had never considered pursuing that path. "Can we go by a phone now?" Yun Jianshun invited her. And for the first time, Lu Siyuan witnessed his serious demeanor. Today, he had revealed some of his capabilities for her, indicating that she held a special place in his heart. Lu Siyuan felt a conflict within. Their relationship was extraordinarily delicate, and she hadn't sorted through her emotions. She hesitated, saying, "This morning, there was a bank robbery. Although we recovered the money, the criminals escaped. Don't investigate further. You might endanger your life." Yun Jianshun warned. "Those criminals are clearly not ordinary, and there are definitely people within the Rongqing public security system connected to them, likely of significant rank. If you threaten their interests, you will undoubtedly become a target." "I'm not afraid," Lu Siyuan declared resolutely. "It's futile. The leader has already been killed." Yun Jianshun did not conceal anything from her, as Lu Siyuan was aware of his secret of invisibility. Therefore, he recounted the events of the day. Upon learning that he had frightened the bandit leader to death, Lu Siyuan shook her head, saying, "In such circumstances, how many could withstand it? It's a pity we cannot trace the mastermind behind it." Yun Jianshun's candor touched Lu Siyuan, a testament to his trust in her. After his repeated invitations, she accompanied him to a mobile phone store where he purchased 4 Apple phones. Despite others claiming that Apple phones were ostentatious, their smooth operating system was undeniable. Following Lu Siyuan's suggestion, he opted for 4 high-end iPhone 7 models, spending over 20,000 yuan. Lu Siyuan remarked in surprise, "You need not waste your money so extravagantly." "Why buy so many? My parents and my sister will need them as well," Yun Jianshun replied with a smile. He then asked, "I plan to return for Christmas. Would you like to come with me?" "No way." Lu Siyuan rolled her eyes. Yun Jianshun chuckled. "Even an unattractive daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Rest assured, my parents have modest expectations. Someone of your looks would barely suffice." Yun Jianshun. Lu Siyuan was infuriated, nearly hurling her newly purchased iPhone 7 at him. "Can't you speak sensibly?" She glared, her voice icy. "If you wish to pursue me, you must change your frivolous demeanor. Otherwise, I shall blacklist you." "So, does that mean you accept my pursuit?" Yun Jianshun beamed. Lu Siyuan's lips twitched, and she huffed, "I merely allow you to pursue me. Whether you succeed depends on your efforts. Of course, anyone who dares pursue you will surely end up crippled," Yun Jianshun declared resolutely. Lu Siyuan's forehead twitched with annoyance. She longed to deliver a sound thrashing to this scoundrel. Nonetheless, she believed in his words. Anyone who dared to pursue her would indeed be frightened off, which was why she granted Yun Jianshun a chance. Yun Jianshun was not inherently bad. He exuded an air of mystery and was commendable in many aspects. save for his flirtatious nature, which troubled her greatly. After having the phone cards trimmed and inserted into the Apple devices, they had spent several minutes setting them up. As soon as the phones received signal, a flurry of text messages arrived. Yun Jianshan glanced at them, noting many were reminders of missed calls from Shangwan Qianxue. Among them was a message inquiring about his well-being. Yun Jianshan felt a surge of emotion, while Lu Siyuan, peeking at his phone, felt a pang of displeasure. Shangwan Qianxue seems quite concerned about you. I've never seen a female CEO show such care for a male subordinate. Are you feeling jealous? Yun Jianshan laughed, secretly relishing her reaction. Jealous? Not at all. To be honest, with your carefree attitude, my impression of you is quite low. Your chances of success are less than 1%. Lu Siyuan asserted with confidence. In my eyes, there is no such thing as a chance of success. Once I set my sights on someone, my resolve remains unshaken. Yun Jianshan countered, his response simple yet powerful. Lu Siyuan retorted coldly. If you get a girlfriend in the future, will you maintain this ambiguous relationship with Shangwan Qianxue? She is my main wife, not an ambiguous relationship, Yun Jianshan emphasized. I'm serious about you. Lu Siyuan wished she could beat him senseless, but restrained herself to ask once more. Yun Jianshan smiled. I'm not joking with you either. Then do not pursue me. Otherwise, I will hit you, Lu Siyuan warned, turning to leave. Incredulous at his audacity to openly declare his desire for her to be his little wife. You know me better than anyone else. You should understand my uniqueness, Yun Jianshan said nonchalantly. That does not justify your roguish behavior. At the end of the day, you are still fickle and infatuated. Lu Siyuan enumerated Yun Jianshan's faults, prompting him to pull her along. She resisted fiercely, unable to accept sharing a partner with anyone else. Let me go. I will never agree to your pursuit. If you seek to indulge in a polyamorous relationship, look elsewhere, she declared. Come with me, Yun Jianshan asserted, pulling her along with determination. They took a taxi to the outskirts of the city, arriving at a desolate mountain foot. There, Yun Jianshan remarked, the speed I exhibited during the marathon was deliberately restrained. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, his speed escalating like a gust of wind. Lu Siyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She could scarcely keep up with his pace, a speed beyond her imagination. A swift rush of wind enveloped her, and suddenly, Yun Jianshan reappeared before her. Are you human or a ghost? She asked, bewildered. I am neither human nor ghost. Yun Jianshan suddenly perched himself on a large rock, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Lu Siyuan shook her head, confused. Have you ever seen anyone move so quickly? Yun Jianshan countered. Impossible. No one can attain such terrifying speed. The pace you displayed in the Rongqing International Marathon was already daunting enough, Lu Siyuan affirmed confidently. Would you like to experience an unprecedented level of speed? Yun Jianshan extended the invitation. Lu Siyuan hesitated, for she was quite conservative. She had never even been in a relationship. Get on. I've seen and touched everything I should. The rest. Yun Jianshan crouched down, speaking to her. Although he spoke the truth, Lu Siyuan felt a surge of anger and could not help but kick him hard in the rear, shouting, Shut up. Ouch. Yun Jianshan yelped in pain. Stop your theatrics. Everyone knows you're pretending, Lu Siyuan muttered, yet she climbed onto his back, her arms wrapping around his neck. As he had said, her body had already been touched by him, and even her first kiss had been taken. Why should she bother with modesty? More than anything, she wished to genuinely experience Yun Jianshan's terrifying speed. Despite this, she made an effort to keep her exceptional figure from pressing against him, leaning back slightly. Yun Jianshan, however, did not take advantage of her. He secured her legs with one arm, while the other held the bag containing her phone. Suddenly, his speed surged, darting up the moss-covered stone steps along the mountain path. His speed was so rapid that Lu Siyuan could only cling to him tightly. Watching the trees rush by in a blur, her heart filled with awe. Having witnessed Yun Jianshan's incredible speed earlier, riding on his back brought an entirely different level of shock. He was a man akin to a deity, revealing his secrets for her sake. Lu Siyuan pondered, touched by his actions. Mere minutes later, they reached the mountain summit, and Yun Jianshan appeared unfazed, with not a bead of sweat on his brow, exuding an air of effortless ease. You truly are a marvel, Lu Siyuan stated earnestly, gazing at him. Yun Jianshan chuckled, asking, so, do you like me as this marvel? Lu Siyuan fell silent, contemplatively responding, I am aware of your feelings for me, but our acquaintance is still shallow. May I take my time to consider? Yun Jinshin nodded. You are right. Our time together has been brief. It would indeed be unfair to ask you to agree to be my girlfriend so soon. Though I am passionate, I am not fickle. I will not let my woman suffer even the slightest grievance. Lu Siyuan smiled faintly, fully aware of Yun Jinshin's formidable prowess. Yet, she found herself unable to reconcile the thought of sharing a partner with anyone else. What a preposterous notion it was. Yet Yun Jinshin was undeniably exceptional. His repeated actions revealed her significant standing in his heart. Had he not cared for her, he would not have continuously unveiled hidden secrets before her. Consequently, Lu Siyuan began to contemplate the idea of not wanting to miss out on this enigmatic and powerful man, pondering on the prospect of waiting a while longer to see how things would unfold. What are your plans? Lu Siyuan inquired. To earn a substantial amount of money, enough to purchase a grand villa. Otherwise, how could I accommodate all my women? Yun Jinshin replied. Lu Siyuan's lips twitched. He certainly had the audacity to dream. She had yet to decide whether to accept being Yun Jinshin's girlfriend, and thus refrain from further debate on the matter. After conversing at the mountain's peak for a while, Yun Jinshin carried her down the mountain, hailed a taxi, and ensured her return to the police station. By this time, the station had long closed. Yet Shun Gongtan and others remained, greeting their return with respectful bows, calling out, Brother Chun. Yun Jinshin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would indeed fulfill their promise. They then turned to Lu Siyuan and addressed her as sister-in-law. Both Yun Jinshin and Lu Siyuan were momentarily dumbfounded. The serious expressions of his subordinates inciting Lu Siyuan's ire, she exclaimed, Who taught you to call me that? Brother Chun. Shun Gongtan and the others pointed at Yun Jinshin, prompting Lu Siyuan to shoot daggers at him. You lot, don't run. How dare you deceive me? Yun Jinshin shouted, but by now, Shun Gongtan and the others had already fled. Lu Siyuan's anger evaporated in an instant. She was no fool and could easily discern that this was Shun Gongtan and his crew's deliberate attempt to tease Yun Jinshin. You've corrupted the atmosphere of the police station. Lu Siyuan remarked helplessly. Is this my fault? Yun Jinshin retorted, exasperated. I ought to educate these rascals. How dare they pull a fast one on Brother Chun? You should focus on your own affairs. As far as I know, there are numerous foreign diplomats in Rongqing looking to bribe the masked emperor. Should the masked emperor be compromised, I will ensure this traitor faces dire consequences. Lu Siyuan warned as she departed, not forgetting to share this crucial information. How much are they offering? Yun Jinshin's eyes gleamed with interest. Lu Siyuan shot him a glare and admonished, Are you considering it? Not considering it, but I could certainly play them, he replied with a hint of mischief. They've come all the way from abroad. It would be impolite not to greet them. With a playful glint in his eye, he mused about who could possibly bribe him with what he currently possessed. It is said that the Americans are offering $500,000, and the Japanese are not far behind. Lu Siyuan glanced around to ensure they were alone before lowering her voice and turning to enter the office building. Yun Jinshin exited the police station and dialed Shangwan Qinshua's number. She answered, somewhat irked, questioning why he had taken so long to return her call. He dared not confess to visiting the police station for personal reasons and instead recounted the incident of falling into the river, explaining the ordeal that delayed his return to Rongqing and his recent acquisition of a new phone. Hearing this, Shangwan Qinshua's anger dissipated, and Yun Jinshin disclosed the true motives behind the bank robbery. After a brief pause, she assured him she would send someone to investigate before ending the call. Just as he stepped out of the police station, an unfamiliar number rang. Hello, handsome. It's Lin Xian, the girl you assisted yesterday at Beihai Park. I just returned from the police station after giving my statement, and I apologize for calling so late. Are you free tonight? Lin Xian's voice sounded somewhat awkward. I'm available. He replied, I'll be waiting for you at Wanjiake Plaza, 2nd floor, Northeast Wind Restaurant. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Yun Jinshin acknowledged before hailing a taxi. Upon arriving at the Northeast Wind Restaurant, he found Lin Xian accompanied by another woman. This woman was quite ample in stature, bordering on overweight, weighing at least 170 pounds. As Yun Jinshin sat across from them, he placed a bag containing 3 iPhone 7 devices on the table. The plump woman scrutinized him, commenting, Handsome, where did you get this suit? It looks like a high-quality imitation. Yun, how can you say that? Lin Xian responded, visibly upset. Xian, don't be fooled by him. At his age, he doesn't even wear a luxury watch, and from what you said, he uses a phone that costs only a few hundred. How could he afford an Armani suit? Someone like him is just pretending. If you fall for him, He'll have you wrapped around his finger, the plump woman scoffed. Yun Jianshun felt a headache coming on. He had never harbored any intentions toward Lin Shiyan. Yet this woman assumed he was merely posturing to impress her. At this moment, other diners began to turn their heads, agreeing with the plump woman's remarks. Handsome, whose bag is that? It looks freshly bought. The plump woman maintained her mocking tone, opening the bag to reveal 3 iPhone 7 boxes, along with a red receipt clearly indicating the price and date of purchase. It turned out he had bought 4 iPhone 7s, all high-end models, totaling over 20,000 yuan. The plump woman's face burned with embarrassment. The others who had mocked Yun Jianshun fell silent, their confidence wavering in the presence of someone who could casually purchase multiple iPhone 7s. Handsome, my friend spoke inappropriately. Please don't take it to heart, Lin Shiyan said, her expression unchanged, retaining her initial sincerity. Yun Jianshun nodded. It's fine. I only care about the opinions of friends. As for the random passerby, it would be too exhausting to take their words seriously. His nonchalant response left the plump woman wishing for a hole to hide in, while other diners felt their faces flush with shame for their previous comments. The meal progressed under a heavy atmosphere. Yun Jianshun lost his appetite and decided to leave after half an hour. Before departing, he settled the bill, feeling a fondness for Lin Shiyan while wrinkling his brow at the plump woman. Returning home, he placed the bag on the table and changed into a different outfit, deciding against wearing the formal Armani suit for the occasion. Another call came in, revealing it to be Ding Xuexia. It was her roommate's birthday, and she wished to speak with him. From her slurred speech, Yun Jianshun discerned she had been drinking. Concerned for her safety, he asked for her location and promptly set out once more, hailing a taxi to her destination. Chapter 44. Their downfall. Ding Xuexia was studying at Rongqing University, which was located several dozen kilometers away. The restaurant they were at was the Wang Wang Seafood Restaurant, situated near the university's north gate. By the time he arrived, it was already half an hour later. Upon locating her private room, he pushed the door open to find the table littered with empty beer bottles and several bottles of red wine. Aside from Ding Xuexia, there were 3 to 5 other girls and 4 boys present. One of the boys was coaxing Ding Xuexia to drink more, saying, Xuexia, just have one more drink. I'll finish this bottle, then it won't be a loss for you. Ding Xuexia's face was flushed, and she appeared somewhat dazed. Yun Jianshun observed that while the other girls had a slight blush, they still seemed alert. Only Ding Xuexia appeared thoroughly intoxicated, and judging by the eager expressions of the others, they clearly intended to get her drunk. Not even his arrival garnered their attention. Yun Jianshun let out a cold snort and strode over, saying, Xuexia is drunk. I shall drink this cup for her. Who do you think you are? The young man retorted angrily. Ding Xuexia, exhaling the scent of alcohol, smiled cheerfully at Yun Jianshun. Brother Chun, you're here. Yun Jianshun replied softly, then inquired Xuexia. Whose birthday is it today? I want to toast her properly. Handsome guy, I'm Tian Xiao, Xuexiao's roommate, and today happens to be my birthday as well. Let me introduce you. A girl, rather plain and sporting large black frame glasses, stood up and began her introduction. Sitting beside me is my boyfriend, Hu Jianhao, and the other 3 boys are his roommates, Qian Yanbin, Qian Feng. I'm Yun Jianshun, a friend of Xuexia's. It's rare for everyone to be so joyful today. I wouldn't want to dampen the mood. With a slight smile, Yun Jianshun picked up a bottle of beer from the ground, poured a glass, and addressed Tian Xiao, birthday girl, let us drink this in one go. Soon, Yun Jianshun had finished it in one gulp. Hu Jianhao squinted, asking, handsome guy, what's your relationship with Ding, the great beauty? Just friends, Yun Jianshun replied ambiguously. At that moment, he noticed Qian Yanbin burying his head under the table, and quickly Hu Jianhao and the other 2 boys received the cue. They all gazed at him, their eyes filled with a hint of hostility. The earlier young man who had urged Ding Xuexia to drink, named Qian Feng, approached again, saying, handsome guy, we're all having such a good time today. We can't leave without getting drunk. Well, my alcohol tolerance is limited. Could we keep it light? Yun Jianshun replied somewhat apologetically. Immediately, the other party scowled, saying, handsome guy, looking at your age, one can tell you've been through the grind of society. To put it bluntly, who can't get drunk these days? If you want to fit in, you can't be timid at the table. Indeed, even if you throw up, no one will laugh at you. Hu Jianhao chimed in, with another boy echoing similar sentiments, essentially pressuring him to drink. Qian Yanbin, however, remained silent, merely watching him with cold eyes. At this moment, Yun Jianshun understood the situation all too well. It was evident that Qian Yinbin was the ringleader among the four boys. Their objective was clearly to get Ding Xuexia drunk, and his unexpected arrival had disrupted their plans. Thus, they intended to intoxicate him as well, with the obvious aim being Ding Xuexia. The other girls, under Qian Yinbin's subtle prompting, also encouraged him, saying, "Handsome guy, you look so good, you should be bold." Yun Jianshan smirked inwardly, raising his glass and declaring, "All right, since everyone is so happy, I, Yun Jianshan, shall not spoil the fun. Brother Chun, drink less. They can handle their liquor." Ding Xuexia, though slightly tipsy, still cautioned him. Yun Jianshan dismissed her concern with a smile, while Qian Yinbin scrutinized him, his gaze flickering with disdain at Yun Jianshan's humble attire, feeling a surge of anger rise within him. Damn it, who does this poor guy think he is, daring to touch a woman I have my eyes on? Brother Chun, sit here. Ding Xuexia, regaining some awareness, stood up unsteadily. Yun Jianshan smiled, saying, "No need, you sit down." Yet, Ding Xuexia pressed him back into the seat, swaying slightly before plopping down onto his lap. The softness of her form causing a stir within him. Inhaling her fragrant scent, Yun Jianshan felt a wave of intoxication wash over him. This enchantress was undeniably tempting, clearly enticing him to commit an indiscretion. He noticed Qian Yinbin's face darkening with anger and, with a slight smile, wrapped his arm around Ding Xuexia's slender waist. Although she was quite inebriated, she felt his touch, her heart racing wildly, her cheeks flushing deeper. "Xuexia, you're drunk," Tian Xiao, aware of Qian Yinbin's interest in Ding Xuexia, approached to help her up, but Ding Xuexia shook her head, blushing as she protested, "I'm not drunk." From a moment she decided to pursue Yun Jianshan. She had been contemplating how to win his affection. Today's circumstances were precisely what she had longed for. And although it might tarnish her image in front of her roommates, she didn't care. She understood the caliber of man Yun Jianshan was. Ever since she learned of his true identity, her resolve had solidified. She knew he was the only one capable of fulfilling her desires. Ding Xuexia was well aware of Qian Yinbin's feelings for her, which was why she had called Yun Jianshan. Initially, she had harbored some apprehension, fearing that Yun Jianshan might not take her seriously. To her delight, he had responded exactly as he had promised. Should anything arise, a mere phone call was sufficient. "Handsome guy, no worries. Let us continue. Today we must drink to our heart's content." Yun Jianshan replied with a smile. Finally, Qian Yinbin spoke up, his expression slightly sullen. "Well, it's rare to see you so happy. If we're just drinking beer, it would be rather dull. Let us switch to red wine." Brother Bin is right. Ladies, switch to red wine. 1 glass for you, and 3 for us boys. Yun Jianshan, right? You're Ding's friend, a guest. We must toast you properly, Qian Feng instructed the girls, who promptly switched to red wine. This only confirmed Yun Jianshan's earlier suspicions. This group was seizing Tian Xiaoxiao's birthday as an opportunity to get Ding Xuexia intoxicated. The mastermind behind it was clearly Qian Yinbin, who likely harbored ulterior motives regarding Ding Xuexia. Given that they wished to intoxicate him as well, Yun Jianshan resolved to match them drink for drink, determined to make them regret their intentions. Yun Jianshan inwardly chuckled coldly, steeling himself for the challenge. Under the direction of Qian Feng and his companions, the girls began to toast Yun Jianshan one by one. Their compliments merely veiled attempts to further intoxicate him. As several girls surrounded him, Yun Jianshan consumed a dozen glasses of red wine, repeatedly shaking his head and insisting, "I'm really drunk. I can't drink anymore." Observing Yun Jianshan's dazed state, Qian Yinbin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had invested heavily for this meal, and though it was Tian Xiaoxiao's birthday, he would ultimately foot the bill, having ordered numerous bottles of red wine to ensure Ding Xuexia got drunk. With over half of the wine consumed by Yun Jianshan, Qian Yinbin felt a twinge of annoyance. He had anticipated that a bottle or two would suffice to knock him out. However, after 5 or 6 bottles, Yun Jianshan still showed no signs of yielding. Irritated, Qian Yinbin whispered to Qian Feng, "What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be the god of wine. How can you not take down this poor guy?" "Brother Bin, this poor guy is swaying now. He can't last through 2 more bottles. If you order some more red wine, he'll definitely be finished." Qian Feng replied, his stomach feeling bloated but willing to push through for Qian Yinbin's sake. Qian Yinbin summoned the waiter, instructing, "Waiter, bring me another case of red wine." "Wait a moment." Yun Jianshan swayed slightly, mumbling, "This wine isn't quite satisfying. Do you have any finer red wine here?" "Handsome guy, Our finest is a Zhangyu dry red wine, 750 milliliters, priced at 150 yuan per bottle, 6 bottles per case. Would you like some? The waiter replied with a beaming smile. Sure, bring me 5 cases. Yun Jianshan slurred, unable to resist praising the waiter inwardly. He genuinely desired the best wine. But that would be too overtly exploitative. Qian Yinbin felt a sudden jolt. This meal would cost at least 4 or 5,000 yuan. If they ordered 5 more cases at 150 yuan each, the total bill could easily exceed 10,000. Suddenly, he saw Yun Jianshan turn and ask, "Isn't this wine a bit too pricey? You're all students. I'm worried you might not be able to afford it. You should stop drinking. You're already intoxicated." Abruptly shook her head, attempting to clear her mind. Her body swayed with emotion, her alluring figure continuously enticing. As his desire escalated, jealousy flared. And he coldly declared, "Let us order 5 cases of Zhangyu red wine, 750 milliliters each." He doubted they could consume many bottles. After all, they could always return any leftovers. The waiter swiftly brought 5 cases of red wine, and apart from, the others took turns toasting with. In the face of their relentless challenge, he engaged each one of them. Bottle after bottle was emptied, causing S. heart to bleed at the thought of the cost, 150 yuan per bottle. Even he, under normal circumstances, wouldn't he indulge in such expensive wine? How could he possibly keep drinking? Watching, who was now slurring his words but still standing, seethed with rage. Peering down, he realized that another 2 cases had been consumed. These were not the modestly priced ones. They cost 1,800 yuan. Though his family was affluent, his allowance was merely 10,000 yuan monthly. After this meal, he feared he would have to survive on steamed buns for the rest of the month. And the others, not lacking in drinking capacity, merely aimed to incapacitate, so they too desperately drank. As the remaining 3 cases dwindled, still showed no signs of succumbing to intoxication. Ant's fury reached its peak as he stood to toast as well. Yet, even with his participation, they all found themselves outmatched by his endurance. Several of them succumbed to nausea, while infuriated, ordered another case of Zhangyu red wine, 750 milliliters. Eventually, even he could hold back no longer and vomited, raised his glass, and shouted at the now heavily intoxicated, "Come, let us have another round. I'll join you for a drink." Barely holding himself together after already vomiting once, felt compelled to intervene. In a drunken haze, replied, "1 glass is too dull. Let us finish a bottle." Finish a bottle? S. eyes widened in shock. While chugging beer was common, could one truly down a bottle of red wine? That could be fatal. Though he was aligned with, he had no intention of risking his life and immediately recoiled. His face a mask of distress. "Please don't jest." "Who is joking?" Shot him a cold glare and pointed at the rosy-cheeked. "Or perhaps you prefer to share a bottle with your girlfriend?" Felt a throb in his head and, cradling it with both hands, felt lightheaded. Witnessing his cowardice, he erupted, "Down it with him." "All right, bro," reluctantly complied. His girlfriend, who had only managed to drink half, suddenly retched. Though struggling, found it increasingly difficult to keep his composure. Smirked disdainfully and downed an entire bottle of wine, leaving Agape in disbelief. This was a ruse. He had claimed not to drink, but was now effortlessly downing a bottle. As eyelids grew heavy, he shook his head. "I can't drink anymore." Suddenly, he retched again. "No one's sleep. Let's head out." S. voice rang out, rousing the others from their stupor. They staggered to their feet and was shaken awake. At that moment, the waiter entered and, still dazed, inquired the bill. 12,366 yuan. The waiter replied with a smile. "You must be mistaken. How could the bill be so high?" Suddenly more alert, cursed angrily. "Sir, you ordered 6 cases of Zhangyu red wine, 750 milliliters each, at 150 yuan per bottle. Each case contains 6 bottles, totaling 900 yuan per case. With 6 cases, that is 5,400 yuan alone," the waiter explained calmly, reading from the bill. Hearing this, turned pale, his anger flaring as he glared at, who was now embracing, clearly unbothered by the mounting costs. Realizing he couldn't confront in front of, he swallowed his anger. "I only have 8,000 yuan. How much do you all have?" Dragged and the others aside, making a phone call, piecing together funds to settle the bill. "Thank you for your hospitality. Do remember me for future gatherings," smiled and waved as he left with. Watching their retreating figures, clenched his teeth in rage, muttering curses under his breath. "That scoundrel! Wait here. I need to make a call," said, moving to a corner to dial. "Brother, I've been swindled today. You must help me. Meanwhile, having exited the restaurant, leaned against, appearing unsteady. How do you get back to your dorm? Inquired. I mumbled. Her thoughts muddled. Despite his repeated questions, she merely clung to his neck. With no other choice, booked a room at a nearby hotel and placed her on the bed, while he lay down beside her. As regained some clarity, she realized she was not as intoxicated as she appeared. She only sought to seize this rare opportunity. To her surprise, had indeed reserved a room, and though she anticipated things would proceed smoothly, he unexpectedly disappointed her. Little did she know, was also in turmoil. Being in the presence of such a captivating beauty, it would be unnatural for a man not to have certain desires. Yet, he had never considered forcing anything upon her, even during his past relationship with. Now, how could he possibly act so beastly? However, a surge of desire coursed through him, prompting him to rise and circle the bed before cradling her in his arms and removing her outer garment. S. heart raced furiously, though she had fantasized about this moment. When faced with reality, she found herself conflicted. After all, it would be her first time, and she wished for it to be meaningful. She longed to hear words of affection from, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, he pressed a kiss to her forehead. Was he about to? S. heart raced even faster, her long eyelashes fluttering in anticipation. She was laid back on the bed, and the sounds of clothing being removed reached her ears. Her heart raced to the brink, nearly leaping from her throat. She was willing to give her first experience to, but they were not yet in a romantic relationship. Would he think her too easy if she gave herself to him now? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, exacerbated by the remnants of alcohol. After a brief wait, she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Was he planning to clean up before proceeding? The thought sent waves of anxiety through her, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Why are you overthinking? You are prepared for this. Is an exceptional person. If you miss this chance, you want to find another like him. You must seize this opportunity, she encouraged herself inwardly. A few minutes later, she heard footsteps, and, as the bed sank slightly, Yin Jianshan once again lay beside her. At this moment, having made up her mind, Ding Shuexia disregarded everything else and pretended to be drunk, wrapping her arms around Yun Jianshan like an octopus clinging to him. Yun Jianshan was absorbed in his phone when she embraced him, and the smoldering desire that had just been extinguished flared back to life. Morning, brother. Ding Shuexiao whispered softly. Yun Jianshan gently moved her limbs away from him. But as soon as he lay down, Ding Shuexiao rolled over twice and ended up on top of him. Before he could react, Ding Shuexia suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly kissed his lips. Did I just get forcibly kissed? In that instant, Yun Jianshan's mind froze, akin to a computer crashing, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ding Shuexiao pressed her lips against his softly, lacking any technical finesse, yet Yun Jianshan responded passionately. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside the room, interrupting the intimate moment. Brother, go see who it is, Ding Shuexia said, her face flushed with embarrassment, while Yun Jianshan simmered with anger. Damn it, why now of all times? He walked over in his bathrobe and opened the door to find several thugs outside, led by a tattooed man who coldly inquired, Are you Yun Jianshan? What is the matter with you? Get lost. Upon confirming his identity, the thugs charged at him. Yun Jianshan, infuriated, retaliated with swift strikes, sending them crashing to the ground. Get out. With a swift kick, he sent them sprawling before turning back into the room and shutting the door. After taking a couple of steps, a voice akin to a system notification echoed in his mind. Upholding justice, you have earned 0. 5 merit points. Current balance, 400. 1 merit points. The modest amount of merit points earned was anticipated. Through recent observations, he had deduced the criteria for merit point assessment in the Star Luo immortal chess system. Although thugs were despicable, most had not committed heinous crimes, thus the merit gained from punishing them was limited. Had he vanquished a truly malevolent criminal, the merit points would have been significantly higher. Brother, who caused the trouble? Ding Shuexia had nestled under the covers, her head peeking out, her cheeks still flushed. A group of thugs, Yun Jianshan replied nonchalantly. It was evident that the trouble was instigated by Qian Yanbin. Having lost interest in these thugs, he had dismissed them without further ado. Yun Jianshan paused and approached Ding Shuexia, saying, Little girl, you were playing with fire just now. I am willing. Ding Shuexia replied with a glimmer of determination. You might think I'm frivolous for being so bold, but I have never been in a relationship. Yun Jianshan listened intently to her confession, realizing she admired strong men, and he was the object of her admiration. Shueisha, I'm merely the object of your admiration. You cannot give yourself to me, he replied calmly. Brother, I'm not wrong. Like all men, you must love beautiful women, right? Yin Jianxin found himself at a loss for words. If you wish to be my girlfriend, you must consider carefully. I have more than one woman. He looked at her with a serious expression. I don't mind. Ding Shueisha surprisingly shook her head. A person as exceptional as you, having multiple wives, is nothing unusual. I just hope you will always keep a place for me in your heart. Don't feel pressured to respond too soon. I'll give you 3 days. After that, you can give me your answer. All right. Ding Shueisha nodded. After a while, Ding Shueisha fell asleep. Yun Jianxun strolled to the window, gazing out at the night sky. Lost in thought, Ding Shueisha was pure and beautiful, undeniably captivating, but he was unsure whether he truly liked her. Moreover, her previous intentions had been too overt, and he hoped she would ponder this. He certainly did not want a repeat of the Lin Liqian incident. Rubbing his temples, he realized that the number of women he had ambiguous relationships with was increasing. He needed to resolve his housing situation first. Purchasing a large villa had become his primary goal. A mere 100-square-meter apartment was not even on his radar. He needed to make quick money. He set his sights on the foreign forces that had come to Rongsheng and dialed Wu Heng's number. After a brief wait, Wu Heng answered, Brother, it's late. And you're still awake? Many foreign officials in athletics have come to Rongsheng, and they're sending people to look for me. Are you aware of this? Yun Jianxin inquired. I know. People from America, Japan, the UK, Vietnam. Many countries are involved, and they even contacted others to find me and request my assistance in locating you. The reward offered is quite substantial, but I declined, Wu Heng reported honestly. Pausing before adding, I assumed you weren't interested, so I didn't inform you. That's fine. Investigate how many of these forces have arrived, Yin Jianxin commanded. Chapter 46. Handsome, you're in the wrong place the next morning after dropping Ding Shueisha off at the school gate. Yin Jianxun did not return to his rented room, but instead went to the Ruixin building. Upon entering the secretarial office, Secretary Han greeted him with a smile. Minister Yun, you're living the life as the Deputy Minister of Security, earning a high salary and gallivanting around. Secretary Han, my salary is just a drop in the bucket compared to yours, Yin Jianxun replied with a smile, amused by her rare jest. Nonsense, Secretary Han scoffed lightly. Yin Jianxun chuckled as he entered the CEO's office. Shangguan Qinxue was dressed in a refined Korean-style suit, her ponytail sleek, exuding an icy elegance. Noticing the absence of Yin Panpan, he curiously asked, Where's Miss Yin? She's sleeping in the villa. Shangguan Qinxue yawned, appearing as if she had just awakened. CEO, were you unable to sleep last night because you were thinking of me? Yin Jianxun teased. Can you be serious? Shangguan Qinshue's mood darkened instantly. Yin Jianxun shrugged, saying, Being serious isn't my forte. You rarely come to the company just to annoy me? Shangguan Qinxue was exasperated, glaring at him. With a feigned innocence, Yin Jianxun replied, How could that be? You are my primary wife, destined to manage my harem. If I were to irritate you to death, where would I find such a capable and virtuous wife? Within moments, she was thoroughly exasperated, wishing she could slap this audacious rogue. Yet, despite her irritation, a flicker of affection had begun to grow within her during this time, disrupting her sleep. At times, images of Yin Jianxun would flood her mind, and whenever she recalled the kiss they shared, a wave of frustration washed over her. Yin Jianxun, don't forget the contract. Every time you tease me, I'll deduct 1,000 from your salary. Shangguan Qinxue coldly reminded him of their agreement. CEO, please don't be so harsh. Silence. Keep talking, and I'll deduct your entire salary for the month. She shot him a fierce glare, her beautiful face radiating coldness. Yin Jianxun, feeling wronged, pleaded, CEO, please don't arbitrarily deduct my salary. I need to buy a house and renovate it. All of that requires money. Don't give me that. You earned over $1 million from that international marathon. That amount is enough for a house, she retorted, rolling her eyes. Yin Jianxun felt a pang of temptation as he emphasized, $1 million isn't nearly enough. I need to earn much more. CEO, how about we make another wager? Go to hell. Dream on. Shangguan Qinxue immediately rejected him, realizing she could no longer judge Yin Jianxun by ordinary standards. He had long transcended the realm of mortals. And to this day, she had yet to receive a call from that person, nor did she know whether Yin Jianxun possessed any advanced technological products. Regardless, she would never gamble with Yin Jianxun. That would be akin to inviting suffering. "President, do consider the plight of someone like me, a mere commoner. In this city of Rome, where housing prices and living costs are exorbitant, if I do not earn more, how will I be able to support you in the future?" Yun Jianshun said earnestly, while Shangguan Qinxue struggled to quell the rising ire within her. She felt that every conversation with Yun Jianshun left her seething with rage. "If you desire money, it is simple enough. Just be honest with me about your secrets, and I shall consider a raise for you," Shangguan Qinxue attempted. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Jianshun rejected the offer, saying, "President, if you were to offer yourself to me, I might reconsider." Shangguan Qinxue, unable to endure any longer, finally erupted and hurled her phone at Yun Jianshun with fierce intent. Quick as lightning, he caught it. However, a flurry of folders followed in rapid succession. Observing the furious Shangguan Qinxue, Yun Jianshun instinctively recoiled, realizing he had taken the joke too far, and he forced a smile, saying, "President, please do not be angry. It is all my fault." "Yun Jianshun, go to hell!" Shangguan Qinxue shouted angrily, bending down to seize her high-heeled shoes and launching them at him. Yun Jianshun swiftly opened the door and dodged, unwilling to remain any longer. Secretary Han observed his furtive demeanor and, hearing the president's furious outburst from inside, couldn't help but smile wryly. Since becoming acquainted with Yun Jianshun, the president had shed her previous icy demeanor, erupting like a volcano from time to time, leaving everyone around her feeling apprehensive. "Secretary Han, please help me persuade the president. Tell her not to take it too hard," Yun Jianshun instructed before departing. Secretary Han retorted angrily, "Come back. You have provoked the president, and now we must help you clean up your mess." "My apologies," Yun Jianshun replied with a slight smile. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him and turned to see Shangguan Qinxue charging out, her purple high-heeled shoes once again aimed at him. He promptly fled, as her anger had not yet subsided. "Yun Jianshun, come back," she bellowed. Secretary Han stood behind Shangguan Qinxue, her heart racing, afraid that the president's fury might be directed at her. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "President, please calm down. You know how he is. Taking him seriously will only drive you mad. Bring me a pair of shoes, and make sure they're the same style," Shangguan Qinxue commanded, pointing to the damaged high heels on the floor. "Understood," Secretary Han replied, shaking her head inwardly. These shoes were not cheap, nearly 10,000, and now they had become an outlet for the president's pent-up frustration. After leaving the Ruixin building, Yun Jianshun pondered how to extract a significant sum from those foreign powers. He decided to inspect some villas to see if any suited his taste and to gather accurate pricing, so he could devise a strategy for making money upon returning. A quick online search revealed that the Bihui Qingshan villa area matched his preferences, boasting over 300 square meters of exquisitely furnished space, with the entire villa priced above 10 million yuan. Taking a taxi, he arrived at the sales office of Bihui Qingshan. Several luxury cars were parked outside, including Maseratis and Lamborghinis. Yun Jianshun glanced at them indifferently before pushing open the door to the sales office. Inside, he found a bustling atmosphere with many real estate agents present, all of whom were attractive, their figures accentuated and faces pleasing. Despite several agents noticing him, none approached to attend to him. Recognizing that his humble attire, costing no more than 200 or 300 yuan, would not attract their interest, Yun Jianshun understood the disparity. Had he arrived in an Armani suit, the situation would likely have been quite different. Among the agents, he noticed the most beautiful one, whose name tag read Zheng Ziwei. She was enthusiastically pitching to a man named Zhang Hai, exclaiming, "This villa is riverside. From the balcony, you can enjoy a stunning river view. The location is excellent, and with the small garden in front, this villa is priced at 12 million, which is quite reasonable." Zhang Hai held the key to a Lamborghini in his hand. Other agents were equally engaged in promoting their properties, some casting flirtatious glances, even adjusting their posture to accentuate their assets. Yun Jianshun shook his head inwardly. For a villa priced over 1 million, the commission would be substantial, which explained the lengths some agents would go to in order to make a sale. Since none of the agents were attending to him, he began to explore the office, listening to their sales pitches. The riverside villa caught his eye, yet despite Zheng Ziwei's best efforts, Zhang Hai remained unmoved. "Mr. Zhang, this villa is truly worth it. If you buy it, I can accompany you," Zheng Ziwei proposed with a lowered voice, which Yun Jianshun heard all too clearly, shaking his head in disapproval. Even without resorting to such tactics, their monthly salaries combined with commissions would be considerable. However, he found their willingness to compromise their integrity for money distasteful. Even with her best efforts, Zhang Hai remained indifferent. "Beautiful lady, may I see that riverside villa?" Yun Jianshun inquired, pointing to the property Zhang Ziwei was attempting to sell. She glanced at him and derisively replied, "Sir, I believe you are in the wrong place." Others nearby turned to observe the interaction, initially sizing up Yun Jianshun's attire, some smirking in mockery. He remained unfazed and coldly retorted, "Is this how you treat your clients?" Just then, another agent wearing a hard hat entered. Zhang Ziwei looked up, sneering, "Lin Xiaoyan, we have told you several times that perception is crucial in our line of work. Some individuals are clearly just browsing, and yet you insist on attending to them, exhausting yourself for no reason. That is your own doing." Her pointed gaze implied that Yun Jianshun belonged to that category. "Zhang Ziwei, I need not your concern. All those who come to view homes are potential clients. To me, there's no difference. I trust no one would be bored enough to come here merely to toy with me. Perhaps they will return to purchase a home in a few days." Lin Xiaoyan countered. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Yun Jianshun, whose outfit stood out like a sore thumb amidst the crowd. Without hesitation, she approached him, asking, "Handsome, what type of property are you interested in?" "A villa," Yun Jianshun replied. "Ha ha, how amusing. This impoverished fellow wishes to buy a villa. It is nothing short of a pipe dream." Zhang Ziwei and her companion scoffed, while Zhang Hai and the other clients laughed openly, looking at Yun Jianshun as if he were a fool. "Handsome, you're not joking with me, are you?" Lin Xiaoyan's expression soured as well. If Yun Jianshun had expressed interest in a regular apartment, she could have believed it. Many people scrimped and saved to afford a home. However, a villa was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Those who could afford one were typically dressed in finery, radiating wealth. She saw nothing of value in Yun Jianshun's appearance. "Do I appear to be delusional?" Yun Jianshun replied coolly. Lin Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, her skepticism evident. "Which villa have you set your sights on?" "That riverside villa," he indicated, and Lin Xiaoyan's brows furrowed deeply, contemplating Yun Jianshun's sanity. Observing his demeanor and actions, he does not appear to be insane. Apart from a state of mental disarray, he could simply be toying with others. "Lin Xiaoyan, did you not assert that everyone is a potential client? You ought to take him for a tour. Who knows, it might lead to substantial profits for you." Zhang Ziwei spoke in a peculiar tone, her words laced with sarcasm. Lin Xiaoyan, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Zhang Ziwei, mind your own business. My affairs do not require your interference." "Handsome, allow me to show you the properties," Lin Xiaoyan said as she led Yun Jianshun away from the sales office, only to be met with a chorus of mocking laughter behind them. Lin Xiaoyan's face flushed with embarrassment. She truly felt exposed. However, upon glancing back, she noted Yun Jianshun's calm demeanor. How could he be so composed? Was it possible he could indeed afford such luxury? No, surely she was indulging in fanciful delusions, Lin Xiaoyan mused bitterly. As they approached the towering buildings still under construction, Yun Jianshun inquired, "Beautiful lady, will the height of these buildings affect the sunlight in the villas?" "Rest assured, it will not," Lin Xiaoyan replied confidently. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the villa that had caught Yun Jianshun's eye. A refreshing breeze from the river swept over them, invigorating Yun Jianshun, while Lin Xiaoyan shivered slightly despite her down jacket, as the winter winds were still biting. He seemed impervious to the cold. Lin Xiaoyan noticed his attire, a mere thin coat, flapping in the wind, revealing his handsome features. To her surprise, he was indeed quite good-looking. She sighed inwardly, resigning herself to accompany him on this excursion. Upon opening the villa's grand door, Yun Jianshun stepped in first, catching a whiff of the lingering scent of fresh renovations. This villa featured a duplex design, with a beautifully crafted circular ceiling above the living room. Lin Xiaoyan began to explain. This circular ceiling draws inspiration from the latest European trends. The accompanying cylindrical lights are perfectly placed. With a crystal chandelier at the center, the entire ambience elevates significantly. Indeed, this design is commendable. Yun Jianshun nodded in approval. On the first floor, we have designed 3 guest rooms. This one is tailored for the elderly, with a more understated decor. The sink and toilet are all from top-tier brands. You need not worry about the renovations, Lin Xiaoyan assured him as she guided him through the guest rooms, bathrooms, and kitchen, showcasing the premium wooden staircase that exuded elegance. The master bedroom on the second floor was spacious, and its decor pleased him greatly, The other 4 rooms were also generously sized and tastefully decorated. There was nothing he found unsatisfactory, except for the lack of furniture. If you decide to purchase this villa, you would only need to acquire some appliances and furniture to move in comfortably, Lin Xiaoyan continued, fully committed to her role despite knowing Yun Jianxin likely could not afford such an extravagant property. I am quite satisfied with everything. Let us proceed to the sales office to sign the contract, Yun Jianxin said with a smile. Sign the contract? Lin Xiaoyan was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you serious, or are you jesting? Not at all. I only have a little over $1 million in cash. I can pay a deposit first, Yun Jianxin replied. Of course, but company policy requires a 10% deposit. This villa costs $12 million, so you would need to pay $1,200,000 as a deposit, Lin Xiaoyan said, her expression tense as she scrutinized him, doubting he could produce such a sum. Yun Jianxin exhaled quietly, genuinely worried that he might not have enough cash on hand. Yet he smiled. No problem. Let us head to the sales office. All right. Lin Xiaoyan was ecstatic, practically bouncing as she walked. The journey that typically took 7 or 8 minutes was completed in just 2 or 3, and upon arrival, they found Zheng Ziwei still pitching the villa. Yun Jianxin had shown interest into Zhang Hai. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyan enter the office, her face beaming with joy, they exchanged puzzled glances. Xiaoyan, why are you so cheerful? One asked. If you sell that riverside villa, would you not be happy? Lin Xiaoyan replied, her smile widening. The others turned to Yun Jianxin, even the wealthy clients who had arrived in luxury cars, staring at him in disbelief. Zheng Ziwei coldly remarked, do not celebrate prematurely. Until the contract is signed, anything could happen. You might end up embarrassed. Handsome. Lin Xiaoyan felt a twinge of anxiety from her words, but Yun Jianxin reassured her. Focus on your work. Ignore the others. Very well, she said, steeling herself. Shortly after, the contract was prepared. Yun Jianxin reviewed the terms and found nothing amiss. The deposit was 10%, and the remaining balance was due within 2 weeks, or else it would be considered a breach of contract, turning the deposit into a penalty. Gathering over 10 million in 2 weeks would be challenging, but with numerous foreign clients waiting, he felt confident he could manage it. Yun Jianxin produced his bank card, watching painfully as 120,000 was deducted, the largest expense of his life. Lin Xiaoyan, seeing the company account reflect the successful transaction, finally felt relief wash over her. Handsome, your payment has been made. Signing the contract will finalize it, she announced joyfully. Yun Jianxin quickly signed the contract, leaving the others dumbfounded. Some saleswomen even checked Lin Xiaoyan's exclusive company account, staring at the balance with regret. The most regretful of all was Zheng Ziwei, whose beautiful face twitched in disbelief. Fuming, I must have been blind to treat a show-off like a god. Who are you calling a show-off? Zhang Hai seethed, anger flashing in his eyes. If you have the means, why not buy that villa yourself? Zheng Ziwei shot back. Damn it. Zhang Hai raised his hand to slap her, exclaiming, who says I cannot afford it? Zheng Ziwei shot him a resentful glare after receiving the blow, which only fueled Zhang Hai's rage further. Previously, he had mocked Yun Jianxin, believing him to be a rustic unable to afford a villa, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of his embarrassment. Now, having witnessed Yun Jianxin purchase the property, it felt like a slap to his face, stinging painfully. Zheng Ziwei's taunts only served to ignite his fury further, leading him to lash out. Zhang Hai approached Yun Jianxin menacingly, saying, Kid, transfer the contract to me, and I'll give you $1 million. What? Yun Jianxin was incensed, laughing in disbelief. How dare someone attempt to strong-arm him into a deal, demanding he lose 20,000. Stop playing dumb. If I offer you $1 million, you should be grateful. Otherwise, you won't see a single cent. Zhang Hai's attitude was brazen and threatening. Is that so? Yun Jianxin calmly pulled out a chair, replying coolly, if you're so confident, show me what you've got. You. Zhang Hai's expression darkened, resembling that of a donkey. The onlookers watched in anticipation. With so many eyes upon him, Zhang Hai couldn't afford to lose face. He stormed out of the sales office, pulling out his phone to make a call. Brother Wu, this is Zhang Hai. I'm at the Bai Shui Qingshan sales office, and a rustic has snatched the property I had my eye on. Can you come over to deal with it? Sure, I'll be there shortly. Thanks, Brother Wu. Zhang Hai returned to the sales office, glaring at Yun Jianxin and warning. Rustic, I advise you to be smart and take 50,000 and walk away. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Fool, Yun Jianxin retorted coolly. Handsome, This individual has connections to the underworld. Lin Xiaoyan cautioned. No worries. I refuse to believe they would dare commit violence in broad daylight, Yun Jinshan replied, remaining unfazed by Lin Xiaoyan's warning. The rustic fool dared to provoke me. If I do not deal with you severely, others might think that I, Zhang Hai, am easy to bully. Zhang Hai wore a fierce expression, and his gaze suddenly shot towards Zhang Ziwei, causing her face to pale. She realized that her earlier words had offended him and immediately said, Mr. Zhang, I wasn't referring to you. Zhang Hai Gonlis Go. It was all this rustic fool's fault. Zhang Ziwei unexpectedly launched an attack against Yun Jinshan, hoping to win Zhang Hai's forgiveness by disparaging him. Zhang Hai felt somewhat pleased with her actions and nodded, saying, This idiot is indeed insufferable. Do you have time tonight? Zhang Ziwei remained silent, fully aware of his intentions. Seeing the ferocity in Zhang Hai's eyes, she promptly nodded. I have time. I can take a leave to accompany you then. Zhang Hai grinned with satisfaction. Not only would he secure the villa contract today, but he could also enjoy the company of a saleswoman for free. He was already contemplating how to teach this oblivious saleswoman a lesson. Checking the time, Zhang Hai estimated that Wu Ge would arrive soon and threatened Yun Jinshan. Fool. I'm offering you 100,000. If you have any sense, transfer the contract and get lost before me, and I want to pursue this matter. Are you sure you want to be so ruthless? Yun Jinshan replied coldly. Haha, you rustic fool must be from the countryside. Someone like you. I could easily leave half of you crippled. Zhang Hai laughed maniacally. Just then, a BMW pulled up outside, and a burly man with a fierce countenance emerged from the passenger seat, followed by 4 subordinates. Zhang Hai quickly pulled out a Chinese cigarette and approached respectfully, saying, Wu Ge, you've arrived. Where's that rustic fool? The bald man took the cigarette and strode into the sales office. Wu Heng, I heard you want to deal with me? Yun Jinshan's tone was cold and indifferent. Upon Wu Heng's arrival, he recognized the several subordinates he brought, members of the Etian Alliance. Wu Heng stormed into the sales office, intending to capture and beat the rustic fool. Suddenly, he heard Brother Chun's voice, which felt surreal. How could Brother Chun be here? Following the sound, he immediately saw Yun Jinshan sitting in a chair, coldly observing him. A shiver ran down Wu Heng's spine, and the cigarette he had just lit fell to the ground. Although he was currently a prominent figure in the Etian Alliance, he knew all too well that the man before him could dictate his life and death. Wu Ge, this fool is. Zhang Hai, oblivious to the shock in Wu Heng's eyes and his flustered state, pointed at Yun Jinshan with an air of arrogance. Wu Heng snapped back to reality and, with all his strength, struck Zhang Hai across the face. The slap resounded loudly, leaving Zhang Hai dazed, covering his face and saying, Wu Ge, you got the wrong person. Damn it. Wu Heng kicked him in the abdomen, and at that moment, the other members of the Etian Alliance also noticed Yun Jinshan. Realizing that Zhang Hai had incited them to teach Brother Chen a lesson, fear surged within them, and they pounced on Zhang Hai like wolves, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. They were intent on inflicting severe harm, fully aware of the dire consequences if Brother Chen were to become enraged. Stop hitting me. Wu Ge, Zhang Hai cried out in agony. Wu Heng commanded, enough. The subordinates ceased their assault, but not before delivering one last kick, leaving Zhang Hai bloodied. Zhang Hai, Wu Heng barked. Wu Ge, I truly haven't offended you. Zhang Hai, confused as to how he had provoked Wu Heng, received another slap from him and was ordered, you better kneel before Brother Chen and beg for forgiveness. If he forgives you, everything can be settled. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Zhang Hai's face turned even paler, and he stammered, I didn't offend Brother Chen. At that moment, Wu Heng's subordinates approached Yun Jinshan, bowing respectfully. Zhang Hai's legs turned to jelly upon realizing that the young man he had previously insulted was, in fact, Brother Chen, as mentioned by Wu Heng. Wu Ge, you must be mistaken. Zhang Hai shook his head in disbelief. Wu Heng roughly grabbed his hair, disregarding his cries, dragging him before Yun Jinshan, and mercilessly kicked his knee. Zhang Hai screamed and felt his knees before Yun Jinshan. The others were stunned. This seemingly ordinary man held significant power. Zhang Ziwei's face lost all color as well. Crawling from a distance, she repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, please spare me. Wu Heng, recognizing that this saleswoman had also offended Brother Chen, rushed over and kicked her head. Zhang Ziwei screamed and scrambled back to her feet. Handsome. Could you spare Zhang Ziwei? Lin Xiaoyan, feeling uneasy about witnessing Zheng Zui's beating, softly pleaded for her. Soon, company leaders arrived with a group of people. Lin Quan, take your people and leave. Wu Heng coldly shouted. The company leader, who clearly recognized Wu Heng, stammered, Wu Ge, please don't escalate this matter. Let us just settle it peacefully. Get lost. Wu Heng roared. Lin Quan had no choice but to leave with his people. Everyone in the sales office understood the terrifying background of Wu Heng, and the young man referred to as Brother Chun was even more formidable. Observing Zheng Ziwei, now bloodied, Yin Jinshin commanded, Wu Heng, let her go. Yes, Brother Chun. Wu Heng complied. Seeing Wu Heng's obedience to Yin Jinshin crushed the last glimmer of hope in Zhang Hai's heart. He bowed repeatedly, pleading, Brother Chun, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Yin Jinshan's cold voice cut through the air. Zhang Hai, I have a deposit of 2 million for the house, yet you think 10,000 will suffice to dismiss me. How do you propose we settle this? Brother Chun, I will cover the remaining balance. Zhang Hai, having navigated through many challenges, quickly grasped Yin Jinshan's intent. Then go and handle it. This is your compensation for my mental distress. Understood? Yin Jinshan regarded him indifferently. Zhang Hai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. What do you all say? Yin Jinshan inquired of the others, who promptly expressed their understanding, fearing to offend him. Zhang Hai had not only been beaten severely, but was also liable for a staggering mental distress compensation. Undoubtedly the most exorbitant ever recorded. Yet, no one dared to murmur, as they understood that it was less about Zhang Hai compensating 1 million and more about him purchasing his life for 1 million. Despite driving a Lamborghini, Zhang Hai lacked 1 million in cash, so he made several phone calls to gather the money. Yin Jinshan took out the contract, reorganized it, and after considerable time, finalized all the paperwork. In this manner, he spent over 1 million to acquire a villa valued at 12 million. Lifting his spirits as he patted Zhang Hai on the shoulder, Zhang Hai involuntarily trembled, fearfully asking, Brother Chun, do you have any instructions? Be a good person and refrain from acting recklessly. Yin Jinshan advised sincerely before preparing to leave. Wu Heng instructed one of his subordinates, drive Brother Chun home. He also ordered the others to follow suit. Yin Jinshan cast a calm glance at Wu Heng before getting into the BMW and departing. Until Yin Jinshan departed, Wu Heng turned to Zhang Hai and said, you are truly courting disaster. Even if you offend the secretary of the municipal committee, it matters little. How dare you cross Brother Chun? Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, no one would be able to protect you. Brother Wu, who is Brother Chun? Zhang Hai inquit mi li. Do you wish to perish? Wu Heng glared fiercely, exuding an intimidating aura, causing Zhang Hai to immediately fall silent. I remain here out of respect for our long-standing friendship. If you dare to offend Brother Chun again, prepare to meet your end. Wu Heng, aware of the young man's capabilities, felt a twinge of concern for his persistence, thus issuing a final warning. At that moment, Yin Jinshin felt a surge of joy and instructed his subordinate to escort him to the entrance of the Taijiang District Public Security Bureau. After they departed, Yin Jinshin purchased 99 crimson roses from a nearby flower shop, their vibrant petals glistening with freshness. He returned to the police station, roses in hand. The previous day's clash with the guardian goddess of the precinct had stirred quite a commotion, and nearly everyone had seen Yin Jinshin. Upon his arrival, nods of recognition rippled through the crowd. When Shun Gongtan learned of his presence, he hurried out from his office, bowing respectfully, Brother Chun, have you come to see sister-in-law? Lead me to her office. With a smile, Yin Jinshin replied, indeed. Shin Gongtan guided him to Lu Siyuan's office before discreetly excusing himself. Inside, Lu Siyuan was engrossed in documents. Upon hearing the commotion, she looked up and was taken aback by the sight of the red roses in his hands, stirring an inexplicable emotion within her. With a feigned coldness, she asked, what brings you here? My dear wife, I have come to see you. Yin Jinshin responded, have you already forgotten my words? So soon? Lu Siyuan furrowed her brows, her expression growing even frostier. One becomes accustomed to it. You should too, Yin Jinshin smiled. You may leave now, Lu Siyuan declared, signaling the end of his visit. I wish for you to accompany me to purchase appliances and furniture, Yin Jinshin stated, placing the roses on her desk. Lu Siyuan regarded him with suspicion. Where do you plan to rent? Do not underestimate your husband. I have just acquired a villa in the Bihue, Qingshan district, fully renovated, needing only appliances and furniture, he declared, unable to suppress an eye roll at her disbelief. You must be joking. Those villas cost at least 10 million. Can you afford that? What if I bought it? Yun Jianshun shot her a meaningful glance. Lu Siyuan, slightly irritated, retorted, "Were your eyes wandering? If I indeed purchased the villa, would you then agree to my courtship? Dream on. Am I the kind of person who is swayed by wealth?" Lu Siyuan's temper flared. Yun Jianshun chuckled. "If you were that kind of person, I wouldn't be interested in you. However, since you doubt me, let us wager. It might be right up your alley." He suddenly called out to those outside, "Come in." Shin Gongtan and the others entered, and Lu Siyuan's expression soured, her face alternating between crimson and pale. "You dare to eavesdrop? Captain Lu, heed my advice and accept Brother Chen's pursuit," one suggested. "Captain, apart from Brother Chen, no one else is worthy of you. Look at what he has done for you. He even bought a villa. Is there any man more exceptional than him?" To Lu Siyuan's astonishment, they all rallied in support of Yun Jianshun, even persuading her. Not only was she shocked, but Yun Jianshun also found their sudden shift in attitude bewildering, having faced their hostility just the day before. "Have you all lost your minds?" Lu Siyuan scowled. "Captain Lu, if you marry Brother Chen, we have no complaints. He is an extraordinary individual. But if someone else pursues you, it would be a tragedy akin to a fine cabbage being ravaged by swine, and we cannot bear that." Due to a prior agreement, they were barred from pursuing Lu Siyuan. Thus they were determined to match her with Yun Jianshun. This way, they could at least avoid feeling aggrieved. Should someone else claim her, they would be beside themselves with rage. "Leave. All of you get out." Lu Siyuan's fury erupted, prompting Shan Gongtan and the others to retreat from the office. "If you refuse to accompany me, I will have to find someone else," Yun Jianshun declared, preparing to depart. After much contemplation, Lu Siyuan asked, "You are not deceiving me, are you? When have I ever deceived you?" Yun Jianshun countered. Producing the villa key, he added, "Here is the key to the villa, but we need to change it to a fingerprint entry system." Lu Siyuan accepted the key, noting the villa number engraved upon it, and her skepticism began to wane. "Are you swindling the Americans and the Japanese?" "Absolutely not. I'm simply taking advantage of these big fat sheep. My knife isn't sharp enough yet, and having purchased a villa, I am in need of funds to spend," Yun Jianshun replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Do not underestimate others, or you may find yourself ensnared," Lu Siyuan cautioned coldly. Yun Jianshun, displeased, retorted, "What manner of speech is that? I am not concerned with your affairs. If you wish to buy appliances and furniture, we must first visit the villa to compile a list of what to purchase, and analyze which styles best suit the decor," Lu Siyuan insisted. Indeed, Yun Jianshun concurred, recognizing the wisdom in her words. As Lu Siyuan drove him to the villa, she was captivated by the stunning scenery, particularly the riverside view. Once inside, her astonishment only grew. "Yun Jianshun, how did you acquire such wealth? Did you rob someone?" she questioned, scrutinizing him. "Nonsense. This is merely compensation for emotional distress from others," he replied, slightly annoyed. "Pervert, you tricked me again," Lu Siyuan exclaimed, playfully kicking him. "Where's the deception? I speak only the truth." Chasing him throughout the villa, Lu Siyuan pursued him in mock anger. But Yun Jianshun swiftly embraced her and passionately kissed her. Chapter 49, The Alien Mask. Ugh. Lu Siyuan struggled fiercely, yet Yun Jianshun's strength was overwhelming, rendering her powerless. After a moment, he laughed heartily and escaped. Lu Siyuan stomped her foot in frustration. "I'm such a fool, allowing that wretched lecher to kiss me again." Following their playful scuffle, they compiled a list of the appliances and furniture they needed before heading into the city to shop. In the living room, Lu Siyuan insisted on a 75-inch Sony LCD television, priced at $3,349, causing Yun Jianshun's heart to race as he urged, "That is far too expensive. Let us choose another. Impossible. The television wall in the villa is enormous. How can we not buy a 75-inch screen?" Lu Siyuan firmly rejected his suggestion, shooting him a fierce glare. Yun Jianshun fell silent as she proceeded to select a Siemens refrigerator costing over $6,000, along with a television for the bedroom, each priced in the thousands. Frowning, he remarked, "Wife, why do you only choose the most expensive items? What? You haven't even agreed to be my boyfriend, and you already wish to dictate my choices?" Lu Siyuan shot him a chilling look, though internally she reveled in her strategy to make Yun Jianshun spend extravagantly. Having been forcefully kissed multiple times, she found herself enraged, and since she could not overpower him, she redirected her frustration into their shopping spree. with the purchases still incomplete. Yun Jinshan's bank card was emptied of over 200,000 yuan, leaving him seething with indignation. Were it not for Lu Siyuan being the woman he envisioned as his wife, he would have certainly lost his temper with her. "Wife, I am out of money. We will have to stop shopping for today," Yun Jinshan whispered, pulling her aside. Lu Siyuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in her heart, yet she feigned reluctance, saying, "No way. I've finally managed to go shopping, and you won't let me buy anything? If I were to become your wife in the future, wouldn't I'd be completely under your thumb?" Yun Jinshan, fully aware of her little ploy, gritted his teeth and retorted, "This money is mine, but it's yours too. Before you squander it all, you better think carefully. Go to hell. I couldn't care less." Lu Siyuan rolled her eyes at him and remarked, "I know you have a Guangda bank credit card with a limit of 6,000, which you obtained during your university days, and you've only used it once since then. You're ruthless." Yun Jinshan was incensed, for Lu Siyuan was a police officer, and they had clashed before. She had thoroughly grasped his weaknesses, and now, even his Guangda bank credit card had been completely drained. He was left with a mere 30 yuan in cash. Seeing Yun Jinshan's sorrowful and impoverished expression filled Lu Siyuan with a sense of vindictive pleasure, as she couldn't help but smile. "Spendthrift," Yun Jinshan said indignantly. He instructed the mall staff to deliver the appliances and furniture directly to his villa. Lu Siyuan provided them with the villa's address and took Yun Jinshan back to her apartment. Watching her organize her belongings, Yun Jinshan felt an immediate surge of joy, dispelling his previous grievances. He chuckled, "Wife, are you moving into the villa?" "Of course," Lu Siyuan replied cheerfully. Yun Jinshan's smile brightened even more as he joined her in tidying up. Before long, they returned to the villa, where the mall staff had arrived with several installation workers. Aside from the chandelier that wasn't purchased, all other furniture and appliances were acquired, and within half an hour, everything was installed. The sofa was in place, and after sending the workers off, Yun Jinshan ascended the stairs to find Lu Siyuan arranging the bedding, which made his heart flutter. He could already envision the carefree days ahead of cohabiting with a police officer. What bliss it would be. "Wife, I'll go tidy up a bit too," Yun Jinshan stated, hastily departing. On his way, he stopped at a fabric store to buy a large piece of cloth. He organized all his wearable clothes and placed necessary items into a bathtub, wrapping the entire tub securely with the cloth. After saying goodbye to his landlady, Sister Yen, and receiving his deposit, he returned upstairs. Shortly after, he came down, carrying the bathtub. "Yun Jinshan, what on earth is that?" "Nothing, just something I bought recently," he casually replied to Sister Yan's inquiry as he exited the makeshift housing area. Many onlookers paused, curious about his burden. After a considerable wait, a truck finally arrived. As only a truck could accommodate the enormous bathtub, after a 30-minute ride, he returned to the villa, having spent another 100 yuan on the fare. To his surprise, the villa's gate was closed. Puzzled, he rang the doorbell several times. "Who is it?" Lu Siyuan's slightly displeased voice came from inside. "Your husband is back. Hurry and open the door," he responded. "Go away," Lu Siyuan shouted back. Yun Jinshan chuckled in amusement, but after a few minutes of waiting without a response, he urged, "Wife, open the door. Get lost. This is my villa, Lu Siyuan. If you keep shouting outside, I'll call the police." "Really?" Yun Jinshan was amused, saying, "Wife, stop being mischievous and open the door." When the door finally opened, Lu Siyuan stood there, blocking the entrance. "If you want to enter the villa, you must pay rent." "What?" Yun Jinshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Siyuan, with a cool expression, stated, "This is a luxurious villa, and I will charge you 3,000 yuan in monthly rent. Not too expensive, right? This is my villa." Yun Jinshan gritted his teeth, emphasizing his point. He finally understood why Lu Siyuan was so eager to accompany him in purchasing appliances and was delighted to move in. She had ulterior motives. "It's no longer yours." Lu Siyuan waved her right index finger at him, declaring, "From the moment I moved into this villa, it became mine. You are taking advantage of me." Yun Jinshan suppressed his impulse to act out and advised, "Wife, don't force me to take drastic measures. If you touch me again before we establish a proper relationship, I'll leave the villa and vanish to a place you'll never find." Lu Siyuan's voice carried a note of resolve. Yun Jinshan immediately lost his temper. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had genuinely developed feelings for her. Being with her brought him joy, and the thought of her disappearing from his life was unbearable. "What do you say we discuss this further once I'm inside the villa?" he suggested. "Fine." Lu Siyuan stepped aside, saying, "I'll be on the second floor. You can only stay on the first floor. You are not permitted upstairs without my permission." Yun Jianshun was seething, but no matter how he argued, Lu Siyuan remained steadfast in her stance. Ultimately, he conceded. Aside from the restriction on the second floor, she made no further demands. However, she remained adamant about the 3,000 yuan rent, showing no willingness to negotiate. "All right, consider it my allowance for you," Yun Jianshan said. Exasperated, Lu Siyuan finally smiled, saying, "Now that's a good man. Don't sulk. So many people wish to cohabit with me, but can't. Well, you've managed to do it. Think of it that way, and your mood will improve." Yun Jianshan attempted to adopt her perspective, which did indeed lighten his mood. But then he felt dejected again. After all, this was his villa, and now he was not only relegated to a guest room, but also required to pay 3,000 yuan monthly. Watching Lu Siyuan's cheerful demeanor made Yun Jianshan grit his teeth in frustration. "Remember, don't go upstairs. I need to return to the police station to handle some matters." Lu Siyuan warned him before leaving. As he watched her depart, Yun Jianshan, still simmering with anger, exclaimed, "Little girl, if you dare to swindle me, I'll make sure to get even with you countless times." After sitting on the sofa and watching television for a while, Yun Jianshan's discontent began to dissipate. After all, Lu Siyuan held a special place in his heart. She was the woman he had chosen. Making her happy wasn't such a daunting task. After resting on the sofa for a bit, he thought of the Starry Immortal Chess. With 401 merit points, he could activate the Starry Immortal Chess. Yun Jianshan stood up, closed the door, and entered a guest room, pulling the curtains shut. He took out the Starry Immortal Chess, took a deep breath, and pushed a piece forward. Instantly, a system-like voice echoed in his mind. "Chess move successful, consuming 400 merit points. Balance, 1 merit points." A black light gradually emerged on the chessboard, blindingly bright. It was so dazzling that Yun Jianshan could hardly look at it, causing him to blink. In the brief moment that followed, the black light dissipated, revealing a black mask on the board. Nothing else. Yun Jianshan examined it closely, feeling puzzled. The black mask appeared rather unremarkable, yet had consumed all his 400 merit points. Reflecting on the previous prizes he had obtained, he believed the black mask must possess some extraordinary quality. When he touched the black mask, there was no reaction. However, when he picked it up and donned it, an inexplicable energy flowed from the mask into his body. Simultaneously, a piece of information flooded his mind. Alien mask, that was the name of the black mask. He felt changes occurring within his skeletal structure, as both his bones and facial muscles transformed. In the midst of this transformation, Yun Jianshan experienced unparalleled agony. Even with his current physique, he found it somewhat unbearable and could not help but let out soft groans of pain. This process lasted merely over 20 seconds. Yet to Yun Jianshan, it felt as though it stretched on for several minutes. After a while, the pain subsided entirely, and he sensed that his height had seemingly increased. When he approached the mirror to gaze at his reflection, he was immediately taken aback. The figure in the mirror bore features so exquisitely chiseled. It was as if sculpted by a master artisan. He was strikingly handsome, the most captivating individual Yun Jianshan had ever encountered. In comparison, the current crop of youthful stars paled significantly. More importantly, the innate air of nobility he possessed was unmatched by anyone else. In disbelief, he touched his chin and murmured dreamily, "Is this me?" Chapter 50. Another identity. Yun Jianshan stood before the mirror, rooted in place for an extended period, unable to fathom that wearing the alien mask could result in such a drastic alteration of his appearance. To be precise, it was not just his face, but his entire being that had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering his former self unrecognizable. In essence, donning the mask had rendered him an entirely different person. Even his voice had changed, acquiring a magnetic quality. Furthermore, there were no traces of the alien mask on his visage, for it had seamlessly merged with him. Quietly reciting a mantra in his heart, he observed as his skeletal structure shifted slightly, his height reverting to 178 centimeters. Under his gaze, a black mask gradually emerged on his face in the mirror. Removing the alien mask, he once again became Yun Jianshan, unchanged in any way. After scrutinizing his reflection to ensure there were no alterations, he donned the alien mask once more and repeated the process until he was reassured that the mask bore no side effects. Possessing the alien mask meant he effectively wielded two identities. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A message had arrived. Upon checking, Yun Jianshan found it to be an investigative report from Wuhan. The foreign representatives visiting Rome City included dignitaries from Japan, the United States, the British Empire, France, Russia, and various Asian nations like Vietnam. All were intent on extracting him, and numerous representatives had contacted the Heartless Alliance, promising substantial rewards. Japan, the United States, the British Empire, France, Russia. Once again, these 8 nations converged upon China. As he surveyed the list, a fierce glint flashed in Yun Jinshan's eyes. The 8-nation alliance had invaded China before, mercilessly slaughtering countless defenseless compatriots and committing unspeakable atrocities. Now, with an opportunity for retribution presenting itself, Yun Jianshan would not let it slip away. After pondering for a considerable time, while seated on his bed, he finally devised a strategy. With the alien mask at his disposal, he could entirely assume another identity, and he planned to wreak havoc upon Japan and the Western powers. Grasping his phone, he called Chun Jing, instructing him to gather the previous brothers and meet him at their usual running practice venue, as he needed them to help him film a video. Understood, Brother Chun, Chun Jing replied. After ending the call, Yun Jinshan exited, dialing Chun Jing again en route, directing him to purchase an outfit and a baseball cap from a clothing store. Upon arriving at the designated location, it wasn't long before Chun Jing and the others arrived. Brother Chun, they greeted reverently, their eyes glimmering with admiration. The masked emperor, the most popular figure at present, was their elder brother, Chun. Naturally, they felt immense pride as his subordinates. Chun Jing was remarkably reliable and had brought a mask along. Soon enough, Yun Jianshan changed into the new attire, wrapping himself up securely. He instructed them, make sure the footage looks natural, capturing it from covert angle. Then upload it online. Understood. Let's begin. After several attempts, they finally captured a video that satisfied Yun Jianshan. As soon as the video was uploaded online, it created a sensation, with major media outlets clamoring to report on it. Before long, the Rome City television station aired the video of the masked emperor being filmed covertly, igniting the city's fervor. In a room at the Shangri-La Hotel in Rome City, several Japanese individuals watched the video broadcasted by the local television station, their excitement palpable. Leading them was Takahashi Shinya, the vice president of the Japanese Olympic Committee, tasked with recruiting the masked emperor. He commanded, if you fail to locate the masked emperor this time, prepare to pack your bags and leave. Vice President Takahashi, we will not let you down again. The Japanese representatives responded obediently, quickly setting their plans into motion. The Shangri-La Hotel also housed a group of Americans, including Johnson, the vice president of the U.S. Olympic Committee. The television in their room was tuned to the Rome City station, showcasing the wildly popular masked emperor video. What do you make of this video? Johnson inquired of his subordinates. President, although the footage is not entirely clear, the speed exhibited by this individual indicates that he possesses extraordinary abilities. He must be the masked emperor, Mike analyzed. They had come from the United States to Rome City with a singular purpose, to bring the masked emperor back at any cost. Despite the United States being recognized as a powerhouse in athletics, failing to recruit the masked emperor would jeopardize their standing, an outcome that the U.S. authorities would not tolerate. Indeed, this person is likely the previously vanished masked emperor. You must locate him. If we can find him before the local underworld does, we can save a significant expenditure. Johnson pondered briefly before issuing orders. President, we know what to do. Quickly, do not let anyone else get ahead of you, Johnson urged. Such scenarios unfolded in dozens of hotels across Rome City. Ever since the masked emperor shot to fame during the Rome City Marathon, representatives from numerous countries had been dispatched to recruit him. They understood that securing the masked emperor would mean monopolizing their nation's prowess in athletics. Be it the 100 meters, 200 meters, 5,000 meters, or even the 10,000 meters. These events would become theirs for the taking. In peacetime, sports serve as a battleground, symbolizing a nation's strength and honor. They would not miss the opportunity to recruit the masked emperor, should China secure him. It would undoubtedly allow them to surge ahead in athletics. At that point, how would they compete against China on the grand stage of the Olympics? This was the concern of both the United States and European powers. Meanwhile, Yun Jianshan was not idle either. He called Wu Hong and said, my junior brother has just come down from the mountain. He lacks identification, which poses numerous inconveniences in the city. I instructed him to seek you out. Please assist him in obtaining an ID. Since he grew up in the mountains without family, feel free to fill in any address. Brother Chen, no problem. Have him come find me. I will take care of it, Wu Hong promptly replied. Yin Jianxian donned the alien mask and took a photo of himself to send to Wu Hong. Upon receiving the message, Wu Hong immediately responded, Brother Chen, your junior brother is exceptionally handsome. Of course, he is my junior brother, Yin Jianxian. How could he not be handsome? His name is Li Tianfeng. Do not provoke him, or you will face the consequences, Yin Jianxian replied with a smile, indulging in a bit of self-praise. Even he was taken aback by his own extraordinarily handsome visage after putting on the alien mask. After ending the call, he left the villa and soon arrived at a secluded corner, where he donned the alien mask and made his way to the Etienne bar. Handsome, you are even better looking in person than in the photos. With your looks, you could charm anyone, Wu Hong exclaimed upon seeing him. Enough chatter, Yin Jianxian retorted coldly. Hearing the distinctly magnetic tone of his voice, Wu Hang's heart sank, nearly forgetting the warning from Brother Chen. Indeed, Brother Chen's junior brother was not to be trifled with. Wu Hong could never have imagined that the so-called junior brother of Yin Jianxian was, in fact, Yin Jianxian himself. Throughout the journey, Yin Jianxian remained silent, despite the fact that he had donned a unique mask, transforming his appearance entirely. For the sake of caution, he refrained from engaging in conversation with Wu Hong. The fear of inadvertently revealing something sensitive loomed large. Wu Hong personally escorted him to a nearby police station, where the station chief greeted them with warmth. The process of obtaining an identification card proceeded smoothly. As for the address on the ID, Yin Jianxian deliberately selected number 47, Fumin Road, Longtu Village, Wanhua Town, Kaili City, Guizhou Province. This choice was made because the household had long been abandoned, and 20 years prior, a son had gone missing from there. Thus, even if inquiries were made, nothing substantial would be discovered. Sir, you may collect your ID tomorrow afternoon, the station chief said, bidding them farewell with a smile. Yin Jianxian sighed inwardly. For an ordinary person, acquiring an ID would necessitate complete documentation and take several days. Yet for someone with connections like him, it was a matter of ease. Upon leaving the police station, Yin Jianxian returned to his villa. As soon as he arrived home, Lu Siyuan called, inquiring, You orchestrated that video online, did you? Have you started deceiving people? Of course, after being swindled by you until I was destitute, I must find some means to survive. Besides, they traveled all the way to China. As the host, I ought to treat them well, Yin Jianxian replied, still somewhat indignant. Swindle a bit more, Lu Siyuan teased, detecting the hint of resentment in his tone, which prompted her to smile brightly. Like hell, I intend to swindle at least $10 million, Yin Jianxian chuckled. Don't be naive. Do you think they're that foolish? If you set your demands too high, they will certainly insist on a contract or something similar. If you dare to become a traitor for money, even if you hide in Tokyo, I will come after you with a knife, Lu Siyuan warned him, genuinely worried that he might be persuaded by the other party. She understood Yin Jianxian's immense value. He could bring untold honor to a nation if he chose to, and no one could halt his progress. Furthermore, she knew that Japan invested heavily in sports and might offer various tempting conditions to recruit him. Dear wife, if you continue to doubt my character, I will have to spank you when you come home, Yin Jianxian retorted, slightly annoyed. Don't let me down, Lu Siyuan said before hanging up. Shortly thereafter, Shangguan Qinshue called, asking, That video was intentionally staged by you, right? What do you intend to do? Chapter 51. If not you, then whom? President, I am quite impoverished, Yin Jianxian succinctly replied. Shangguan Qinshue paused before asking, Don't tell me you plan to deceive them? That's not deception. It's a mutual agreement. These foreigners traveled a great distance to seek me out. I must extend the courtesy of a host. Wouldn't you agree? Yin Jianxian said nonchalantly, while Shangguan Qinshue's heart raced with concern. The audacity of this rogue to target those foreign representatives was infuriating. Composing herself, she advised Yin Jianxian, don't act recklessly. If this escalates, no one will be able to protect you. Shangguan Qinshue contemplated more deeply than Lu Siyuan. No nation would tolerate being swindled, and retaliation would be inevitable. Regardless of individual strength, one cannot contend with an entire nation. She was aware that developed nations, including the United States and Japan, harbored animosity toward China's rise and would unite to suppress it. If Yin Jianxian were to deceive them, the thought alone sent shivers down her spine. If you need money, just tell me. Don't take any drastic measures, Shangguan Qinshue said, filled with concern. Rest assured, I know my limits. Yun Jianxin replied before ending the call. Standing beside Shangwan Qinxue, Yin Panpan was not surprised to learn that Yun Jianxin had orchestrated the online video. What astonished her was his intention to swindle the foreign representatives visiting Rongqing. Qinxue, this rogue has some audacity, Yin Panpan remarked, her eyes wide with disbelief. I've tried to advise him, but he is resolute, Shangwan Qinxue sighed, feeling helpless. This is self-destructive, Yin Panpan said, shaking her head. We must find him. Shangwan Qinxue, still uneasy, understood the gravity of the situation, given her background. Let us just call him to come here, Yin Panpan suggested, her frustration evident. Shangwan Qinxue complied, dialing Yun Jianxin's number again, saying, you need to come here immediately. President, I'm currently occupied. Yun Jianxin replied hastily before hanging up. When she tried again, the call went straight to voicemail. In disbelief, Shangwan Qinxue stared at her phone. Since she had known him, he had always listened to her. This abrupt dismissal was unprecedented. Anger surged within her. How dare he hang up on me? That's intolerable. Slap him. Yin Panpan chimed in, equally indignant. With Yun Jianxin's previous residence address in hand, they hurried there, only to learn from the landlord that he had already moved out. What do we do now, Qinxue? Yin Panpan asked, feeling a loss. Rongqing was neither too large nor too small, making the search for the elusive Yun Jianxin akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Let us go back, Shangwan Qinxue said coldly, her frustration palpable. As night fell, Yun Jianxin emerged from a shadowy corner, his unique mask rendering him strikingly handsome. His destination was the Huiyang Hotel, where the representatives from Vietnam were staying. He harbored a deep disdain for Vietnam, a historical vassal state that now sought to align with the United States against China, often stirring conflict in the South China Sea, which had made him a target. Yinjun, what do you think that damned masked figure might be? How would I know? We searched for so long without any leads. Ruan Jingtian and Lin Yanjun, subordinates of Chen Mingyu, the Minister of Sports for Vietnam, lamented as they exited the Huiyang Hotel, oblivious to the fact that someone was seated in the hotel lobby. That person was Zhao Kaming, a subordinate of Chen Jing. He promptly sent a text message. Target has exited the hotel. Just as Ruan Jingtian and his companion took a few steps outside, they witnessed a robbery in progress, with an assailant snatching a wallet and fleeing. Interesting, Ruan Jingtian scoffed. Too bad it's an isolated incident. If there were nationwide chaos, we could make a mark in the South China Sea. Lin Yanjun smirked, but suddenly they spotted a figure dashing towards the robber. Remarkable speed. The individual moved with astonishing swiftness, seemingly faster than Bolt himself. The two exchanged glances of surprise and excitement. It must be him. Chase after him. Ruan Jingtian and Lin Yanjun hastily pursued, only to find themselves increasingly distanced from the enigmatic figure. Their certainty grew. The one chasing the robber was indeed the masked figure they had been desperately searching for, none other than Yun Jianxin, donning his unique mask. Though the robber had gained a significant lead, Yun Jianxin soon caught up, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Damn it, you'd better wait for me. The assailant quickly scrambled to his feet, cursing as he attempted to flee, only to be seized by Yun Jianxin, who struck him in the face, causing blood to flow freely. Stop hitting me. The criminal shrieked in agony as Yun Jianxin delivered several resounding slaps, swelling his cheeks. A powerful kick sent him sprawling, leaving behind the stolen wallet as he fled in a panic, while the victimized girl hurried over. Yun Jianxin returned the wallet to her, and she gazed at him in awe, astonished by such striking handsomeness. Even Ruan Jingtian, who had seen much of the world through his travels with his superiors, marveled internally. He had encountered a few Hollywood stars, yet compared to the man before him, those celebrities paled in both features and charisma. This was a man destined to evoke envy. A natural-born star, with such a breathtaking visage and the speed of the wind, should he enter the realm of athletics. He would undoubtedly elevate his nation's prominence to unprecedented heights. Lin Yanjun was equally astounded. They exchanged glances and approached Yun Jianxin in a semicircle. Sir, please wait. Ruan Jingtian intercepted him, speaking fluent Mandarin with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Do we know each other? Yun Jianxin replied, furrowing his brow before turning to leave. Lin Yanjun stepped in front of him, candidly stating, Sir, we have been searching for you for quite some time. Please accompany us to the hotel. Our minister wishes to meet you. Step aside. Yun Jianxin feigned anger, retorting, Sir, we mean no harm. We simply wish to discuss matters at the hotel. We are staying at the Huazhou Hotel, Ruan Jingtian implored. To be frank, we are from the Vietnam Sports Department, and our minister is eager to recruit talent. Upon witnessing your stunning performance at the Rongqing International Marathon, he rushed here without delay. Lead the way, Yin Jianshun said after a moment's contemplation. Thank you. Please follow us, Ruan Jingtian replied, elated as he called to inform the minister of the developments. They arrived at the hotel's penthouse suite, where several individuals awaited. At the forefront stood Chen Mingyu, the minister of the Vietnam Sports Department. Upon seeing Yun Jianshun, he smiled and remarked, Sir, like your swift running, you come and go like a shadow. It has taken considerable effort to meet you. Get to the point. Yun Jianshun coldly responded. How dare you speak to the minister in such a manner? Someone chastised, but Chen Mingyu raised his hand and struck his subordinate, bellowing, Get out. Yes, minister, the man replied, covering his face with a look of grievance as he left. May I inquire how to address you, sir? Chen Mingyu asked, devoid of any pretense, fully aware that competitors were eagerly waiting in line, including powers from M country and the British Empire. In terms of conditions, Vietnam could not even compare to these traditional strongholds. Heaven had not been unkind to Vietnam, allowing them to discover the masked emperor first. Such an opportunity was one Chen Mingyu could not afford to squander. The masked emperor, Yun Jianshun stated. Chen Mingyu's expression faltered as he realized that the masked emperor was not yet willing to reveal his identity, suppressing his discomfort and inquiring. Would you consider immigrating to our Vietnam? I can assure you of generous compensation, including a luxurious villa in Hanoi and an annual salary of $1 million, in exchange for representing our country in athletics. Yun Jianshun quelled his excitement, recognizing the substantial offer presented by Vietnam. It appeared the price could be negotiated upward. He coldly regarded Chen Mingyu and replied, Are you jesting with me? Mr. Li, what prompts such a statement? Chen Mingyu asked, What you offer are mere empty promises. Once I am in your country, will it not be your word that prevails? Yun Jianshun retorted icily. We genuinely invite you. What do you believe we must do to demonstrate our sincerity? Chen Mingyu thought joyously, fearing that the masked emperor might outright refuse. As long as there was room for negotiation, it signified he had already achieved a significant portion of success. The remaining challenge lay in whether his terms would entice the masked emperor. I require a signing bonus of $5 million, Yun Jianshun declared, internally smirking at the notion of exploiting the Vietnamese, who had caused considerable trouble in the South China Sea. If not you, then who else would I take advantage of? As for the authoress note, it acknowledges the transition to a paid chapter format for this original novel. My Iceberg CEO has reached a word count of 160,000, surpassing the typical 100,000 word mark for initial monetization, showcasing the author's dedication. The author, Snail, devotes extensive hours to writing, often exceeding 10 hours daily, pouring immense effort into the narrative, which cannot be succinctly articulated. With the transition to a paid model, some may express financial constraints and consider departing. However, the cost of reading a serialized novel is minimal, often less than a bus fare. A monthly expenditure of merely 10 yuan equates to the price of a few beverages. Investing a few coins daily to enjoy literary delights is preferable to spending substantial sums on video games. It is important to recognize that the novel website operates as a business, and the promotional resources visible to readers are indeed monetized investments. If the author fails to generate sufficient returns, the website will inevitably cease support. Considering this, a venture that yields no profit cannot continue. There are inquiries about the pace of updates following the move to a paid model, and the author assures readers that there will be a minimum of 4 chapters daily, with occasional additional updates. Lastly, detailed instructions for recharging on the platform are provided, outlining the various methods available, including online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, and more, with specific conditions for each method. Furthermore, friends utilizing the BlackRock Reading iOS Apple client must be mindful that due to the settings of the Apple system, the recharge exchange rate on the iOS client is only 150, with the other half being appropriated by the Apple system, making it quite unprofitable. It is advisable to access the BlackRock Reading website through a browser for recharging, and after successfully recharging on the web version, log in on the client for reading, thus avoiding the hefty fees imposed by the Apple client. If there are further inquiries, you may contact customer service via QQ 454-3729. Chapter 52. Why don't you go and rob? What? You should rob. Before Qin Mingyu could reply, Ruan Jingtian was already fuming with rage, nearly ready to kick him if it weren't for the consideration of the other's identity. How outrageous! Their annual income as ordinary people barely exceeds $1,000. And offering him $1 million salary already reflects their sincerity. Yet this masked emperor audaciously demanded $5 million. That was simply out of the question. Yun Jianshan replied indifferently. $5 million is excessive. We can offer you 500,000. Chun Mingyu's expression darkened. At least 2 million. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. As he spoke, Yun Jianshan stood up, preparing to leave. Chun Mingyu pressed his lips together and responded, "Fine, we'll give you $2 million, but you must leave with us immediately." Though the conditions set forth by the masked emperor incensed him, the thought of the profits to be gained tempered his anger. The benefits and influence that the masked emperor would bring would undoubtedly far exceed the $2 million. At least grant me 3 days to prepare. I need to transfer this sum to my family. This may be my only chance to leave China for good. Yun Jianshan stated, urging, "I want cash. You must provide it now." "Agreed, but we must test your speed," replied Qin Mingyu. They then led Yun Jianshan to a secluded corner, where they conducted a personal test. Upon seeing the speed displayed, they could not help but smile with satisfaction. With a top speed exceeding 10 meters per second, it was clear that this handsome young man was undoubtedly the masked emperor. On their return to the hotel, Chun Mingyu ordered the preparation of $2 million. After waiting nearly half an hour in the hotel, someone arrived with a safe containing the $2 million. As Yun Jianshan inspected the cash, they had also prepared the necessary documents. "Sir, please sign," Chun Mingyu reminded him. "Li Tianfeng." Yun Jianshan picked up the pen, instinctively about to sign his real name, but suddenly remembered his current identity and changed it. "Mr. Li, you have only 3 days. Please meet us here after that," Chun Mingyu said with a beaming smile. Once this matter was settled, a promotion upon returning was inevitable. As Yun Jianshan dragged the safe out of the room, Ruan Jingtian exclaimed, "Minister, this guy is asking for an exorbitant amount. $2 million. Not excessive. This investment is undoubtedly worthwhile," Chun Mingyu replied, maintaining his smile. Ruan Jingtian, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "Minister, could this be too smooth? What if he tricks us?" "Ha, there's no need to worry. Even if he tries to pull a fast one, he must come back with us to Yunnan. Besides, we have his signature, and I just recorded the signing process," Chun Mingyu said with a confident chuckle. "No one dares to deceive a nation. We shall await the flowers of gratitude from our citizens upon our return." Yun Jianshan, dragging the safe, left the Huiyang Hotel, feeling an unprecedented excitement. This was $2 million, equivalent to nearly 14 million yuan. He did not return to the villa, but rather took a taxi to the Huifeng pawn shop located on Xianyang Road. Few knew how long Huifeng pawn shop had been operating, and even fewer were aware that it was a clandestine money house entrenched in the underworld of Rongqing. Yun Jianshan had learned of its existence from Wu Heng. The pawn shop operated 24 hours a day. Upon arriving at Huifeng pawn shop with the safe, the front desk staff immediately noticed him and inquired, "Sir, are you here to pawn something?" "I need to see Manager Rao," Yun Jianshan replied directly. "You've got the wrong person." Chan Tongwang's expression shifted slightly, emphasizing, "This is an underground money house. Unless you are a familiar face or introduced by someone we know, we do not conduct business with strangers." With his striking good looks, Yun Jianshan was unforgettable, and Chen Tongwang was certain he had never encountered him before, causing him to become wary of Yun Jianshan. "I was introduced by Wu Heng," Yun Jianshan said, somewhat displeased. "Since it's an introduction from President Wu of the Etian Alliance, that's no problem." Just then, a beautiful woman in her 30s emerged from inside the pawn shop, wearing a purple high-slit qipao and matching outerwear, exuding a mature and alluring charm. "Manager Rao," Chen Tongwang said respectfully. "Sir, I am the person you seek, Rao Jingyu." The woman assessed Yun Jianshan and spoke leisurely. "I have $2 million. Please assist me in processing it," Yun Jianshan replied calmly. Rao Jingyu, unfazed, said, "Please follow me." Yun Jianshan followed her into the basement of the pawn shop, where he saw several security personnel. Ahead, a biometric fingerprint door stood guarded by 2 fully armed individuals. The ominous black barrels of their guns served as a stark warning. "Zhao Xingui Gasu Zima." Although Huifeng Pawn Shop has been established for many years and holds a certain reputation, there are always some reckless youths who are unaware of the consequences. hence the need for a few guards. Yun Jianshun discerned the underlying warning in her words and replied coolly, if someone truly intends to target your pawn shop, it's possible you wouldn't be able to stop them. Perhaps. Rao Jingyu smiled softly, pressing her thumb against the fingerprint scanner. The door opened with a sound, retracting into the wall. As Yun Jianshun followed her inside, he was greeted by a spacious area of at least 200 square meters, adorned with large LCD screens displaying real-time currency exchange rates. Currently, $1 could be exchanged for 9,461 yuan. The expansive space was well arranged, featuring 5 counters and several lounge areas. A foreign customer was conducting business at one counter, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Rao Jingyu led Yun Jianshun to the second counter, where a staff member promptly came to assist him. Please process this $2 million and transfer the funds to this card, Yun Jianshun instructed, handing over his bank card and the safe filled with cash. Rao Jingyu glanced at the full safe of dollars and summoned a few more staff members to assist. In just half an hour, they had counted the $2 million. Rao Jingyu looked at him and said, you're aware of our fee structure, correct? Yes. You charge a 1% commission, Yun Jianshun replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Rao Jingyu nodded slightly, and under her direction, the staff quickly completed the transaction. As soon as his phone powered on, numerous notifications flooded in. Among them were missed call alerts from Shangwan Qianxue and Lu Siyuan, with the latest being a balance change notification from 95599, indicating that funds had been deposited, over 13 million yuan, just as he had anticipated. After a moment's thought, he deleted the message. Rao Jingyu observed him closely and stated earnestly, you can rest assured with our handling of funds. We look forward to our next collaboration. Indeed, Yun Jianshun acknowledged before departing. In a secluded corner, he removed his mask, concealed it, and took a taxi back to the villa. By the time he arrived at the villa, it was already past 1 in the morning. The villa was shrouded in darkness, clearly indicating that Lu Siyuan had already succumbed to sleep. Yun Jianshun exhaled deeply, pushed open the grand door of the villa, and stepped inside. Rogue, where have you been? Lu Siyuan's voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling Yun Jianshun, who retorted angrily, what are you doing? Trying to give me a heart attack? As the lights flickered on, Lu Siyuan approached from the sofa, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Returning so late, and your phone is off. Were you out engaging in illicit activities? Of course not. Yun Jianshun shot her a glare. I was feeling down and turned off my phone to clear my mind outside. Is that not permissible? Although Lu Siyuan was aware of his secrets regarding invisibility, the alien mask remained his most significant mystery aside from the Starry Luo immortal chess. This was tied to another identity of his, one he needed for various future endeavors. Thus he would not divulge the truth to Lu Siyuan. TSK. If those words came from anyone else, I might believe them. But from you, the rogue, it's clearly a fabrication. Lu Siyuan remarked coldly, you scoundrel. Be honest with me, or face the consequences. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yun Jianshun replied dismissively, but Lu Siyuan insisted on pressing him. I'm going to take a shower. He shot her another glare, yet she remained resolute, insisting, if you don't tell me the truth, you won't sleep tonight. Is that so? Yun Jianshun responded with a knowing smile, disregarding her gaze as he began to undress. Soon, he was left in nothing but his underwear, and as he continued without pause, Lu Siyuan erupted in anger, rogue. Darling, I'm coming. Yun Jianshun called out, charging toward her. Lu Siyuan instantly fled the room. Don't provoke me. When I act like a rogue, even I am frightened. A smile crept onto Yun Jianshun's face as he locked the door, concealed the alien mask, and indulged in a shower before playing on his phone. As he connected to the internet, a message from blue sky and dark clouds appeared. I have a math question for you. Answer correctly, and we can meet. 38. 1 stick, 2 eggs. Thrust it against the buttocks. Yun Jianshun scoffed, swiftly replying with a message. Blue sky and dark clouds, also known as Pan, was about to retire for the night when she heard the notification sound, instantly invigorated. Without bothering to check the content, she dashed into Shangwan Qianxue's room. Shangwan Qianxue was still awake, her exquisite features radiating icy disdain. She was quite irritated today. Not only had Yun Jianshun hung up on her, but he had also turned off his phone, leaving her unanswered after numerous calls. Upon seeing Pan approach with a bright smile, she remarked, Pan, why are you still awake? Qianxue, the rogue replied to my message. Pan exclaimed joyfully. He turned his phone on. Shangwan Qianxue's brows knitted tighter, her displeasure intensifying. It must be him. I only have a few people on WeChat, and none would message me at this hour except him. What did he say? Shangguan Qianxue's curiosity piqued. Yin Panpan immediately opened the message. 1 stick, 2 eggs thrusted against the buttocks. Shangguan Qianxue murmured, her face flushing suddenly, indignantly exclaiming, "How can this scoundrel think of such lewd matters daily? Such a simple math question, and he answers in that manner. Did his math teacher teach him physical education?" Chapter 53. Scoundrel, I'm talking about serious matters. Qianxue, although his reply is somewhat crude, he isn't entirely wrong. Yin Panpan responded awkwardly. Shangguan Qianxue shot her a sideways glance, retorting sharply, 385, is that incorrect? Of course, you are right, but I'm playing with innuendo here. 8 can represent a man's member and eggs, while 3 can signify a woman's posterior. Thus his answer is not entirely off the mark, Yin Panpan explained. Shangguan Qianxue's cheeks reddened, unable to resist tapping her head playfully, scolding, "You spend all day indulging in such nonsense. Your thoughts have become as murky as that roguess. Qianxue, all you do is handle company matters. How dull." Yin Panpan defended herself. "Dare to argue? Do you want me to send you back?" Shangguan Qianxue replied angrily, pushing Yin Panpan out of her room. After turning off the lights, she lay on her bed, tossing and turning for quite some time, unable to find sleep. "No, I can't keep calling that rogue," Shangguan Qianxue thought to herself, feeling increasingly anxious. Yun Jianchen was the first man she had ever dated, the first she had kissed, albeit under a wager. Yet, he had indeed left an indelible impression on her heart. Just as she was caught in this turmoil, her phone vibrated slightly. Someone had sent her a message. With hope in her heart, she picked up her phone, only to discover it was a message from Yin Panpan. "Qianxue, don't fall for him. You must not call that rogue. That silly girl. Where's your mind wandering?" Shangguan Qianxue retorted unhappily. However, Yin Panpan's antics eased her distress somewhat, leading her to ponder that if Yun Jianchen disregarded her advice, why should she fret? The next morning, while Yun Jianchen was still in slumber, he received a call from Shangguan Qianxue. "Yun Jianchen, you better come here." "President, what with the morning frenzy?" Yun Jianchen rubbed his eyes, slightly annoyed. "You have half an hour to arrive at my office, or pack your things and leave." Shangguan Qianxue issued an ultimatum, prompting Yun Jianchen to leap from his bed and hastily dress. By this time, Lu Xiyuan had already gone to work, residing in a villa area. Catching a cab would take time. In a moment of desperation, Yun Jianchen dashed to a nearby sales office. Upon his arrival, the saleswomen's expressions shifted noticeably. They all knew that he had moved in on the day he purchased the villa, yet none dared to disturb him, fearing to invoke his displeasure. It was common knowledge that Zheng Ziwei was still in the hospital, and had it not been for Yun Jianchen's mercy, her survival would have been uncertain. Afterward, they learned that the bald man named Wu Hong was a notorious gangster in the Taijiang district, the president of the Etian Alliance. They were completely unaware that the true leader of the Etian Alliance was Yun Jianchen. However, anyone who commanded such respect from Wu Hong was certainly not someone they could afford to offend. Due to this situation, even the chairman personally visited the sales office, instructing them to maintain distance from the villa where Yun Jianchen resided. Now that they saw him suddenly entering, they feared they might have inadvertently crossed him. Falling silent in trepidation, Yun Jianchen noticed the unmistakable fear etched on their faces and understood the reason behind it. He smiled at them, saying, "That incident is behind us. You need not be so tense. By the way, does anyone have a car I could borrow?" "Eat dough," Lin Xiaoyan replied. Among the saleswomen, she was the least intimidated by Yun Jianchen, having had previous interactions with him. "Beauty, I can't drive. I need you to take me to Ruixin building." Yun Jianchen admitted awkwardly, reflecting on how drastically his life had transformed since acquiring the Starry Luo immortal chess. Thus, he had never taken the time to learn to drive in school. "Not a problem," Lin Xiaoyan said, momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected someone of Yun Jianchen's stature would not know how to drive. Lin Xiaoyan drove a Nissan Sylphy, a car worth over 100,000. Sitting inside, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Yun Jianchen, seated comfortably in the passenger seat, remarked, "My dear, it is indeed a stroke of fortune to be in your car." "Stop teasing me," Lin Xiaoyan replied with a slight smile, her earlier tension easing a bit. "Don't be nervous. Drive boldly. Even if an accident were to occur, I would be just fine." Noticing her apprehension, Yun Jianchen reassured her. Lin Xiaoyan rolled her eyes playfully, responding, "Is that how you comfort someone? My greatest virtue is my penchant for speaking the truth. he declared. Lin Xiaoyan could only shake her head in silence, redirecting her focus entirely to driving. It took nearly 20 minutes to arrive at the Ruixin building. Thank you, beautiful. I owe you a meal, Yun Jianshun said hastily before dashing into the building. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xiaoyan began to understand, muttering softly, so he is from Ruixin Group. He must be the son of a shareholder. No wonder he commands such respect from underworld figures. She had often heard her friends in the sales office speak of the formidable influence of Ruixin Group. Even mid-level leaders within the organization held significant status in the Rongqing commercial sphere. The fact that someone like Wu Hong, a notorious gangster, addressed him with such deference indicated an extraordinary background, far beyond that of a mere mid-level employee. Thus, in Lin Xiaoyan's eyes, Yin Jianxin seemed to be the son of a high-ranking official within Ruixin Group. It was perplexing that someone of such stature would come dressed so modestly to their sales office to inquire about purchasing a villa. She shook her head, pondering the complexities of the wealthy, a world far beyond her reach as a working-class girl. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Jianxin was not putting on airs. In reality, over $1 million was all he possessed. At that moment, he had already entered the elevator, glancing at the time. Less than a minute remained. The elevator was crowded, and at this rate, he would surely be late for his meeting with Shangguan Qinxue. I am the Deputy Minister of Security, Yin Jianxin. The president urgently needs to see me. Could you allow me to reach the top floor? Yin Jianxin resorted to his trump card, invoking Shangguan Qinxue's name. The other passengers immediately acquiesced. Thank you. He expressed his genuine gratitude. No need, they replied stiffly, all too aware of their own pressing schedules, but too intimidated to voice their objections. As the elevator reached the top floor, Yin Jianxun stepped out briskly, causing a collective sigh of relief among the remaining passengers. Fortunately, no one was foolish enough to challenge him. One remarked. Indeed, we were all on edge. Deputy Minister Yun is quite formidable. I heard the president was furious with him. Another whispered cautiously. Shu, be careful not to let him overhear, someone cautioned. And the others fell silent. Meanwhile, Yun Jianxin had already entered the president's office, where Shangguan Qinxue sat with a frosty expression. You timed your arrival perfectly, she noted. Glancing at the clock, only 30 seconds remained before her deadline. For reasons unknown, her heart lightened at his timely presence. President, you summoned me? Yun Jianxun surveyed the room, not spotting Yin Panpan, and inquired curiously. Am I only permitted to summon you when I have business to discuss? Shangguan Qinxue replied coldly, leaving him momentarily speechless. What did you do last night? She pressed, her demeanor icy. I went out for a stroll, he replied. Speak the truth. She insisted. Is it possible to do otherwise? He retorted, somewhat reluctantly revealing. I engaged in an endeavor for the glory of our nation. What sort of endeavor? Shangguan Qinxue asked, intrigued. I was with a girl from Vietnam. Yun Jianxun smiled slightly. To Shangguan Qinxue, however, being with a girl implied something far more scandalous, especially since she had witnessed the suggestive messages he had sent to Yin Panpan. Naturally, she misinterpreted his words and, in a fit of anger, hurled a folder at him, exclaiming, You lecher! I was trying to discuss serious matters. President, I am discussing serious matters. Yun Jianxun protested, feigning innocence. Leave. I do not wish to see you again. She shouted, prompting him to scratch his head in confusion. President, is it that time of the month? Why this unwarranted rage? Upon seeing the murderous look in her eyes, he hastily retreated from her office, shutting the door behind him. He approached Secretary Han, who appeared deep in thought. Secretary Han, were you thinking of me? He inquired with a smile. Indeed, I was thinking of you, she replied sweetly. I was pondering how you always manage to infuriate the president. You look rather sheepish. I presume you've angered her again. I haven't angered her. She's the one who seems to have taken offense, he defended himself. Just then, he overheard Shangguan Qinxue on the phone with Yin Panpan. Panpan, you need to come to the office immediately. That scoundrel Yin Jianxin went out looking for a Vietnamese girl last night and had the audacity to claim he was engaged in a patriotic endeavor. Can you believe it? It's infuriating. Listening to her mounting fury, Yin Jianxin couldn't help but smirk. The soundproofing of the president's office was excellent. Ordinarily, others would not hear the exchange, but his enhanced hearing allowed him to catch every word. Now he understood why she had been so inexplicably irate. She had misconstrued his intentions. A smile crept across his face. You've once again provoked the president, and yet you dare to smile. Yin Jianxun, you truly are a rascal, Secretary Han remarked, unaware of the context. Don't fret about it. He dismissed her concern, pushing the door back open to the president's office. Shangwan Qianxue glared at him, abruptly hanging up the phone. What do you want now? Aren't you off to pursue your nationalistic endeavors? President, I intend to go again tonight. The experience is exhilarating, a sensation beyond your comprehension. When one achieves so much, it is simply overwhelming, Yun Jianxin replied, suppressing laughter as he intentionally framed his words to elicit misunderstanding. As expected, Shangwan Qianxue's expression turned frigid, devoid of warmth. Would you like me to provide you with a sum of money to indulge yourself? That won't be necessary. The rewards for my endeavors will far exceed your imagination, he replied with a smile. Engaging in illicit activities, and you dare to present it so grandiosely? You truly are unparalleled in your shamelessness, Shangwan Qianxue retorted, her icy demeanor intensifying. At Ruixing Group, we uphold strict standards for our employees. Your conduct is unacceptable. From this day forth, you need not return to work. As she uttered those words, an unexpected pang of regret shot through her heart. Yun Jianxin, fully aware of the repercussions of her statement, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The more agitated she became, the clearer it was that she cared for him. Yun Jianxin knew the importance of moderation. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, President, your thoughts are rather unsavory. Do you truly believe that I, Yun Jianxin, would stoop so low as to engage in such disgraceful pursuits? Even if I find myself impoverished, I shall never resort to actions that would tarnish my dignity. Now, would you kindly elucidate what is truly happening? Shangwan Qianxue's expression softened slightly as she pressed further. This is something you must contemplate slowly. If life lacks passion, akin to a salted fish, what is its purpose? Yun Jianxin replied nonchalantly. With that, he turned and exited the president's office, confident that Shangwan Qianxue's intelligence would not lead her to mistakenly assume he was willingly descending to such depths. As he departed, Shangwan Qianxue lightly tapped her slender fingers against the desk, her demeanor remaining icy. She pondered the implications of Yun Jianxin's words, reflecting on his character, and realized that her initial interpretation had been misguided. When Yun Jianxin had arrived, his statements were unambiguous, yet upon leaving and returning, his words had taken on a more teasing tone. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she wondered about the motive behind his behavior. Had he overheard her conversation with Pampan? Summoning Secretary Han, she listened as he recounted Yun Jianxin's remarks in detail, even imitating the smile he had displayed. A momentary stiffness crossed her features. It was evident that he had indeed overheard her discussion with Pampan. Although the office was designed for soundproofing, Yun Jianxin was no ordinary individual. Anger simmered within her, and she gritted her teeth, muttering, You rogue, I shall not rest until I uncover every secret you harbor. After leaving the office, Yun Jianxin made his way to Etienne Bar. Today, Ding Xuexia was absent, as she was a university student who only worked part-time when classes were not in session. Upon his arrival, members of the Etienne Alliance greeted him with respectful bows. Brother Chun. Yun Jianxin reciprocated their greetings with a smile as he proceeded to his office. Wu Heng rushed over upon hearing the news. Brother Chun, the pair you found last night performed admirably. My junior brother was quite pleased. Have they departed from Rongqing? Yun Jianxin inquired. Rest assured, Brother Chun, they are from another province. I provided them with a sum of money, and they left by train this morning, Wu Heng replied. This matter must be executed flawlessly, leaving no trace behind, Yun Jianxin said with a nod of satisfaction. What shall we do next, Brother Chun? Wu Heng asked. The Eight-Nation Alliance, comprising R.M., the British Empire, Germany, France, Italy, Russia, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, invaded China a century ago, committing heinous acts. Do you think I shall allow them to escape unscathed? Yun Jianxin's gaze radiated a chilling intensity. Wu Heng's expression hardened as he declared, They deserve their fate. Even now, they continue to suppress us. We must strike them decisively. I cannot appear myself. It falls to my junior brother, Yun Jianxin stated coldly. Ensure that the footage from last night is delivered to the Heart Extermination Alliance via your informants. It is imperative that we leave no trace. I will handle it. Brother Chun, this is crucial for the survival of our Etienne Alliance. I shall not be careless, Wu Heng assured him. They have sought me out relentlessly. It is time they tasted their own medicine. Yun Jianxin's expression remained impassive as Wu Heng chuckled. They will certainly bear the wrath of these foreign powers. Once the Heart Extermination Alliance is eradicated, How could the mere Spark Alliance stand in the way of our ETN alliance? Prepare a multi-currency foreign exchange account. This time, we must be ruthless, and the account should preferably be under a pseudonym. Yun Jianxin instructed before departing the bar and returning to the villa. After resting for over half an hour, he donned a mask and left the villa. In a secluded area, he put on the mask and headed to the police station to collect an ID under the name Li Tianfeng. The Jingjiang Grand Hotel, a 4-star establishment with over 20 floors, is situated on Linshan Avenue in the Siyuan district. It serves as a significant venue for gatherings and receptions for most companies in the area. The hotel is owned by the Heart Extermination Alliance, which reigns supreme in the underground world of Rongqing. Nearly everyone who establishes a business in Siyuan must bow to their influence. The top floor of the Jingjiang Grand Hotel is off-limits to outsiders, and even internal staff require permission to enter, as it houses the president of the Heart Extermination Alliance, Zhuang Tianxian. This floor is uniquely designed for Zhuang Tianxian, featuring a gym, swimming pool, study, bedroom, and all necessary amenities. At this moment, Zhuang Tianxian stood in his study, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the scenery. ETN Alliance, Wu Heng, no matter who stand behind you, once I resolve the masked emperor affair, I shall deal with you accordingly, he thought, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Since the leadership of the Chasing Wind Alliance changed hands, he had dispatched operatives to investigate the details, yet had gleaned no useful information. Zhuang Tianxian was not intimidated by the forces behind Wu Heng. He believed the strength of the Heart Extermination Alliance was sufficient to annihilate the ETN Alliance, as long as he located the masked emperor for M country. Their support would ensure that even if the Heart Extermination Alliance destroyed the ETN Alliance, they would not face repression from the authorities. However, following the masked emperor's escape after winning the championship, it was as if he had vanished from existence. Despite deploying all available resources, Zhuang Tianxian found himself at a loss, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as he was about to give up, a video of the masked emperor being recorded last night began to circulate online, rekindling his hope. President Lin Gengliang, a middle-aged man and Zhuang Tianxian's most trusted confidant, appeared before him. Is there news of the masked emperor? Zhuang Tianxian turned to face him. President, watch this video. Lin Gengliang produced his phone, displaying footage of Yun Jianxin, wearing the mask, pursuing criminals. The speed he exhibited astonished Zhuang Tianxian. This individual moved with extraordinary swiftness, unmistakably the masked emperor. You must find him for me, Zhuang Tianxian commanded solemnly. I will bring him to you, Lin Gengliang replied before hastening away. First, I must inform Mr. Johnson. Their support is crucial. As for the other foreign representatives, whatever we can gain from them is a bonus, Zhuang Tianxian mused, weighing the pros and cons. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, saying, Mr. Johnson, I have information regarding the masked emperor. Very well, Mr. Zhuang. I will come to see you once I finish my current matters, Johnson responded before quickly ending the call. Zhuang Tianxian then contacted Takahashi Shinya, who promptly agreed to come over. Not long after, Takahashi Shinya arrived with his assistant. Upon viewing the video, he expressed his delight. Wow! To close the distance so swiftly, this must be the masked emperor. He then spoke in fluent Chinese. Mr. Zhuang, collaborating with you is truly a pleasure. With a glance, he signaled his subordinate, who promptly opened a briefcase filled with stacks of US dollars. Zhuang Tianxian casually plucked a note and remarked, Mr. Takahashi, you are quite generous. I look forward to our next collaboration. Indeed, Takahashi Shinya replied before departing with his assistant. On the way, the assistant curiously asked, Sir, why don't we let the Heart Extermination Alliance hand him over directly? Doing so would cost us at least $2 million US dollars. And the Heart Extermination Alliance has dealings with many parties. Even if they capture the masked emperor, do you truly believe they would hand him over to us? Takahashi Shinya's expression darkened as he replied coldly. Indeed, one must be cautious when dealing with the underworld. Return and make proper arrangements. It is imperative to locate the masked emperor before anyone else. Takahashi Shinya hurriedly dove into the car, followed closely by his assistant, who started the engine and drove away from the Jingjiang Grand Hotel. Simultaneously, other foreign forces also received news about the masked emperor from Zhuang Tianxian and swiftly mobilized. Chapter 55. The $100 million signing fee as dust settled. Yun Jianxin, now adorned with a mask, strode through the most bustling district of Rome City. Clad in a sharply tailored suit and possessing an extraordinarily handsome visage, he attracted the attention of numerous young women. His stunning looks were complemented by an unparalleled charisma, far surpassing the youthful idols seen on television. The young women gasped in admiration, while the men cast envious glances. Yuan Jianshun leisurely entered a shopping mall, trailed by a throng of admirers, most of whom were female, eager to catch a glimpse of this strikingly handsome gentleman. After ordering a cup of milk tea, he settled into a chair, aware that the multitude of forces in the city were mobilized and that foreign agents would soon arrive. Within 10 minutes, a group of foreigners appeared, speaking fluent English, accompanied by a local who clearly served as a translator and was dressed impeccably. With utmost respect, he addressed Yuan Jianshun, saying, "Sir, my superior wishes to meet you." "What?" Yuan Jianshun's voice resonated with a captivating magnetism. The translator clarified, "My superior, Mr. Stenny from the British Empire, wishes to meet with you." "Not interested." Yuan Jianshun replied coolly, rising to his feet. "If Mr. Stenny wishes to see me, he should come to room 317 at the Mingyang Grand Hotel." "Understood." The translator maintained a cheerful demeanor and promptly made a call, stating, "Mr. Stenny. He requests you to meet him in his hotel room for discussion." Yuan Jianshun cast a fleeting glance at them before swiftly departing. Upon returning to room 317 of the Mingyang Grand Hotel, it took barely 5 minutes for the translator to accompany Mr. Stenny. Appearing to be in his 50s, with a head of white hair and a slightly balding crown, Stenny projected an air of vitality. He spoke Chinese, albeit with limited fluency, yet managed to convey his intentions clearly. He directly outlined his offer: a luxurious mansion in London, a net annual salary of £5 million, assistance in immigrating 10 individuals free of charge, and job placements, an offer undeniably generous. "Mr. Stenny, your sincerity is lacking," Yuan Jianshun replied calmly. "What do you desire?" Stenny's expression faltered. He believed his proposal was already quite favorable. "As I understand, star athletes in the Premier League command salaries in the millions. And while athletics may not rival football in popularity, I can bring over a decade of glory to your country's athletics. My position is unassailable, and you will undoubtedly sweep gold medals at the Olympics and World Athletics Championships." Yuan Jianshun spoke with serene confidence before shifting the conversation. "Aside from your offer, I require a signing fee of £10 million. £10 million is excessive." Stenny's face darkened. Yuan Jianshun shook his head, stating, "Then there is no alternative. I trust the representatives from the United States will present me with satisfactory terms. I can offer you a signing fee of £10 million, but once you achieve fame, you must allocate 50% of your endorsement fees to the British Empire," Stenny proposed after a moment's contemplation. "50% is too much," Yuan Jianshun responded coldly, raising a finger. 10% is sufficient. Given my significant influence, if managed well, even at just 10%, you will not incur losses. Sir, your considerations are astute. We will endeavor to package and promote you while you reap 90% of the profits," Stenny thought to himself, feeling frustrated. While he acknowledged that even a 10% commission would not result in a loss, the resources required for such an endeavor were substantial. The only reward would be the British Empire's monumental achievements in athletics, precisely what they sought. "If you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, you may leave," Yuan Jianshun declared, issuing an implicit dismissal. Stenny replied, "Very well, we shall agree to your terms, but we must conduct a performance test first." "Agreed," Yuan Jianshun acknowledged, and they proceeded to conduct the test. Stenny, being the Deputy Minister of Sports for the British Empire, brought advanced equipment, far superior to that of the representative from Yunnan. Yuan Jianshun's explosive speed reached 14 meters per second. After several tests, Stenny confirmed the identity of the masked emperor. "Transfer the funds to this Bank of China foreign exchange account." Yuan Jianshun presented a pre-prepared account number. This multi-currency account had been established through connections by Gao Bing using a false identity. Gao Bing previously owned Ehai Trading Company and inevitably dealt with foreign exchange. Even if the truth were uncovered, Stenny would have no means to trace the funds. Stenny instructed his team to prepare a contract and requested Yuan Jianshun to provide his identification information. Clearly, he was more meticulous than Chen Mingyu had anticipated, even making a photocopy of the ID. Yuan Jianshun marveled at the compact photocopier, witnessing such a device for the first time. Once Stenny's team transferred £10 million to his account, Yuan Jianshun signed a contract. "Excellent. It is a great honor to welcome you, Mr. Li." as a member of the British Empire. I will grant you 2 days to conclude your affairs here. Yuan Jianxin replied, although we have signed a contract. I do not wish to hear any rumors before my departure. Certainly, we are not fools. Otherwise, the Chinese side would undoubtedly obstruct us, Stenny readily agreed, being aware that Yang Huaqing was still in Rome City. If the opposing party learned of their successful signing with the masked emperor, chaos would ensue. Once they departed, Yuan Jianxun promptly called Wu Hong, stating, I have heard from my junior that the representative of the British Empire has transferred 10 million pounds to the foreign currency account. Please handle it immediately. Yes, Brother Chun. Wu Hong was already at Huifeng pawn shop with Gao Bing, aware of the situation. Among the entire Etian alliance, only Yuan Jianxun and they too were privy to this matter. Manager Rao, please assist me in processing the 10 million pounds. Wu Hong hastened towards Rao Jingyu. Simultaneously, Yuan Jianxun welcomed another group of guests, the representatives from the German Olympic Committee. After a round of negotiations, he secured a signing fee of 10 million euros, during which the Germans even took several photographs of him, measuring his height and weight. Yuan Jianxun couldn't help but be astonished. The Germans were renowned for their meticulousness, evident in such details. After bidding farewell to the Germans, Yuan Jianxun entertained several more delegations. Representatives from France, Italy, and Russia, among others, also arrived. He showed no mercy to these nations that had invaded China a century prior, demanding substantial signing fees from each, with amounts exceeding 10 million euros. As for other countries, he rejected their offers outright, as they had little conflict with Z country and could not compete with the offers from the developed nations. Only Japan and the United States remained. Yuan Jianxun spoke coldly. He knew they could not be unaware of his presence at the hotel, yet their absence suggested they were likely inquiring with other national representatives. Given that so many foreign representatives had encountered the masked emperor, it was possible that some had already secured agreements. Those nations with which he had arrangements would undoubtedly keep their interests concealed. After a while, Takahashi Shinya arrived with his associates. Upon revealing their identities, Yuan Jianxun's expression immediately turned cold. How should I address you? Takahashi Shinya inquired gently. Li Tianfeng, what brings you here? Yuan Jianxun replied icily. Takahashi Shinya felt a twinge of awkwardness. He was well aware of Japan's historical transgressions against China, which had fostered deep-seated animosity among the Chinese people. Mr. Li, I am Takahashi Shinya, Vice President of the Japanese Olympic Committee. We are here to extend an invitation for you to visit Japan, he stated in fluent Chinese. Yuan Jianxun chuckled lightly. Mr. Li, I understand there are some prejudices against us, but we come with sincerity, Takahashi Shinya smiled. Internally, Yuan Jianxun scoffed, thinking, so you've come bearing gifts, and how could I possibly refuse? He maintained his cold demeanor as Takahashi Shinya continued. I know many foreign representatives have met with you, and their offers were evidently unsatisfactory. So, you believe you can satisfy me? Yuan Jianxun narrowed his eyes. Certainly, our offer will undoubtedly meet your expectations, Takahashi Shinya asserted confidently. Yuan Jianxun raised a finger. 1 million yuan? He probed. Get out. Yuan Jianxun pointed towards the door. Takahashi Shinya forced a smile, saying, Mr. Li, please don't take offense. I was merely jesting. I can agree to 10 million yuan. Yuan Jianxun shook his head. Takahashi Shinya's heart raced as he replied, Mr. Li, your demands are excessive. 100 million yuan is beyond my means. I'm at 100 million US dollars as a signing fee, Yuan Jianxun declared emphatically. Takahashi Shinya nearly suffered a heart attack from shock. He finally understood why his colleagues had expressed such anger and disdain when mentioning the masked emperor. The audacity of this individual was indeed remarkable. Little did they know that the exaggerated reactions of his colleagues were solely to comply with Yuan Jianxun's demands. You may leave, Yuan Jianxun commanded, observing their hesitance. Takahashi Shinya's face stiffened as he gritted his teeth, saying, Wait, allow me to report to my superiors. Very well, Yuan Jianxun replied coldly. Takahashi Shinya promptly departed, and his associates glared at Yuan Jianxun with barely concealed fury, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Had it not been for their leader's prior instructions, they would have charged at him in a fit of rage. Before long, Takahashi Shinya returned, stating, Your terms are too steep. We can accept $50 million. Not acceptable. Yuan Jianxun maintained his stance. Seeing that he could not persuade Yuan Jianxun, Takahashi Shinya made a phone call. Less than half a minute later, he approached again, saying, "We can offer you $100 million, but all advertising and endorsement fees must belong to us, and you must cooperate with our commercial endeavors." "And the annual salary?" Yun Jianshin inquired. $2 million, which is quite generous, Takahashi Shinya replied, a hint of anxiety in his tone, fearing that Yun Jianshin might again raise his demands. Although the masked emperor's request for $100 million seemed outrageous, considering the potential commercial value, it became more reasonable. Japan had numerous conglomerates that would eagerly seek the masked emperor as a spokesperson, making the endorsement fees sufficient to offset the signing fee. Securing the masked emperor would be a lucrative endeavor for them. Agreed. Yun Jianshin felt elated internally, though he maintained a stoic expression. Takahashi Shinya, having assessed the situation, collected all of Yun Jianshin's information and transferred $100 million into the foreign currency account he provided. $100 million. Gao Bing stared at the sudden influx of funds in his account, his gaze vacant. Next to him, Wu Heng trembled with excitement, while Rao Jingyu also displayed a hint of shock. They had just handled 10 million pounds and over 40 million euros. And now an additional $100 million had appeared. As mere underworld figures in the Taijiang district, where did this wealth come from? Despite her astonishment, Rao Jingyu maintained her professionalism and smiled, asking, "Mr. Wu, shall we manage this $100 million? "Of course," Wu Heng replied, still in a daze. After sending Takahashi Shinya and his associates away, Yun Jianshin was still exhilarated. He had just secured $100 million from them. That amounted to nearly 700 million yuan, and combined with the over 40 million euros acquired from other European powers, he had amassed a total of 1 billion yuan. Earning 1 billion yuan in a single day far exceeded his expectations. He knew that such tremendous gains were primarily due to the existence of the alien mask. Without it, he would not have dared to be so brazen, nor would they have willingly walked into the trap. Steenie and Takahashi Shinya could never have anticipated that the masked emperor standing before them was merely a figment of imagination. "Where's that scoundrel?" At that moment, Lu Siyuan was in the villa, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was nearly 11 at night, yet there was still no sign of Yun Jianshin. It was inconceivable for her to call him. Doing so would only encourage his audacity. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. It was the director calling. What could be so urgent at this hour? Lu Siyuan pondered before answering. "Director. Captain Liu, you must immediately contact your team members and gather at the bureau. Director Yang from the Sports Administration is waiting for you regarding an urgent matter. I'm currently on a business trip outside the province, so I'll leave it at that." As soon as the call ended, Lu Siyuan hurriedly left the house, driving while contacting her subordinates, including Shen Gongtan. Meanwhile, in room 317 of the Mingyang Hotel, after hours of entertaining foreign representatives, Yun Jianshin was thoroughly exhausted. Checking the time, he noted how late it had grown and surmised that the American representatives would likely not arrive. Remaining there was evidently unsafe, given the numerous foreign visitors. It was possible that relevant authorities might take notice. Just as Yun Jianshin contemplated checking out and heading home, there was a sudden, forceful knock at the door, which was soon kicked open before he could respond. Zhuang Tanxian entered with several foreigners, and the door was promptly shut behind them. Yun Jianshin recognized Zhuang Tianxian, the president of the Heart-Piercing Alliance, a formidable obstacle to his future unification of the Rongqing underworld, and one of his targets in this dual mission. Johnson and a few Americans approached him with smiles. "Masked Emperor, it's quite the challenge to see your true face," they remarked. "Your Chinese is quite good. You didn't even knock. Did your Chinese teacher not teach you manners?" Yun Jianshin's gaze was deep and frigid. "My teacher taught me much. We Americans pride ourselves on our gentlemanly demeanor. It's just that my Chinese friend here could be a bit rough around the edges," Johnson replied, still smiling. "Is he Chinese?" Yun Jianshin shot back coldly. "Chinese people are not like that. We possess dignity and will not stoop to being lapdogs for foreigners for mere money." "Are you seeking death?" Zhuang Tianxian bellowed. "Mr. Zhuang, please calm down," Johnson interjected, glancing at Zhuang Tianxian, whose fury was barely contained. "Masked Emperor, Mr. Zhuang is the emperor of your Rongqing underworld. I advise you not to provoke him. I, too, hope for a pleasant collaboration. Otherwise, I cannot assist with any unpleasantness that arises between you." Johnson emphasized Zhuang Tianxian's status, using both coercion and temptation. "Our country treats all nations equally. If you take American nationality and become one of our athletes, the glory you'll receive will be unparalleled." "I refuse," Yun Jianshin coldly remarked. "Mask Emperor, you must think carefully. Mr. Zhuang is the president of the Heart Extermination Alliance, and you have just displeased him. If he goes mad, even I would be afraid. Johnson's expression darkened, and Zhuang Tanxian seized the moment to threaten, Kid, if you know what's good for you, it would be wise to comply. Otherwise, your entire family will perish. You think I am intimidated by your threats? Mr. Stenny, the Deputy Minister of the British Empire Sports Department, has offered me generous conditions and promised assistance for my family to immigrate to the British Empire. Not just the British Empire, but France, Russia, and Italy have all provided me with favorable terms. Yin Jianshun maintained his icy demeanor, speaking unhurriedly, with so many countries available for me to choose from. If I merely agree to one, I could earn over 100 million euros annually. Your American hegemony does not hold any allure for me. Huh, I was merely jesting before. Now, tell me your terms, Johnson said, his expression shifting as he realized his opponents were earnest in their pursuit of the Masked Emperor. He understood the value of the Masked Emperor. Whoever secured him would dominate the athletics world. $200 million, Yun Jianchen declared. Johnson could not help but curse. You might as well go rob a bank. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a group of fully armed police officers stormed in. Yun Jianshun recognized most of them, with the leader being Liu Siyuan, followed closely by Yang Huaqing, the director of the National Sports Administration. Upon seeing Liu Siyuan, Yun Jianshun felt a jolt, and he recognized Yang Huaqing, a prominent figure in Chinese sports news. Yang Huaqing, wearing a slight frown, addressed Johnson, Mr. Johnson, upon your arrival in China, it seems you have neglected to inform us. Director Yang, you're also in Rongqing, Johnson replied with a smile. Indeed, I have urgent matters to attend to. Would you kindly step aside, Mr. Johnson? Yang Huaqing's expression was stern, privately relieved that he had received the news in time. Had the Masked Emperor signed a contract with the Americans, it would have been too late. Director Yang, what a coincidence. I also have urgent matters to discuss with the Masked Emperor, Johnson asserted, pointing at Yun Jianshun with firmness. Masked Emperor? Liu Siyuan was bewildered. She had no idea of the mission before receiving it. Hearing Johnson's words left her dumbfounded. Wasn't the Masked Emperor that notorious rogue, Yun Jianshun? The handsome man before her could not possibly be the world-renowned Masked Emperor. He is a citizen of our country, and I have the right to interrogate him. Yang Huaqing stood his ground. Director Yang, this is not up for debate. The principle of first come, first serve should be clear to you. Johnson maintained his usual aggressive stance, pulling out his phone to call the American ambassador to China. Mr. Ambassador, I have located the Masked Emperor and am negotiating with him, but I'm being obstructed by the Chinese side. Could you assist me? Of course. After receiving the response, Johnson hung up. Yang Huaqing's expression changed drastically. Johnson had informed the ambassador, clearly intending to escalate the situation. Although the Masked Emperor was Chinese, Johnson's negotiations did not violate any laws. Even as the director of the National Sports Administration, Yang had no authority to intervene. No need. You may continue your discussion. Yang Huaqing conceded, taking a step back. Johnson smiled and called the American ambassador again, stating, Mr. Ambassador, it is all settled. Your presence is no longer required. Be sure to handle it well. Yes, certainly. Johnson repeatedly affirmed with a smile, entirely disregarding the furious gazes of the Chinese officials. Masked Emperor, let us discuss this further. You need not concern yourself with them. As long as you acquire American citizenship, they will be powerless against you, and I can facilitate the immigration of your entire family to America. Johnson's tone grew even more arrogant. Yun Jianshun felt a surge of anger. The Americans were truly overstepping their bounds. He coolly extended 3 fingers, to which Johnson replied with a smile, Very well, $30 million. I can agree to your request. No, it is $300 million. Yun Jianshun asserted calmly. Chapter 57. This time, it's serious. $300 million. The others, including Shun Gongtan, were left dizzy. Liu Siyuan observed the Masked Emperor's every move, finding no resemblance to her impression of Yun Jianshun. Even his voice was entirely different, possessing a magnetic quality that naturally attracted women. Yang Huaqing's expression turned cold as he watched them, while Johnson's face twitched angrily. How could this Masked Emperor be so audacious as to raise the price? I require $300 million as a signing fee, plus $1 million annual salary. As for endorsement fees and income from commercial activities, those will belong to you. Yun Jianshun stated, his tone measured. Johnson's previously ashen face softened considerably. The Masked Emperor was a brand. As long as they managed him well, The endorsement fees would far exceed a mere $300 million. After consulting with his superiors, Johnson agreed to the Masked Emperor's demands. Masked Emperor, if you remain in China, we can connect you with numerous multinational corporations. The advertisement fees they offer you over the years will easily surpass $300 million. As the two parties neared an agreement, Yang Huaqing grew anxious, attempting to explain the stakes to the Masked Emperor. I'm sorry, Director Yang, but I cannot agree to that, Yun Jianchen expressed with genuine regret. He truly meant it. From the very beginning, he had no intention of entering the athletics industry. And having already played the Americans against each other, agreeing to Yang Huaqing would inevitably drag the country into this mess. China was still developing. If pressured economically by the Western powers, the consequences could be dire. Damn, how shameless. The country has treated him well, yet he chooses to become a foreign puppet. Damn it, the Masked Emperor is like this? I should have scolded him more back then, Shen Gongtan and the others muttered resentfully. Yang Huaqing was infuriated, glaring at him fiercely, while Lu Xiyuan's eyes were sharp, as if she wished to skewer him with 1,000 cuts. Yun Jianchen felt a deep sense of injustice. Johnson then produced an advanced speed measuring device, and Yun Jianchen easily recorded a speed exceeding 12 meters per second. Only then did Johnson present the prepared contract. Yun Jianchen quickly filled out the false ID under the name Li Tianfeng. After signing, Johnson immediately instructed his subordinates to transfer $300 million to the designated account. Yun Jianchen dared not linger in the hotel. He followed Johnson and his team out, but used an excuse to leave midway. Johnson watched him depart, glanced at his watch, and ordered his subordinates, prepare a press conference for me, scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. It is currently 1 o'clock in the morning, so you have plenty of time to set it up. The venue will be the Shangri-La Hotel lobby, and it must be broadcast live. Ensure that reporters from Z Country Central Television are invited as well, along with the business elite from Rongqing and representatives from various countries who have traveled here. I want the signing of the Masked Emperor to be made public. Understood. His subordinate complied, and Johnson felt a wave of satisfaction. Now, with a contract signed with the Masked Emperor, it was time to announce it to the world. Once the Masked Emperor's visage was revealed, the impact would be akin to the explosion of multiple nuclear bombs. With the Masked Emperor's stunningly handsome face, his popularity would surely soar, and the ensuing influence would be unimaginable. This was the glory that Johnson was bringing to the American Republic. Johnson could hardly contain his excitement and laughter. At this moment, Yang Huaqing, who had returned to the Taijiang Public Security Bureau, furiously shattered his teacup and shouted at Lu Xiyuan, "Investigate immediately. The Masked Emperor is named Li Tianfeng. I require his detailed information, and I shall personally collect the data tomorrow morning." Lu Xiyuan complied and began her inquiry into Li Tianfeng's identity. Upon entering the police system and inputting his ID number, his address promptly appeared. Number 47, Fumin Road, Longtu Village, Wanhou Town, Kaili City, Guizhou Province. Lu Xiyuan was taken aback by this address. Rongqing was quite distant from Guizhou. Upon further examination, she discovered that this ID had been issued just yesterday and had been collected earlier that afternoon. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, she instinctively sensed something unusual. She immediately called the director of the precinct responsible for issuing the Masked Emperor's ID. The precinct director, wary of offending Wu Hong and recognizing the gravity of the situation, feigned ignorance, stating he needed to investigate thoroughly and would report back to her by the next morning. It was already early morning, and although Lu Xiyuan was anxious, she refrained from pressing further. Moreover, since the Masked Emperor had already signed a contract with Country M, any findings might prove futile. After much contemplation, she decided to abandon the idea of a surprise investigation, planning instead to visit the precinct the next day to provide a response to Director Yang, as they all understood that the Masked Emperor's alliance with Country M was irreversible. Meanwhile, the precinct director, in a state of panic, hurried back to the station that night, deleting any footage related to Wu Hong. He then called Wu Hong, saying, "President Wu, just now Lu Xiyuan, the captain of the criminal investigation team, inquired about your friend Li Tianfeng's ID. How should we handle this?" Wu Hong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He knew that Li Tianfeng was Chun Ji's junior and a key figure in exploiting the Western powers. If his identity was uncovered, it would spell disaster for them all. "We need to make a sizable payment. I must ensure the officer who processed your friend's ID goes missing for a while." The precinct director, straightforward in his approach, received an immediate response from Wu Hong. "No problem. I will transfer 3 million to that card right away. You give your subordinate 2 million and keep the rest. Understood. I'll make sure everything is handled properly. The precinct director agreed and set off to take care of the matter. Unbeknownst to Yun Jianshun, upon returning to his villa, he found that Lu Siyuan had not yet arrived. Rubbing his temples, he remarked, "Honey, I have some pressing matters. She may not return tonight." As for the billions of RMB acquired from the Western powers, they were temporarily placed with Wu Hong, as Yun Jianshun doubted he would dare to abscond after making a donation. Transferring such a vast sum into his personal account would undoubtedly attract the attention of banks and relevant authorities. Following Feng's previous instructions, Wu Hong had dispersed the billions into numerous bank accounts, thereby avoiding unwanted scrutiny. Meanwhile, Lu Siyuan, unable to sleep at the bureau, pondered the connection between the impersonator Li Tianfeng and Yun Jianshun. It was worth noting that Li Tianfeng possessed extraordinary speed. Had it not been for her first-hand experience of that terrifying velocity alongside Yun Jianshun, she would have dismissed his claims as deceitful. The masked emperor was indeed Li Tianfeng. Tossing and turning, she finally succumbed to slumber only to rise at 7 in the morning. Upon arriving at the precinct, she found it still closed. She called for the precinct director to come and assist her. After waiting for half an hour, he arrived with his team, albeit tardily. Lu Siyuan first examined the surveillance footage, only to discover that some videos had been deleted. Realizing the implication, she shot a glare at the precinct director but refrained from voicing her frustrations, especially since the officer responsible for issuing Li Tianfeng's ID had vanished. With no means to investigate further, she returned in dissatisfaction. Not long after, Yang Huaqing arrived. After listening to her report, he did not react with the same fury as the previous day, but instead coldly stated, "The representative from Country M has invited me to attend a press conference. You should accompany me." Shangguan Qinxue also received an invitation from the Country M representative. As the president of the Ruixing Group, she held a significant position in the business community of Rongqing and was well aware of the intentions behind Country M's visit. The masked emperor was Yun Jianshun. Had the representatives from Country M already uncovered his identity? She promptly called him, asking Yun Jianshun, "Have you reached an agreement with the Country M representatives?" "Absolutely not. How could that be?" Yun Jianshun replied, taken aback. "How do you know about this?" The representative from Country M, Johnson, had just sent someone to invite him to a press conference at the Shangri-La Hotel, where he had also invited many prominent figures from the Rongqing business community and numerous media reporters. Shangguan Qinxue felt slightly reassured and explained the situation. "Is there any significant news?" Yun Jianshun asked, unable to suppress a smirk. "Aside from you, the masked emperor, I truly have no idea what other major announcements he might have. Come find me. Let's go see together." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Yun Jianshun's expression soured. The situation had taken a significant turn from his expectations. He had believed that even if the Western powers discovered they had been duped by the masked emperor, they would only seek revenge discreetly for the sake of pride. However, if the representatives from Country M were so brazen as to hold a press conference, announcing his alliance with them would undoubtedly create a global uproar. The world would learn that the masked emperor had played the Western powers, and the citizens of those nations would surely rise in outrage, condemning him vehemently. The more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. Unable to contain himself, he cursed, "Damn it, this could blow up in my face. These M-country folks are turning me into a public enemy of the Western powers." Chapter 58, Fools. We have been played. Lu Siyuan followed Director Yang and his entourage to the Shangri-La Hotel, where a multitude of cars had already gathered outside. Numerous reporters wielding cameras were present, and a tall female news anchor in a pink downcoat was stationed at the hotel's entrance, microphone in hand. A male colleague crouched 2 meters away, capturing the live broadcast. The anchor, with her sweet appearance and melodious voice, announced, "Welcome to the provincial television station. We are here at the Shangri-La Hotel in Rongqing, where Mr. Johnson, the vice president of the Country M Olympic Committee, is about to hold a press conference, claiming to have significant news to announce." "Wait, I see the director of the sports administration, Yang Huaqing." The anchor moved toward the approaching Yang Huaqing and addressed him. "Hello, Director Yang. You have been invited. Do you know what Mr. Johnson's significant announcement will entail?" "No comment." Yang Huaqing replied coldly as he walked past. Lu Siyuan furrowed her brow, feeling an urge to reprimand the anchor. It was clear that the purpose of Johnson's press conference was to assert the national prestige of Country M. The announcement of the masked emperor's signing would slap the faces of billions of citizens. Yet, Despite her desire to chastise the anchor, she held back. For as the captain of the criminal investigation team, any display of unprofessionalism before the cameras would tarnish the Bureau's reputation. As the anchor pointed her camera toward her, Lu Siyun hastily followed Yang Huaqing into the Shangri-La Hotel. The hall had been set up for the press conference, and in addition to the prominent business figures of Rongqing, she noticed many foreign representatives. Previously, these individuals had been hiding in Rongqing, wary of being discovered. However, with the masked emperor situation now settled, they were all emerging. Oddly, Lu Siyun observed no signs of discontent on their faces. Even the representative from Yuannan, Chen Mingyu, wore a broad smile. Did they not realize that if the masked emperor joined Country M, it would undoubtedly position them as an unassailable leader in the athletics arena? They may still be unaware that the masked emperor has reached an agreement with Country M. Yet, if that were the case, why were they so jubilant? Lu Siyun pondered in confusion. With merely 10 minutes left before the press conference at 9 o'clock, Yun Jianxun remained in Shangwan Qianxue's car, driven this time by Secretary Han. Throughout the journey, Yun Jianxun racked his brain, contemplating how to halt the press conference. No matter what solution he considered, it seemed impossible, as he had received the news far too late. The time allocated for preparation was nearly non-existent. He could not simply rush to the Shangri-La Hotel and eliminate Johnson and the others. If that were to happen, it would not only be a personal matter, but would also escalate tensions between the two nations, drawing the country into turmoil, which Yun Jianxun desperately wished to avoid. Thus, he could only take one step at a time, hoping for the best as they arrived at the venue. Upon stepping out of the car, alongside Shangwan Qianxue, Yun Jianxun was met with a throng of media reporters. From a distance, he even spotted a reporter vehicle from CCTV. His heart involuntarily skipped a beat, and he thought, with CCTV reporters present, this must be a significant affair. Once inside the hotel, Yun Jianxun immediately spotted representatives from the British Empire, including Steny, engaged in amiable conversation. Damn it, even you're here. This is a complete disaster, he thought, as the last flicker of hope in his mind was extinguished. As these foreign representatives listened to Johnson announce the signing of the agreement between the masked emperor and Country M, Yun Jianxun could only imagine the extreme reactions that would ensue, certainly terrifying, and he dared not dwell on it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp twist at his waist, and turning around, he found Lu Siyun's fierce expression glaring back at him. "Yuro, come here," she exclaimed, twisting his waist and pulling him away, while Shangwan Qianxue, seeing the interaction, merely coldly observed without intervening. In a secluded corner where no one else was present, Lu Siyun lowered her voice and asked, "Do you know Li Tianfeng?" "I do not." Yun Jianxun shook his head vigorously, wary of admitting any connection. If the Western powers discovered that they had been deceived by the masked emperor, they would surely retaliate furiously. The fewer people who knew, the lesser the danger. Furthermore, he did not wish to entangle the woman he admired, including Shangwan Qianxue. In this predicament, he would not reveal a single detail. "Really?" Lu Siyun regarded him with suspicion. "Truly, I do not even know who Li Tianfeng is. How could I possibly know him? Is he pursuing you?" Yun Jianxun feigned anger, exclaiming, "Damn it, who would dare pursue you? I would certainly beat him to a pulp." Lu Siyun scrutinized him, noting that his demeanor did not seem insincere. It aligned with his typical rogue behavior. Yet, she sensed something amiss and pressed further. "You truly do not know him? Who is he? You must tell me. How could anyone dare be my rival?" Yun Jianxun continued to feign ignorance, and Lu Siyun studied him for a while longer. Unable to extract any clues from him, she decided to let it go for now. "Dear, who's that person?" Yun Jianxun prodded intentionally. Lu Siyun replied in a low voice, "You'll find out shortly." At this moment, Johnson had changed into a wine-red suit that exuded flamboyance, and even his subordinates had donned purple suits, creating an atmosphere of celebration. Steny smiled as he observed this scene, unaware of Johnson's intentions. They had traveled great distances to Rome City solely to sign with the masked emperor, and now that the agreement was in place, what further gain could Johnson hope for? Chen Mingyu smirked coldly, observing Johnson and his crew, realizing how absurd their plans were. "You came to Rome City to poach the masked emperor. Country M is 100 times wealthier than us, yet the masked emperor is now signed with me. What can you do about it? In areas where we cannot compete with you, we can certainly dominate in athletics. With the masked emperor, who else could rival us in track and field?" Seated beside him, Ruan Jingtian and other subordinates wore smiles, watching Johnson and his companions as if they were observing a sideshow. Representatives from Italy, France, and Russia also bore smiles on their faces. At that moment, Takahashi Shinya was surrounded by other foreign representatives, all eager to determine whether the masked emperor had indeed been signed. Mr. Takahashi, could we discuss the details of your conversation with the masked emperor? That is confidential. Rest assured, you will not have to wait long. Takahashi Shinya beamed, knowing he needed to maintain a low profile on Chinese soil. Once he returned to Japan, he would announce the signing of the masked emperor, placing Japan and Tokyo in the global spotlight. He, Takahashi Shinya, would be summoned by the emperor for such a monumental achievement and would ascend the ranks of power. At this moment, Johnson feigned intrigue, smiling at the media reporters. Do you know why I've come to Rome City? The masked emperor has become a global sensation. Besides attempting to poach him, do you have any other motives? Could it be that the masked emperor has been taken by you? The journalists, unaware of the truth, began to feel anxious. The masked emperor had become an idol in the hearts of countless citizens. If he were to be taken by Country M, it would severely undermine national confidence. Correct, Johnson noted, relishing their anxious expressions. It brought him great pleasure to simultaneously undermine these Chinese media outlets. Steny, Takahashi Shinya, and others perked up their ears, no longer exuding the confidence they previously had. They were individuals of status and rank, and their behavior here represented their nations. Johnson's claim that he had signed the masked emperor seemed implausible. After all, the masked emperor had already signed with them. At that moment, countless individuals across the nation sat before their televisions. Johnson's smug demeanor was met with disdain, and upon hearing the news of the masked emperor's potential defection, they were left in shock. Meanwhile, at the Shangri-La press conference, Johnson was increasingly self-satisfied, just as the hall screen displayed the entire signing process with the masked emperor. Countless women were captivated by the masked emperor's handsome visage and astonishing speed. Such speed could only belong to the masked emperor. Many had speculated about his appearance. Yet upon the release of his photograph, the world was astounded. Soon, however, national outrage surged. The masked emperor was perceived to have chosen to ally with Country M for a sum of $300 million. This incited fury among many citizens, who flooded the internet with comments, making it a trending topic. Countless individuals refused to believe that the masked emperor would betray his homeland for money. Hastily tuning in to CCTV, Johnson noticed the grim expressions on the faces of Steny and the other foreign representatives, which filled him with delight. He boasted, $300 million sounds extravagant, but I believe this investment is worthwhile. The masked emperor, Mr. Li Tianfeng, will undoubtedly become a source of pride for our Country M. Enough. Steny could no longer contain his fury, rising from his seat and brandishing the contract signed between the British Empire and the masked emperor. Hurling at Johnson with a furious shout, "Fool! We have been duped! Look at this!" Despite the tempest of resentment raging within him, he restrained his fury and picked up the contract from the ground. Upon seeing the striking visage of Li Tianfeng affixed to the document, he shuddered involuntarily, his eyes widening in disbelief. The contract was filled with numerous stipulations, alongside Li Tianfeng's identification information and signature. It was inconceivable that the masked emperor had already entered into an agreement with him, only to subsequently sign a contract with the British Empire. However, when he noticed the date and time printed on the contract, he was rendered speechless. The British Empire had finalized their agreement with the masked emperor several hours prior to him. "Steny, why didn't you inform me?" Johnson roared in anger, disregarding decorum as he bellowed at Steny. "How was I to know he would betray me?" Steny retorted, equally infuriated. "He specifically instructed me not to disclose anything. I had no desire for complications. Yet who could have foreseen that this scoundrel would scheme against us?" Just as Johnson was about to unleash another tirade, he noticed representatives from Germany, France, and Russia, all of whom appeared equally dazed. A foreboding sense washed over him as Steny, disregarding his status, strode over and snatched the contract from the German representative's hands. Gazing at the masked emperor's handsome face, Steny was nearly rendered breathless with rage. 10 million euros. The German representative had also been swindled out of 10 million euros. Damn it, even my Germany has been deceived. Their identities forgotten in the heat of the moment, they collectively erupted in expletives. The press conference descended into chaos. The masked emperor had not only defrauded the representatives of M country out of $300 million, but each representative from the European powers had lost at least 10 million euros as well. Johnson was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that his $300 million investment in the masked emperor had evaporated. He then saw Takahashi Shinya approaching with the contract, his steps unsteady and his expression grim as he exclaimed, "I've been conned out of $100 million. In a fit of anger, Takahashi spat blood. "Vice President!" His aides rushed to support him. "Stop taking pictures!" Johnson roared in humiliation and fury. Suddenly, he caught sight of a smirk on Yang Huaqing's face, which only fueled his indignation. "Director Yang, you must provide me with an explanation. Have you lost your mind?" Yang Huaqing responded coolly. "The whole world is aware of the events. You were the one who eagerly signed with the masked emperor. Now that you've been deceived, you lay the blame at my feet. Is this how our country operates? Bullying and unreasonable?" Johnson, overwhelmed by rage, felt as though his mind was struck by a heavy blow, and he coughed up blood, fainting on the spot. "President!" His aides rushed to the stage, lifting him and hurriedly transporting him to the hospital. How could he have deceived so many of us? "Masked Emperor, you are finished." Representatives from the Western powers departed, seething with fury. Yang Huaqing observed the scene with a smile. He had been incensed by Johnson's earlier arrogance, but now, with the tables turned, his frustration dissipated, leaving him feeling quite satisfied. "Let us return to the capital," he called to his subordinates, fully aware that after this incident, the masked emperor's hopes of joining the sports administration were dashed. No nation could withstand such wrath from the Western powers. This press conference, convened by representatives of M country to announce the masked emperor's signing with their athletics federation, had unexpectedly revealed such significant hidden truths, leading to the aggrieved departure of various national representatives. Standing before the cameras, Hu Bingyin held the microphone. Several meters away, Yun Jianshan felt a headache coming on. It was precisely because of the CCTV live broadcast that news would spread swiftly, igniting the situation further. Suddenly, Hu Bingyin approached him hastily for an interview. "Sir, the masked emperor has deceived the Western powers. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Yun Jianshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated being interviewed by a CCTV reporter, especially live. Adjusting his mindset, he decided not to hold back. "The masked emperor is one of us. If he were to switch nationalities for money, it would disappoint over 1 billion of us. Regarding his deception of the Western representatives, may I express my genuine thoughts?" "Of course," Hu Bingyin responded, momentarily stunned. Most of her previous interviewees had been reserved, making Yun Jianshan's humor a refreshing first. "It's exhilarating, truly exhilarating," he candidly stated. "Thank you for your participation," Hu Bingyin said, quickly retreating from the interview, returning to her position before the camera. "As the gentleman just stated, we Chinese naturally hope the masked emperor will not forsake our nation for financial gain. However, his actions are somewhat inappropriate. It remains to be seen what measures the Western powers will take in response to the masked emperor's deceit. We will continue to monitor the latest developments." This is CCTV reporter Hu Bingyin reporting live from Rongqing. As soon as the live signal was cut, Hu Bingyin laughed, remarking, "The masked emperor truly knows how to stir the pot. Deceiving the Western powers is quite amusing. I am eager to meet him." During the live broadcast, when she heard Johnson announce the signing with the masked emperor, she nearly let slip an expletive. However, events unfolded too swiftly for her to react adequately. When she attempted to interview the Western representatives, they had already hastily departed, leaving her with no choice but to interview Yun Jianshan to gauge public sentiment. Yun Jianshan's remarks resonated with her thoughts, bringing her great satisfaction. Turning around, she noticed that he had already left, and she smiled. He is quite an interesting person, speaking so freely before the camera. In the capital, a resident who had just watched the CCTV broadcast could hardly contain his excitement, rushing outside to shout, "The masked emperor deceived the West, swindling them out of $100 million, not to mention the $300 million from the arrogant Americans. Is that true?" A young man, hearing the news, hurried over, his excitement palpable. "I just watched the live broadcast on CCTV. If you missed it, hurry and check online. You should have seen that representative's face. He looked ready to spit blood. It was absolutely satisfying." "Really? I'll head home and look it up." In Guangzhou, a local academy was also abuzz with the news of the masked emperor's deception of the Western powers, spreading like wildfire throughout the school. Countless individuals who had yet to see the video rushed to their computers and phones to check online, whether using the 360 browser or others. Massive banners proclaimed the shocking headline: "The greatest deceiver in history, the masked emperor, Upon reading the details, they were left stunned, exclaiming, 300 million from the Americans, 100 million from Japan. Just those two nations alone account for $400 million, nearly 280 million yuan. Not to mention 10 million pounds from the British Empire and tens of millions of euros from France and others. This surely exceeds 3 billion yuan. Now that's ruthless. This is satisfying. Those Western powers have never held back against us, and they've acted as the American puppet, frequently stirring up trouble in our waters. Others echoed their sentiments. The news of the masked emperor's deception spread rapidly across the nation, with countless individuals applauding the audacity of his actions. In M country, the White House, a presidential aide burst into the president's office, laptop in hand, exclaiming, "Mr. President, we have a situation." Chapter 60. In Ponpon's astonishing judgment, President Opus of the United States glanced at his assistant with an air of displeasure and chided. "What is it? Why the flurry?" "Mr. President, you must see this," the assistant quickly replied, setting his laptop on the desk and deftly navigating to the Internet Explorer browser. At the top of the browser, a colossal banner read, "The greatest scam in history, Masked Emperor." Opus was well aware of the Masked Emperor, a figure whose popularity eclipsed even that of the president himself in search trends. How could the Masked Emperor be implicated in such a scandal? As Opus prepared to watch the video, the comments section exploded with outrage. A user named Mike Jane lamented, "Today marks the greatest disgrace since our independence. Johnson is a fool, duped out of $300 million. The Masked Emperor has dared to swindle us. He is finished. I am beyond furious." Upon reading these comments, Opus's expression darkened. As he opened the video, he watched Johnson animatedly discussing the contract between the United States and the Masked Emperor. His curiosity piqued. The press conference displayed the entirety of the contract signing without a hitch. Why, then, was there such public outrage? However, when he witnessed Steny hurling the contract at Johnson, his anger flared. Johnson represented the United States, and despite the unique camaraderie with the British Empire, such disrespect at a press event was unacceptable. Opus's eyes widened in disbelief as he spotted multiple contracts, each signed with the Masked Emperor and various Western powers. His fury escalated. When had his nation ever suffered such a loss, especially to the tune of $300 million? Assistant, has this news spread globally? Opus's face darkened ominously. The assistant nodded gravely. "Mr. President, once this was broadcast by the state-run media in Z country, it quickly circulated worldwide. We cannot contain it. That wretched Johnson, how could he call a press conference without understanding the implications? Instead of saving face for our nation, he has brought us to disgrace." Opus seethed. "Mr. President, it is unfair to blame Johnson. Who would have believed that we could be so easily deceived?" The assistant retorted, visibly agitated. "Organize a press conference to denounce the Masked Emperor. Demand an immediate apology, a refund of the $300 million, and insist on punishment, or we shall take decisive action." Opus commanded. "Understood," the assistant replied, departing promptly. The leaders of the British Empire, Germany, France, and Russia, upon receiving the news, were equally incensed and issued their own commands. Citizens of the Western powers, outraged by the Masked Emperor's deception, united online to form a temporary coalition against him, dubbing themselves the Anti-Scam Coalition. As the coalition rallied, Z country's citizens, initially indifferent, awakened to the historical injustices of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The Masked Emperor's actions were seen as a retaliation for the past grievances inflicted upon Z country. The public outcry intensified, resulting in an unprecedented online clash between citizens of Z country and the Western powers. Meanwhile, Yun Jianxun remained blissfully unaware of the upheaval unfolding online. He returned to the headquarters of the Credit Suisse Group in the car driven by Shangguan Qianxue. Upon entering the president's office, Shangguan ordered a lockdown of the entire top floor, forbidding anyone from approaching her office. With these measures in place, Shangguan felt a semblance of calm. The shock she felt during the press conference mirrored that of the others. The impersonator, the Masked Emperor, had caused immeasurable damage to the Western powers. The amount of foreign currency involved, when converted, exceeded 3 billion yuan. She needed to ascertain whether this impostor had any connection to Yun Jianxun, who had previously expressed intentions to deceive the Americans. Glaring at Yun Jianxun, whose demeanor suggested indifference, Shangguan snapped, "Who is that Li Tianfeng? I do not know him. Yet he dares to impersonate me." Yun Jianshun feigned anger, saying this rogue has leveraged my name to swindle the Western powers out of billions, dragging me into his mess. Infuriating. Yun Jianshun, spare me your theatrics, Shangwan replied coldly. When you were interviewed by state media at the conference, you appeared quite pleased, claiming it was satisfying. Should I have declared that the masked emperor was a counterfeit, while I am the genuine article? Yun Jianshun retorted. Shangwan's expression stiffened slightly. His argument held merit. Yet his calmness at the conference was suspiciously premeditated. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "You previously mentioned wanting to deceive these foreign representatives. Now that it has come to pass, can you claim no connection?" "Indeed," Yun Jianshun replied, exasperated. "Why must I bear the brunt of this impostor's actions? My identity as the masked emperor is so dazzling that it invites imitation, and now someone has acted before me. It is infuriating. Yun Jianshun, I am addressing serious matters. Do not deflect," Shangwan admonished. "President, I speak the truth. Must I claim familiarity with Li Tianfeng for you to believe me?" Yun Jianshun shrugged, helplessly. "Miss Yin wishes to see you," the assistant announced as Shangwan's office phone rang. She activated the speakerphone, and the security department reported the message. "Let her in," she responded without hesitation, and soon Yin Panpan stormed in, exclaiming, "Qinshua, that rogue has completely lost it. The internet is in an uproar, with countless foreigners breaching firewalls to attack the masked emperor, while our citizens are fighting back. That is a counterfeit, not me," Yun Jianshun interjected. "Yun Jianshun, cease your charade. Li Tianfeng is you," Yin Panpan boldly asserted. "You, what madness is this? I do not know him." Yun Jianshun suppressed his astonishment, glaring at Yin Panpan. Yin Panpan chuckled. "Come now, Yun Jianshun, are you truly not him?" "Of course. We cannot possibly resemble each other," Yun Jianshun replied. "While you may not look alike, that does not preclude Li Tianfeng from being you," Yin Panpan insisted. "Panpan, where are you drawing such conclusions?" Shangwan interjected, furrowing her brow. "Qinshua, some individuals cannot be judged by conventional standards. Do you recall our first wager?" Yin Panpan's face revealed a rare seriousness as she spoke eloquently. "During that incident, Yun Jianshun accurately identified the main ingredients of my perfume. Subsequently, I consulted several top perfumers, and they all confirmed that discerning the primary components of a fragrance solely by its scent is utterly impossible. Moreover, regarding the villa incident, despite our thorough blockade of all routes and the deployment of the military's most advanced biological detection equipment, we still fell short against that rogue. Additionally, during the roller coaster incident at Beihai Park, I distinctly felt a push from behind when our carriage disconnected from the one behind it. At that moment, I suspected it was that rascal, so I hastily glanced back, but there was no sign of him in my seat." Yin Panpan meticulously analyzed each event, observing the astonished expression on Yun Jianshun's face, and coldly remarked, "That rascal. After the roller coaster incident, Qinshua suddenly embraced you. I found it puzzling at the time, but upon reflection, I realized there is only one explanation. Qinshua wanted to see if you were sweating." "Qinshua, you even reached into his suit. Was that not your intent?" Yin Panpan's reasoning was compelling, and Shangwan Qinshua displayed a faint smile, saying, "You, my dear, are impossible to deceive. I merely choose to remain silent at times. Yun Jianshun, you possess the ability to become invisible and exhibit extraordinary speed. If you also had the power to transform, I would find it hardly surprising." Yin Panpan's gaze shifted back to Yun Jianshun, who felt a tumultuous storm within him. He had not anticipated that the seemingly carefree Yin Panpan would be so astute, daring even to speculate that Li Tianfeng was indeed him. Chapter 61. A call from Yun Xinyu after Yin Panpan's assertion. Shangwan Qinshua too began to harbor doubts about Yun Jianshun and remarked, "What Panpan said holds some truth. It could very well be you, Yun Jianshun, the president." Miss Yin has likely watched too many dramas, leading her to such wild conjectures. Yun Jianshun naturally refused to acknowledge it, while Yin Panpan retorted sharply, "Then how do you explain your ability to become invisible?" "What invisibility?" Yun Jianshun could only continue to feign ignorance, prompting Shangwan Qinshua to harbor even more suspicion. "Rascal, if you wish to pursue Qinshua, you must at least demonstrate sincerity. Hiding your true self only raises doubts about whether you might one day keep a hidden mistress behind Qinshua's back. How could she possibly trust you with her heart?" Yin Panpan, aware of his affections for Shangwan Qinshua, intentionally provoked him. Shangguan Qinshue's usually frosty demeanor flushed slightly as she quietly admonished, Pan, what are you saying? Qinsue, you two have already been on dates. What is there to be shy about? Pan chuckled. Rascal, now is the time for you to show your sincerity. Pan turned to him again, and Yun Jinshin smiled. I would never keep a hidden mistress behind Qinshue's back, for my ambition is to marry many wives. Qinsue is my foremost wife, the matriarch of my harem. Shangguan Qinsue bit her lip and could not help but deliver a swift kick towards him. Yun Jinshan dodged with a grin, saying, I am serious, Miss Yin, and do not forget your promise. By the way, if you were to surrender now, I might just make you my second wife. Go to hell, rascal. Pan was immediately incensed, while Yun Jinshan laughed heartily and made a quick escape. Qinsue, extracting the truth from this rogue is a formidable challenge. Pan expressed her frustration. Shangguan Qinsue, biting her lip, asked Pan, do you really think he possesses the ability to transform? I'm uncertain. Earlier, while watching the press conference at the villa, I compared their photographs. They bore no resemblance whatsoever. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that Li Tianfeng is Yun Jinshin. Pan shook her head, stating, this is a strong instinct I derived from that video. Even if a person's appearance changes drastically, certain habitual movements remain unchanged, and the mannerisms exhibited by Li Tianfeng bear a resemblance to those of Yun Jinshin. Regrettably, we only have a brief segment of that video. Your reasoning is not without merit. Investigating this Li Tianfeng should provide clarity. Shangguan Qinsue concurred, then promptly called Wang Chunsheng, the secretary of the Rong City Committee, inquiring, Secretary Wang, could you assist me in investigating Li Tianfeng? There is no need for further investigation. Mississippi Li Tianfeng seems to have appeared out of thin air. The entire public security system had no record of him until 2 days ago. However, the day before yesterday, he procured an identification card at a police station under the jurisdiction of Taijiang District, and the officer who processed his ID has since fled, fearing repercussions. Wang Chunsheng responded without hesitation. He had already received numerous calls and reviewed Li Tianfeng's information prior to this. Understood. Shangguan Qinsue hung up the phone, sitting in her office chair and lightly tapping her fingers on the desk as she murmured, appearing out of nowhere, suddenly obtaining an ID. He dares to deceive the major powers of Europe and America without fear of retaliation. Shangguan Qinsue seemed to be lost in thought. Wailin Ponpon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Qinsue, we will soon discover whether that Li Tianfeng is indeed the rascal Yun Jinshin. Indeed, should Li Tianfeng vanish without a trace again, Yun Jinshan would be the prime suspect, Shangguan Qinsue acknowledged, having grasped the crux of the matter. She nodded and continued, $3 billion may be a trifle to the Americans, yet once this matter is exposed, they will undoubtedly spare no effort in pursuing Li Tianfeng. The British Empire will surely assist in this endeavor. If they still cannot unearth Li Tianfeng, it would imply that he is a mere fabrication, a mere doppelganger conjured by Yun Jinshin to ensnare the Western powers. Shangguan Qinsue maintained a calm analysis, but soon shook her head, stating, Pan, are we merely being paranoid, or is that rascal truly concealing himself too deeply? Qinsue, if not for the bizarre incidents like the roller coaster, I too would doubt my perceptions. But now, we cannot afford to be skeptical. Pan declared resolutely. At that moment, Yun Jinshin had exited the Ruixin building when suddenly he received a phone call. It was from Shanghai. After a moment's thought, he answered, Hello, handsome. I am Wei Yi, Sinyu's roommate. I just saw you online, and I must say you are quite charming. What you said was so satisfying. A melodious voice rang from the other end, and Yun Jinshin replied, The Eight-Nation Alliance committed heinous crimes in China. The masked emperor deceived them, and we certainly find satisfaction in that. If it were a beauty like you, you would undoubtedly express the same sentiment. Indeed, Wei Yi chimed in with a tinkling laugh. Your sister wishes to speak with you. We can chat another day. All right, Yun Jinshan replied with a smile, and soon a familiar voice came through the line. Brother, how did you end up at the press conference? Have you started working at the Shangri-La Hotel? Brother, even if the hotel offers a higher salary than your current internship, you shouldn't take a position there. It would hinder your development. Yun Sinyu's anxious voice came through. Yun Jinshin understood her concerns and promptly replied, Sinyu, where are you getting these ideas? I am currently employed at Ruixin Group, earning $20,000 a month, accompanying the president to the press conference. Is that so? Yun Sinyu seemed skeptical, clearly aware of Ruexian Group's significant influence in Rong City. Few could manage to secure employment there. Yun Jianshun, feeling slightly displeased, remarked, "When have I ever deceived you?" "True, but how did you manage to join Ruexian Group?" Yun Xinyu inquired further. Yun Jianshun responded, "The president values my abilities. You will understand in due time. If you remain doubtful, I can provide you with the president's number." His sister had always been well-behaved since childhood, never causing him any anger. He was certain that Yun Xinyu would not ask him again. If she did, it would imply a lack of trust. Even if she harbored doubts, she would refrain from such inquiries. As he anticipated, Yun Xinyu said, "Brother, I believe in you." His brother was now considered a high-earning white-collar worker. "I have bought you an iPhone 7, and I will send it to you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yun Xinyu immediately became upset, exclaiming, "Brother, we still owe money at home. You cannot spend lavishly like this. You still need to marry someday. Xinyu, do not overthink it. Trust your brother. I will provide you and our parents with a good life. You will never have to worry about money," Yun Jianshan said, unsure how to explain further. "That's settled then. I will send it to you tomorrow. Just send me your address." After saying this, he hung up the phone. But after waiting a while, he did not receive a message from Yun Xinyu. He thought she might not know the exact address and was probably asking for it. Recalling what Yin Pampan had mentioned earlier, he instinctively opened a browser and was immediately drawn to a sensational headline. "The greatest scammer in history, Masked Emperor." Soon, he saw countless comments, including messages in English and Japanese, some appearing laborious, blending English and Chinese. As Yin Pampan had indicated, foreigners were criticizing him, while his compatriots were steadfastly defending the Masked Emperor. Yun Jianshun left a comment. "The losses caused by your 8-nation alliance invasion of China cannot merely be offset by a trivial 30 billion. The Masked Emperor merely sought a bit of interest from you, and yet you complain. Have you ever asked the Chinese compatriots who perished at your hands, resting in the depths of the earth?" His remark immediately garnered fervent support from many Chinese netizens. Those foreigners who had previously boasted about their moral integrity and accused the Masked Emperor of being shameless fell silent, although some shameless individuals still responded, claiming, "Who told you that the Qing dynasty was incompetent?" This ignited an even more heated debate. Yun Jianshun, maintaining a composed demeanor, exited the browser, contemplating that when he eventually acquired sufficient power, he would ensure these Western powers were thoroughly crushed. Those who dared to offend China must be suppressed. Chapter 62. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Do you think the Masked Emperor is still in Rong City? He must have hidden away. Although he has deceived the Western powers, which brings us a sense of satisfaction, the Americans are undoubtedly furious and would stop at nothing to capture him. Sigh. What to do? Throughout his journey, Yun Jianxin overheard numerous discussions about the Masked Emperor, with many expressing considerable concerns for his future. He also noticed some journalists conducting public interviews, and he understood the gravity of the situation. He must ensure everything was foolproof. After some contemplation, he altered his course and headed to the Etienne bar. Upon seeing him, Ding Shuexia at the front desk immediately flashed a charming smile and said, "Brother Chun, it's quite difficult to meet you. How have you been considering things?" he inquired, feeling a bit lighter upon seeing her. "Well," Ding Shuexia deliberately elongated her response, while others discreetly vacated, sensing that she seemed to be pursuing Brother Chun. The women lamented why they could not possess angelic faces and devilish figures, which would grant them the confidence to pursue him. As for the men, they dared not eavesdrop on the conversation between Ding Shuexia and Yun Jianxin, lest they invite trouble. "Why are you not the least bit nervous?" Ding Shuexia pouted, slightly displeased by his calm demeanor. "What is there to be nervous about? A man as divine as I am. Should you miss the opportunity, it will be a lifelong regret for you," Yun Jianxin replied with a smile. "Narcissist," Ding Shuexiao retorted lightly. He shot her a glare and said, "That is confidence. I'll talk to you later," he declared as he turned to leave. "Brother Chun, wait," she called out, quickly stepping forward. Yun Jianxin turned around, puzzled about her intentions. Ding Shuexia suddenly stood before him, their eyes locking. Then, she rose on her toes and kissed him, wrapping her arms around him. Caught off guard again, Yun Jianxin, unwilling to be as flustered as before, responded passionately, pulling her closer. "Brother Chun, I was kissed forcefully," she teased. "Ding, the campus beauty, what boldness!" exclaimed Zhao, Kaming, and others in the bar, astonished. Ding Shuexiao immediately released him. Her face flushed and softly said, "This is my answer." Yun Jianshan glared fiercely at Zhao Kaming, who promptly lowered his head, while the other members of the ETN alliance dared not utter a word. From now on, keep a close eye on Shueisha. If anyone dares to bully her, Brother Chun, we will definitely not let our sister-in-law suffer any grievances, Zhao Kaming assured him, glaring at another female staff member. Did you not hear Brother Chin's words? The clever staff member quickly approached and took over Ding Shueisha's tasks, enviously saying, Shueisha, we can handle these tasks from now on. Lin Jie, please don't do that. Ding Shueisha replied, feeling somewhat flustered. Seeing this, Yun Jianshan said, Shueisha, from now on, you will be the assistant manager at the bar. You need to adapt. With that, he left. Ding Shueisha was now his girlfriend. It was no longer appropriate for her to remain at the front desk. Upon reaching the office, he summoned Wu Heng and Gao Bing. Both bore peculiar expressions. Wu Heng smiled wryly and said, Brother Chun, the commotion we caused this time is a bit too big. No worries. Even if the Americans send special forces, they won't find my junior disciple. I am just concerned about the underground money house at Hui Feng Pawn Shop. Yun Jianshan replied, Brother Chun, you can rest assured about Hui Feng Pawn Shop. No one can touch them, and their money laundering methods are highly secretive. Even if the government wanted to investigate, it would take considerable effort. Moreover, the Americans are mere outsiders. They cannot surpass the locals, Wu Heng asserted confidently. Then we are left with that multi-currency foreign exchange account. Yun Jianshan nodded, turning to Gao Bing. Is that multi-currency foreign exchange account still usable? What was the character of the person who helped you set up back then? The person who arranged that account for me was Qiao Minghua, a greedy individual who extorted a large sum from me. When his misdeeds were exposed, he fled to Singapore. Gao Bing recollected, gritting his teeth in resentment. Then let us eliminate him. Yun Jianshan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, the Western powers have been scammed by us. They will undoubtedly seek to reclaim their dignity and will retaliate fiercely. My junior disciple has already retreated to the mountains. We must handle Qiao Minghua meticulously. Brother Chun, I have already sent Jiang to lead a team to eliminate him, Gao Bing informed. How many men did you take? Yun Jianshan, pleased with his quick response. New Gao Bing was still a capable former leader of the Chasing Wind Society, always considering matters thoroughly. 30 men, Gao Bing replied. Too few. Stop all activities in the club and send every brother to Singapore. No matter what means you employ, you must kill him before they do. A chilling glint flashed in Yun Jianshan's eyes. This was the most crucial link. If Qiao Minghua were captured, he would inevitably implicate Gao Bing, and the entire ETN alliance would follow. Even he would not escape. Do not spare any expenses. Just ensure Qiao Minghua is dealt with, Yun Jianshan ordered, and make sure to leave no trace behind. Having issued his instructions, Yun Jianshan departed. At this moment, in the VIP ward of the Rome City Hospital, Johnson lay in his bed, having regained consciousness. During the press conference, he had been overwhelmed by anger, leading to a fainting spell. After a brief examination by the chief physician, he was now free from serious ailments. The president of the Heart-Punishing Alliance, Zhuang Tianxian, along with his confidant Lin Gongliang, was present in the room. President Zhuang, the masked emperor has publicly humiliated me, and I am left utterly shamed. You must ensure his capture, Johnson said, propping himself against the bed, his expression dark and brooding. Rest assured, Mr. Johnson, I have dispatched all our brothers to locate the masked emperor, Zhuang replied. As for the remuneration, you need not worry. Fearing that Zhuang might slacken his efforts, Johnson sought to reassure him. Mr. Zhuang, how could I doubt your sincerity? We have many more opportunities for collaboration ahead. Then I appreciate your diligence. President Zhuang, Johnson nodded in satisfaction. Aside from Johnson, other foreign representatives who had also fallen victim to the masked emperor began to mobilize all available forces to search the city for him. Unbeknownst to them, the masked emperor, who was indeed Yun Jianshan, was already en route out of Rome City. With foreign powers and global attention converging upon the city, he needed to divert that scrutiny. Instead of using public transportation, he opted for a clandestine ride to Longhai City. Longhai City lay over 100 kilometers from Rome City, and upon his arrival after 8 o'clock in the evening, he donned a peculiar mask in a secluded corner. He avoided appearing in public to evade suspicion. Wandering near the bustling nightclub district of Longhai City, he remained unnoticed, thanks to his baseball cap and deliberate posture. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a target finally emerged. A tall, inebriated woman stumbled out of a bar, followed closely by 2 men with edgy hairstyles and tattoos, clearly troublemakers. They groped the woman, disregarding the presence of others on the street. Let go of me, The tall woman shouted angrily, though her struggles appeared feeble. She had fled the bar to escape these men, only to find them pursuing her. "Hey, you're having such a good time, but we haven't finished our fun yet. We'll make you feel like you're floating on air in bed." The two men leered, their intentions unmistakably vile. "You too can scram," Yun Jianshun interjected, swiftly tossing them aside with effortless strength. "Hey!" The thugs yelped as they crashed to the ground, scrambling to draw knives and glowering menacingly. "Who the hell are you to meddle in our business?" At that moment, Yun Jianshun turned to face them, his baseball cap still low, but his tall stature revealed an extraordinarily handsome face. The thugs stared in shock, exclaiming, "It's the masked emperor." Their loud voices drew the attention of those nearby. "Shut up!" Yun Jianshun barked, charging toward them with lightning speed. The thugs, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched, and the scene was captured by several onlookers. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Yun Jianshun fled. "Masked Emperor, wait! You my idol. I want your autograph." A group of fans began to pursue him, while several cars sped in from behind. Startled, Yun Jianshun thought, plans never keep up with changes. If they caught him, he would be in serious trouble. So he quickened his pace. As he ran, a system-like voice echoed in his mind. "Jumping high-speed train, punishing evil and promoting good. Awarded 0. 5 merit points. Current balance 0. 6 merit points." This was the merit he earned from dealing with the thugs. Glancing back at the rapidly approaching cars, he accelerated, realizing he could not outrun them on the road. He veered off onto a narrow path where cars could not follow. However, he soon heard the sound of motorcycles revving behind him. "What the hell? I'm after foreign scum. Why are you trying to kill me?" Yun Jianshun muttered, but the motorcyclist responded, "You're our hero. We wouldn't dare harm you. Just stop for a moment. Let's take a picture." Their harmless intentions were overshadowed by the large crowd pursuing him. Realizing he could not escape if everyone behaved similarly, he cursed under his breath and dashed into an alley, pushing his speed to the limit. Spotting a small wall ahead, he leapt over it and took a moment to survey his surroundings. Finding no one in sight, he activated his invisibility charm. Within seconds, multiple motorcycles appeared, their headlights scanning the area. "Where's the masked emperor? He can't have gone far. You go that way. We'll search here," someone directed, and soon they sped off. "Thank goodness for the invisibility charm. Otherwise, I would be caught." Yun Jianshun exhaled in relief. He continued along a path until he noticed lights flickering on in nearby houses. "The masked emperor has come to Long Hai. Everyone, go check it out. We might catch a glimpse of him." Voices echoed around him, sending a shiver down his spine. Not daring to linger, he sprinted back to the highway entrance. Along the way, he saw many people wielding flashlights and mobile phones, leaving no corner unchecked. Evading them, he finally reached a less populated area of the highway. Once certain no one was around, he removed his invisibility charm and the peculiar mask. After stowing the mask away, he waited at the highway entrance. A few minutes later, a Lamborghini appeared, its license plate from Rome City. The driver, a striking woman with wavy hair, approached him. "What are you doing?" "Sure," Xian Yin snapped, visibly irritated. "Beautiful lady, I need a ride to Rome City. Could you help me out?" Yun Jianshun asked. "Absolutely not." "Sure," Xian Yin retorted coldly. Yun Jianshun pressed his hands on the car's hood, blocking her path. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police," she threatened, her expression stern. Given the circumstances, she felt vulnerable. Scrutinizing the unfamiliar man with long hair and a handsome face, finding him vaguely familiar. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled seeing him in a video from the press conference featuring representatives from M country. Realizing he was not an ordinary person, she reasoned he wouldn't engage in illicit activities. "Who are you?" she inquired. "Yun Jianshun," he replied with a smile. "Get in." "Sure," Xin said. Yun Jianshun was taken aback. How could this stunning beauty suddenly change her mind? Just as he settled into the passenger seat of the sports car, Sure Xian remarked, "What you said at the press conference was truly satisfying. The eight-nation alliance's atrocities during the invasion of China were heinous, and seeing the masked emperor swindle their money is quite gratifying." It turned out she recognized him. Yun Jianshun replied, "Every citizen with a sense of national pride feels this way. I am Sure Xian from Lingua Technology. What do you do?" "I don't recall seeing you at the Rongqing Business Exchange," she inquired. "I'm..." Yun Jianshun abruptly stopped. He couldn't reveal his workplace. If she found out he worked at Credit Suisse, given her status, she might come into contact with Qian Shui, and if she mentioned this to her, Qian Shui would undoubtedly suspect he was Li Ti on phone. "What's the matter?" Sure Xian asked. "Nothing. I'm just a bit tired, Yin Jianchen replied, closing his eyes. Shishuan's delicate face displayed a hint of displeasure. She had already trusted him by letting him in the car, yet Yin Jianchen was still wary of her. Irritated, Shishuan started the car and merged onto the highway. The Lamborghini sped along, and after about 20 minutes, Yin Jianchen's phone rang. It was a call from Shangwan Qianxue. He hesitated to answer, contemplating the situation. Given the uproar he had just caused in Longhai City, it had likely made waves across the internet, and Shangwan Qianxue must have seen it. Therefore, her call was likely to ascertain his whereabouts and deduce whether he was Li Tianfeng. Understanding the nuances, Yin Jianchen knew how to handle it. However, with the car in sport mode, the engine roared loudly. If he answered now, it would certainly raise Qianxue's suspicions. He turned to Shishuan and said, "Beauty, may I take this call? Could you switch to comfort mode?" Understanding his request, Shishuan nodded and switched the driving mode, instantly quieting the interior. Yin Jianchen smiled and said, "Thank you." He then answered Shangwan Qianxue's call, feigning drowsiness. "President, what can I do for you?" "Where are you?" she asked. "At home," he replied. "Give me your address." "I'm coming over now," she insisted. "President, my place is quite far. I can come to you instead." "You have half an hour," Shangwan Qianxue commanded. "President." Yin Jianchen tried to negotiate for more time, but Shangwan Qianxue had already hung up. He turned to Shishuan and asked, "How long until we reach Rongqing?" "With normal driving, we'll be off the highway in about half an hour," she replied. Realizing that even after getting off the highway, it would take at least another 20 minutes to reach Shangwan Qianxue's villa, he urged, "Can we go faster?" "No." Shishuan's expression turned cold. Yin Jianchen insisted, "You bought a sports car. You must enjoy driving fast. You should be going 120. If you're in such a hurry, there's a bridge ahead where the highway intersects with a high-speed rail. If you're desperate to get back, why not take the train?" Shishuan retorted icily. She had already made an exception by letting him in the car. Had she not recognized him from the press conference, she would never have allowed it. However, his lack of trust in her further annoyed her. "Come on, do you think I'm Superman? I can't just fly onto the high-speed rail." Yin Jianchen replied, visibly displeased. Suddenly, Shishuan pulled over to the emergency lane and coldly commanded, "Get out. You." Yin Jianchen was infuriated. Shishuan coldly stated, "I don't have much gas left. If I take you further, I'll 1T reach the nearest gas station. Your tank is clearly more than half full." Yin Jianchen was even angrier. It was evident she intended to leave him stranded on the highway. Shishuan remained resolute. "Get out." Reluctantly, Yin Jianchen exited the vehicle. Shishuan coldly warned, "I detest men who lie. Don't let me see you again." With that, she slammed the accelerator and the Lamborghini shot away like a rocket, exceeding 120 km/h. Yin Jianchen's face hardened. He seethed, "Damn it, Shishuan. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you pay." He began to run forward, and after a few hundred meters, he spotted a large bridge. Next to the highway was a high-speed rail bridge. Left stranded here by Shishuan, he could only take the train if he hoped to make it in time. Yin Jianchen jumped off the highway and climbed a small hill, which was along the high-speed rail route. After waiting for just a minute, a train heading toward Rongqing roared past. His nerves were on edge. He activated his invisibility charm to avoid being seen. The train's front sped by him, and he felt a surge of anxiety. Jumping onto the train was a risk. A single misstep could be catastrophic. He thought of Shangwan Qianxue and the others. He absolutely could not let them get entangled in the mass temper incident, or they would be in grave danger. Thus, he must not let them discover that Li Tianfeng was indeed him, and he needed to return quickly. With determination, Yin Jianchen leaped onto the train. As he soared through the air, he evaded the overhead cables and landed on the carriage. However, the tremendous inertia almost flung him off. Chapter 64. Dispelling Doubts Now. Yin Jianchen shouted in anger, gripping the train's hardshell with all his strength, his hands resembling iron claws. Even so, he was still almost thrown off. The pain in his arms was excruciating, but he took a deep breath and, with his terrifying strength, managed to swing himself onto the carriage, barely stabilizing himself. Gasping for breath, he examined his hands. His fingertips were torn, blood oozing from the wounds, making them look grotesquely deformed. This was his first injury since his body enhancement, and even with his formidable physique, he had nearly been thrown off the train. It was a testament to the train's terrifying speed. Had he lost his grip, he could have sustained serious injuries, or worse, been crushed under the train. "Damn it. That was close," Yin Jianchen exhaled. Below him, the train carriage was in an uproar. Although he had been invisible, his weight was still present. When he fell onto the carriage, the shock reverberated like an explosion. What was that noise? It felt like something hit the carriage. Passengers began to murmur, their faces reflecting their shock. They were on a high-speed train traveling over 300 kilometers h. Any mishap could lead to dire consequences. Some even called for the train attendant to report the incident. The female attendant listened carefully and reassured them, "Everything is fine. Please don't worry. Just a false alarm. If there had been an actual incident, it would have happened by now. Shut up. No one asked for your opinion." The carriage fell silent once more, while above them. Yin Jianchen was not having an easy time. The train occasionally swayed, and he had to grip the holes he had dug with all his might. Each jolt sent waves of pain through him. What a predicament! Yin Jianchen was overwhelmed with tears, possessing billions in cash and extraordinary abilities. Yet he lay in a high-speed train carriage, enduring inhuman torment. After nearly 10 minutes, the train finally slowed down. "Passengers, the next stop is Rongqing Station. Those disembarking, please prepare as the train is about to arrive." The announcement echoed through the carriage, prompting Yun Jianshun to exhale deeply. Moments later, the train arrived at the station. Still cloaked in invisibility, he leaped from the carriage and swiftly departed. Upon exiting the station, Yun Jianshun dashed into the train station restroom. It was already late at night, and the place was nearly deserted. He immediately dispelled his invisibility charm and hurried out, taking a taxi to the villa of Shangwan Qianxue. Just then, Shangwan Qianxue called, asking, "Where are you?" "On my way. Just a moment," Yun Jianchen replied before hanging up. His hands trembled slightly as he arrived. Already 2 minutes past the half-hour deadline she had given him. Wen Quanming, along with his subordinates, was guarding Shangwan Qianxue, and their expressions turned to surprise upon seeing him. "Mr. Yin, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Wen Quanming inquired. "Isn't it because the president summoned me? Working for you is quite a hardship," Yun Jianchen replied, hands in his pockets, shaking his head. Wen Quanming rolled his eyes, saying, "Well, you should be grateful to have a goddess-like president. Some people are praying for mercy while dealing with a boss who could lead them to ruin." Indeed, Yun Jianchen smiled, feeling fortunate to have encountered Shangwan Qianxue. He walked past them and entered the villa just as Shangwan Qianxue and Yin Panpan descended the stairs from the second floor. "President, what do you need me for?" he asked. Shangwan Qianxue looked momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief, as she had thought Yin Jianchen would not arrive so swiftly. After all, the masked emperor had been pursued in Longhai just an hour ago, and the videos had already spread online. Rongqing was over 100 kilometers from Longhai, and even if she had driven back, it would have taken her at least an hour due to the urban roads, which could not accommodate the same speed as the high-speed rail. Besides, Longhai did not have a high-speed train station. It was located in a neighboring county. If Yun Jianshun were Li Tianfeng, it would have been impossible for him to return in just half an hour. Her insistence that Yun Jianshun arrive within half an hour was based on this very reasoning. Although he was 2 minutes late, it was sufficient evidence that he was not Li Tianfeng. "Rogue, you should be in Longhai," Yin Panpan remarked incredulously. "What are you two talking about? I don't understand." Yun Jianshun feigned ignorance, his irritation apparent. "You don't know the masked emperor is in Longhai?" Yin Panpan squinted in inquiry. "Damn, that counterfeit has gone to Longhai? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I would have stormed Longhai to capture and thrash him." Yun Jianshun exclaimed angrily. Shangwan Qianxue frowned and said, "Enough. This is not your concern anymore. You should return and rest." "Fine," Yun Jianshun replied dejectedly as he exited the villa. However, he did not stray far and overheard Shangwan Qianxue's voice from within. "Panpan, it seems Li Tianfeng has someone else in mind. We must investigate whether this person is connected to Yun Jianshun." Yun Jianshun nearly fainted upon hearing this. He had risked everything to avoid arousing their suspicion by leaping from the high-speed train, almost costing himself dearly, yet they clung to their doubts. Shaking his head, he left under Wen Xuanming's puzzled gaze. He went to the hospital to tend to his wounds before returning to the villa. Checking the time, he noted it was already 2 in the morning, but Lu Siyuan had yet to return, having been away for 2 consecutive days. Yun Jianshun felt guilty, knowing that the masked emperor incident had caused her such busyness. He called her to check in, but Lu Siyuan was not in a pleasant mood, scolding him before abruptly hanging up. Yun Jianshun shrugged and washed up quickly in the bathroom before going online. The news about the masked emperor was still rampant, with the intensity of the discussions astonishing. After he had duped the Western powers, their reactions were swift. with their foreign ministers vehemently denouncing him as a petty criminal and ignorant fool. Notably, the spokesperson for the American Foreign Ministry labeled him the most ridiculous clown in history, demanding that he present himself for judgment within 24 hours, threatening severe consequences if he did not comply, cautioning that innocent parties might be harmed as a result. A barrage of comments from foreign individuals in the anti-masked emperor alliance followed, declaring him a cowardly rat who would inevitably surrender under pressure from the United States and its allies, dismissing the situation as a mere farce. Some even debated how harshly to punish the masked emperor, suggesting sentences ranging from 100 years to 1,000. Clearly, this group aimed for him to be imprisoned for life. Yuan Jianchen felt his anger surging. They could bully him, but when he retaliated, they could not handle it. Initially, he had intended to handle things quietly, but the arrogance of the Western powers was intolerable. He was determined to deliver a powerful counterstrike. The next day, upon awakening, he was astonished to find that his fingers bore no pain. After removing the bandages, he discovered no visible signs of injury. He marveled at his body's remarkable healing ability. Subsequently, he called Wu Heng, instructing him to investigate which hotel and room the CCTV reporter Hu Bingyan was staying in, and to help him contact a driving instructor. After his daring leap from the high-speed train, he had prioritized learning to drive, needing to master it in a very short time. After spending most of the day in the villa, Wu Heng got back to him, saying, "Brother Chun, reporter Hu Bingyan is staying in room 316 at Mingyang Hotel. I've also contacted a driving instructor for you. His name is Lin Sansum, and his phone number is 1-336-595-2263. Excellent," Yuan Jianchen replied, satisfied, before hanging up. Room 316 at Mingyang Hotel. How intriguing. It was right next to the room where he had orchestrated the scheme against the Western powers. At 11:30 p.m., he departed from the villa, intent on meeting the CCTV beauty reporter. Chapter 65. A forceful response at Mingyang Hotel, room 316. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and Hu Bingyan was still browsing online, eagerly awaiting the latest news about the masked emperor. The reports of his appearance in Longhai had exploded across the internet. After receiving the news, she and her colleagues had driven through the night to Longhai, yet the masked emperor vanished without a trace, just as before. After spending half a day in Longhai without any leads, they had no choice but to return to Rongqing. Though exhausted, her spirit was high. This was her opportunity. She needed to seize the chance presented by the masked emperor. If she could obtain first-hand information, it would undoubtedly boost CCTV's ratings above those of other stations, and she would gain recognition from her superiors, enabling her return to the headquarters, her ultimate goal. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell. Hu Bingyan wondered if she had misheard. At nearly 1 in the morning, her colleagues were likely fast asleep, making it improbable for anyone to be looking for her. Ding dong, ding dong. The ringing continued, prompting her to rise and approach the door cautiously. She peered through the peephole and saw a man wearing a baseball cap. Wait, that face seems somewhat familiar. At this moment, the man lifted his head, revealing an exceptionally handsome face adorned with a captivating smile. It was none other than the enigmatic masked emperor, Li Tianfeng. Hu Bingyan felt as if she were dreaming. How had he come to find her? "Beautiful lady, won't you invite me in for a moment?" To her astonishment, he even knew she had been watching him through the peephole. Despite her overwhelming shock, Hu Bingyan opened the door, and Yuan Jianchen stepped inside, greeting her with a smile. "Hello, beautiful reporter. What brings you to seek me?" Hu Bingyan could clearly discern that the masked emperor had come specifically for her, prompting her to inquire further. "Did you see the statements made by the Americans?" Yuan Jianchen's voice, rich and magnetic, flowed softly. Hu Bingyan replied, "Yes, I have seen them. They are accustomed to their hegemony and naturally look down on others." Internally, she marveled at his physique, appearance, and voice, all so perfectly enchanting. The masked emperor was indeed the godlike figure they had described. They're used to being arrogant, but will I be intimidated by them? Yuan Jianchen responded nonchalantly. "Call your colleagues over. I need your assistance in recording a video. I wish to respond to them." "Certainly," Hu Bingyan thought with exhilaration, for this was precisely what she needed. She immediately called her male colleague, Chun Hu, urging him to come with a camera. Chun Hu, still groggy from sleep, took a few minutes to arrive, but upon seeing the masked emperor in the room, he was struck dumb, exclaiming, "Unmasked emperor." Suddenly, a jolt of realization shook him awake, and in his astonishment, the camera slipped from his shoulder. In that critical moment, Yun Jianxin swiftly stepped forward, bending down to catch the camera. "Brother, stop dawdling," Yun Jianxin said lightly. Chun Hu, with a wry smile, replied, "Masked Emperor, you are now a national hero. Seeing you is incredibly exciting. Let's get back to the point." Yun Jianxin acknowledged Chun Hu's reaction with a silent nod, recognizing the high caliber of a central television reporter. After 2 minutes of preparation, they began recording. Standing before the camera, Yun Jianxin's expression turned icy as he declared, "The United States, the British Empire, Germany, Italy, France, Russia, Japan. You are 7 of the 8 nations that invaded China. Have you forgotten the wealth and antiques you took from us? Today, they are worth hundreds of billions, if not more. I have merely taken a fraction from you, and yet you cannot tolerate it? Your nations are powerful and used to being overbearing, but I'm not afraid of you. I know your true nature. All you seek is to pressure the Z country government to capture me. If you think yourselves invincible, then act. Do not let me underestimate you. Send your special forces if you dare." With a voice as cold as ice and eyes glinting with resolve, Yun Jianxin asserted, "If I see foreign special forces in Rome City, I will eliminate every single one of you. You had better think twice before provoking me. Should you awaken my wrath, even I would fear myself. Remember, I await you in Rome City." Yun Jianxin concluded forcefully. Under his piercing gaze, Chun Hu halted the recording, astonished. "You can't be serious about confronting them, can you?" "Why not?" Yun Jianxin replied indifferently, before exiting the room. "Bing in, what do we do now?" Chun Hu, still shaken by Yun Jianxin's bold declaration, remarked, "If this video goes viral, it could seriously impact our diplomatic relations with the Western powers. If we submit this video, our leaders will surely scold us. Submitting it is essential. Since the masked emperor sought us out, it shows his determination. Even if we do not submit it, he can still have it uploaded through others, and the impact would be substantial, albeit slower. Perhaps this is why he contacted us," Hu Bingyan resolved, and promptly called her superior. Her superior, uncertain, escalated the matter to the station director. After consulting relevant departments, the station director received unexpected approval, as the masked emperor's situation had already led to pressure on the Z country government from Western powers. This video could serve to alleviate that pressure. The video was swiftly released and began circulating online. Countless internet users across the nation were inspired by the masked emperor's formidable response. Particularly, his fearless demeanor ignited a passion deep within many, leading numerous individuals to express their desire to join him in Rome City. Meanwhile, netizens from the U.S. and the British Empire erupted in fury, demanding their governments deploy special forces to eliminate the masked emperor. In the White House, President Opus stared at the masked emperor's declaration with a face as grim as thunderclouds. Unable to contain his frustration, he slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "How dare he? Since our independence, no one has dared to belittle us like this. This is a tremendous insult to our nation. Mr. President, should we really send in the special forces?" An aide inquired timidly. "Was he anyway? Just someone quick on his feet. Send a few agents from the special task force. Don't kill him. Just bring him back alive." President Opus replied coldly. "Zhou Minghua, the one responsible for that foreign exchange account. Make sure to capture him. He is our only lead. Do not let it slip away," the president ordered. While the U.S. State Department had previously issued warnings to the masked emperor, they had also secretly investigated, yielding no results. The only lead was the foreign bank account used to transfer money to the masked emperor, which had been registered under a false identity. The person responsible for this account, Zhou Minghua, had fled to Singapore. They informed Singaporean authorities of their request for assistance and dispatched agents to pursue him. After giving his instructions, President Opus contemplated for a moment before making an overseas call to communicate with the Chinese side, expressing a hope for non-interference. The Chinese side acquiesced, as this was precisely what the masked emperor desired. Not only the U.S., but also the British Empire, France, and other nations dispatched agents as well. Upon returning to his villa, Yun Jianxin connected to the internet and noticed the video recorded at the Mingyang Hotel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then thought of Zhou Minghua. He was the only remaining risk. Should Zhou Minghua fall into the hands of the Western powers, what would he do? After a moment of contemplation, a sense of agitation arose within him, prompting him to call Wu Hong. "Have you found Zhou Minghua yet?" "Brother Chun, we have yet to locate him. According to Jiang Yuanqing's report, the Singaporean police are involved, and we've spotted agents from the U.S. Wu Hong replied. They've discovered this lead. If we continue our pursuit and they catch wind of it, it will certainly raise their suspicions. Everyone, return at once. Yun Jianshan commanded, before adding, have Gao Bing wait for me at the Etienne bar. As Yun Jianshan journeyed to the Etienne bar, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. He had to prepare for the possibility that Zhou Minghua had been caught by the Americans. If so, Zhou would undoubtedly point to Gao Bing. If he were to eliminate Gao Bing, or even Wu Hong, he could rest easy. However, they were currently following him and had committed no wrongdoing. If he were to kill them for his own safety, how would he differ from any other ruthless killer? Arriving at the Etienne bar, he found the establishment already cleared out. In the office, Gao Bing and Wu Hong awaited his arrival. We must now prepare for the worst, he stated. Yun Jianshan gazed at them with an icy demeanor and spoke coldly. Speak up. What shall we do? Brother Chun, your disciple hasn't hidden away yet and has even recorded a video. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Gao Bing deliberately shifted the topic, his heart racing as he vaguely sensed Brother Chun's intentions. It's of no concern to me. Even if he remains in Rong City, no one can capture him. My only worry is the lead they might have on Xiao Minghua. Yun Jianshan's gaze suddenly turned frigid as he admonished Gao Bing. You speak. Brother Chun, if I die, even if they capture Xiao Minghua, no one will know it was you. Gao Bing candidly addressed the crux of the matter, his complexion pale. As the former leader of the Chasing Wind Alliance, he possessed a clearer perspective than most. Upon receiving Wu Hong's order that Brother Chen wished to see him, he had already foreseen the peril of this meeting. He had considered betraying Yun Jianshan, but that thought was quickly extinguished. Even if he sold out Brother Chen, death would ultimately await him. Very well, are you prepared? Yun Jianshan nodded. Brother Chen, if I perish, I only hope you will treat my wife and children kindly. Gao Bing declared, pulling out his phone and pointing the gun at his temple. Wu Hong was startled into silence. Yun Jianshan regarded Gao Bing with a detached expression, standing 2 to 3 meters away. If Gao Bing attempted to attack him, even at such a close distance, Yun Jianshan was confident he could obliterate him before he could pull the trigger. He saw the resolute determination in Gao Bing's eyes, understanding that the man had made up his mind to end his life. Just as Gao Bing was about to pull the trigger, Yun Jianshan sprang into action, lunging forward and lifting the gun barrel with his hand. Bang! Gao Bing resolutely fired, the bullet grazing his scalp and striking the ceiling. He collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his head, while Wu Hong rushed to embrace him, exclaiming, Gao Bing, he is not dead. He merely grazed his scalp, Yun Jianshan stated. After a moment, Gao Bing regained his senses, looking at Yun Jianshan with a hint of confusion. On my way here, I was contemplating how I would deal with you. Had you made even the slightest move, your head would have been shattered by me, Yun Jianshan said flatly. No matter what you have done in the past, once you pledge your loyalty to me, Yun Jianshan, as long as you do not betray me, I will not kill you. Do not thank me. You have given yourself a chance to live. Thank you, Brother Chun, for sparing my life. Gao Bing still knelt in gratitude. Rise. You must leave Etienne and hide for a while. Under no circumstances are you to return without my permission, Yun Jianshan instructed him. After giving several more directives, Gao Bing departed immediately. Wu Hong, see to it that Gao Bing's family is looked after. Do not let them suffer, Yun Jianshan instructed before leaving. By the time he returned to the villa, it was nearing 5 in the morning. Though he had organized everything, a heavy weight still lingered in his heart. After all, he was not alone. He had parents and a sister. In this city of Rome, there were several significant women in his life. If it truly came to that, what would he do? Yun Jianshan's mind was in turmoil, thoughts tangled like a chaotic web. After a while, he managed to calm his thoughts somewhat and settled onto the sofa to watch television. A few minutes later, Lu Siyuan returned, her face weary. Upon seeing him, she curiously asked, "What are you watching so early in the morning?" "I missed you," Yun Jianshan replied. "You're being frivolous again." Lu Siyuan rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming in frustration, "That impostor causes too much trouble, making it impossible for anyone to rest. If being a police officer is too exhausting, perhaps you should resign, and I'll support you." "I'm quite serious," Yun Jianshan said earnestly. "After all, you'll eventually marry and have children. Raising them will be your primary focus." "Enough," Lu Siyuan admonished him sharply. "Wife, I'll take care of providing for the family, and you can focus on being beautiful. Isn't that a good arrangement?" Yun Jianshan expressed his heartfelt thoughts. Seeing his sincere demeanor stirred something within Lu Siyuan, Yet she shook her head and replied, "You're too fickle. I don't trust you." "That is why I'll find you some sisters," Yun Jianshun replied with gravity. "To frame your infidelity in such grand terms is ridiculous. How about you just disappear?" Lu Siyuan retorted, exasperated. "That is not infidelity. That is simply being affectionate." Alas, throughout history, those who are overly affectionate are left with nothing but lingering regrets. Yun Jianshun lamented. "You scoundrel, don't try to elevate your misdeeds. Any relationship not aimed at marriage is merely a ruse. When you decide to marry me, then I'll consider you seriously." Lu Siyuan, unwilling to engage further, retreated upstairs. After resting for several hours in the villa, Yun Jianshun temporarily set aside the matter of the masked emperor. His immediate priority was to learn to drive. He called the driving instructor Lin Sunshun, and upon learning it was him, the instructor immediately agreed to teach him. Yun Jianshun promptly went out to learn driving. Since he was introduced by Wu Hong, Lin Sunshun was diligent, patiently guiding him even when Yun Jianshun made mistakes. Under his careful instruction, within just 2 days, Yun Jianshun was already driving on the road. Lin Sunshun, seated in the passenger seat, observed as Yun Jianshun skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, greatly astonished by his rapid learning ability. After a circuit around the ring road, Yun Jianshun entered the city. It was rush hour, and traffic was horrendous, providing a true test of his driving skills. Yet, even in such a complex environment, he maintained order, inching forward through the congestion. Lin Sunshun couldn't help but marvel silently. After waiting a grueling half-hour at a traffic light, as the vehicles finally cleared, Yun Jianshun shifted gears and pressed on the accelerator to follow. Suddenly, a Land Rover cut into his lane, blocking his path. Yun Jianshun felt a surge of anger and immediately pressed the gas pedal, the front of his car crashing into the rear of the Land Rover. Bang! The sound echoed as the collision occurred. Lin Sunshun wore a wry smile, recognizing that this was a deliberate act by Yun Jianshun. He couldn't blame him. After all, the Mercedes SUV was infuriatingly rude for suddenly cutting in line. He also understood Yun Jianshun's formidable background. Even if he had collided with another vehicle, it wouldn't pose significant issues. However, when he took a closer look at the Land Rover, his eyes widened. This was a peak edition of the long-wheelbase Range Rover, valued at over $3 million, with a license plate from Rome City bearing the number 77777. The plate indicated that the owner was no ordinary person, and the vehicle itself was exceedingly rare. Lin Sunshun's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Yun Jianshun, saying, "This is bad. This is the car of President Zhuang's son from the Heartless Alliance." President Zhuang? A faint smirk appeared on Yun Jianshun's face. The driver of the Land Rover, seething with rage, approached, examining the dented rear of his vehicle before striding over and angrily banging on Yun Jianshun's window, shouting, "Are you blind? Don't you know whose car you just hit?" The driver, confident in his robust physique, showed no regard for his opponent. He reached out to grab Yun Jianshun's hair, but at that moment his wrist was seized and a terrifying force surged up to his head. The driver could not help but scream, "Ah, let go. You're seeking death." Yun Jianshun coldly commanded, and the pressure intensified, shattering the driver's wrist bone. With a fierce tug, he yanked the driver inside, smashing his head against the steering wheel, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Lin Sunshun, witnessing Yun Jianshun's fury, was filled with dread. This was the driver of the son of the president of the Heartbreaking Alliance, who might well be in a Range Rover. The rear door swung open, and a sharply dressed young man emerged, his face darkened with malice, his gaze toward Yun Jianshun brimming with murderous intent. This was Zhuang Baiyan, the son of Zhuang Tianxian. Observing his driver being so ruthlessly beaten, Zhuang Baiyan was taken aback, but his overwhelming emotion was anger. Before exiting the vehicle, he had already contacted the police, fully aware that he could not recklessly retaliate on the road. "Get out!" Yun Jianshun bellowed, forcefully pushing the driver's bloodied head out of the vehicle. "Young master." The driver scrambled to his feet, trembling at the sight of Zhuang Baiyan. "Return," Zhuang Baiyan ordered softly. Noticing the onlookers, including several drivers who had begun to take note of the commotion, he approached Yun Jianshun, his voice cold. "You have quite the audacity to strike someone from my family. Who are you? I haven't heard of you." Yun Jianshun replied dismissively. "That is to be expected, given your lowly status." Zhuang Baiyan sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Sunshun, who was quaking in the passenger seat. "Your instructor looks terrified. I'm sure he has heard of me." What do you say, instructor? Zhuang Baiyan's tone was deceptively calm, but Lin Xinxin's heart raced, his complexion pale as he stammered, Zhuang Xiao. It has nothing to do with me. See, this one knows his place. Unlike you, who is so ignorant and arrogant that you wouldn't even know when you're thrown into the river to feed the fish. Zhuang Baiyan observed, satisfied with Lin Xinxin's reaction. However, the man who had assaulted his driver remained unfazed, insisting, "Stop with the useless chatter and tell me how you will compensate." What? Zhuang Baiyan's eyes flared with fury, his voice low and menacing. You truly must be tired of living. Mr. Yun, repairs can be covered by insurance, Lin Xinxin interjected, startled by Yun Jianxin's nonchalance. In Rongqing's criminal underworld, Zhuang Tianxian was akin to an emperor, and even the combined might of the other two alliances paled in comparison. Though Yun Jianxin was introduced by President Wu of the Righteous Alliance, Lin Xinxin perceived his behavior as suicidal. Provoking Zhuang Baiyan would surely lead to dire consequences. Even Wu Heng could not protect him. Before long, a police car arrived, and several officers disembarked. The leader addressed Zhuang Baiyan respectfully, "Zhuang Xiao, Zhou team, this brat deliberately crashed into my car, endangering public safety. Charge him with obstruction of public safety." Zhuang Baiyan pointed at Yun Jianxin coldly. Zhou Biqing approached, looking through the car window at Yun Jianxin. "Sir, please step out and cooperate with our investigation. I was waiting at a red light, about to move, when he changed lanes recklessly. As a novice, I was caught off guard and collided with his vehicle. This is an intersection. Simply review the traffic cameras, and the truth will be clear," Yun Jianxin replied breezily. "We will review the footage, but please step out to cooperate," Zhou Biqing said sternly. He was from the city bureau and had dealt with Zhuang Baiyan often, fully aware of his arrogance. Given Zhuang Baiyan's background as the son of the heartbreaking alliance president, those who had benefited from him were naturally inclined to serve. "It seems you're not planning to handle this impartially," Yun Jianxin retorted with contempt. "Shut up. Get out of the car." Zhou Biqing was infuriated. Yun Jianxin responded coldly. "I will accompany you, but if you attempt to release me later, even if you beg on your knees, I shall refuse. I want to let you go." Zhou Biqing seethed with rage. Yun Jianxin followed them to the precinct. In the police car, Zhou Biqing bluntly remarked, "You fool, do you even know who you're offending? Zhuang Xiao is not someone you can provoke. Team Zhou, why waste your breath on such a moron? Even if he is released, Zhuang Xiao will turn him into minced meat and feed him to the fish," another officer scoffed. "Today's youth are irretrievably foolish, daring to threaten Team Zhou. Sigh. Their intelligence is concerning." The officers jeered, and Yun Jianxin regarded them with icy disdain, his composure unshaken. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the precinct, and Zhou Biqing took Yun Jianxin directly to the interrogation room. "Cuff him," Zhou Biqing ordered his subordinates. The two officers exchanged glances, their expressions menacing as they approached Yun Jianxin, saying, "Kid, I advise you to cooperate. It'll save you some trouble." Yun Jianxin made no resistance, allowing them to cuff his right hand while the other cuff was attached to the chair. "Shut off the cameras." "Team Zhou, I've just turned them off," one officer confirmed. "Good, efficient work," Zhou Biqing praised, taking a seat across from Yun Jianxin. "What's your name?" "Your grandfather." Yun Jianxin shot back. "How dare you take advantage of me?" Zhou Biqing roared, rising to strike him. Yun Jianxin swiftly grasped his hand and exerted force. A series of sharp cracks echoed as Zhou Biqing let out a blood-curdling scream. "Get him!" Zhou Biqing's rage ignited, and the other two officers charged at Yun Jianxin. He stood up, raising his hand to strike, but with his right hand still cuffed to the chair, he swung the wooden seat with tremendous force, smashing it against their heads and leaving them bloodied and dazed. "You dare assault an officer? You're finished," Zhou Biqing shouted in fury. To his astonishment, Yun Jianxin effortlessly pried open the handcuff with his left hand. How could he possibly break the handcuff with only one hand? Zhou Biqing stared in disbelief, terror filling his eyes. Holding the deformed cuff, Yun Jianxin's expression turned cold. "Scum like you disgrace the police force. Release me," Zhou Biqing, enduring excruciating pain, shouted in fury. Yun Jianxin seized his hair, disregarding his cries, and slammed his head onto the interrogation table repeatedly. After several brutal impacts, Zhou Biqing's nose was shattered, blood streaming down his face. Zhou Biqing's subordinates, finally reacting, grabbed baseball bats from the corner and charged at him. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yun Jianshun dodged their attacks and snatched one of the bats. Before they could react, he swung it fiercely at one officer's abdomen, producing a thunderous thud as the officer was sent crashing against the iron door, blood spewing forth. The other officer, now trembling with fear, held his bat unsteadily. The commotion had drawn the attention of several officers, who rushed into the interrogation room. Zhou Biqing shouted, "Quick, kill him! He assaulted an officer and intends to murder us." Yun Jianshun lunged forward, catching Zhou Biqing by the throat. Zhuang Bian casually cuts in line. "Yet you failed to properly interrogate him, and instead bring me in for harsh treatment. Well done." In the depths of Yun Jianshun's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered. The other officers, upon hearing this, could easily deduce the situation at hand. Zhuang Bian was none other than the son of the infamous Zhuang, the president of the Heart-Slaying Alliance. Zhou Biqing's attempts to curry favor with him were well known, and thus, it was hardly surprising. Among the gathered officers were Zhuang Bian's associates, who swiftly drew their firearms, aiming them at Yun Jianshun, shouting angrily, "Release team leader Zhou." Chapter 68. The director's Furian officer has been assaulted. Quickly, go investigate. It was rumored that a young man, involved in a traffic incident, had been apprehended by team leader Zhou. In a fit of rage, he had acted impulsively, demonstrating remarkable strength by injuring Zhou and his team. Now, he had taken team leader Zhou hostage. The news of Yun Jianshun's assault on an officer immediately sent shockwaves through the municipal police department, prompting a flurry of activity as officers rushed toward the interrogation room. Lu Siyuan, driving into the police compound, was summoned by the chief to submit all investigations concerning the masked emperor. With her superior away on a business trip, she was compelled to handle the matter in person. After parking, she grabbed her briefcase and entered the precinct, only to find not the typical bustling scene, but rather officers hastening towards the interrogation room, many of whom were shouting about an assault on an officer. An assault on an officer? How audacious for anyone to dare such a thing within the precinct, she thought. They would surely face severe consequences if caught. Lu Siyuan shook her head, deeming the assailant ridiculously foolish. "Put down your weapons. Anyone who dares shoot at me will meet their demise." Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Though faint, its owner was unmistakable. "Yun Jianshun." Lu Siyuan paused momentarily before sprinting toward the interrogation room. No wonder someone had the audacity to attack an officer in the municipal police station. Who else but this notorious rogue would be so brazen? She felt a surge of anger. Assaulting an officer was a grave offense, and if it resulted in serious injury, the repercussions would be dire. Judging by the reactions of her colleagues, the severity of the situation was clear. Lu Siyuan dashed to the interrogation room, but the corridor was so densely packed with officers that she could hardly push through. "Make way!" Lu Siyuan shouted anxiously to the crowd ahead of her, but they paid her no heed. Resolved, she raised her voice. "Clear the way. I need to speak with him." Her commanding tone cut through the cacophony, and Yun Jianshun's expression shifted in surprise as he recognized her voice. The crowd finally parted, allowing Lu Siyuan to advance a few steps, where she found several officers drawing their weapons, causing her heart to race. The situation indeed appeared critical. Otherwise, it would not have escalated to such a point. She called out, "Put down your guns. We can resolve this peacefully." "Who are you?" Ren Zhengqiao inquired, eyeing her suspiciously. Had she not been in uniform, they would have expelled her immediately. "I am Lu Siyuan, the captain of the criminal investigation team from the Taijiang District Police Bureau," she declared, presenting her badge. Ren Zhengqiao nodded slightly, replying, "This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our municipal department. Please leave." "No, this is my affair too," Lu Siyuan insisted, shaking her head. "Let my wife in," Yun Jianshun shouted forcefully. "Who dares call her your wife?" Ren Zhengqiao retorted angrily. "I know him. Let me talk to him," Lu Siyuan interjected, her cheeks flushing, but she steeled herself. Despite the hostility directed at her, they begrudgingly made way, coldly advising, "You'd best persuade him to surrender and seek leniency. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Understood," Lu Siyuan replied, hastening into the interrogation room. The scene within was chaotic, aside from Zhou Biqing being held hostage by Yun Jianshun. Two other officers lay battered and bloodied. Lu Siyuan's fury ignited as she shouted at Yun Jianshun, "You rogue, what have you done?" "I was recently learning to drive, waiting at a traffic light when Zhuang Bian's vehicle suddenly cut into my lane, leading to the collision. Who bears the blame here?" Yun Jianshun explained, somewhat irritated by her reaction. Lu Siyuan's expression darkened. She understood Yun Jianxin's temperament well. He never bullied others but would not tolerate being wronged. After a moment of contemplation, she assessed the situation and turned to the bloodied Zhou Biqing, asking, "Have you reviewed the surveillance footage and conducted a thorough investigation? Mind your own business. This is a matter for our municipal department. You, an outsider, should leave," Zhou Biqing retorted, unwilling to confront her directly in front of his colleagues, who inherently regarded themselves as superior to their district counterparts. "Insult my wife, and you'll pay," Yun Jianxin growled, glaring at the wooden debris strewn about from the shattered chair. With his right hand still gripping Zhou Biqing, he picked up a piece of wood with his left and struck Zhou Biqing's left cheek with a resounding crack, causing him to bleed and lose several teeth. "Stop. If you hit him again, he might die," Lu Xiyuan exclaimed, torn between satisfaction and the need to intervene. "Colleagues, the details of the incident are clear. If you feel an investigation is necessary, I will conduct one and report to the municipal leadership," she stated firmly to Ren Zhengqiao and the others. "Lu Xiyuan, this is the municipal department, not your district. Leave. We will handle our affairs." Ren Zhengqiao barked at her. Having received many favors from Zhuang Bian himself, he could not allow Lu Xiyuan to take Yun Jianxin away without consequence. "Lu Xiyuan, step aside." Ren Zhengqiao even pointed his gun at her. Infuriated, she drew her own weapon, aiming it at them, declaring, "Don't think you are the only ones with guns. If I die, I will take someone down with me. Your obstruction is merely an act of sycophancy towards Zhuang Bian, a mere son of a criminal overlord. Does he warrant such worship from you? Enough, Lu Xiyuan. Do not slander." Ren Jingchao's expression shifted slightly. "Stop. Everyone, lower your weapons." At that moment, the chief of the municipal police, Chen Jianhua, arrived hastily, commanding Ren Jingchao and the others to reluctantly lower their firearms. "Lu Xiyuan, what are you doing? Daring to draw a weapon on your colleagues?" Chen Jianhua reprimanded her. "They were the ones who aimed their guns at me first." Lu Xiyuan retorted, "Are you here to support them?" Yun Jianxin shot back coldly at Chen Jianhua, pointing to Ren Zhengqiao and the others. Ren Zhengqiao smirked, thinking to himself, "The chief has arrived. Even with Lu Xiyuan's protection, this fool is as good as dead." "You." Chen Jianhua's anger flared, but he faltered upon seeing Yun Jianxin's face suddenly shivering. He recalled the warnings from the city committee secretary. "Never provoke this man, Yun Jianxin." "You are Yun Jianxin?" Chen Jianhua's voice quivered. Ren Jingqiao and the others' expressions changed instantly. They were all astute officers, keenly aware that Yun Jianxin was no ordinary person. "Indeed, your municipal police department excels at distorting the truth," Yun Jianxin remarked coldly. "What is truly happening here?" Chen Jianhua asked, his face darkening as he turned to Ren Zhengqiao and the others, demanding an explanation. They dared not speak further. Lu Xiyuan simply recounted Yun Jianxin's earlier remarks. Chen Jianhua exclaimed in anger, "Very well, a mere fender bender, and you wish to treat it as a case of reckless driving? Zhou Biqing, who granted you such authority?" At this, Yun Jianxin cast Zhou Biqing aside, who crawled toward Chen Jianhua like a dog, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Director, I did not. I was merely questioning him about the incident, when he suddenly went mad and assaulted us. Director, we have not disregarded the law." The other two officers, frightened, knelt down, crying out in protest. Chen Jianhua retorted angrily, "Excellent. You apprehended him for what purpose? Go retrieve the surveillance footage. If the events transpired as Mr. Yun Jianxin described, prepare for your dismissal and investigation." Chen Jianhua's tone was menacing. Chapter 69. Life and Death Duel. Zhuang Xiao, I hope your words ring true. Zhou Biqing silently prayed, as he had not reviewed the footage and could only place his hopes on Zhuang Bian. Although such hope held but a 1% chance, he had no choice but to gamble. Otherwise, with such a significant incident, his future was assuredly at stake. He could hardly fathom that Yun Jianxin possessed such formidable connections, far surpassing the influence of Zhuang Bian, the son of a crime lord. He recalled the earlier conversation with Yun Jianxin, which he had dismissed as mere bravado, never taking the warnings seriously, now filled with regret. Chen Jianhua ordered the arrangement of a table and chairs, and Yun Jianxin did not take a seat, but offered it to Lu Xiyuan. She hesitated, knowing the city police chief still stood, and, as the captain of the criminal investigation team, she felt unworthy to sit. Yun Jianxin, however, had no such reservations. He feared neither the American Empire nor anyone else. Seated, He pointed at Ren Zhengqiao and others, declaring, "Director Chun, these individuals displayed great eagerness to eliminate me. I do not ask for preferential treatment. I merely request a thorough investigation into their actions." Ren Zhengqiao and his companions trembled in fear, realizing from the director's demeanor that they were likely to be investigated. As they anticipated, Chun Jianhua promptly replied, "Mr. Yun, rest assured, I will ensure this matter is thoroughly examined." Indeed, Yun Jianchun observed the malicious glint in Ren Zhengqiao's eyes and coldly remarked, "The one named Ren Zhengqiao must have committed numerous misdeeds. You ought to investigate him thoroughly." Yun Jianchun, Ren Zhengqiao could no longer contain himself, roaring in outrage, his future seemingly at the mercy of Yun Jianchun. In a fit of rage, he drew his weapon and fired at Yun Jianchun. Bang! The bullet sped toward Yun Jianchun, yet he clearly discerned its trajectory, swiftly extending his right hand to pinch the bullet between his index and middle fingers. The onlookers failed to comprehend his movement, their shock directed at Ren Zhengqiao, who dared to attempt murder in front of the director. At that moment, Ren Zhengqiao was subdued by several officers brought by Chun Jianhua. Lu Siyuan, witnessing Yun Jianchun's unflinching demeanor, felt an unprecedented wave of terror. Had Yun Jianchun been shot? In that instant, her mind went blank, and, as realization dawned, she rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Jianchun, where were you hit?" Seeing her frantic expression deeply moved Yun Jianchun. Before he could respond, someone noticed the bullet nestle between his fingers, exclaiming, "Look, he holds the very bullet fired by Ren Zhengqiao." Indeed, others soon recognized this, and Lu Siyuan glanced over as Yun Jianchun handed the bullet to her, smiling, "Do not worry. Your husband is fortunate. Even the king of hell cannot take him." Rising, he approached the already subdued Ren Zhengqiao, coldly stating, "Ren Zhengqiao, you have truly cornered yourself. And no, you cannot still be alive." Ren Zhengqiao's face was a mask of terror. Yun Jianchun addressed the officers who had restrained him. "Release him." The officers looked to Chun Jianhua, who instructed, "Let Ren Zhengqiao go." Having lost all restraint, Ren Zhengqiao suppressed his fear of Yun Jianchun and sneered, "Though I fired at you, you emerged unscathed. It amounts to attempted murder. What do you do to me? I cannot act against you. But do you believe you are safe in prison?" A glimmer of contempt flashed in Yun Jianchun's eyes as he replied, "I trust many prisoners would find a keen interest in your delicate disposition. You, as a police officer, albeit a scoundrel, should know the realities of prison life. Have you ever considered the taste of being subjected to the whims of dozens of inmates?" Ren Zhengqiao's heart raced, for he was acutely aware of the sordid affairs that transpired within prison walls. Yun Jianchun, with his stature, could easily orchestrate a grim fate for him. "What do you intend?" Ren Zhengqiao shouted, his countenance grim. "I offer you a chance to defeat me." Yun Jianchun's expression was icy as he continued, "You may wield weapons, and should you prevail, I will overlook all previous grievances." Ren Zhengqiao regarded Yun Jianchun, tempted yet not foolish, directly asking, "State your conditions." "A life and death pact." Yun Jianchun's tone was frigid as he gestured toward the officers who had previously aimed their weapons at him, saying, "You may also join the arena, should you triumph. I will forgive all prior transgressions." "Director Chun, do you consent to my proposal?" "Let be as Mr. Yun says. If you can defeat him, all will revert to the status quo. I shall not pursue the matter further." Chun Jianhua recognized that Yun Jianchun wished to resolve the situation independently. While such an approach lacked legality, it relieved him of the burden. He understood that Yun Jianchun was on the brink of fury. After all, Ren Zhengqiao had indeed fired a weapon, an affront to anyone's patience. Though Yun Jianchun had laid forth an appealing offer, Ren Zhengqiao's subordinates hesitated. Logically, with their numbers and weapons, defeating a single opponent should be manageable. However, the terrifying combat prowess demonstrated by Yun Jianchun, including his ability to catch bullets, instilled dread in them. "Dong Wei, how Yiming, were you contemplating? Do not forget how Zhuang Xiao treated you. Given your previous actions, you would face at least 7 to 8 years in prison. Do you believe Yun Jianchun would spare you?" Ren Zhengqiao was not foolish. He understood that facing Yun Jianchun alone would spell his doom. Thus he needed allies. Damn! The two men could not contain their curses, glaring at Ren Zhengqiao in frustration. With no retreat in sight, they vowed, "We shall engage. Wealth lies in danger. We have clawed our way to this position and cannot allow Yun Jianchun to ruin our futures. Shameless! You have brought this upon yourselves, yet you shift the blame onto others." Lu Siyuan retorted, indignant on Yun Jianshan's behalf. Yun Jianshan wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, "My dear, why waste your anger on scum like them? They squander air and life and waste land and death. What shame could they possibly possess?" Held in his embrace, Lu Siyuan's heart raced, her body stiffening. Before so many witnesses, she refrained from reprimanding him, allowing it to pass. Moments later, two more of Ren Jingchao's subordinates chose to confront Yun Jianshan, challenging him 1 against 5. Lu Siyuan worriedly asked, "Are you being too overconfident? They are but mere chickens. I could obliterate one with a single punch." Yun Jianshan remained calm, gazing at the other officers still deliberating. "Will you join Ren Jingchao's ranks?" As he stated, "Defeating me would grant a reprieve. Otherwise, one could only await their fate." Yun Jianshan cast another remark, causing the others to exchange fearful glances. They spoke with trepidation. "Mr. Yun, we dare not contend with you. As for any repercussions, we shall abide by the organization's decision. Let us sign the death contract." Ignoring the others, Yun Jianshan urged the process along, and soon a contract was prepared, with Ren Zhengchao and the others signing it in quick succession. Just as Yun Jianshan was about to inscribe his name, he was dissuaded by Chen Jianhua. "Mr. Yun, they're already burdened with guilt. You are different. No worries, we must ensure fairness." Yun Jianshan declined his good intentions and signed the death contract with his full name. Chen Jianhua, unable to object, hastily reported the situation to the city party secretary, Wang Chunsheng, who immediately informed Shangguan Qinxue. Upon receiving the news, Shangguan Qinxue drove over with urgency. The death contract arena was set at the municipal police training ground, which could accommodate hundreds or thousands. The training ground was already populated, and, as the deadly duel approached, Chen Jianhua anxiously pondered, "Why haven't the secretary and the others arrived yet?" Chapter 70. Fierce Combat. Lu Siyuan sat beside Yun Jianshan, her gaze filled with unease as more police officers gathered to watch. Once more, she quietly inquired, "Are you truly untroubled by them?" She had experienced Yun Jianshan's prowess, but that was merely in her presence. Moreover, she had just heard about Ren Zhengchao's exceptional close combat skills during his time at the police academy. Ren Zhengchao had ranked within the top 10 of his class, indicating he was formidable, certainly not weaker than her. His subordinates were hardly inept, armed and facing dire circumstances. Their combat potential should not be underestimated. "Do not worry, my dear. I shall not allow you to suffer embarrassment before so many colleagues," Yun Jianshan replied with a smile. "Even now, you remain so irreverent," Lu Siyuan chastised softly, recalling the moment in the interrogation room when Yun Jianshan had stood up for her, stirring feelings within her more intense than ever before. "Look at the others. They keep their distance, knowing we are a match made in heaven, thus too shy to intrude," Yun Jianshan remarked. "Narcissist." Lu Siyuan's beautiful visage flushed crimson. Engaging in private conversation with Yun Jianshan amidst colleagues could easily be perceived as a romantic liaison. "What do you intend to do with them later?" Lu Siyuan asked, her eyes avoiding the others, her voice lowered. "Eliminate them," Yun Jianshan replied, a glint of lethal intent flickering in his gaze. The moment Ren Zhengchao drew that gun, his fate was sealed. I wanted to see if any of his subordinates could be saved. Clearly, aside from those 5, the others are beyond redemption. This is the municipal police department. And with so many witnesses present, even if they deserve punishment, killing them might lead to adverse repercussions. Lu Siyuan expressed her concerns. Yun Jianshan shook his head. "My dear, you misunderstand. How many public servants wield taxpayer money while committing atrocities against the very taxpayers? This corruption must be eradicated. Are you suggesting to kill the chicken to scare the monkey?" A glimmer of understanding crossed Lu Siyuan's eyes. Being in the police system, she was well aware of the numerous parasites within, and these traitors filled her with rage, yet she felt powerless against them. Indeed, they must be eradicated. Yun Jianshan's eyes glinted with coldness. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the training ground, drawing Yun Jianshan's attention to Shangguan Qinxue and Yin Pampan as they strode in, accompanied by Wang Chunsheng and other city leaders. Shangguan Qinxue approached Yun Jianshan briskly, her voice tinged with irritation. "Why didn't you call me when you were apprehended? I could have handled it." "I can manage," Yun Jianshan responded. "Did you ever consider what would happen if you were shot?" Shangguan Qinxue exclaimed, her anger palpable. Realizing her words, she quickly amended, "If you were killed, I would lose a friend. What are we to do?" observing her flustered attempt to defend herself. Yun Jianxun chuckled softly. President, a person like me wouldn't even be accepted by the king of hell. What is there to fear? Qinxue, I've told you. This rogue is beyond redemption. Even the king of hell cannot claim him. So why worry? In Panpan interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Yun Jianxun. In Panpan, can you speak like a civilized person? Yun Jianxun replied, slightly irritated. In Panpan grinned. I'm rather eager to see you get hurt. If you die, we would lament your loss, so a few wounds would suffice. Since you are so keen on my defeat, shall we place a wager? Yun Jianxun remarked, casting a sly glance at In Panpan. She, knowing his intentions, shot him a glare, but redirected her focus to Lu Siyuan, asking Police Flower, have you fallen for this rogue? Lu Siyuan's expression froze, while In Panpan shook her head animatedly. Do not be deceived by this rogue. He is the world's biggest flirt, aiming not only for Shangwan Qinxue, but also for me. He has professed his affections for me. I declined his advances. Lu Siyuan was rendered speechless by Yun Jianxun's methods of wooing women. All right, from now on we are on the same side, she concluded. In Panpan became even more enthusiastic towards Lu Siyuan, sitting beside her and engaging in lively conversation. Throughout, Shangwan Qinxue merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Siyuan before turning her attention to the makeshift platform formed by boxing rings. At this moment, 5 individuals stood upon the stage, wielding various weapons. Some brandished swords, while others held knives, their gleaming edges reflecting a menacing light. President, it is time for me to confront them, Yun Jianxun stated, glancing at the time and rising from his seat. After a brief exchange with Shangwan Qinxue, he advanced toward the platform. Be careful, Shangwan Qinxue cautioned. Understood, Yun Jianxun nodded in acknowledgement. He signaled to Wang Chunsheng and the other city leaders before hastily approaching the platform. Officers parted to let him through, some displaying respect, others curiosity, while a small fraction expressed disdain. This latter group was acutely aware of Ren Zhengxiao's fighting capabilities. Even elite soldiers would find it challenging to overcome him and his men. Yun Jianxun stepped onto the platform, and Ren Zhengxiao, observing him unarmed, coldly inquired, Where is your weapon? Against you, it is unnecessary, Yun Jianxun replied with a frosty demeanor. Ren Zhengxiao's fury boiled within him, grinding his teeth as he declared, You will pay for your arrogance. Dong Wei, Hao Yiming, and all of you, listen closely. We have no retreat. We can only overcome him. Ren Zhengxiao commanded his 4 subordinates, then asked, Do you recall what I taught you just now? Yes. Dong Wei and the others nodded in understanding, their eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Yun Jianxun, Ren Zhengxiao, you have both signed a death contract. On this platform, regardless of life or death, any who step down will concede defeat and exit the duel. No one shall pursue or kill them. Otherwise, it will be treated as murder. Chen Jianhua, the municipal police chief, announced loudly under Wang Chunqing's directive. Yun Jianxun and the others nodded in agreement, and thus the deadly battle commenced. Dong Wei and Hao Yiming pressed toward his left, while Ren Zhengxiao launched an assault down the center, with the other 2 advancing from his right. They clearly delineated their roles, evidently unwilling to grant him any leeway to maneuver. Kill. Pei Xingyao Bilul. They simultaneously lunged at Yun Jianxun, the glint of their blades igniting a fierce bloodlust within him. This assault was clearly premeditated. The exceedingly confined space and their relentless onslaught left Yun Jianxun with little room to evade. Unless he unleashed an extraordinary speed, doing so would undoubtedly astonish those around him, linking him to the masked emperor in their minds. Yun Jianxun caught sight of the savage grin on Ren Zhengxiao's face, prompting him to swiftly retreat, leaping to the left and landing on the surrounding ropes. Dong Wei and Hao Yiming immediately charged towards him, their swords aimed menacingly at his ankles. Utilizing the elasticity of the ropes, Yun Jianxun propelled himself forward, soaring over their encirclement and landing behind Dong Wei. Dong Wei, quick to react, pivoted and aimed to strike at him. Yun Jianxun darted towards him, deftly evading the sword's arc, and grasped his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ren Zhengxiao, 2 meters away, thrusting his sword in his direction. Seizing Dong Wei's body as if it were a mere chick, Yun Jianxun maneuvered him sideways, effectively blocking Ren Zhengxiao's attack. Ren Zhengxiao, unable to withdraw his blade in time, found the sharp tip plunging into Dong Wei's chest. Dong Wei shrieked in agony, While Ren Jingchao's expression shifted to one of horror, he had intended to strike Yun Jianchen. Due to Yun Jianchen's astonishing speed, most observers mistakenly believed that Ren Zhengchao had been the one to slay Dong Wei. What are you waiting for? Quickly kill him. Ren Zhengchao, his eyes ablaze with fury, drew his sword and shouted vehemently.